Yes, Zhuangzi nodded eagerly. Looking at Zhuangzi's patched-up clothes, Qin Mulan finally accepted 5 yuan. That's enough. Zhuangzi wanted to give more, but Qin Mulan didn't take it. In the end, Song Yud took Zhuangzi away. After they left, everyone in the village heard that an outsider had come to see Qin Mulan. It was a county official. This showed how good her medical skills were. Now, everyone was talking about her, feeling it was a big deal. Qin Mulan didn't mind these rumors. She continued to teach Qin Kuang how to prepare medicinal herbs. Once he learned how to identify some common herbs from Mount Qing Mountain, she also received a letter from Xiezhili. The letter said he would be busy in the northwest for a while. Qin Mulan furrowed her brows slightly, feeling uneasy. She had a strange sense that something was not right. Yao Jingji quickly read the letter and found it was just a usual family letter. She looked at Qin Mulan with curiosity and said, "Mulan, Ailey's letter is no different from his usual ones. But your face just now looked a bit unpleasant." Qin Mulan indeed felt a little uneasy earlier. Even now, she still felt restless, but these feelings were unreasoned since the letter didn't mention anything upsetting. "Mom, I'm fine. Maybe I'm just a bit tired today." Hearing this, Yao Jingji quickly said, "Mulan, go rest a little. It's easier to get tired now that you're pregnant. Okay, I'll lie down for a while." In the next few days, Qin Mulan's mood remained low. Although she ate quite a bit, she was getting thinner and thinner. Her once delicate features became more defined, and because she lost more weight, she looked taller and more elegant. Recently, Song Yud brought Zhuangzi to visit twice. He finally learned how to give Zhuangzi injections, so Zhuangzi no longer needed to come here for treatment. Song Yud bowed deeply to Qin Mulan. Qin Mulan quickly moved aside and asked, "Dr. Song, what are you doing?" Song Yud smiled and said, "Dr. Qin, I want to sincerely thank you for teaching me so much without reservation. Dr. Song, I also said before, the more we learn, the more we can help others. So, there's nothing special about it." Although Qin Mulan said this, Song Yud remembered her kindness. Some people wouldn't share their skills with others easily. Zhuangzi also expressed his gratitude to Qin Mulan, but his family was not wealthy, so he only offered 2 wild chickens as thanks. "Dr. Qin, thank you so much." Qin Mulan smiled and shook her head. After they left, Qin Mulan finally relaxed. With Song Yud giving Zhuangzi injections, she could take it easy. The next task was to teach Qin Kuang how to prepare medicinal herbs. But unexpectedly, the next morning, Su Wani came to the Xie family with Qin Kuang. Su Wani hadn't seen her daughter for a while. When she saw her daughter now, she couldn't help but be stunned. "Mulan, you've lost so much weight again." Qin Mulan was already very fair-skinned, and now she had become even thinner. Her features looked more delicate and radiant, and she seemed taller and more graceful. As Su Wani stared in wonder, a hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. She thought, this look, it really resembles someone. Soon, Su Wani felt worried. "Mulan, you're pregnant, but you're getting thinner." At this moment, Yao Jingji was returning from grocery shopping. Hearing this, she looked concerned. "Dear daughter-in-law, you're here. I've also been worried lately. Mulan doesn't skip meals, but she's losing weight. I really wish she would eat more." Seeing her mother-in-law and sister-in-law so anxious, Qin Mulan smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry. I eat a lot every day, more than before." Su Wani wasn't convinced. "Really? Then why do you look so thin?" Qin Kuang, who was nearby, testified, "Mom, sister really eats well. I don't know why, but she's losing weight instead." He had been learning how to prepare medicinal herbs with his sister and often ate at the Xie family's house, so he knew her appetite well. Hearing her son say this, Su Wani believed them, but still felt a little worried. "Mulan, you're pregnant, but you're so thin. Are you sure everything's okay?" Yao Jingji also looked at Qin Mulan, genuinely worried. Qin Mulan smiled and said, "Don't worry. I know my body well, and I'm fine." Seeing her daughter so confident, Su Wani didn't say anything more. Instead, Qin Mulan curiously asked, "Mom, why did you come today?" "I made 2 little clothes for the baby, so I brought them for you," Su Wani said, holding her daughter's hand. "Let's go inside and take a look." Okay. Yao Jingji saw them enter the house, and she quickly greeted them with a smile. She also warmly urged Su Wani to stay for a meal. After thinking for a moment, Su Wani nodded and said, "All right, I'll trouble you, dear family." She also wanted to see if her daughter's appetite was good. During lunch, Su Wani saw her daughter eat 3 large bowls of rice. That's when she realized her daughter wasn't losing weight because she ate less. It was probably because she was pregnant. Even if she ate a lot early on, she remained thin. This made her feel at ease. After lunch, Su Wani took Qin Kuwang and left. Qin Mulan planned to take a nap, but before she could enter her room, she saw Xie Zhenna return injured. As soon as Xie Zhenna entered the house, she saw Qin Mulan. Her face immediately changed, and she glared harshly at her sister-in-law. When she saw Yao Jingji, she started crying again. "Mom, you have to stand up for me." Yao Jingji saw her daughter's wounds and immediately looked worried. She asked, "Nana, what happened to you?" Since the last time her husband took them to seek justice for their daughter, she hadn't seen her daughter again. She wanted to go to town to check on her, but her husband wouldn't allow it. Later, her son came back, and Mulan became pregnant. She put the matter aside. Unexpectedly, when she saw her daughter again, she was covered in scars. When Xie Zhenna saw Yao Jingji, she felt full of misery. "Mom, it was Gao Yuan who hit me. After you helped me last time, he became much calmer and treated me well. But I didn't expect he would still dare to hit me." Hearing this, Yao Jingji was furious. "Gao Yuan is too much. He actually dares to hit you. Yes, so you must help me teach him a good lesson." By the end, Xie Zhenna had a gloomy face. "I want to make him submit this time and ensure he never dares to harm me again." Qin Mulan listened to the story and snorted. Some men never change their bad habits. A man who is used to drinking and hitting others won't change easily. Even if he is persuaded for a while, after some time, he will still go back to his old ways. Hearing her daughter's words, Yao Jingji fell silent. She suddenly remembered her husband's words about divorcing their daughter. Now she understood. Only if Nana divorces Gao Yuan can she escape from such a life. "Nana, have you ever thought about divorcing Gao Yuan?" Hearing this, Xie Zhenna looked at her mother in disbelief and said, "Mom, you think this too? I just got married. Are you going to let my marriage break apart?" Before Yao Jingji could speak, her husband, Xie Wenbing, entered and interrupted. "Xie Wenbing, what are you doing again, Xie Zhenna?" Seeing her father, Xie Zhenna felt a little scared. But thinking about her current miserable state, she quickly lifted her head and said to him, "Dad, Gao Yuan hurt me like this. You need to avenge me." Actually, when Xie Wenbing saw her condition, he already guessed what had happened. Now hearing his daughter, he showed no emotion, only calmly said, "I told you last time, that was the last time I would help you. If you don't divorce Gao Yuan, don't come home anymore." Seeing her father's cold and indifferent attitude, Xie Zhenna looked stunned. "Dad, I am so miserable, and you still refuse to acknowledge me?" Xie Wenbing felt sad seeing his daughter like this, but he knew that if she kept being with Gao Yuan, such things would keep happening. "Every time you get hurt, you come to us. But what about next time? The time after that? The next time? Are we going to keep cleaning up after you? Do you really think Gao Yuan will never hit you again?" "Xie Zhenna, you were quite smart when you were little, but now you're so confused. If you don't divorce Gao Yuan, these things will happen again and again." At this point, Xie Zhiwei also came back. Seeing his little sister's state, he guessed what had happened. Listening to their father's words, there was nothing more to wonder. At first, he was very angry when he saw it, but now he felt like it was just as he suspected. Gao Yuan was hitting her again. Xie Zhenna looked at her father's cold expression, then at her silent older brother. Finally, she looked at her mother and said, "Mom, even you don't care about me. You don't want to stand up for me?" Yao Jingji was still very worried about her daughter, but her husband's words made sense. "Nah, you should have listened to your father and stayed away from the Xi family boy. If you had, none of this would have happened." Hearing this, Xie Zhenna felt like her string had snapped. She once again felt completely isolated. She was no longer the beloved youngest daughter of the family. All of this started after Qin Mulian married in. Xie Zhenna glared fiercely at Qin Mulian. Without thinking, she charged straight at her. Everyone saw her move, and were all surprised. Yao Jingji shouted sharply, "Xie Zhenna, your sister-in-law is pregnant. Don't make a scene." Hearing this, a sudden realization appeared in Xie Zhenna's eyes. No wonder her mother no longer sided with her. It was because Qin Mulian was pregnant. Her mother valued the pregnant daughter-in-law more, so she didn't care about her anymore. After Qin Mulian has the baby, she might have even less status. With this thought, hate filled Xie Zhenna's eyes. Before Xie Zhenna could reach her, Qin Mulian noticed her and moved aside quickly. Xie Zhenna couldn't stop her momentum and crashed into a nearby chair.
Bang!
Xie Zhenna fell to the ground with her chair, unable to get up for a moment. She felt pain all over her body. Recently, she didn't know what was happening. She always felt weak, and even small tasks exhausted her. She had never felt like this before. However, she quickly got up again and stubbornly charged toward Qin Mulan. Seeing this, Qin Mulan's eyes darkened. She silently took out a gold needle, ready to teach Xie Zhenna a lesson. Before Qin Mulan could act, Xie Zhenwei quickly stepped in to stop her. He looked upset and said, "Xie Zhenna, what are you doing? You just heard that Mulan is pregnant, and yet you rush at her like this. Why are you so cruel now?" At this point, Xie Wenbing and Yao Jingji also realized what was happening. Yao Jingji walked forward in disbelief, staring at Xie Zhenna as if she didn't recognize her daughter anymore. You've become like this?" Seeing that she had no chance, Xie Zhenna fixed a grim look on her face and sneered at her family. "All of this is your fault. You didn't help me, let me suffer unfairness, and now you act like you don't care." Smack! Yao Jingji slapped Xie Zhenna across the face, her eyes full of disappointment. "You want to harm Mulan's baby just because we didn't let you take revenge this time? You're so vicious that it's frightening." You hit me?" Xie Zhenna looked at Yao Jingji in disbelief. Her mother had never hit her before. Today, she was slapped. She couldn't accept it. Yao Jingji turned her head away, no longer looking at Xie Zhenna. Her voice was calm but firm. "Leave. Our family doesn't want you here. Mom, you." Seeing her mother chase her out, Xie Zhenna was stunned and unable to respond. Yao Jingji, just thinking about her daughter's behavior earlier, didn't want to say more. She turned to her oldest son and said, "Send your sister out. We don't welcome her here now." Xie Zhenwei was eager for Xie Zhenna to leave quickly, so he pulled her to go outside.
Wait.
"I'm not leaving." Xie Zhenna struggled hard and refused to go. Yao Jingji and Xie Wenbing didn't say anything. Their faces showed disappointment and sadness. Qin Mulan watched from afar. Just as Xie Zhenwei was about to push Xie Zhenna out the door, a car suddenly drove straight toward them and stopped at the house entrance. Soon after, a person hurriedly got off the car. Qin Mulan looked closely and realized it was Fu Sudong. In that instant, her heart skipped a beat. She was sure something was wrong. She quickly walked over and asked Comrade Fu, "Why are you here? Where is Ali?" Fu Sudong gazed at the beautiful woman in front of him, briefly stunned. When he looked carefully, he felt the woman looked familiar. He then exclaimed with surprise, "Are you sister-in-law?" "Yes, it's me. Where is Ali?" Fu Sudong was very surprised by Qin Mulan's change. But now wasn't the time to talk about that. He looked at her anxiously and said, "Sister-in-law, come with me." Although Fu Sudong didn't say it openly, Qin Mulan guessed that Xie Zhenli must have been injured or in trouble. Otherwise, Fu Sudong wouldn't be here. "Okay, I'll go with you." When Yao Jingji saw Qin Mulan was about to leave with Fu Sudong, she quickly stepped forward and asked Mulan, "Who is this?" Qin Mulan's heart was anxious, but she knew she had to tell Xie's family first. So she quickly introduced Fu Sudong and finally said, "Dad, Mom, I'll go with Comrade Fu first." Hearing Qin Mulan's words, Xie Wenbing and Yao Jingji were very worried. They looked at Fu Sudong and asked, "So, Ali's comrade, what exactly happened?" Why do you want to bring Mulan with you? Rest assured, uncle and auntie. Ali only hurt his leg a little. Nothing serious. But since he's injured and cannot move well, I came to pick up sister-in-law to take care of him for a while. Yao Jingji heard this and quickly said, but Mulan is pregnant. She'll be tired taking care of Ali. Maybe I should go instead. Fu Sudong shook his head to refuse. Auntie, sister-in-law, also knows some medical skills. She's better at taking care of Ali. So it's better she goes. Seeing Fu Sudong's decision, Yao Jingji didn't say anything more. Qin Mulan quickly packed up a few things and then got into the car with Fu Sudong, leaving directly. Xie Zhenna stared at the departing car with a deep, sad look. Her second brother was hurt, and someone came to pick up Qin Mulan to take care of him. Obviously, he was doing very well in the military. But even so, he refused to help her a little. Thinking of this, Xie Zhenna's hatred grew stronger. Qin Mulan is really naive. She knows she's pregnant but still went there. If something happens, it's her own fault. Yao Jingji was initially worried about her young son. At this moment, hearing these words and recalling Xie Zhenna's recent actions, she suddenly became furious. She grabbed a broom and directly pushed the person out. Get out. Even if you get hit, don't come back again. All the troubles you're facing now are your own making. If you hadn't insisted on marrying Gao Yuan back then, none of this would have happened. Just get out. Xie Zhenna didn't expect her mother to actually hit her. Caught off guard, she was struck several times and felt a sharp, throbbing pain. Meanwhile, Xie Zhiwei quickly closed the door, feeling completely unimpressed with his sister. Elsewhere, after Qin Mulan got into the car, she couldn't help but ask Fu Sudong, how serious are Xie Zhiwei's injuries? If they're only minor, you probably wouldn't have come to pick me up. Hearing this, Fu Sudong's eyes were full of worry and guilt. Xie Zhiwei's injuries are quite serious. His leg might even be disabled. He's still very confused and mostly out of it right now. He's not awake for long each time. At the end, Fu Sudong sighed with regret. If it weren't for saving me, he wouldn't have suffered such a bad injury. Hearing this, Qin Mulan looked anxious. Are the injuries that bad? When will we arrive? She wanted to go quickly and see how Xie Zhiwei's leg was doing, and if there was any hope for recovery. Seeing her worried, Fu Sudong quickly said, Sister-in-law, we can get there in half an hour at most. Then he quietly explained, Sister-in-law, Zhili doesn't know I came to pick you up. It was only after I saw him holding the wooden comb I made for you that I thought of bringing you over. Hearing this, Qin Mulan glanced at Fu Sudong. She had thought they came for her medical skills, but it turned out he believed Zhili missed her, so he came. However, those details didn't matter now. She just wanted to see how Zhili was doing. Without saying a word, the two arrived in about half an hour. Xie Zhili was currently hospitalized at the military hospital. When they arrived, Wen Yuliang was just visiting him. Seeing Qin Mulan, he immediately realized she was Zhili's wife, that Fu Sudong could leave home only with his approval. Are you family members of Xie Zhili? Ah. You should go in and see him. Qin Mulan didn't recognize Wen Yuliang, but judging by his shoulder insignia, she knew he was some kind of officer or leader related to Zhili. After greeting him, she hurried inside to see Zhili. After Fu Sudong and Wen Yuliang said their words, they quickly went inside. At this moment, Xie Zhili was asleep, and Qin Mulan immediately stepped forward to check his pulse. Soon, her brow furrowed. Xie Zhili was indeed badly hurt. Apart from his leg injury, he also had internal injuries. If not properly treated, he would definitely suffer serious aftereffects. After checking his pulse, Qin Mulan looked at the bandaged leg. She went over to unroll the bandage. Seeing this, Fu Sudong quickly said, Sister-in-law, the doctor already wrapped his leg. What are you trying to do? I want to take a look. Sister-in-law, though Fu Sudong knew Qin Mulan had some medical skills, he didn't think unwrapping the bandage would help and worried she might cause more trouble for the doctor. He said reluctantly, Sister-in-law, Ailey's leg injury is severe. If you take it off, the wound might open up again. Qin Mulan knew this too, but she couldn't accurately judge Xie Zhili's injury without opening the bandage. She ignored Fu Sudong's concerns and continued her actions. Sister-in-law. Fu Sudong wanted to stop her, but just then, the door happened to open. When Tan Lili and Qin Xiaoxiang entered, they saw a beautiful woman unwrapping Xiezhili's bandage, while Fu Sudong stood beside her watching. Seeing this, Tan Lili quickly stepped forward, her face full of suspicion, and asked Qin Mulan, "Who are you? What are you doing?" Qin Mulan kept working without stopping, glancing briefly at Tan Lili with a calm look, but she did not speak. Seeing that Qin Mulan ignored her and was still unwrapping the bandage, Tan Lili decided not to wait and immediately tried to stop her, saying, "I asked you a question. Who are you? And why are you taking off Comrade Xia's bandage? He's badly hurt, and he has only just started to recover. You're trying to worsen his injury?" When Qin Mulan saw Tan Lili reach out her hand, she slapped it away with a cold expression and said, "Get lost, you." Tan Lili didn't expect her to be so aggressive. Her hand turned red from the slap. Fu Sudong was also surprised at Qin Mulan's fierceness and her intention to unwrap the bandage. He ignored Tan Lili and looked directly at Qin Mulan, saying, "Sister-in-law, Ailey." Before he could finish, Xiezhili slowly woke up. He looked at Qin Mulan and, with surprise in his eyes, said, "Mulan, how come you're here?" Qin Mulan saw that Xiezhili had woken up and finally stopped moving. She turned to look at him and said, "Comrade Fu was the one who brought me here. Now I want to check your leg injury." Xiezhili glanced at Fu Sudong, said nothing, and nodded simply, "All right." At this moment, Tan Lili finally regained her senses. She looked at Qin Mulan with disbelief and asked, Are you Xiezhili's wife?" "No way." Chun Xiaoxiang, standing nearby, also found it hard to believe. From Wang Jiahe, they had heard that Xiezhili's wife was a fat and plain rural woman. She looked nothing like the refined, coldly beautiful woman in front of them. Could Wang Jiahe have lied? From the beginning, Qin Mulan found Tan Lili a bit annoying. Now, hearing her words, she looked at her thoughtfully and suddenly understood. It seemed Tan Lili was an admirer of Xiezhili, which was why she looked at Qin Mulan unfavorably. But now, she had no time to care about that. After unwrapping the bandages, she finally saw the injury on Xiezhili's leg clearly. Xiezhili also saw this. He had forgotten just now that his leg was seriously injured. Although it was bandaged, the wounds were still very nasty. He instinctively pulled his leg back. "Mulan, it's a bit scary. You're still pregnant." "Don't look." Tan Lili, who already disliked Qin Mulan, became even more jealous once she heard that she was pregnant. Qin Mulan, however, reached out and grabbed Xiezhili's injured right leg. "Don't move. I want to check carefully." She gently touched his leg and pressed around it. Xiezhili's right leg had many stitches, and the wound extended from his calf to his ankle. His Achilles tendon was also injured. That's why Fu Sudong said Xiezhili's leg might be disabled later. Even if the tendon healed, there would be residual effects. For people like them, who often went on missions, a leg injury was a serious risk. Thinking about this, Qin Mulan looked directly at Xiezhili and said, "You need to have surgery on that leg soon, or it will have lasting problems." Hearing this, Xiezhili was momentarily stunned. Fu Sudong then spoke, "Sister-in-law, Ali has already had surgery on his leg. As for the long-term effects, the doctor said if he recovers well, maybe." He hesitated and couldn't say more. The truth was, the doctor had long said that Xiezhili's leg would have lingering issues. He probably wouldn't be able to go on missions in the future and might even face retirement or transfer. Whenever he thought about these things, Fu Sudong felt a bit overwhelmed. It was his fault. If he hadn't tried to save him, Xiezhili might not have been hurt. However, Qin Mulan looked directly at Xiezhili and said, "I will perform surgery for you. I can make your leg heal completely without any lasting problems." Xiezhili was surprised and looked at Qin Mulan, asking, "You can do surgery too?" Qin Mulan nodded and replied, "Yes, I can." "So, can you ask someone to prepare an operating room for me to treat you?" Xiezhili gave Qin Mulan a deep look and finally nodded, saying, "All right. Wait." Fu Sudong thought he must have heard wrong. Seeing Qin Mulan and Xiezhili with determined expressions, he found it hard to believe. He unsurely asked, "Sister-in-law, can you really cure Ailey's leg?" Qin Mulan just wanted to operate on Siejali quickly. Every extra minute was another delay for his leg. She ignored Fu Sudong and urged, "Hurry up." Siejali was injured at the moment and couldn't do anything, so he looked at Fu Sudong and said, "Sudong, please contact the hospital quickly, help prepare everything, and ask Mulan to do the surgery." Hearing Siejali's words, Fu Sudong didn't move right away. Instead, he hesitated and said, "Ailey, do you really want your sister-in-law to perform the surgery? Your leg has already been operated on before, and the doctor said there might still be hope for recovery. Maybe we should ask Dr. Liao again." Dr. Liao was the doctor who previously operated on Siejali. His medical skill was excellent, and Fu Sudong trusted him even more. Seeing Fu Sudong standing still, Qin Mulan's face darkened. "Are you refusing to help prepare? Do you not want Siejali's leg to get better?" "Sister-in-law, of course I want Ailey's leg to heal. Fu Sudong initially wanted to say more, but when he saw Qin Mulan's cold expression, he couldn't say anything. He could only follow the couple's wishes and make arrangements. Just as Fu Sudong was about to leave, Tenlui hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Fu Sudong, are you crazy? Don't you see she's not the type to do surgery? What if Siejali's injury gets worse?" Fu Sudong was also worried about this, but when he saw Qin Mulan and Siejali's determined expressions, he knew they were resolute about doing the surgery. He didn't say anything more and hurried to contact the hospital. At first, the hospital didn't agree, but in the end, when Yuliang stepped forward, and they prepared an operating room. However, Dr. Liao, who had previously operated on Siejali, looked displeased and followed them. He wanted to join the surgery to see if the medical skills of the patient's family members were really that good and could heal such serious injuries. Once everything was ready, Siejali was taken into the operating room. Tan Lui initially wanted to cause trouble but was stopped by someone. She could only watch with concern as the door to the operating room closed. Qin Mulan saw that Siejali was looking at her steadily. She comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. There will be no lasting problems with your leg. Just close your eyes and get some sleep later." Hearing this, Siejali closed his eyes naturally. Dr. Liao, standing nearby, thought Qin Mulan was talking big. With such an injury, there was no way it wouldn't leave hidden risks. But he didn't say anything and just watched quietly. Qin Mulan took out her portable gold needle set and started working. She quickly inserted the gold needles into Siejali's right leg, then reopened the wound and sewed it up again. Dr. Liao's face was pale, feeling that Qin Mulan had damaged the repaired wound. He thought he might have to redo the stitching himself later. But as he watched Qin Mulan's movements, he gradually became fascinated. Her speed was so fast, and her actions showed she was an experienced professional. It turned out that Siejali's family members really knew medicine, and their skills seemed quite good. Qin Mulan was focused on her work, without paying much attention to Dr. Liao. Luckily, he finally stopped hesitating and started helping, which made Qin Mulan feel somewhat relieved. 3 hours later, the surgery was finally over. Qin Mulan heaved a sigh of relief and smiled as she looked at Siejali, saying, "Ollie, your leg is fine now." Hearing Qin Mulan, Siejali smiled and nodded, saying, "Mulan, thank you." However, Dr. Liao snorted coldly and said, "You don't know if your leg will heal completely yet. It's too early to be happy." But he couldn't help but look at Qin Mulan and ask, "Your technique looks quite skilled. Where did you learn it?" Qin Mulan shook her head and replied, "I didn't learn it anywhere special. I just practiced at home." When Dr. Liao heard this, he looked surprised. Just as he was about to ask more, Qin Mulan spoke up, saying, "Dr. Liao, let's take Ollie back to his ward." Hearing this, Dr. Liao swallowed his words and nodded, saying, "Yes, the surgery is done. It's time to send him to the ward." After they took Siejali out, Fu Sudong quickly stepped forward and asked, "Ollie, how are you?" Siejali smiled and said, "With Mulan helping, there's no problem." Hearing this, Fu Sudong's face lit up with excitement. "So, your leg really won't have any lasting problems?" he asked, quickly looking at Qin Mulan. Qin Mulan nodded and said, "Yes, there won't be any lasting issues," but Fu Sudong still looked a bit worried. He then looked at Dr. Liao. Dr. Liao waved his hand and said, I can't guarantee that. I didn't perform the surgery myself. But I saw Qin doctor work skillfully, so her skills are probably good. Since she said so, maybe it's true. That's impossible. Tan Lui frowned and said, clearly not convinced. Qin Mulan is just a woman from the countryside. How could she be so skilled at medicine? Even Dr. Liao didn't have a good way to treat Xiejili's leg injury, so a rural woman definitely couldn't. Hearing this, everyone realized Tan Lui was still there. Qin Mulan glanced at her, then looked meaningfully at Xiejili and asked, Xiejili, I see this lady cares about you. Who is she? I don't recognize her. Before Xiejili could speak, Fu Sudong interrupted. Sister-in-law, Tan Lui is from the cultural troupe. We're not very close, just acquaintances. Fu Sudong, you. Before Tan Lui finished speaking, Xiejili cut in directly. Comrade Tan, we're not that close, so there's no need for you to visit. If there's nothing else, please leave. Tan Lui didn't expect Xiejili to be so cold. She didn't believe he didn't know her intentions. Xiejili, don't go too far. Xiejili was tired of Tan Lui. He had been very clear, but she ignored him and kept appearing in front of him. Also, Mulan was here. He was even worried she might misunderstand. Comrade Tan Lui, you're overdoing it. I want to rest in the ward. Why are you blocking the way? You. Tan Lui was so angry that she couldn't speak at first. Beside her, Chun Xiaoxiang was about to say something but saw Wen Yuliang and several leaders approaching, so she stopped talking. When Yuliang saw everyone standing there and quickly asked, What's wrong? Why are you all just standing here? Then he looked at Xiejili and asked, Ollie, I heard you had another surgery. How did it go? Was it successful? Is your leg going to recover fully without leaving any aftereffects? The surgery was very successful. Hearing this, Wen Yuliang laughed and said, Really? That's wonderful. He then turned to Qin Mulan and said, Comrade Qin, I didn't expect you to have such good medical skills. It's truly great. I'm glad Ollie's leg can recover. Otherwise, that would be a big loss for us. Xiejili is talented and skilled. If he had to leave the army because of his leg injury, it would be very unfortunate. This is what I should do, but he still needs to rest well now. Qin Mulan replied. Wen Yuliang nodded quickly and said, Yes, yes. Go rest now. After Xiejili was taken back to his hospital room, Qin Mulan finally couldn't hold on anymore and sank into a chair. Seeing Qin Mulan like that, Xiejili looked worried and asked, Mulan, what's wrong? Fu Sudong also looked worried. Qin Mulan waved her hand and said, I'm fine, just very tired. She had been in the car for a long time and had performed several hours of surgery on Xiejili. Even if she wasn't pregnant, she would be exhausted, not to mention she was pregnant now. Although Qin Mulan said this, Xiejili was still worried. He looked at Fu Sudong and said, Sudong, maybe you should ask the doctor to come see Mulan. She doesn't look well. Before Fu Sudong could leave, Qin Mulan stopped him and said, No need, I'll be fine after a rest. Give her some food first, then she can sleep well. Xiejili agreed. Seeing this, Qin Mulan nodded. Though she had no appetite now, she knew she needed to eat something. Otherwise, she would be hungry herself and also affect the baby inside her. Fu Sudong was a bit annoyed and said, Sorry, I didn't prepare enough. Then he hurried to get some food. When the meals arrived, Qin Mulan ate a little casually and then lay on the nearby bed and fell asleep. Seeing how tired Qin Mulan looked, Xiejili felt very worried. Fu Sudong, noticing both of them had finished eating, quietly said, Ollie, I'll come see you again tomorrow. Okay. Fu Sudong finished packing the lunchbox and left directly. Xiejili turned to face Qin Mulan, looking straight at her with deep affection. He was truly surprised that Qin Mulan came, and also shocked that his leg could be saved. When Mulan said she could help, he believed her instantly. Xiejili kept looking at Qin Mulan until he fell asleep without realizing it. Qin Mulan was very tired, so when she woke up, it was already past 9 the next morning. Xiejili had already woken up. Seeing Qin Mulan open her eyes, he asked quickly, Mulan, how do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? He was worried because she had been asleep for a long time. When Dr. Liao came in the morning and told her to rest more, he held back from waking her up. Qin Mulan heard this and slowly sat up, smiling. Don't worry, I'm fine. I feel much better now. After a good sleep, she had regained her energy. Seeing her healthy complexion, Xiezhili felt relieved. Mulan, get up and wash up. I've already asked Su Dong to buy a toothbrush and basin. They are over there. Okay. Qin Mulan thought Xiezhili was very careful. After washing up, she started breakfast, prepared earlier for her. Once she finished eating, Qin Mulan took out her acupuncture needles again and said, Ollie, I will give you acupuncture every day for a while. With my prescribed medicine, you will recover quickly. When Xiezhili heard this, he smiled and nodded. Yes. With Mulan here, I don't have to worry about my leg. But he cared more about Qin Mulan's health. Mulan, giving me acupuncture every day might be tiring. You should rest properly now. Qin Mulan smiled and replied, Don't worry. The acupuncture won't take long, and I'm not tired. After Qin Mulan finished, Dr. Liao came in. He saw that Qin Mulan was awake and asked, Dr. Qin, may I ask you a few questions? Hearing this, Qin Mulan nodded naturally. Of course. Dr. Liao had many questions about the surgery from yesterday. He wanted to know why Qin Mulan was so confident that Xiezhili's leg wouldn't have any lasting problems. For someone like Xiezhili, with such a severe Achilles tendon injury, it was usually considered life-threatening. After hearing Dr. Liao's question, Qin Mulan said directly, Actually, the surgery yesterday cannot fully guarantee that Ali's leg injury will heal. I still need to give him acupuncture every day to make sure there are no lasting effects. So you need to give Comrade Xiezhili acupuncture every day. Qin Mulan nodded. Yes, only then can his leg recover completely. At this, Dr. Liao understood. However, he realized that asking more questions was pointless because he didn't know how to do acupuncture himself. If Xiezhili really recovers, it would mean Qin Mulan's medical skills are truly excellent. Thinking of this, Dr. Liao looked at Qin Mulan and asked, Dr. Qin, since you weren't working before, would you be interested in working at our hospital? Surprised, Qin Mulan was a bit taken aback. She didn't expect Dr. Liao to ask that. But I don't have a professional certificate. I learned medicine from my grandfather. Dr. Liao smiled and said, As long as your skills are good enough, you can work in our hospital. No certificate is okay. Qin Mulan also realized that at this time, many things weren't fully formalized. Many barefoot doctors and health workers in the countryside hadn't formally studied medicine. They only trained in hospitals for a short period before working. So, it's not strange that she could find a job in a hospital. Thinking of this, Qin Mulan started to consider the possibility of working at the hospital. Meanwhile, Xiezhili spoke nearby, saying, Mulan, maybe you should wait until after you give birth. You're pregnant now, and it's easy to get tired. He had seen her exhaustion yesterday and didn't want her to overwork herself. Seeing that Qin Mulan was indeed feeling easily tired lately, she politely declined Dr. Liao's offer. Yes, Dr. Liao, I think I should wait until after I have the baby. Hearing this, Dr. Liao didn't press further. After giving a few more instructions, he left. After Dr. Liao left, Fu Sudong came over and asked Xiezhili, Ali, how are you feeling today? I feel much better. Hearing this, Fu Sudong's face lit up with happiness. Really? That's great. You just focus on resting and recovering. I'll handle everything else. Their mission to the northwest was completed, but there were still many things to take care of. Since Xiezhili had been injured, he needed to recover well. All right, so you don't have to come every day to see me anymore. Hearing this, Fu Sudong couldn't help joking. Are you here because sister-in-law came over? So, you don't need me to help? Okay, I definitely won't bother you. Since he knew that Xiezhili's leg injury could be healed, Fu Sudong relaxed and felt in a good mood to tease a little. Xiezhili glanced at Fu Sudong and said, All right, now you can go home. Okay, I'll head back now. There were many things Fu Sudong needed to do, so, after exchanging a few more words with Xiezhili and saying goodbye to Qin Mulan, he left. In the following days, Qin Mulan gave Xiezhili acupuncture treatment daily, along with the medicine she prepared, which gradually improved Xiezhili's health. When Dr. Liao came to check on him, he couldn't help but look at Qin Mulan and say, Dr. Qin, You are taking very good care of him. I see that Comrade Xie looks much better. In a few days, he should be able to leave the hospital. Good, thank you, Dr. Liao. Qin Mulan sincerely appreciated Dr. Liao, who had been helping care for Xie recently. Dr. Liao nodded and said, "No need to be formal, Dr. Qin. It's your good medical skills and care that helps Xie recover so well. After you leave, keep resting and taking care of yourself. If you have any problems, come back anytime." "Okay, thank you, Dr. Liao." Qin Mulan smiled and expressed her thanks. On the day Xie was discharged, Fu Sudong came to help and accompanied them to the family housing area. Qin Mulan had never been there before, so she looked around curiously. Xie said beside her, "This is the family apartment I applied for earlier. You can move in now." Toward the end, he hesitated and said, "Mulan, maybe you should just move in directly. After all, you were planning to come stay with the army anyway. Let's see later. If it's convenient, I will move in." Hearing Qin Mulan's words, Xie's eyes lit up. He didn't expect her to agree so quickly. Fu Sudong watched his friend and couldn't help but shake his head. In the past, Xie was always cold and distant, but since he got married, he's completely different. The family housing area is nearly full now. Others are meeting Qin Mulan for the first time, so they don't recognize her. However, they all know Xie and Fu Sudong, and when they see the two, they smile and greet them. They also ask Xie a few questions and finally turn to Qin Mulan, asking, "Xie Yuan, this is your family home, right? You look very beautiful." Qin Mulan doesn't know these people, but since they greeted her, she responds with a smile. Everyone knows it's best not to disturb Xie resting at home, so they don't chatter much. When they arrive, Fu Sudong carefully examines the house and can't help but say, "Ali, this place looks pretty good. You can also apply for a place here yourself," someone suggests. Fu Sudong hadn't thought much about it, but since Xie will be living here, he also wants to apply for a house. "Okay, I'll think about it." After staying a while to help tidy up, Fu Sudong finally leaves. Qin Mulan becomes familiar with the house, and then begins to give Xie acupuncture. After she finishes, she plans to go buy some food. Just as she is about to leave, someone arrives.
"Oh.
You must be Ali's wife. You're really beautiful. I heard you guys were discharged today, so I came to see you. Also, I'd like to invite you to our house for dinner tomorrow," says Lu Peijun, the wife of Wen Yuliang. She heard that Xie was discharged and came quickly to visit. Hearing this, Qin Mulan turns to look at Xie. Since she's new here, she truly doesn't know who this person is. Xie smiles and says to Lu Peijun, "Thank you, Auntie Qin Mulan, and I will definitely come." Then he introduces Lu Peijun to Qin Mulan. "Mulan, this is Auntie Lu. She is the wife of my boss, Master Wen Yuliang." Qin Mulan immediately greets her. "Hello, Auntie."
Hello."
Lu Peijun looks at Qin Mulan and feels very pleased. Xie's wife is not only beautiful, but also skilled in medicine. She used to think it was a pity that Xie married a girl from the countryside, but now she realizes she was narrow-minded. Girls from the countryside can be very talented too. After talking, Lu Peijun prepares to leave. "Ali, let's agree on this. Tomorrow evening, bring Mulan over for dinner," she says, leaving behind a basket of eggs and some meat before hurrying away. Qin Mulan puts the items away and then says to Xie, "You should rest for a bit. I'll go buy some food and send a telegram home to report that I'm safe."
"Okay."
After Qin Mulan left, she first sent a telegram, then went to the cafeteria to get some food. Just as she finished, she ran into Tan Lui and Chen Xiaoxiang. Tan Lui looked unhappy when she saw Qin Mulan. Since she was openly criticized by Xie last time, she hadn't gone to the hospital again. She didn't expect to meet her today at the cafeteria. It seemed that Xie had been discharged from the hospital. Thinking about how Xie ignored her and married the rural woman Qin Mulan, she felt angry.
"Hey.
Isn't that sister-in-law? Are you here to get food? So Xie has been discharged, huh? But you're really proud, not trusting Dr. Liao from the military hospital and insisting on doing surgery for Xie yourself. As a husband, he can't refuse you and lets you do whatever you want. If his injury gets worse, Who will be to blame? Hearing this, people nearby looked over and finally realized that this pretty woman was actually Siejali's wife. Did Commander Xie get married? I haven't heard about it. Yes, they got married. I heard he went home during his last leave to marry a girl from the same village. It's that woman over there. If she hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have guessed she was from the countryside. That's right. So Siejali is really married. From how his wife looks, they seem very well matched. While they talked, someone else said, "Didn't you hear what Louis just said?" This wife of his wasn't happy with Dr. Liao's treatment of Commander Xie and even did the surgery herself. Is she a doctor too? No one knows for sure, but I heard she's from the same village as Siejali and used to stay there. Even if she can treat illnesses, she'd be just a barefoot doctor at best. Can her medical skills compare to Dr. Liao's? Keep in mind, Dr. Liao's skills are considered top in the military hospital. Hearing this, someone whispered, "I heard that Commander Xie was seriously injured this time. Even Dr. Liao couldn't cure him. They say there might be lasting side effects. It's uncertain if Commander Xie can stay at our military area in the future." Then someone else added, "It looks like his wife was worried and overstepped, trying to do surgery herself. But isn't she afraid that his injury will get worse because of her?" Tan Lui naturally heard the surrounding gossip. She looked at Qin Mulan with a mocking smile, feeling very pleased. Now, everyone knew about Qin Mulan's overconfidence, and they would also realize that even if Siejali's leg had lingering problems, it was all Qin Mulan's fault. Qin Mulan did not miss the satisfaction in Tan Lui's eyes or the whispers around her. She simply looked coldly at Tan Lui and said, "Step aside, you're blocking the way, you." Seeing Qin Mulan remained unaffected, Tan Lui's face stiffened, feeling like she was punching cotton. Chun Xiaoxiang also disliked Qin Mulan's arrogant attitude. She thought, isn't she just a country girl? Because she married Siejali, she believed she could talk to them that way. "Sister-in-law, you're going too far. When we went to visit Comrade Siejali at the hospital, you inexplicably wanted us to leave. Now that we're here, you're acting like this. What did we do to offend you to make you treat us like this?" Originally, others had been gossiping about Qin Mulan performing surgery on Siejali. Now, hearing Chun Xiaoxiang's words, they stared at Qin Mulan with suspicion. Could it be that this sister-in-law is cold-hearted? Because she was a colleague visiting Siejali, she wouldn't allow others to do the same. Seeing these two not backing down, Qin Mulan couldn't help but smile. "You're here twisting the truth. Are you afraid I'll tell the real story?" Seeing Qin Mulan look so calm, others became confused. Could it be that Tan Lui and Qin Xiaoxiang were lying? But such lies would be easy to expose, and they wouldn't tell falsehoods like that. Tan Lui and Qin Xiaoxiang knew that Qin Mulan really had operated on Siejali. They were only speaking the truth. How could she be twisting facts? So, they didn't believe Qin Mulan could say anything harmful. But Qin Mulan loudly said, "Comrade Tan Lui, I know you liked Siejali before. But Siejali should have already told you clearly. He doesn't like you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have married me. But you still insist on pestering him. This time, he was injured and hospitalized. I was already at the hospital, taking care of him, yet you still insist on taking care of him yourself. You even said you don't need my help. As his wife, I have to take care of him. Are you going to do it instead? Can't you see that you're about to be sent away? I didn't want to say this earlier, but you kept twisting the facts, making it seem like I was bullying you." Hearing Qin Mulan's words, everyone was stunned. Oh no! Tan Lui actually did that. People have already told me she likes Xietuan before. I didn't think it was true. Of course it's true. Many people know she likes Xietuan. It's just that Xietuan has always been cold to her. And now that he's married, she still rushes over. That's too much. Yes, and my wife is here too. She still insists on going to the hospital to take care of him. Who else is she going to bother, if not her? I really didn't expect Tan Lui to be so shameless. Besides soldiers from the army, there are also many family members around. After hearing Qin Mulan's words, everyone started gossiping, their eyes filled with curiosity. Tan Lui was shocked that Qin Mulan could be so shameless as to say those things. She liked Siejali, yes, but she never spoke about it openly. It's awkward for anyone to confess first, but Qin Mulian had to bring it up in such a public place, which made her lose face in front of others.
You.
You're shameless. Even if you were justified in rushing us, you can't deny that you performed surgery on Siejali. Qin Mulian snorted and said, I won't deny it. I did perform surgery on Siejali. His leg was going to have lasting problems, but after the second surgery, he could recover completely. Of course I had to perform the operation. Huh. You think you're some kind of miracle doctor? Just because you performed the surgery, Siejali will be fine? I want to see if you will end up crippled and forced to retire. At this point, Tan Lue was furious. She hated Siejali now. If it weren't for what Siejali and Qin Mulian said, how could she know she liked Siejali? The husband and wife are both so hateful. Qin Mulian smiled softly and said, You might be disappointed. Siejali won't retire. He will recover fully and continue to shine in his role. After saying this, Qin Mulian, tired of arguing with Tan Lue and Qin Xiaoxiang, picked up her lunchbox and turned to leave. Stop right there. Tan Lue yelled angrily, her face twisted with fury, but Qin Mulian ignored her and walked away, without looking back. When Qin Mulian got home, she quietly set down her lunchbox and looked at Siejali with a very unhappy expression on her face. Seeing Qin Mulian's expression, Siejali hurriedly asked, What's wrong, Mulian? Did something happen, huh? Siejali, your popularity with women is really good. It turns out even members of the dance troupe like you. Today, you insisted on stopping me and talking nonsense. Now I'm a bit worried. Will other women come and block me in the future? Hearing this, seeing Qin Mulan look a little angry, Siejali suddenly realized. Mulan, did Tan Lui bother you? So you knew, huh? You should see that Tan Lui likes you, so she came to trouble me. Why don't you just tell me now, how many other romantic interests do you have? Seeing Qin Mulan's angry look, although it shouldn't matter, Siejali felt happy at this moment. Mulan, are you feeling jealous? Since they got married, he noticed that Mulan no longer had the same passion and love for him. She now seemed distant and unfamiliar. But later, Mulan showed him many good qualities. She was so kind and caring that he gradually fell in love with her. Naturally, he hoped she would always like him as before. Hearing Siejali's words, Qin Mulan gradually calmed down, but she also realized she was truly angry. However, she couldn't deny that she was really upset, but she was determined not to admit she was jealous. No, I just got mad. I dislike it when others bother me. Siejali smiled and looked at Qin Mulan. He was sure she was jealous. Though secretly happy, he was also annoyed at Tan Lui's actions. Mulan, don't worry. I won't let Tan Lui come in your way again. Hearing this, Qin Mulan rolled her eyes at Siejali and said, Really? Are you going to make Tan Lui leave the dance troupe? Unintentionally, her words gave him an idea. Yes, if Tan Lui leaves our military district's dance troupe, we won't see her again. He thought he could find a way to transfer her to another dance troupe. Qin Mulan didn't take this seriously and still felt a bit annoyed. Seeing her reaction, Siejali took out an already made wooden comb and handed it over. Mulan, I made this myself. I hope you like it. Qin Mulan looked at it when she heard this. She had heard from Fu Sudong before about this kind of comb. Now, seeing the smooth, polished wooden comb, she couldn't help but ask, When did you make this? Whenever I have time, I work on small projects slowly. When I went to the Northwest this time, I finally finished. When I was injured, I kept holding on to a wooden comb, thinking of you, worrying I must stay safe and not leave you behind. When I hear this, Qin Mulan quickly takes the comb and snorts. Luckily, you didn't get hurt, or I would have told your child to call someone else dad. Siejali's forehead tenses up at her words.
Mulan. You.
Seeing Siejali getting angry, Qin Mulan can't help but laugh. I am serious, so you must be careful and avoid getting into trouble. You know what might happen otherwise. Actually, Siejali knows Mulan is worried about him, so he nods seriously and says, Okay, I'll be careful. Hearing this, Qin Mulan doesn't say anything further and invites him to eat. All right, let's eat quickly. We're both hungry. After eating, Qin Mulan tidies up the house. From now on, This will be her and Siejali's little home. Siejali watches Mulan busy in the house with a gentle smile. But he's also worried she might get tired, so he doesn't let her work for long before telling her to rest. The house isn't really messy, so after a quick tidy-up, Mulan relaxed. The next day, after acupuncture for Siejali and making him medicine, she went out to buy some supplies. She needed to buy things quickly, which required going to town. The trip took some time, and by the time she returned, it was already noon. "Ollie, I'm cooking now." "Wait a moment," Mulan said. But Siejali replied, "Mulan, you should come and eat now." I asked Sudong to help serve the food. Hearing this, Mulan saw there was indeed food, and they sat down to eat together. After finishing, they rested briefly, then went to Wen Yuliang's house in the evening. "Ollie, do you want me to help support you?"
Mulan asked.
Siejali shook his head and said, "No need. I can manage with my crutches." Though he said that, Mulan still supported him outside. Luckily, they lived nearby, so they got there quickly. LV Peijun saw them arrive and hurriedly invited them in. "Old one, Ali and his wife are here. Come out quickly." Wen Yuliang happily came out and greeted Siejali and Qin Mulan to sit inside. Once they sat down, Wen Yuliang asked eagerly, "Ali, how's your injury now?" Siejali smiled and said, "Don't worry. My injuries are healing well, and the wound on my leg is recovering gradually. There won't be any lasting effects." He could feel that under Mulan's acupuncture, his leg healed very quickly. When Yuliang heard this and felt happy, "That's great." Then he couldn't help but ask Qin Mulan, "Dr. Qin, were those medicines that Ollie carried with him given to you? Did you prepare those medicines yourself?" Initially, he planned to ask about those medicines, but after learning that Qin Mulan performed surgery on Siejali, he guessed that those medicines might have come from her. Qin Mulan looked at him in surprise. Siejali quickly explained, "Mulan, this time going to the northwest, your medicines were a great help. Thanks to them, I was able to return safely. I used the hemostatic medicine and energy-boosting pills on my wounded comrades, and they worked instantly. Especially the hemostatic medicine. It stopped bleeding immediately. The comrades praised those medicines a lot, so the leaders also found out. But I didn't say before that you gave me those medicines." At the end, Siejali couldn't help but look at Wen Yuliang. Wen Yuliang smiled and said, "At first I didn't know. But when I saw Dr. Qin perform the surgery, I guess those medicines must have been from her." Hearing this, Qin Mulan nodded and admitted, "Yes. I prepared those medicines myself, thinking that Ollie might get hurt on a mission, so I gave him some to carry with him." Although he had already suspected that Qin Mulan prepared those medicines, seeing her personally admit it still made Wen Yuliang feel a bit excited. If those medicines could be mass-produced, then future soldiers on missions would have extra protection. "Dr. Qin, do you think these medicines can be produced in large quantities?" Qin Mulan anticipated Wen Yuliang's intention and said directly, "When shift, I have the formulas for these medicines. I can give them to you directly, and you can have a pharmaceutical factory produce them." Although she said this, Qin Mulan knew her formulas wouldn't be handed out for free. Wen Yuliang and the others would probably feel a bit embarrassed to ask for her recipes for free. Moreover, if mass production is possible, it could truly help these comrades who defend our country. Seeing Qin Mulan so generously offering her formulas, Wen Yuliang felt she was truly noble and generous. "Dr. Qin, are you really planning to share these formulas?" "Yes. I'm happy to help you." Hearing this, Wen Yuliang said excitedly, "Dr. Qin, you're really a good comrade. Don't worry, these formulas certainly won't be given for nothing. I'll apply for a reward for you, and if possible, I will also help you get a military doctor position." Siejali was about to speak but paused, looking at Qin Mulan instead, waiting for her to decide. Qin Mulan had already refused Dr. Liao before, so she declined again this time. "Thank you, Commander Wen, but I don't plan to return to work for now." Wen Yuliang's face immediately furrowed in concern. Siejali explained, "Leader, Mulan is pregnant, just over a month now. She definitely won't return to work in the next 2 months. Even if she wants to, it would be after the New Year. Since the New Year is only 2 or 3 months away, Mulan can wait until after to go back to work." Furthermore, he still remembered Mulan fainting earlier, So he was very worried she might tire herself early in her pregnancy. Since she was doing acupuncture and decoction for herself, he was anxious, and if she went back to work now, she might not even have time to rest. When Yuliang hadn't expected it to be like this. Lu Peijun, standing nearby, cheered. Really? Ali is going to be a dad. Congratulations. When Yuliang also realized the situation, smiling as he patted Xiejili on the shoulder. All right, when your wife is ready to work, I'll help her apply. Thank you, leader. Later, Lu Peijun invited everyone to eat, saying, Ali, Mulan, eat more. She then served Qin Mulan a bowl of chicken soup, saying, Mulan, you must eat more to recover well. Fortunately, she had prepared a lot today and killed a chicken, which was perfect for helping Qin Mulan eat more. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Mulan responded with a smile and started eating slowly. Recently, her appetite had been good, so she ate quite a bit for dinner. Seeing Qin Mulan eat generously, Lu Peijun's face was full of happiness. Suddenly, she sighed and said, I wish Shaoan could be like Mulan, so quiet and gentle. She's a good girl, but she always acts like a tomboy, and now we hardly see her anymore. When Yuliang, hearing this, disagreed. Our Shaoan is great just the way she is. My daughter should serve her country. Yes, yes, you and your daughter are the best. When Lu Peijun heard her husband's words, she shook her head reluctantly. Although she knew that her daughter's dream was to join the army, she still missed her daughter because she hadn't seen her in a while. When Yuliang naturally also thought of his daughter, but he wouldn't show it outwardly. Protecting the country is every soldier's duty, and he feels proud of his daughter. Only then did Qin Mulan learn that when Yuliang and Lu Peijun had a single daughter, when Nienin, who, like her father, joined the army. She had been away on missions for months and hadn't returned yet. Qin Mulan also learned from Lu Peijun that when Nienin was a cheerful and skilled girl, she couldn't help but become curious about her. While they were talking, the door suddenly opened and a bright voice rang out, Dad, Mom, I'm back. Hearing this, Lu Peijun stood up excitedly. Xiao and Qin Mulan, who was just curious about when Nienin, was surprised that she had returned. She couldn't help but look over with curiosity. The visitor had slightly darker skin, a heroic face, and was wearing a neat short haircut, making her look energetic and brave. When Nienin didn't expect there would be guests at home, but she recognized Xiejili. She quickly greeted him with a smile. Deputy Xie, hello. When Yuliang was happy to see his daughter back and smiled as he honest pointed out, Ali got a promotion. You should call him Xietuan now. Hearing this, when Nienin looked at him in surprise, then understood that Xiejili had probably achieved something new again. Congratulations, Xietuan, she said, then curiously looked at Qin Mulan. Lu Peijun quickly introduced Shaoan. This is Ali's wife, Mulan. You should call her sister-in-law quickly.
What?
Xiejili, you got married? Hearing when Nienin's words, Qin Mulan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Could it be that she was another admirer of Xiejili? But soon, she thought she was wrong. When Nienin's gaze at Xiejili was clear and pure, not like someone looking at someone they liked. When Lu Peijun heard her daughter's words, she couldn't help but gently slap her and said, Ali isn't young anymore. He's about to get married. Plus, Mulan is wonderful. Now the two of them have a child and are about to become parents. Finally, she hurriedly urged her daughter to call her sister-in-law. When Nienin immediately snapped out of her surprise and realized her words were a bit inappropriate, she quickly apologized and politely called Qin Mulan sister-in-law. Seeing this, Qin Mulan smiled and nodded at Wen Nienin. Hello. At that moment, Lu Peijun asked her daughter, Shaoan, have you eaten yet? Not yet. Then wash your hands quickly and come eat. Lu Peijun hurriedly encouraged her daughter to eat. With Wen Nienin now at the table, the dinner became livelier. When Yuliang occasionally asked her questions and also told her about Xiejili's recent mission in the northwest. He and Su Dong performed very well this time. With so few people, they managed to complete the task and embarrass those who wanted to see them fail. When Nienin had not been around lately and didn't know what had happened, so she quickly asked and learned that many things occurred while she was away. She was surprised to find out that Xiejili's leg was originally expected to leave lasting problems, but Qin Mulan performed a surgery to ensure it would be restored perfectly. Hearing this, when Yenin looked at Qin Mulan in astonishment and said, "Sister-in-law, your medical skills are so impressive." Qin Mulan smiled and replied, "I happen to know a few things." When Yuliang also praised her sincerely, "Dr. Qin, your medical skills are excellent. She also makes good medicine which worked wonders." Only because of the medicine she brought, they managed to come back safely. He then mentioned Qin Mulan's generous act of sharing her medicine recipes. When Yenin looked at Qin Mulan with admiration and said, "Sister-in-law, thank you," Qin Mulan was a little embarrassed by the praise, but was pleased that dinner was almost over. She and Xiezhili prepared to leave. Lu Peijun saw them about to go and quickly handed a basket of eggs to Xiezhili. "Ollie, your wife is pregnant, so you need to eat well. Remember to cook 2 eggs for Mulan every day." Before Xiezhili could respond, Qin Mulan declined. "Auntie, you already gave us a basket of eggs last time. We still have some at home, so you should keep them for yourselves." However, Lu Peijun insisted and pressed the basket into Xiezhili's hands. "We have some at home too. All right, go back quickly." She then urged them to leave. Seeing how enthusiastic Lu Peijun was, Xiezhili and Qin Mulan finally accepted the eggs. After they left, Lu Peijun couldn't help but look at her daughter and say, "Shaoan, what just happened? You looked so surprised that Ollie got married." Luckily, Mulan is easygoing. If she had a bad temper, you'd definitely be upset. "You look like you couldn't bear for them to get married." While talking, Lu Peijun grew suspicious again. "I noticed before that you paid a lot of attention to Ollie, but when I asked you about him, you said you weren't interested. Don't wait until now to realize you actually like Ollie, right? Let me tell you, you should get rid of that idea early. If you miss your chance, it's gone forever." Hearing her mother's words, when Yenin couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Mom, I really don't like Xiezhili. Please stop guessing." Lu Peijun didn't believe her. "Then what does your reaction just now mean?" Seeing her mother's determined look, when Yenin quickly raised her hands in surrender. All right, I get it. Someone else likes Xiezhili. She's been asking me to pay attention to him and tell her news about him. But I didn't expect that after I was away for a few months, Xiezhili would already be married."
Sigh.
"I need to think carefully about how to tell her." Seeing her daughter look so troubled, Lu Peijun finally believed that her daughter wasn't interested in Xiezhili. Suddenly, she had an idea and asked, "Could it be that your childhood friend likes Xiezhili?" She remembered that ever since her daughter's friend came to visit, her daughter had started paying attention to Xiezhili. When Yenin nodded when her mother guessed correctly. "Yes, Rongrong likes Xiezhili. She only saw him once, but she's always asking me about him. I thought about helping her ask if Xiezhili was interested, but now I don't need to, since he's married with children." Lu Peijun looked at her daughter and said sternly, "You definitely can ask. Write a letter to Rongrong and tell her to stop asking about Xiezhili." When Yenin nodded, "Okay, I'll call Rongrong tomorrow." Meanwhile, Qin Mulian and Xiezhili returned home and prepared to rest. In the following days, Qin Mulian treated Xiezhili with acupuncture and brewed medicine for him every day, watching him follow the schedule for taking his medicine. With this dual treatment, Xiezhili was able to get out of bed, but he still needed to continue resting. After all, it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone, and even though Qin Mulian added acupuncture, it still requires a long time to fully heal. Under Qin Mulian's careful care, Xiezhili finally removed his bandages after a month. Qin Mulian continued with acupuncture, and Xiezhili worked hard with her rehabilitation plan. Half a month later, his leg injury was completely healed. When Dr. Liao checked Xiezhili again, he could only marvel. "Your leg injury has completely healed. That's amazing." He then looked at Qin Mulan and said, "Dr. Liao, your medical skills are really excellent. Have you considered working at our hospital?" Qin Mulan smiled and replied, "Dr. Liao, Ali and I still need to go home for the new year, so I won't be working for a while, and after the new year." Dr. Liao is eager to not give up because Qin Mulan's medical skills were truly outstanding. Missing out on her would be a loss for their hospital and military district. "Let's talk about it later," Qin Mulan said. Actually, Qin Mulan hadn't thought about working at the hospital. She planned to focus on studying for the college entrance exam. Although she didn't value diplomas much now, having one still made a difference. Plus, She would have children to take care of, which would make her even busier. Seeing her decision, Dr. Liao could only nod, planning to ask her more about it later. Everyone saw that Xiejili was fully recovered, and Qin Mulan became famous in the military district. Even the hospital couldn't do what she did, which showed how good her medical skills were. After Qin Mulan's reputation spread in the military district, Tan Lui also heard about it. When she learned that Xiejili's leg was really healed, she felt complicated. She hoped Xiejili really wouldn't have any lingering problems, but at the same time, she didn't want Xiejili to get better. At this moment, Chen Xiaoxiang's voice came again. I heard that after Xiejili recovered, he rejoined the team and started training with his troops. Hearing this, Tan Lui's face looked worse. If Qin Mulan's medical skills were really that good, then her previous public mockery of Qin Mulan felt even more embarrassing now. Her face burned with shame just thinking about it. This obvious face slapping made Tan Lui more and more angry. Everyone just jumps to conclusions. Xiejili's injury healed, but does that mean Qin Mulan cured him? Maybe it was Dr. Liao's work, she said. Chen Xiaoxiang's eyes flicked, and she echoed. Maybe that's true. Dr. Liao already operated on Xiejili once, so perhaps Qin Mulan did it again. The girl's just trying to grab credit from Dr. Liao. She's a country girl from the countryside. How good can her medical skills really be? Probably just got lucky, like a stray cat catching a mouse, and took the credit. You're right. Qin Mulan, a girl from the countryside, probably doesn't understand much. It must have been Dr. Liao who originally healed Xiejili. Qin Mulan isn't the one who deserves the credit. Tan Lui increasingly agreed that it made sense. Chen Xiaoxiang had always been Tan Lui's follower, and whatever she said, Chen Xiaoxiang would agree. Besides, she didn't like Qin Mulan, a girl from the countryside who seemed to live better than them. After chatting for a while about Qin Mulan's faults, they decided to go eat. Meanwhile, Qin Mulan also brought her lunchbox and went to the cafeteria to get food. She was a bit lazy today, so she chose to buy food instead of cooking. However, when she arrived at the cafeteria, she ran into Tan Lui and Chen Xiaoxiang again. They hadn't seen each other in a while, and she almost forgot about them. She didn't expect to meet them again today. Qin Mulan had no intention of engaging with them, so she simply continued forward. But Tan Lui blocked Qin Mulan's way and said venomously, Qin Mulan, you are quite the schemer. Dr. Liao had already operated on Xiejili, but you insisted on doing it again. Now that Xiejili is healed, all the credit goes to you. You're really shameless, Chen Xiaoxiang added. That's right, you're stealing Dr. Liao's credit. Everyone now praises your medical skills. Don't you feel ashamed? Qin Mulan didn't expect these two would dare confront her directly. They also seemed good at changing the story. You two already made false accusations about me last time. Do you want to keep bothering me? People around, hearing Tan Lui's words, started to doubt as well. Qin Mulan looked very young and didn't seem like someone with high medical skills. But after hearing Qin Mulan's words, they remembered the real reason. Tan Lui, who liked Xiejili, had been trying to cause trouble for Qin Mulan. And now she was at it again. Hearing Qin Mulan's reply, Tan Lui's face turned red with anger. Don't dodge the point. We're talking about your medical skills, she snapped. Qin Mulan looked coldly at Tan Lui and said, whether my medical skills are good or bad has nothing to do with you. It's not your place to judge. Step aside. I need to buy food. Seeing Qin Mulan's icy expression and how she completely ignored her, Tan Lui felt even angrier. Her family was well off. She had been loved and cared for by her parents since she was young. Later, she got a good job in the cultural troupe, which made her life smooth and easy. With her beauty and good life, everything seemed perfect. But after meeting Xiejili and Qin Mulan, things started to go wrong. She rarely showed interest in a man, but when she did, the other person was cold and distant, unlike other men who would flirt with her. Later, he even secretly got married. If Xiejili's wife had a high status, that would be understandable, but he married Qin Mulan, a woman from the countryside. She believed she was much better than Qin Mulan, so she wondered why Xiejili didn't look at her, but instead chose Qin Mulan. Moreover, they had only been married for a short time, and they already had children. Hearing this, Tan Lui's ears buzzed, and she was filled with anger. Seeing Qin Mulan's indifferent gaze, Tan Lui felt as if the other was looking down on her, showing off her power. Without hesitation, she charged toward Qin Mulan. Qin Mulan's eyes sharpened, and she secretly took out a golden needle, planning to give Tan Lui 2 quick pricks when she lunged forward. Chun Xiaoxiang saw Tan Lui's action and was shocked. She didn't expect Tan Lui to be so impulsive. She knew Qin Mulan was pregnant. If anything went wrong, the situation could get very serious. However, she also disliked Qin Mulan, so after a moment of hesitation, she didn't go to stop her. The others nearby kept their distance. Even if they wanted to help, it was too late. Qin Mulan never relied on others, so she remained calm in such emergencies, waiting for Tan Lui to come close so she could knock her out. But before Qin Mulan could act, Wen Yanran rushed over at top speed, pushing Tan Lui away and anxiously asked, "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Qin Mulan looked at Wen Yanran with surprise and shook her head, saying, "I'm fine." Hearing this, Wen Yanran relaxed and then frowned, questioning Tan Lui. "Tan Lui, what are you doing?" After being pushed to the ground, Tan Lui finally came to her senses. She recognized Wen Yanran and saw her unfriendly expression, so she pressed her lips together and couldn't speak. At this moment, Chun Xiaoxiang ran forward and helped Tan Lui up, asking Lui, "Are you hurt?" Tan Lui had fallen hard, especially on her elbow, which felt hot and prickly. But she couldn't speak at the moment, since she was the one who had tried to push Qin Mulan first. Quickly reacting, Chun Xiaoxiang looked at Wen Yanran and said, "Comrade Wen, Lui only wanted to talk to Dr. Qin. She didn't mean to do anything else." However, as soon as she finished speaking, a pretty girl with 2 braids approached and said, "Comrade Wen, we all saw it." It was Tan Lui who tried to push her sister-in-law, and she even questioned her medical skills before. She just wants to bully her. Hearing this, Tan Lui looked over fiercely and saw the rural family member she previously despised. Just as she was about to loudly scold her, when Yuliang arrived with Dr. Liao. When Dr. Liao saw Qin Mulan, he smiled and hurried over, saying, "Dr. Qin, I finally found you. There's a patient at the hospital we can't cure, so we'd like you to take a look. Do you have time?" As soon as he spoke, everything around became quiet. Everyone looked at Qin Mulan in disbelief. It turned out that the wife of the Xie family, who was a patient, had such good medical skills that Dr. Liao personally came to ask her for help. When Tan Lui heard Dr. Liao's words, her face turned pale. She had just suspected Qin Mulan of taking credit from Dr. Liao, but now she saw Dr. Liao personally inviting Qin Mulan to treat a patient. She couldn't believe how skilled the rural woman really was. At this moment, when Yuliang looked confused and asked Qin Mulan and his daughter, "Why are you all standing here? What happened?" Before Qin Mulan could speak, Wen Yanran simply summarized the situation and finished by saying, "Dad, not only does she doubt her sister-in-law's medical skills, she even tried to push her." When Yuliang's face darkened terribly after hearing his daughter's words. If his daughter hadn't arrived in time, would Ailey's wife have been in danger? Qin Mulan had just become pregnant, and if she was pushed down, she could have a miscarriage. He didn't know how to explain to Ollie. Thinking of this, he felt deep regret. He had previously thought Xiejilia was secretly trying to move Tan Lui away and was making a fuss. Now he deeply regretted not helping earlier. If only he had used connections to get Tan Lui transferred sooner. Dr. Liao, standing nearby, had also heard everything. He coldly looked at Tan Lui and said, "If you're not good enough yourself, do you question others' abilities? I can tell you right now in front of everyone, I couldn't cure Comrade Xiejilia's leg injury, but Dr. Qin did. Her medical skills are better than mine. There's no such thing as her taking credit from me." Wow. Upon hearing Dr. Liao, everyone was surprised. Although they already knew that Qin Mulian was a skilled doctor, hearing Dr. Liao personally confirm it was even more shocking. It turned out that the rumors were true. Sister-in-law of the Shi team is really impressive. Qin Mulian didn't expect Dr. Liao to say it so bluntly, and she felt a bit shy. Remembering what Dr. Liao just said, she nodded in agreement. Dr. Liao, I'll go see you after I finish eating. Seeing Qin Mulian nod, Dr. Liao happily said, Really? That's great. Hurry and eat. I'll wait for you nearby. When Yuliang then said, Dr. Liao, let's eat a bit too. If we're hungry, we won't be able to work well. Hearing this, Dr. Liao agreed and sat down to eat alongside Wen Yuliang. After Qin Mulian and Dr. Liao left, the people around started talking. Oh my, turns out Dr. Qin is such a great doctor, even better than Dr. Liao. Yes, I almost believed Tan Lui's words earlier, thinking Dr. Qin was young and maybe not such a good doctor. Luckily, Dr. Liao came, or else we might have been fooled by her. This made others feel quite angry. How can Tan Lui keep causing trouble for my sister-in-law? How does she even have the face to show up in front of her? Exactly how dare she? Tan Lui naturally heard the comments around her. She was so upset, she had no appetite and quickly covered her face and ran away. Chen Xiaoxiang saw this and ran after her. Meanwhile, Qin Mulian and Wen Anian sat together with a delicate woman who had pointed out Tan Lui earlier. Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Jiang Lqiu. My husband's name is Ding Zhuang, and he works with the Shi team. Hearing this, Qin Mulian smiled and said to Jiang Lqiu, No matter what, thank you earlier. Haha, no need to thank. It's only right. Besides, we've always disliked Tan Lui. She always acts superior, looking down on everyone as if she's so noble. Hearing this, Qin Mulian couldn't help but smile. It seemed Tan Lui had a bad personality and wasn't well liked. But since she still had to go to the military hospital, Qin Mulian hurried to finish her meal. After Qin Mulian finished eating, Dr. Liao also finished his. Dr. Qin, shall we go now? Yes. Qin Mulan nodded upon hearing this, then turned to Wen Yanan and said, Comrade Wen, I will go with Dr. Liao to the military hospital first. If you happen to meet Siejali, please tell him, so he won't worry. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I will definitely tell Siejali. When Yuliang replied with a smile. Even when Yuliang cheerfully added, Mulan, we will make sure to tell Ali, or else he'll be worried if he can't find you after training. By the end, he was also planning to find Siejali for a good talk. Hearing this, Qin Mulan smiled slightly, then quickly packed up and left with Dr. Liao. When they arrived at the hospital, Dr. Liao took Qin Mulan directly to the ward, showing her the medical records and saying, Dr. Qin, this man injured his left leg very badly. Our hospital can't guarantee his leg will be restored perfectly, so we asked you for help. Qin Mulan examined the medical record of Liao's injury and gained a rough understanding of the patient's condition. Dr. Liao, I can't guarantee I can cure this patient completely. The outcome depends on how badly he's injured. Hearing this, Dr. Liao nodded quickly and said, Don't worry, Dr. Qin, we understand. When they entered the ward, Qin Mulan saw a young man lying in bed. He looked about the same age as Siejali and appeared very handsome and spirited. Seeing Dr. Liao bring a beautiful woman over, he looked curious with a hint of confusion. Dr. Liao spoke first, Comrade Jiang, this is Dr. Qin. Now, let her examine your injury. Jiang Qing looked at Qin Mulan with curiosity and said, So you're a doctor. But you probably won't waste time on me. I think my left leg might be beyond saving. He looked bitter at the end, not wanting to become disabled. When he was discharged, he planned to retire and could no longer do the work he loved. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng's face dimmed again. Qin Mulan ignored Jiang Cheng's words and went straight forward to check his pulse. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng realized she was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. However, since it was an external injury, he thought maybe traditional Chinese medicine wouldn't be very useful. First, Qin Mulan checked his pulse, then examined Jiang Cheng's left leg, and said to Dr. Liao, Prepare the operating room immediately. If luck is on our side, there might still be a chance. Hearing this, Dr. Liao looked excited. Dr. Qin, we can go to the operating room right now. We've been preparing. Qin Mulan raised her eyebrows in surprise, then said, All right, let's go now. While Qin Mulan was busy here, Siejali also learned about everything that happened in the cafeteria today. Just thinking that Mulan almost had an accident, he couldn't help feeling upset. When Yuliang saw Siejali looking unhappy and quickly said, Ali, I know you're angry, but don't act impulsively. I think your previous idea was good. Let's send Tan Lui away quickly. but Siejali felt that just sending her away wasn't enough. Leader, isn't that too lenient for Tan Lily? If we just transfer her somewhere else, she'll still be a glamorous member of the dance troupe. Hearing this, Wen Yuliang asked, so, what do you plan to do? Just kick her out of the dance troupe completely, so she never has a chance to join any other troupe again. Wen Yuliang looked at Siejali after hearing his words but understood him, because his own daughter-in-law almost suffered a miscarriage because of her. He nodded and said, all right, let's do it that way. Seeing Wen Yuliang agree, Siejali nodded and thanked him. Thank you, leader. Wen Yuliang waved his hand and said, there's no need to thank me. Honestly, it's our fault for not taking good care of you, which caused your wife to encounter such a problem. But she's at the military hospital now, and you don't have much to do later. Go and pick her up. Thank you, leader. I'll go now. Siejali was mainly worried about Qin Mulan. He wanted to see her with his own eyes and ask if she'd been frightened. However, before leaving, Siejali made some arrangements. This time, he was determined to make Tan Lily pay the price. He wanted others to see her true character. He wanted to see which industry would still want someone with such bad conduct. After organizing everything, Siejali hurried to the military hospital. Meanwhile, Qin Mulan finished her surgery and immediately sat down nearby to rest. Dr. Liao saw this and asked quickly, Dr. Qin, how are you? Would you like to rest in the lounge for a while? Now he also knew about Qin Mulan's pregnancy. Thinking that he brought her here and tired her out, he felt guilty. But Jiang Cheng's injury required him to come here again. Hearing this, Qin Mulan shook her head and said, it's okay. I'm just a little tired. Resting for a while will be fine. Although Jiang Cheng had been anesthetized, he was still awake. He looked over at Qin Mulan and asked, Dr. Qin, are you really all right? At first, he didn't believe the young female doctor in front of him because she looked very young, and he wondered how skilled she could really be. However, Dr. Liao highly admired her. During the recent surgery, Qin Mulan was very skilled, sure-handed, and careful, showing her excellent medical skills. But Dr. Qin didn't look very healthy. After one surgery, he seemed exhausted. I'm really fine, Qin Mulan said, calming down and smiling at Jiang Cheng. You're lucky. Just rest properly, and you'll recover fully. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng found it hard to believe. Really? Is there hope for my left leg? Of course. If I say it can get better, it will. Qin Mulan replied confidently, her face shining with certainty, making it easy for Jiang Cheng to believe her words. Jiang Cheng was surprised and paused for a moment. Then he smiled and said, that's great, Dr. Qin. Dr. Liao looked at Jiang Cheng casually and said, since Dr. Qin says so, your injury should be fine. Our hospital couldn't help Xiao Siejali's leg before, and everyone thought he'd have lingering problems. But with Dr. Qin's treatment, Xiao Siejali's leg healed. He's already back to training. Jiang Cheng knew Xiao Siejali and had heard he was injured, but he never expected his injury to be so serious last time. It seems both Xiao Siejali and I are very lucky to have met Dr. Qin, Jiang Cheng said. Dr. Liao chuckled. You're the lucky one. Dr. Qin is Xiao Siejali's wife. It's natural she's here because Xiao Siejali was hurt. It's just a coincidence that you ran into her.
What?
Dr. Qin is Xiao Siejali's wife? Jiang Cheng looked shocked, feeling it was unbelievable. Xiao Siejali got married? He thought, having been away for a short time, and he couldn't believe Xiao Siejali was married, especially since he had found such a good wife. Why did that young man get all the good fortune? When Qin Mulan heard Jiang Cheng say this, she understood he must know Xiao Siejali too. But now was not the time to talk about that. Dr. Liao, take Comrade Jiang back to his room. He needs to rest well, and I'll come to give him acupuncture the day after tomorrow to ensure no hidden issues remain with his injury. Dr. Liao nodded readily. Okay, thank you, Dr. Qin. When Dr. Liao and Qin Mulan took Jiang Cheng back to his room, Xiao Siejali also arrived. Mulan, are you done with your work? You don't look very good. Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Qin Mulan, Siejali immediately went forward, looking very caring. Qin Mulan was a bit surprised to see Siejali come over. Why did you come? Aren't you busy with training? I finished my work, so I came to pick you up. Jiang Cheng watched all this nearby, almost doubting his eyes. Usually cold and distant, Xiejili seemed so different now. Xiejili's thoughts were all on Qin Mulan. Only then did he notice Jiang Cheng lying on the hospital bed. Jiang Cheng? Why are you here? It turned out that the patient Qin Mulan was treating was Jiang Cheng. He hadn't known before. Jiang Cheng. He was right there all along, but Xiejili only saw him now. Yes, it's me. I got a bit injured on a mission. You're more than a little hurt. Dr. Liao has already called Mulan to do surgery. Finally, Xiejili looked at Qin Mulan and asked Mulan, how is Jiang Cheng doing? Don't worry, he's fine now. I'll come every other day to give him acupuncture. Seeing Qin Mulan say that, Xiejili felt relieved. After all, Jiang Cheng was their commanding officer's son. But when he heard that Mulan would come every other day to do acupuncture, he felt a bit uneasy again. Mulan, won't all that back and forth tire you out? You're still in early pregnancy and too much exhaustion isn't good for you or the baby. Finally, he couldn't help but suggest, maybe I can drive you there every time. Jiang Cheng only then realized Qin Mulan was pregnant. No wonder Dr. Liao and Xiejili were so worried. He was about to say something when the ward door opened.
Ah Cheng.
Hearing the voice, Jiang Cheng looked over in surprise. When he saw it was his father coming in, he raised an eyebrow and said, Dad, why do you have time to come? Jiang Anbong saw his son, looking full of energy, finally feeling relieved. Then he scolded him lightly, I heard you got badly hurt, so I came right away. At this moment, Dr. Liao spoke up. Commander, Jiang Cheng's injuries are indeed serious. Fortunately, Dr. Qin personally performed surgery, so there won't be lasting side effects. Upon hearing this, Jiang Anbong couldn't help but look at Qin Mulan. Then he suddenly realized and said, I've heard of you. Recently, the medicine factory has started making those prescriptions you submitted. The hemostatic medicine and tonifying pills are already produced and work very well. When Qin Mulan heard this, she realized that the prescriptions she submitted had already begun to be made into medicines. Good results are enough. I hope it helps you all. Jiang Anbong chuckled and said, it will definitely help a lot. With these medicines, everyone can work much more easily. Finally, Jiang Anbong remembered that he was here to see his son, and he also recalled from Dr. Liao that his son's recovery was thanks to Qin Mulan. He looked at Qin Mulan again and said, Dr. Qin, thank you. This time you really helped a lot. If a Cheng's injuries couldn't be treated, he would have to change careers. Although he is a commander, if his son's injuries affected his ability to move, he would have to leave his position. He was truly grateful to Qin Mulan. Qin Mulan replied directly, Commander, I am happy to do my part. Seeing how generous and selfless Qin Mulan was, Jiang Anbong's impression of her deepened. He couldn't help but pat Xiejili on the shoulder and said, You really married a good wife. At that moment, Jiang Cheng finally found a chance to speak to his father, saying, Dad, Dr. Qin is pregnant, but she is to come for acupuncture tomorrow. It's a bit inconvenient to travel back and forth from the staff apartment to the hospital. Can someone help escort her? Hearing this, Jiang Anbong waved his big hand and said, Of course, she should be escorted. I'll ask Xiao Wang to drive and send Dr. Qin here. Seeing his father's words, Jiang Cheng felt at ease. All right, then let Xiao Wang escort Dr. Qin. Xiejili opened his mouth, initially planning to say he would go himself. But since Jiang Anbong had spoken, he didn't say more. Thinking that Mulan had just undergone surgery and that everything here was settled, Xiejili looked at Jiang Anbong and said, Commander, I'll take Mulan back now. Okay, go ahead and hurry back. And remember, your wife should rest well when she gets home. Qin Mulan was a bit tired, but she still needed to write a prescription. She gently reassured Xiejili, Wait, I need to write another prescription. Qin Mulan took out paper and pen to write a prescription, then handed it to Dr. Liao and said, Dr. Liao, please prepare the medicine according to this prescription, and today it will be brewed and given to Comrade Jiang Cheng to take. Okay, I got it. Dr. Liao nodded, reassuring Qin Mulan. Later, Xiejili took Qin Mulan back home. Once they arrived, Xiejili finally had time to ask about what happened today. When asked, Qin Mulan did not hide anything and told him everything detail by detail, including Tan Lui's attempt to push her. Xiezhili's face darkened with anger when he heard this. He only wished he had been there at that moment. Seeing Xiezhili like that, Qin Mulan quickly smiled and said, "It's fine now, don't be angry." Xiezhili reached out and took her hand, promising, "Mulan, don't worry. In a few days, Tan Lui will leave here. She won't show up again or trouble you." Hearing this, Qin Mulan paused for a moment, then asked, "Ollie, did you do something to stop her?" Xiezhili didn't hide anything from Qin Mulan. He simply nodded and said, "Yes, I used some methods to make Tan Lui leave the dance troupe. Did she get transferred to another troupe?" Xiezhili didn't plan to say much at first, but since Mulan asked, he explained his plan. "I want her to lose her job completely." Finally, worried that Qin Mulan might misunderstand, he looked at her and asked, "Mulan, do you think I was too harsh?" Qin Mulan smiled and shook her head, saying, "No, not at all. You're just avenging me."
I should be happy about that.
Besides, Tan Lui was the one at fault first. If when Yenin hadn't appeared today, I might have been pushed down by her, and who knows what might have happened then. Tan Lui was clearly at fault, so Qin Mulan did mention that she had also prepared herself at the time. Hearing this, Xiezhili nodded and said, "Yes, if she had succeeded, you would have been the one in trouble." As he spoke, he tightly held Qin Mulan's hand, genuinely worried that something might happen to her. Qin Mulan gently patted Xiezhili's shoulder to comfort him and said, "It's okay, I'm fine." Still, she was quite tired today, so she planned to lie down for a while. Xiezhili quickly said, "Mulan, go rest now. I'll prepare dinner." Qin Mulan nodded and went to rest. After that, Qin Mulan went to the military hospital every other day to give acupuncture to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng's injuries were healing well, so Jiang Anbang constantly praised Qin Mulan's medical skills. Soon, everyone in the military area, from leaders to soldiers, learned about Qin Mulan's excellent medical ability. Her reputation spread widely again. While people admired her skills, Tan Lui received shocking news. She was told she could no longer stay in the art troupe. She couldn't believe it. She was doing well. Why would they want her gone? The troupe leader had never liked Tan Lui. She was average in talent, but always thought she was the best. In truth, she was the most ordinary singer and dancer in the troupe. "All right, pack your things and leave tomorrow," the leader said. Tan Lui panicked and hurriedly asked, "Leader, I want to know why I'm being dismissed. What exactly happened? It seems you've annoyed someone without realizing it."
I don't know what to say about you.
"Think carefully about what you've done," the leader replied. At first, Tan Lui didn't realize what was happening. Later, she remembered that she had offended Qin Mulan recently. Could it be that because she caused trouble for Qin Mulan, Xiezhili was giving her a hard time? How can he do this? Feeling upset, Tan Lui turned and ran. She planned to go find Xiezhili and ask him directly. When she found Xiezhili, she asked straightforwardly, "Xiezhili, did you make me leave the troupe?" Xiezhili saw her angry face and chuckled coldly. "Yes, I did. You?" Tan Lui was surprised that he admitted it so openly. She almost couldn't believe it. Xiezhili coldly said, "Do you think what you've done to Mulan allows you to stay here?" "But Qin Mulan is fine," she responded.
Ha.
"It's really disgusting. Just because Mulan is okay, does that mean you've done nothing wrong?" Seeing Xiezhili's face, cold and unfamiliar, Tan Lui felt a sharp pain in her heart. She used to think he was gentle and polite, but now she wondered if that was just his real face. Xiezhili looked at the pale-faced Tan Lui and said coldly, "Move aside." Hearing this, Tan Lui finally came to her senses. She still felt reluctant and said, "Xiezhili, are you really going to be so ruthless? I only did what I did because I like you. You better not insult love. Love is not an excuse to hurt others. Moreover, I already refused you long ago, but you still insist on coming closer. This time, you even want to hurt Mulan. You should be glad I didn't wipe you out completely. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have a chance to stand in front of me and say these useless things." Xiezhili had already warned Tan Lui once when she first started showing affection. But she acted as if she hadn't heard and continued her behavior. Later, every time Xiezhili saw her, he kept a cold face. He often had work to do, so they didn't see each other much. Tan Lui even went out to perform for months. The next time they met was at the hospital. He blames himself for not acting fast enough and nearly letting Mulan be in danger. Thinking of this, Xiezhili's gaze grew colder. I advise you to pack your things and leave quickly, or the consequences could be worse. Seeing Xiezhili's cold, deep eyes, Tan Lui instinctively stepped back. She realized he was serious. If she stayed longer, things might get worse. Tan Lui left feeling anxious and unwilling, while Xiezhili went straight home. Qin Mulan saw Xiezhili come back and smiled. "Why are you home so early this afternoon?" "I haven't finished cooking yet." Hearing that, Xiezhili quickly stepped forward and said, "Mulan, don't move. Let me cook." He works hard to come home early every day just to cook for Mulan. Qin Mulan didn't feel tired, but since Xiezhili had already taken over, she sat nearby and rested. After cooking, Xiezhili asked Qin Mulan to eat and then brought up Tan Lui. "Mulan, Tan Lui will leave tomorrow. You won't see her anymore. If you face any problems in the future, you can talk to me." Hearing this, Qin Mulan smiled and nodded okay. She was very satisfied with how Xiezhili handled everything, direct and firm. After dinner, Xiezhili asked about Qin Mulan going to the hospital. "Are you going back to do acupuncture for Jiangqing again tomorrow?" Qin Mulan nodded and said, "Yes, I'll go in the morning to do acupuncture for Jiangqing, then discuss a cooperation with Dr. Liao." Hearing this, Xiezhili was surprised and asked, "Cooperation? What kind of cooperation?" "I have 2 prescriptions here. Dr. Liao wants them after hearing about them, so I'm talking to him about working together. You can also mention it to your leader and see if they're interested." While speaking, Qin Mulan mentioned 2 prescriptions, special fever reducer and special anti-inflammatory medicine. "They work very well." Xiezhili nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. I will tell the leader." When talking about the prescriptions, Xiezhili also mentioned the 5 prescriptions Qin Mulan had previously given him. "Mulan, don't worry. Even the commander has heard about your prescriptions. He tested the effects himself and praised you highly. A reward should be coming soon." Hearing this, Qin Mulan couldn't help but smile. Commander Jiang really knows how to praise people. Lately, I've been feeling a bit shy. When I go out, many people secretly look at me as if they already know me. Xiezhili also couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, everyone already knows you. They all know I have a very talented wife and are jealous of me." Seeing Xiezhili proud and smiling, Qin Mulan couldn't resist pinching his cheek. "Are you so happy?" As soon as she finished, both of them froze. Qin Mulan just reacted instinctively and noticed how proud and smiling Xiezhili looked, which was quite eye-catching. She couldn't help but want to pinch his cheek again. However, Xiezhili was looking deeply at Qin Mulan, his eyes bright. Since Mulan married him, his attitude toward her had been quite indifferent. After what happened last time, they had finally grown closer. Now, Mulan was the closest to him, and their intimacy made his heart feel sweet. "Yes, I am very happy. Marrying you is my lucky fortune." While speaking, Xiezhili took Qin Mulan's hands, which she was holding, and gently rubbed his face again. After a moment of being surprised, Qin Mulan was amused by Xiezhili's actions. "Stop it already. Your face will get deformed." "Okay." Xiezhili obediently stopped, but he did not let go of Qin Mulan's soft hand, still holding it gently but firmly. Qin Mulan felt a little shy. She gave him a sidelong glance and asked, "What are you doing?" "Do you have to go out this afternoon?" "I'll leave soon," Xiezhili replied. As he spoke, he took Qin Mulan's hand and kissed the back of it. Feeling the warmth on her hand, Qin Mulan's ears turned slightly red. She didn't expect Xiezhili to do this, but she didn't dislike it. Instead, her heart felt a touch of sweetness. Xiezhili has been watching Qin Mulan. Seeing she shows no resistance and her eyes are full of smiles, he can't help but slowly approach his wife and quickly give her a kiss on the corner of her mouth. "You." Qin Mulan is stunned. Xiezhili, rarely acting a bit mischievous, continues to lean closer to her and keeps calling out, "Wife." Qin Mulan's ears turn slightly red, and eventually her whole face flushes. Feeling a little flustered, she stands up and says, "I'm going to take a nap now." You should go out and get busy. She then goes directly back to her room. Seeing Qin Mulan hurriedly escape, Xiejili laughs softly. His wife is so adorable. But he knows he can't push too far, so he calls out through the door, "Wife, I'm going out now." When Qin Mulan hears the door close, she knows Xiejili is left. She then opens her door to peek outside and quietly mumbles, "So enthusiastic, it makes me a little shy." Xiejili had a very good mood all afternoon. Still, remembering what Mulan said, he finds Wen Yuliang and talks to him about 2 types of medicine. Wen Yuliang immediately responds, "Yes, of course. Ollie, your wife is amazing. The medicine she gave before, we've already made and tested it. The results are very good. From now on, we will take all her prescriptions. Don't worry, the prices are negotiable." When Xiejili hears Wen Yuliang, he laughs and says, "Leader, I'll remember that. We can't treat Mulan badly." Hearing this, Wen Yuliang glares at Xiejili and says, "Look at what you're saying, as if we would mistreat Dr. Qin. Rest assured, even if we do, we won't mistreat her." Xiejili laughs again and, after a few more words with Wen Yuliang, goes back home. Meanwhile, the next day, Qin Mulan goes to the military hospital and discusses the cooperation with Dr. Liao. "Dr. Liao, we've agreed on this. I've brought all the prescriptions today. You can give them to the medicine factory you collaborate with so they can start making the medicines directly." When Liao Wenyang heard this, he nodded quickly and said, "Okay, we'll start making the medicine as soon as possible," but toward the end, he asked uncertainly, "Dr. Qin, could you give a quick demonstration first? The pharmacy is worried it might not succeed." Qin Mulan smiled and said, "Don't worry, it will definitely work. I have written down all the detailed steps." Then she handed over the prescriptions for the special anti-inflammatory medicine and the special fever-reducing medicine to Liao Wenyang. "Dr. Liao, you can take a look first." Liao Wenyang carefully examined the prescriptions Qin Mulan handed him and was reassured after seeing she had detailed all the steps. "Dr. Qin, I'll accept these for now. When these 2 medicines become profitable later, I'll give you a share." "That's fine." That was the agreement they had long discussed. Qin Mulan didn't want a full buyout, but asked for a share, 20%. Although it's only 20%, considering the potential large volume, she could earn a steady income in the future. After they agreed on the collaboration, Qin Mulan couldn't help but ask, "Does your hospital director also agree with this plan?" Liao Wenyang chuckled and said, "Of course, our director agrees. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sign this agreement with you. Honestly, just based on the effects of these 2 medicines you mentioned, even if you wanted a 30% share, the director would still agree. That's too much. 20% is already a lot," Qin Mulan said with a smile, then stood up and said, "Dr. Liao, I'll go see Comrade Jiang now." "All right." After leaving Liao Wenyang's office, Qin Mulan went straight to Jiang Cheng's hospital room. Jiang Cheng saw Qin Mulan come in and quickly sat up. "Dr. Qin, you're here," he said. Over the past few days, after receiving acupuncture from Qin Mulan, he felt like his left leg was truly improving. Qin Mulan nodded at Jiang Cheng and then said, "I'll check your pulse first." Jiang Cheng obediently held out his hand, looking at Qin Mulan expectantly. After feeling Jiang Cheng's pulse, Qin Mulan said, "Your prescription needs to be adjusted. I'll write a new one later. You can keep this, okay?" "Thank you, Dr. Qin. You're welcome." Qin Mulan waved her hand dismissively. "All right, let's start acupuncture now." Once she finished acupuncture on Jiang Cheng, she was about to leave. "Dr. Qin, wait a moment." Jiang Cheng called her back. Curious, Qin Mulan looked over and asked, "Is there something else?" Jiang Cheng took out a small box from under his pillow and said, "Dr. Qin, thank you for treating me. This is a gift." He lifted the small box high and urged Qin Mulan to take it. Seeing this, Qin Mulan shook her head and said, "No need. Dr. Liao will settle the consultation fee with me, but it's different. The hospital is the hospital, but this is from me," Jiang Cheng replied. When Qin Mulan didn't take it, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's not very valuable, and my parents helped me pick it out. I just want to thank you for curing our son." Hearing this, Qin Mulan took the small box, opened it, and saw a women's watch with a plum blossom design. "Comrade Jiang, this is a very valuable gift," she said. Jiang Cheng heard that and quickly lay back, saying, Dr. Qin, I think I'm a bit tired and want to rest. You should go back quickly. Qin Mulan looked at Jiang Cheng with amusement. Was he worried she would refuse the gift? In the end, she accepted it. She promised to ensure Jiang Cheng's leg wouldn't have any lasting effect, and her effort definitely matched the value of the watch. After Qin Mulan took the watch, Jiang Cheng felt relieved. When Qin Mulan left the hospital, she didn't go straight home. Instead, she went shopping on the street. Although her baby was still small, she couldn't stop herself from starting to buy things. She wanted to buy some soft cotton fabrics to make small clothes for the baby. She hadn't been shopping long when she ran into a familiar person. "Auntie, you're here shopping too?" Zhang Lifkia saw Qin Mulan and immediately went over to greet her. Qin Mulan had a good impression of Zhang Lifkia, so she smiled and replied, "Yes, I came to buy some cotton fabric." Zhang Lifkia heard this and said with a smile, "What a coincidence. I came to get some cloth too," but then she leaned closer and said, "Annie, why didn't you go to see Tenlui this morning?" She looked so sad when she left, her face full of reluctance. But in the end, she had no choice and left. Hearing this, Qin Mulan suddenly remembered that Tan Lui seemed to be leaving today. "I have some things to do today, so I came straight here," she replied. Seeing Qin Mulan's response, Zhang Lifkia didn't say more. However, she was still happy about Tan Lui's departure. That Tan Lui is finally gone. "I've tolerated her for a long time, but there was nothing I could do," she said. "Did you have such deep resentment toward her?" Jiang Luqiu said unhappily. "Tan Lui looks down on rural people. All of us who come from the countryside are looked down upon by her. Only the sisters-in-law think Tan Lui is better than them, so they don't mind. But I just think, why should we be looked down upon for coming from the countryside? I'm really irritated by Tan Lui." At the end, Jiang Luqiu expressed a bit of regret. "It's such a pity that Chen Xiaoxiang is still around. I don't think she's a good person." Qin Mulan remembered Chen Xiaoxiang a little, but she was too lazy to pay attention as long as she wasn't around her. Seeing that Qin Mulan wasn't interested in talking about Tan Lui and Chen Xiaoxiang, Jiang Luqiu didn't say more. Instead, she went with Qin Mulan to buy cloth, and they went back together. As soon as Qin Mulan returned to the staff residence, Xiezhili came over. He smiled and said to her, "Mulan, Director Wen wants to see you. It seems your reward has arrived." Hearing Xiezhili's words, Qin Mulan glanced over and asked, "It's so quick?" Xiezhili laughed and replied, "Yes, it was pretty fast, but it's also because your recipe was good." The leaders focused on it, and the reward was approved quickly. Qin Mulan believed in her recipe, so she stood up smiling and said, "Okay, let's go together." When they reached Director Wen Yuliang's office, Wen directly handed Qin Mulan a large envelope. "Dr. Qin, this is your reward. If there's anything you want, just tell us. I'll see if I can help you apply for it." Qin Mulan took the large envelope and saw it was really thick. She didn't open it but stored it away. Then she looked at Wen with a smile and said, "Thank you, leader. I don't have anything else I want, so there's no need to apply for more." Seeing Qin Mulan say this, Wen nodded secretly. That daughter-in-law of Xiez is truly capable and considerate. She made a big achievement but didn't ask for anything. She has a good character. Xiezhili chimed in at the right time, saying, "Leader, I also brought the recipes for the 2 other medicines I mentioned last time. I'm handing them to you now." Qin Mulan had prepared these in advance, so she handed over the prescriptions. She also explained that these 2 medicines were in cooperation with the military hospital. "Leader, the pharmaceutical company cooperating with the military district hospital will also produce these 2 medicines. Since these medicines will be used in hospitals, they can help more people. Therefore, I gave them the prescriptions as well." Hearing this, Wen Yuliang asked, "Did you cooperate with the military district hospital?" Qin Mulan nodded and explained the agreement. When Wen Yuliang found out that Qin Mulan could earn a 20% share, she returned the prescription to him. "Dr. Qin, the pharmaceutical factory working with the military district hospital is the same one that used to produce your prescriptions. So we don't need to bring the prescriptions anymore. We can get the medicines directly from the factory. But even if we do, we will have to buy the medicines, and then they will be our revenue." Qin Mulan was surprised to hear this. It meant the sales of the medicines were increasing. Siejali smiled and said, "In that case, thank you, leader." When Yuliang couldn't help but glance at Siejali. He used to think this young man was very capable, but now, comparing him to his wife, he suddenly felt that this young man wasn't so impressive. After all, his wife is very talented. Qin Mulan and Siejali spoke a few more words with Wen Yuliang before leaving. "Ollie, if you're busy, just go ahead. I'll go back by myself," he said. The family apartment was nearby, so he could get there quickly. Siejali was about to say he didn't need to go, but Fu Sudong came over. "Ollie, I was just looking for you. I didn't expect you to be here." At this moment, he saw Qin Mulan and quickly greeted her, sister-in-law. Seeing this, Qin Mulan looked at Siejali and said, "You better go ahead and work. I'll head back first." Once Qin Mulan was out of sight, Siejali turned to Fu Sudong and said, "Let's go." Fu Sudong suddenly felt he came at the wrong time. But since there was business here involving Siejali, he hurriedly took him to the playground. Meanwhile, Qin Mulan had just reached the residential area when Jiang Lifqiu came up to her. "Sister-in-law, I was looking for you earlier, but I didn't expect you to be out. Now I happen to see you." Qin Mulan asked, "Is there something you want to talk to me about?" "Sister-in-law, you're new here, and we haven't had a chance to get to know each other well. So we're planning to invite you and Xie to dinner at our house." Qin Mulan didn't expect to be invited for dinner, but since she had just arrived, she thought it should be her turn to host. She smiled at Jiang Lifqiu and said, "Lifqiu, I've been very busy lately, so I didn't think about this. The day after tomorrow, we'll prepare a meal at our house. Please come and join us. Sister-in-law, we all know you're busy, so please come and eat with us. My brother-in-law, Siejali, and I just moved in, so we should be the ones to invite everyone." Seeing Qin Mulan say this, Zhang Luqiu didn't insist anymore but smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you're pregnant now, so you shouldn't tire yourself out. I'll come over the day after tomorrow morning to help you." Qin Mulan didn't refuse either and nodded with a smile. While they were talking, a fashionable woman approached. When she saw Zhang Luqiu, she glanced at her sideways. When she saw Qin Mulan, she looked at her curiously. But since Qin Mulan and Zhang Luqiu were standing together, she ignored them and walked straight ahead. After the woman walked past, Zhang Luqiu couldn't help but shake her head and said, "That teacher Ren is still as proud as ever. When she sees us from the countryside, she doesn't bother to say anything. But she's a teacher, so she probably looks down on us housewives." "Teacher Ren?" Qin Mulan asked about her, and Zhang Luqiu told her everything about the woman. "Sister-in-law, the woman just now is called Ren Monli. She's the wife of Captain Yao Yining. I heard Yao Ying is from a big family in the capital city. Ren Monli also comes from a very good family. Because of this, she and her husband don't usually talk to us." Qin Mulan nodded when she heard this, but didn't take it seriously. If they ignored her, she naturally wouldn't bother with them. "Luqiu, let's set things then. Come to our house for a meal the day after tomorrow."
Okay.
After talking for a while, Qin Mulan went home. When she arrived, she opened a big envelope and counted the money inside. There were actually 1,000 yuan. This was quite a lot, probably what a dual-income family earns in a year. When Siejali came back in the evening, Qin Mulan told him about the bonus. He didn't expect so much and said, "Since it's from the leader, just take it. Those prescriptions are really good. Besides us, they seem to be sent to other military districts too." Qin Mulan smiled and said, "If I receive it, it's definitely mine." Then she mentioned the dinner invitation for the day after tomorrow. "You decide who to invite and we can all eat together then." Siejali wasn't worried about anything, but was concerned that Qin Mulan might get exhausted. "Maybe we should have the cafeteria chef prepare a table here. We can pay for it directly." "No need, let's do it at home. Luqiu and the others will come to help, and cooking isn't tiring."
Just relax, okay?
Seeing Qin Mulan speak like that, Siejali didn't say much either, but he decided to help at the right time. The next day, Siejali took some time to gather ingredients and handled everything he could. Since the weather was cold, everything could be stored properly. Qin Mulan watched Siejali busy working and couldn't help but smile. This man really cares about her. Seeing how long Siejali was cleaning up, Qin Mulan quickly persuaded him. Okay, stop now. I'll come tomorrow, so you should rest early now. We need to wake up early tomorrow. Xiaozhili realized it was getting late, nodded, and said, "All right, let's go rest together." The next morning, Qin Mulan woke up to find Xiaozhili had already left. She had breakfast and started preparing things. Since she had planned dinner, she could prepare dumplings and fried foods in advance. After a busy morning, she ate a quick lunch alone and then decided to take a nap. But before she could go back to her room, there was a knock on the door. Qin Mulan opened the door and saw Jiang Liuqiu and a delicate-looking woman standing there. Jiang Liuqiu saw Qin Mulan and quickly said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, we came to help you." She then introduced the woman beside her, "Sister-in-law, this is Ma Chunmei, a relative from Wangjiahe.
You can just call her Chunmei."
Hearing this, Qin Mulan looked at Ma Chunmei and greeted her with a smile. "Hello, so you are a relative from Wangjiahe. I've seen him before." Ma Chunmei looked at Qin Mulan and couldn't connect her with her husband's words or image. When her husband returned, he even thought Xia Tuan was unlucky because he married a chubby, plain countryside woman. But look, Qin Mulan was very beautiful, tall, and slender. Recently, they also heard about the sister-in-law's skills. Her medical skills were said to be better than those of doctors at the military district hospital, even confirmed personally by Dr. Liao. Such an outstanding sister-in-law was fully worthy of Xia Tuan. "Hello, sister-in-law. My family's he told me about you, but what he said is completely different." "You are really beautiful," said Ma Chunmei. Qin Mulan smiled and replied, "Actually, I used to be a bit chubby, so I didn't look very good. But after losing weight, I look better now." Actually, Jiang of Kia had heard vaguely before that Xiaozhili's wife wasn't very pretty, but she didn't care at all. After all, seeing is believing. When she heard Qin Mulan say this time, she couldn't help but smile and say, "Sister-in-law, even if you were chubby before, you must have looked good, since your features are right here." "Actually, I'm not very pretty," Qin Mulan replied. "My facial features are too close together. It's hard to see them as attractive." Ma Chunmei, feeling a bit jealous, then said, "Sister-in-law, your family must treat you very well." In this era, it wasn't common to be overweight. Before she got married, she did all the housework and took care of her younger siblings. She often ate little and was very thin, almost just bones. Only after marrying and moving in with her husband did her life start to improve slowly. Qin Mulan smiled and said, "Yes, my family treats me very well." Hearing this, Jiang of Kia also felt a bit envious. Most rural families valued boys over girls, and she hadn't had a very good life at home either. But she remembered her purpose for coming here, so she quickly said to Qin Mulan, "Sister-in-law, Chunmei and I will help wash the vegetables first." This morning, Qin Mulan had made dumplings and fried meatballs. She hadn't started preparing for other dishes yet, but she didn't want to trouble them too much, so she kindly said, "It's okay. I can do it myself. I have enough time." Jiang of Kia chuckled and said, "Sister-in-law, you're pregnant, so please rest well. Chunmei and I will handle it." Her and Ma Chunmei's husbands worked under Xiaozhili, so they definitely wanted to stay on good terms with Qin Mulan. Washing vegetables and cooking were simple tasks they could handle. Ma Chunmei also said from beside them, "Yes, sister-in-law, you should rest well. Chunmei and I will do it." When they arrived, they brought some preserved meat, eggs, cabbage, and potatoes. After setting everything down, they went straight to the kitchen. Seeing what Qin Mulan had prepared, they couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The ingredients were plentiful, and there were both meat and fish, making the meal look very rich. They felt a bit embarrassed. "Sister-in-law, you and Xiangtuan are so generous. Why did you prepare so much?" Hearing this, Qin Mulan smiled and said, "It's our first time inviting you to dinner, so we prepared a bit more. There will also be several of Ailey's comrades coming later. It won't be a small gathering." Jiang of Kia and Ma Chunmei knew it would be a lively evening, so they quickly started helping out. "Sister-in-law, you should go rest now. We'll handle the kitchen." Although many pregnant women in the village still go to work, Qin Mulan is definitely different. Not just because she is Xiaozhili's wife, but also because of her impressive medical skills. People think she is different from others. Qin Mulan originally wanted to help inside, but the home they were assigned to was quite small, especially the kitchen, which was even smaller. When the two of them went inside, it felt too crowded to move. Jiang Lucio saw Qin Mulan standing at the kitchen door and smiled, saying, "Sister-in-law, you really should rest now. We'll handle things here. Lucio, Chun Mei, after you finish washing, I'll cook. Since we're inviting you for dinner, I want to make a few dishes," Qin Mulan said. Hearing this, Jiang Lucio and Ma Chunmei nodded happily. After they finished washing vegetables and preparing dishes, Qin Mulan started cooking. Soon, a strong, inviting aroma floated out from the kitchen. Ma Chunmei sniffed and couldn't help but whisper to Jiang Lucio, "It smells so good. I didn't expect sister-in-law to be such a good cook. I thought she wasn't very good at cooking." Yeah, I used to think she wasn't good at cooking either. Very quickly, they couldn't focus on anything else and kept looking toward the kitchen, secretly knowing what dishes were being prepared. But still, the aroma was surprisingly delicious. When Xiezhili returned, all the dishes were ready. He was followed by Fu Sudong, Wang Jiahe, Ding Zhuang, and two other young men Qin Mulan didn't know. Everyone saw Qin Mulan and happily called out, "Sister-in-law." Seeing everyone arrived, Qin Mulan quickly smiled and invited them to sit down for dinner. Xiezhili then asked everyone to sit, and he also urged Qin Mulan to sit down. He handled pouring the wine and serving the food. Qin Mulan had cooked a big table of dishes and felt a little tired, so she handed over the tasks of serving wine and rice to Xiezhili. Fu Sudong knew how much Xiezhili valued Qin Mulan, but Wang Jiahe and Ding Zhuang had not seen this before. They all looked surprised and a bit amazed. Jiang Lucio and Ma Chunmei looked on with envy. Her husband was pretty good, but compared to Xiezhili, he was simply no match. Qin Mulan and Xiezhili prepared a very rich dinner, so everyone enjoyed themselves. After eating, everyone else left. Then, Xiezhili turned to Qin Mulan and said, "Mulan, you must be tired today. Go rest now. I'll clean up here." Qin Mulan was feeling lazy, so she didn't refuse. She nodded and said, "Okay, I'll lie down for a bit." After Xiezhili finished his work and returned to his room, he saw that Qin Mulan had already fallen asleep. He looked at his wife with a smile, couldn't help but kiss her cheek, then lay down to rest himself. The next morning, when Qin Mulan got up, Xiezhili had already left. However, he thoughtfully prepared breakfast, leftover raw dumplings from the day before. After washing up and eating the dumplings, Qin Mulan left to go to Jiangcheng for acupuncture. When she arrived at the military hospital, she went straight to Jiang Cheng's room. The room wasn't empty. There was also a graceful middle-aged woman, likely Jiang Cheng's mother. Seeing her, Qin Mulan nodded politely and then said to Jiang Cheng, "All right, let's start." Jiang Cheng nodded quickly, then looked at his mother and said, "Mom, this is the Dr. Qin I told you about. If it weren't for her, my leg would have lifelong problems, and I wouldn't be able to do my favorite work anymore." He introduced his mother. "Mom, this is Yuan Bingxin." "Hello, madam," Qin Mulan said politely. Yuan Bingxin, smiling happily, took Qin Mulan's hand and said, "So you're Dr. Qin. You're really beautiful. We're grateful this time. If it weren't for you, my son might have had to leave his job." Hearing this, Qin Mulan smiled and said, "It's my duty, and I also collected my fee." Yuan Bingxin liked her even more after hearing her speak confidently. She had been busy earlier, and her husband told her that her son was fine, so she relaxed. She only came today to see her son and happened to meet Qin Mulan. "Dr. Qin, no matter what, thank you so much." She quickly moved aside so Qin Mulan could begin. "Hurry up and give a Chung acupuncture. If you finish early, you can go back sooner." Qin Mulan also wanted to return quickly, so she carefully checked Jiang Cheng's pulse first, then started the acupuncture. After finishing, she looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "Your leg is recovering very well. Starting tomorrow, you can intensify your physical therapy." She also explained which parts to be careful about, then added, "Rest well and take your medicine on time. I'll be leaving now." "Thank you, Dr. Qin," Jiang Cheng replied. After Qin Mulan left, Yuan Bingxin couldn't help but express her admiration, saying, Not only is Dr. Qin beautiful, her medical skills are great. How did she marry so early? She looked at her son with some disappointment and said, "Look at you. Your ability is just a little worse than Siejali. You're even slower to find a wife. Siejali has already married and has children, but you are still single. You really are useless." Jiang Chung heard this and replied, somewhat stubbornly, "How am I worse than Siejali? We are almost the same." Yuan Bingxin immediately sold out her husband. "This is what your father said, that you're a little behind Siejali. But son, you are also very good, so don't be upset." Jiang Chung couldn't help but look away and said, "I'm not upset. When I heal from this injury, I will work harder. I will definitely be better than Siejali." Yuan Bingxin was not interested in her son's competition. She just wanted to know when he would find a wife for her. "After you recover, I will introduce you to a few good girls. When the time comes, you can go on blind dates for me." "Mom, I am still young." "Young? What's young? Siejali is your age and he's about to become a father, and you are still unmarried. So this time, don't refuse, okay?" Seeing that his mother's words didn't make sense, Jiang Chung planned to talk to his father later and tell him not to arrange any matchups, as he wasn't interested. Qin Mulan didn't know about this family argument. She was sitting in the car, heading home. But she didn't expect that as soon as she got back, she received a letter from her hometown. Seeing that the letter was sent by her older sister-in-law, Qin Mulan thought there was something wrong at home. Turns out, the letter was from the provincial city's newspaper office, sent to her family. Li Xuyen was worried that the newspaper office might have important news, so she quickly sent her this letter. When Siejali came back, he saw Qin Mulan reading the letter and asked curiously, "Is it a letter from home?" Qin Mulan nodded, then shook her head and said, "It's from the newspaper office. My sister-in-law sent it. She also mentioned things about home. Everything is fine there." Hearing it was from the newspaper office, Siejali was curious. "Anything important from the newspaper office? Are they not accepting submissions anymore?" "No, they're urging me to send in my articles." She had been so busy lately that she pushed aside her writing. She didn't expect the newspaper to come to press her again. It must mean that the articles she sent earlier were quite popular. Siejali heard this and smiled as he looked at her. "Our Mulan is really impressive. Looks like next time I need to find a chance to read what you've written." Qin Mulan shook her head and said, "No more. You're so busy every day. You should focus on work." She noticed that Siejali was busy every day, and if he took on more tasks, his sleep might not be enough. Siejali didn't say much after hearing this, but planned to read some when he had free time. However, now that Mulan was pregnant, he couldn't help asking, "Mulan, you still give acupuncture to Jiang Chung. Do you have time to write articles?" "Don't worry, I still have time to write." In the following days, Qin Mulan continued giving Jiang Chung acupuncture and started writing articles again. This time, she found herself slower but wasn't worried. She decided to finish everything before mailing it out. Finally, Qin Mulan gave Jiang Chung one last acupuncture treatment, successfully healing his leg injury completely. "Good, now you just need to take the Chinese medicine for a while longer to rest well. After that, you'll be back to normal." Jiang Chung was very excited upon hearing this and kept thanking Qin Mulan. Qin Mulan smiled and waved her hand, then left. After Jiang Cheng's injury healed completely, he went to thank Qin Mulan in person. He also invited her and her husband to dinner at his home, saying, "Dr. Qin, my mom said you must come, or she will come personally to invite you." Hearing this, Qin Mulan and Siejali both agreed to go. "All right, come to my house for dinner tomorrow night. I'll head back now." After Jiang Chung left, Qin Mulan looked at Siejali and asked, "We're going to dinner tomorrow. What kind of gift should we bring?" She then thought of the gift Jiang Chung gave last time. "Oh, last time Jiang Chung gave me a watch to show his thanks." "A watch? What kind of watch?" Siejali wasn't aware of this. Qin Mulan also had forgotten and put the watch aside when she got back. At that moment, she remembered and said, "I'll go find it." When Qin Mulan returned with the watch, Siejali said with a bit of a jealous tone, "Mulan, I haven't given you a watch before. I didn't expect Jiang Cheng's little guy to give you one. Why didn't he just give you a red envelope?" At first, Qin Mulan didn't realize and only later saw it clearly. She couldn't help but give Siejali a look and said, What are you thinking? Can't someone else give me gifts? Moreover, this watch was chosen by the commanding officer and his wife as a token of thanks. Hearing this, Siegeli's face immediately brightened. It turns out it was chosen by the commanding couple, so Mulan, hurry and wear it. Hearing this, Qin Mulan couldn't help but feel both annoyed and amused. Could it be that you're jealous? Siegeli proudly admitted. Yes, I was a bit jealous. I thought Jiangcheng bought it for you. Jiangcheng is bedridden with a broken leg and only just fully recovered today. Does he have the time to buy a watch? Hearing this, Siegeli quickly apologized. Wife. I was wrong, he said, then quickly massaged Qin Mulan's shoulders. Qin Mulan found Siegeli's shoulder massage surprisingly comfortable. After a while, she chuckled softly. All right, I accept your apology. Seeing her smile, Siegeli also laughed. Then he mentioned tomorrow's dinner at Zhang's house. No need for a gift. Just bring some fruit or pastries. Qin Mulan nodded and said, Okay, I'll go buy some in the morning. Last time, I saw apples in town. If they have some tomorrow, I'll buy apples. If not, I'll buy pastries at the supply store. Fruits are scarce now, and apples are still somewhat common. Good. Be careful on the way, Siegeli said, as he truly couldn't go with her. All the trips we've taken there, you can rest assured, she replied. The next morning, Qin Mulan left her house. Unfortunately, she didn't find any apples today, so she had to buy pastries at the supply store. After buying everything, she went back. Siegeli wasn't coming home for lunch, so she ate a simple meal herself. In the evening, after Siegeli finished his work, they went together to Zhang's house. Jiangcheng opened the door and saw them arriving, quickly smiling and saying, Dr. Qin, you're here.
Come in quickly.
Yuan Bingxin saw her son and happily came out, grabbing Qin Mulan's hand and saying, Dr. Qin, you're finally here. Dinner is already prepared. Let's sit down and eat. Yuan Bingxin was very warm and welcoming. Jiang Anbang also smiled and greeted Qin Mulan and Siegeli, but since he didn't know Qin Mulan well, he naturally talked more with Siegeli. They chatted while walking to the dining table. The dinner was rich, with fish and meat, all hearty dishes. One dish Qin Mulan especially liked was sour pickled cabbage with tofu, as she has recently developed a taste for sour and sweet flavors, as well as tangy and salty tastes. Seeing this, Yuan Bingxin couldn't help but laugh. Sour and spicy girl. Mulan might be expecting a chubby little boy this time. Upon hearing this, Qin Mulan said, I like both my son and daughter equally. Siegeli also quickly expressed, Actually, I prefer my daughter. Daughters are usually more obedient and sensible. He meant this sincerely. He truly looked forward to having a daughter like Mulan. Seeing Siegeli's words, Yuan Bingxin chuckled and said, It seems Ali is quite wise. That's very good. This couple not only look good but also have good manners, and their relationship seems very happy. The two of them are doing well. They enjoyed a meal together, feeling happy and pleased. When Qin Mulan and Siegeli prepared to leave, Yuan Bingxin also packed some things for them. Mulan, these are handmade meat buns. Since it's cold now, they won't spoil easily. Take some home and try my cooking. Before Qin Mulan could speak, a basket full of meat buns was already placed into Siegeli's hands. Ali, you hold these. Don't let Mulan carry them. Hearing that, Siegeli smiled and said, Okay, Auntie. I'll carry them. After Qin Mulan and Siegeli left, Yuan Bingxin looked at Jiang Anbang and said, Ali and his wife are really good. As for our Ah Chung, I don't even want to look at him. Jiang Anbang nodded in rare agreement and said, Yes, he still hasn't found a partner. He's really useless. Jiang Qing sighed quietly, gave his parents a look, and quickly went back inside. On the way home, Qin Mulan and Siegeli chatted and laughed. But soon, Qin Mulan noticed Siegeli's mood changing. She looked in the direction of his gaze and saw under the dim streetlights a young man and woman arguing. Qin Mulan didn't recognize the man in front of her, but she recognized the young woman. It was Ren Monli, whom she had seen before. It was likely that the man was her husband, Yao Yining. Yao Yining and Ren Monli also saw Qin Mulan and Siegeli and stopped, looking their way. Yao Yining's expression was full of sarcasm when he saw Xiejili. So, it's our commander Xie. Were you just eating at the commander's house? I never really saw your skills before. Hearing this, Xiejili responded without courtesy. And who might you be? The deputy commander Yao? What are you and your wife doing here? Did you run into trouble? Need help? Humph. We're fine. No need for your help. When it was all over, Yao Yining turned to look at Qin Mulan and raised an eyebrow. She said, "This is the famous Dr. Qin, right? Seeing you in person is better than just hearing about you." Xiejili subtly stepped in front of Qin Mulan and said coldly, "Yao Yining, since you don't need help, we'll head back first." Qin Mulan could clearly feel that Xiejili didn't like Yao Yining very much. However, she didn't ask questions because, in the same workplace, it was normal for people not to get along. As they passed by Yao Yining and her husband, Yao Yining quietly said, "Xiejili, don't think you're so great. The only reason the commander values you is because of your wife." Hearing this, Qin Mulan felt annoyed and frowned as she looked over. They were very close now, so she could see Yao Yining's face clearly. Then she glanced at Xiejili again. Maybe it was her imagination, but she thought Xiejili and Yao Yining looked somewhat alike. Qin Mulan looked at Yao Yining again, but quickly looked away. Even if her features resembled Xiejili's a little, they weren't as good, especially since Yao Yining was insulting Xiejili. Naturally, Qin Mulan didn't like her. Is it so hard to admit someone is better than you? If you're not capable and can't accept other success, it makes you look so petty. Hearing Qin Mulan say this, Yao Yining almost exploded with anger. "You," she started to say, but before she finished, she saw Xiejili's cold gaze turn toward her. In that instant, she felt a chill and swallowed her words. Seeing this, Qin Mulan chuckled mockingly and then said to Xiejili, "Ollie, let's go home. Talking to such a person is just a waste of time." Hearing Qin Mulan speak so plainly, Xiejili suddenly laughed. It felt warm to be protected by her. "Yes, let's go home." After they left, Yao Yining's face turned dark with anger, feeling a deep frustration she couldn't vent. Beside her, Renmonli looked at her husband and sneered. "I told you long ago, you should focus on doing your work steadily instead of thinking about dishonest tricks." "Shut up," Yao Yining snapped, her face full of rage. She thought other wives supported their husbands, but hers was actually mocking her. On the other side, Qin Mulan, after returning, looked curiously at Xiejili and asked, "Did you have a problem with that, Yao Yining?" Xiejili generously nodded and admitted, "Yes, there was a problem, and it was a big one." By the end, Xiejili's eyes looked deep and thoughtful. "Did something happen? Is that why you looked down on Yao Yining?" she asked. She knew she shouldn't ask about work matters, but this question seemed okay. Hearing this, Xiejili nodded and said, "Yes, I don't like Yao Yining. He's willing to ignore the bigger picture for his own benefit." Last time, when Fu Sudong and others went to the northwest, Yao Yining was part of the troublemaker helping out. At this, Qin Mulan's face darkened. "It's because of Yao Yining that you got hurt," she said angrily. Seeing Qin Mulan so upset, Xiejili quickly comforted her. "Mulan, don't be angry. Your health is more important. Even if we don't go, others will go to finish the task. So whether we go or not, the job gets done." Hearing this, Qin Mulan gave him a side glance and said, "I know others need to complete the task, but they shouldn't be controlling your team. If they had enough help last time, you wouldn't have been in danger. Those malicious little troublemakers are just jealous of your promotion and are trying to bother you. It's really too much. Yeah, Yao Yining is sneaky and cunning, so we should stay away from him in the future," Qin Mulan added. Listening to her, Xiejili turned and said, "Be careful too. I heard Yao Yining comes from a powerful family in Jing City. I'm worried he might hold a grudge against you and keep causing trouble." Hearing this, Xiejili smiled and nodded. "Don't worry. I'll be more careful. Besides, our leaders are supporting us." Qin Mulan felt a bit relieved after hearing this. Then she started talking about returning home for the new year. "Ollie, will you have time to rest for the new year?" Xiejili nodded and said, "Yes, I will rest. I'll go back home with you, but only for a few days, then I have to come back." Qin Mulan knew Xiejili's work was very demanding, so long holidays were unlikely. She was happy just that he could come back for the new year, but before going to her hometown, she planned to visit Jing City first. Ollie, this place is close to Jing City. Before we go home, let's make a quick trip to see my foster father and buy some specialties from Jing City to bring back. Seeing Qin Mulan's plan, Xiejili didn't oppose. He nodded and said, "Sounds good." Qin Mulan was very happy that Xiejili agreed. Honestly, she really wanted to see Beijing at this time and also visit Jiangxiang. Since the New Year was coming, she thought it would be a good early New Year's greeting. They agreed to this plan. So, Xiejili found a time, asked for leave from Wen Yuliang, and prepared to go back home with Qin Mulan for the holiday. Wen Yuliang heard this and laughed, saying Mulan is pregnant. You really should go back with her, but... He hesitated and asked uncertainly, will Mulan come back after going home? Hearing this, Xiejili smiled and said, of course she will come back. They had spent so much time together that Xiejili had gotten used to having Mulan by his side. Besides, the medical resources at the military hospital were definitely better than at her hometown. He decided to bring her back. During this time, living together, they finally felt the warmth of a small home, and Xiejili was very happy with their life now. Wen Yuliang laughed when he heard this. That's good. I was worried Dr. Qin might not come back with you. She's a rare talent, so you must take good care of her on the way. Don't worry, leader. My wife, I'll definitely protect her, Xiejili assured him. Wen Yuliang nodded confidently and said, all right then. I've approved your holiday leave. Hurry back and get busy. Xiejili nodded again after talking a few more words with Wen Yuliang. Then he left. Once his plans were set, Xiejili started buying train tickets and packing his things. Meanwhile, Qin Mulan stayed at the staff building, working on her articles. Jiang Luqiu and Ma Chunmei visited Qin Mulan several times, but since she was busy, they didn't disturb her. Fewer people came later, afraid they would delay her work. Being alone at home, Qin Mulan felt quite relaxed. Whenever she had free time, she kept writing. After finishing her current article, she decided to go to the town to mail her article and the letter she wrote to Jiangxiang. When Xiejili heard that Qin Mulan was going to town, he asked Mulan, do you want me to go with you? No need. I know the way to town well enough, she replied firmly. Seeing her insistence, Xiejili didn't say anything more. Instead, he started talking about the New Year trip home. The leader approved my leave. We'll leave together for Beijing, and then go back to our hometowns. Sounds good, Qin Mulan nodded with a smile. The next day, Qin Mulan took her articles and letter to the town, sent both, and then planned to head back home. I didn't expect to run into Renmonli on the way back. When she saw Qin Mulan, she gave a very cold greeting. Qin Mulan was a bit surprised that Renmonli actually said hello to her, because the first 2 times they met, she didn't even look at her. Although she greeted her, Qin Mulan didn't respond. Since hearing about Yao Yining that night, Qin Mulan has not liked that couple and her impression of Renmonli became even worse. Renmonli had been waiting for Qin Mulan to say something to her, but unexpectedly, Qin Mulan didn't even look at her. This made Renmonli look unhappy. Since coming here, many sisters-in-law wanted to talk to her, but she always looked cold and unfriendly. Today, she finally invited Qin Mulan, but she refused. Naturally, she felt angry. But she was determined not to give up, so she looked at Qin Mulan and said, Comrade Qin, let's go back to the residential building together. Hearing this, Qin Mulan refused again. No need, I still have some things to buy. I won't go with you. Although her refusal was expected, Renmonli couldn't help but look at Qin Mulan.
Ha!
She clearly didn't think much of her. Since the other person said so, she wouldn't bother pushing her. She turned her head and left angrily. Seeing this, Qin Mulan raised an eyebrow. She probably knew their relationship wasn't good, yet she still said something like that. It was really hard to understand. She didn't bother to think more and went straight home. That evening, when Xiejili returned, Qin Mulan told him about sending a letter to Jiangxiang. I've already told my stepfather that we'll visit him before the new year. Good, Xiejili nodded with a smile. When Fu Sudong found out they planned to go to Beijing before the new year, he couldn't help but say, maybe. I'll go with you guys then. His expression was rare and somewhat gloomy. Xie and Fu Sudong had worked together for a long time, so he knew Fu Sudong's family was in Beijing, but judging from Fu Sudong's expression, there was probably some family disagreement. In previous years, Fu Sudong never went home during the holidays. Now that he decided to go back, they surely had made plans. Sudong, let's just say we'll go together to Beijing then, Xie said. Good. Fu Sudong and Xie agreed, and he also went to ask Wen Yuliang for leave. When Yuliang saw Fu Sudong also planned to go home for the new year and couldn't help but glare at him. He said, Ali is going back with his wife. That's fine, but why are you taking leave at this time? Boss, I haven't been home for the new year for several years, Fu Sudong replied. Hearing this, Wen Yuliang was silent and couldn't find anything to argue. All right, you can go back too. I've approved your leave, but hurry there and back. We don't have many staff, so no long breaks. Don't worry, boss. Ali and I will be back on time, Fu Sudong assured. Seeing Fu Sudong say this, Wen Yuliang felt a little reassured. Meanwhile, Qin Mulan and the others bought tickets for December 28th to Beijing. The three planned to return that day. Ali, I've already booked the tickets. Since your wife is pregnant, I bought sleeper tickets, said Fu Sudong. Hearing this, Xie smiled and said, Fu Dong, thank you so much. No need to thank me, brother, Fu Sudong said, then took out the tickets. Xie asked about the price. How much in total? I'll pay you, Fu Sudong said casually. No need, Ali. No, brothers settle accounts clearly. I'll definitely pay for the tickets, Xie insisted. Seeing Xie's persistence, Fu Sudong had no choice but to accept. But what the three didn't expect was that when they arrived at the train station, they ran into Yao Yining and Ren Monli, the couple. Yao Yining and Ren Monli showed surprise when they saw Qin Mulan and the others. Finally, Yao Yining spoke. Oh, Xie Tuan is heading to Beijing? But I thought your family was from Shandong. Do you have relatives in Beijing? Whether my family has relatives in Beijing or not, that's none of your business, Xie replied coldly, showing no friendliness towards Yao Yining. Even Fu Sudong looked disgusted when he saw Yao Yining. Yao Yining, what are we going to Beijing for? No need to report to you. You're so nosy. Finally, Fu Sudong looked at Xie and Qin Mulan and said, Ali, sister-in-law, let's get on the train. Xie had already been wanting to board the train. He held Qin Mulan's hand and went straight up. Fu Sudong followed closely behind and also got on the train. Yao Yining was ignored and looked upset. Inside, she guessed that Xie and his wife might be going to Fu's family. She knew Fu Sudong was from the Fu family in Beijing and thought her guess was probably right. Ren Monli saw that her husband was still standing still and said directly, Are you getting on the train or not? If not, I'll go by myself. As she spoke, she picked up her things and walked away on her own. Seeing his wife so rude, Yao Yining looked even more unhappy. He had thought that marrying the daughter of the Ren family would make his life better, but after they got married, their relationship stayed cold and distant. Now it had become tense. If things continued like this, his relationship with Ren Monli would only get worse. Meanwhile, Qin Mulan and the others found their seats once on the train. Fu Sudong bought a lower bunk and an upper bunk. Qin Mulan naturally chose a lower bunk, and Xie also stayed on the lower bunk with him. Fu Sudong took the upper bunk. Sister-in-law, I'll go upstairs first. Call me if you need anything. Hearing this, Qin Mulan smiled and nodded. After Fu Sudong went to his upper bunk, Qin Mulan lay down to rest. Xie quietly watched her for a while before returning to his own bed to rest. Qin Mulan closed her eyes for a moment, and when she sat up again, Xie had already prepared some snacks. Mulan will arrive in Beijing in a while. Eat some now so you won't be hungry later. Qin Mulan was a little hungry, so she quickly ate. Then, as the train rocked back and forth, she felt sleepy again and slowly closed her eyes. When Qin Mulan woke up again, they had already arrived. Looking at the busy crowd outside the window, Qin Mulan decided to wait a bit before getting off the train. Xie also thought this way, so after most people had gone, the three of them carried their luggage and went outside. Xie, holding her luggage in one hand and Qin Mulan's hand in the other, led her out of the train. When they arrived outside, they saw Yao Yining and Rin Monli coming down from the next carriage. But since their meeting was already unhappy, they didn't greet each other. Qin Mulan lazily yawned and said to Xiezhili, "Ali, let's go straight to the adopted father's house." Xiezhili heard this and smiled, nodding. "Okay, we'll go now." Fang Sudong, who was nearby, couldn't help but invite, "Ali, sister-in-law, since you're visiting elders, why not come to my house? We can have a meal together, a little New Year's gathering." Hearing this, Xiezhili thought for a moment and said, "All right, if we have time, we'll visit them." Seeing Xiezhili agree, Fu Sudong was very happy and said, "That's great." Xiezhili looked at Fu Sudong with a slight smile and then said, "All right, you go home first. We'll take a car to my adoptive father's house later." "Okay, I'll go back first." Fu Sudong waved goodbye and left the train station directly. Yao Yining and Rin Monli, the couple, had not left yet. They were waiting for their housekeeper to come pick them up. At this moment, seeing Fu Sudong leave first and Xiezhili and Qin Mulan still staying at the train station, it was clear that Xiezhili and the others were not going to Fu's house. Yao Yining looked puzzled. Strange, Xiezhili and his wife are not going to Fu's house. What are they doing in Beijing? It's almost New Year. Why aren't they going back home? Rin Monli, noticing her husband's curiosity about Xiezhili and the others, couldn't help but say, "Why do you care so much? Since they're in Beijing, they must have something important to do."
You.
Seeing Ren Monli argue back again, Yao Yining was very annoyed. Fortunately, at that moment, the Yao family's housekeeper arrived. "Uncle Yao, why are you here to pick us up? You could just send a driver," Fu Sudong said. Uncle Yao smiled and said, "Madam has been missing you. When she found out you returned today, she asked me to come quickly and pick you up. Let's go now." "Okay." Yao Yining nodded with a smile. Uncle Yao had been the housekeeper at the Yao family for many years. He was very experienced, and even his own mother was kind to him. Just as Yao Yining was about to leave the train station with his luggage, he realized Uncle Yao hadn't followed him. He looked over with some confusion. Meanwhile, Uncle Yao's face was filled with surprise as he looked at Xiezhili, his eyes full of suspicion. Xiezhili, who had sharp senses, immediately noticed someone watching him. He looked sharply in that direction. When he saw an elderly man with gray hair, he frowned slightly. He was sure he didn't know this old man at all. Qin Mulan also sensed something and looked in the same direction. "Ali, do you know that person?" she asked. Xiezhili shook his head and said, "No, I don't." But just after he finished speaking, Uncle Yao walked straight toward them. Yao Yining saw this and felt a sudden nervousness. He quickly chased after him. "Uncle Yao, why aren't you leaving?" he asked. Uncle Yao, hearing this, came back to himself, but didn't stop walking. He continued towards Xiezhili. Seeing this, Yao Yining also hurried to follow. Even Yen Monli looked at Uncle Yao with curiosity. The housekeeper, being older and having grown up with the master, was respected by everyone in the Yao family, so no one dared to offend him. Now he was approaching Mr. and Mrs. Xia with an unclear expression on his face. Could he possibly know them? But Xiezhili and Qin Mulyuan weren't from the countryside of Lu province. How could Uncle Yao know them? On the other side, Xiezhili and Qin Mulyuan also understood what was happening. They thought the elderly man in front was here to pick up Yao Yining and Monli Yan. Why he was here they didn't know. At that moment, Uncle Yao had already reached Xiezhili and carefully looked him over. The more he looked, the more surprised he seemed, and he couldn't help asking, "May I ask, what is your name?" Before Xiezhili could answer, Yao Yining, running from behind, spoke up first. "Uncle Yao, his name is Xiezhili. He's my comrade. The person next to him is his wife. Do you know them?" Hearing this, Uncle Yao couldn't help but glance at Yao Yining and asked, "He's your comrade?"
Yes.
"Xiezhili is from Lu province. I don't know how he ended up in Beijing this time." Hearing that, Xiezhili shot Yao Yining a mocking look but didn't speak. Qin Mulyuan simply looked at Xiezhili and said, "Ali, let's go."
Wait.
Uncle Yao quickly stopped them when he saw they wanted to leave. Xiezhili and Qin Mulyuan ignored him and planned to keep walking, but soon they paused. A handsome, elegant man named Jiang Xing, along with Uncle Jiang, was standing there smiling. They were both surprised and excited, calling out, "Miss Mulyuan, you've come." Seeing Jiang Xing approach, Qin Mulyuan looked surprised and said, "Father Yi, why are you here?" Jiang Xing, with a kind smile, stepped forward and naturally patted Qin Mulyuan's head. He said, "I heard you all were coming, so I came to pick you up. Fortunately, we arrived just in time and got the news." Uncle Jiang also smiled and came over saying, "Miss, when young master heard you were coming, he was so happy. He even prepared a lot of your favorite food. You should stay for a few more days." "Sounds good." Qin Mulyuan nodded happily. Uncle Yao looked upon Jiang Xing and Uncle Jiang with surprise, then hurried forward to greet them, asking, "So, you are the head of the Jiang family. Why are you here?" He looked at Xiezhili and Qin Mulan again and asked, "Master Jiang came to pick up these two?" Jiang Xing, noticing that Uncle Yao also looked surprised, nodded slightly at him but didn't say more. Jiang Bo stepped forward with a smile and said, Uncle Yao, we're here to pick up the young lady. We've got her now, and we're on our way home." "Young lady?" Uncle Yao looked suspiciously at Qin Mulan. He had just heard Yao Yining say that the couple was from a rural area in Shandong province. Now, how did this woman become the Jiang family's young lady? Yao Yining and Ren Monli, standing behind, also looked at Qin Mulan with disbelief. Especially Ren Monli, she always looked down on family members from the countryside. Now she was told that Qin Mulan was not from the countryside, but a young lady from a Beijing family. But is this the same Jiang family she knows? When did they have a young lady? No, Uncle Yao was calling the man in front the head of the family, so it couldn't be the same Jiang family she knew. Could there be another prominent Jiang family in Beijing? After Jiang Bo finished talking, he smiled and said a few words to Uncle Yao before saying goodbye. "Uncle Yao, we're leaving now. Let's talk another day." Hearing this, Uncle Yao nodded and took one last deep look at Xiezhili. Seeing this, Xiezhili furrowed his brow slightly. He could feel Uncle Yao's gaze was strange, but was sure he hadn't met Uncle Yao before, so he paid no more attention. As they walked away, Uncle Yao withdrew his gaze and turned to Yao Yining and Ren Monli, saying, "Young Master Ning, let's go back." Yao Yining didn't respond but stared at Uncle Yao and asked, "Uncle Yao, do you know Xiezhili?" "From what I know, he's never been to Beijing before." Hearing this, Uncle Yao smiled and said, "I don't know him." "Not a known person? Then why do you keep staring at Xiezhili?" Uncle Yao replied calmly, "It's nothing. I just think he looks like a relative of mine." Finally, Uncle Yao urged, "Young Master Ning, let's go back quickly. Grandma is waiting." Seeing this, Yao Yining swallowed his words and didn't say more, but he still felt puzzled inside. Uncle Yao grew up in the Yao family. His relatives had long since lost contact. Even the few who were close visited only once a year. So, does Xiezhili really look like his relatives? His resemblance was so strong that Uncle Yao, who usually kept his emotions in check, changed his expression. Ren Monli also looked at Uncle Yao with curiosity. She had just gotten off the train and wanted to go home to rest, so she directly said to Yao Yining, "Let's go home quickly." Seeing that they were all urging to leave, Yao Yining felt a surge of anger but understood Uncle Yao was still there, so he said nothing and followed them out. When they left the train station, they saw Xiezhili and Qin Mulian get into a small car. The driver was clearly Xing Xing, and the group drove away straight away. Seeing the car leave, Ren Monli couldn't help asking, "Uncle Yao, you just called him the head of the Jiang family. Is there another Jiang family in the capital? I've never heard of him before." Yao Yining also looked over. He hadn't met Xing Xing before and didn't know what kind of person the Jiang family head was. Uncle Yao heard this and smiled. "There is only one Jiang family in the capital. The Jiang family head he's talking about is the one you know." "No way. That can't be true," Ren Monli exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't Jiang Haobua the head of the Jiang family? Who is Xing Xing then?" "Xing Xing is Jiang Haobua's younger uncle." "What?" Ren Monli felt that some things were beyond her imagination. Is he the young uncle Jiang Haobua was sent away? Why is he back, and now he's the head of the Jiang family? What happened to Jiang Haobua? Uncle Yao smiled and said, "I don't know how Xing Xing became the head, but I do know Jiang Haobua's situation. Zhang Haobua and his family have left Beijing and probably won't come back. That's really unpredictable. Yao Yining nodded beside him. They all knew Zhang Haobua. They didn't expect the Zhang family to change leaders so quickly. While talking, they got into the car and headed toward the Yao family. Meanwhile, after Qin Mulian and the others arrived at Zhang's house, Zhang Bo took them to a small courtyard that had been specially prepared. "Young miss, this is your residence. We started preparing it as soon as we returned," Zhang Bo said. Seeing how carefully decorated the courtyard was, Qin Mulian said, "Thank you, Father Yi, for your kindness. It's my pleasure." "It's not a bother at all," Zhang Bo replied, letting Qin Mulian and the others rest. After Uncle Zhang left, Xie sat down with Qin Mulan. "Mulan, are you tired?" Qin Mulan shook her head. "Not really. The bed car isn't too bad because I was lying down the whole trip. Do you want to rest now?" "No, just a little while, then we'll go ahead to see how everything is." Seeing Qin Mulan say this, Xie didn't ask more. As long as his wife wasn't tired, that was enough. They had both been lying down during the trip, so they weren't very tired. After sitting for a short time, Qin Mulan and Xie went ahead. Jiang Xing saw them coming and hurriedly said, "Why aren't you resting more? Traveling by train can be tiring." Qin Mulan smiled and said, "Father-in-law, we bought a sleeper, so it's okay." Hearing this, Jiang Xing nodded and said, "That's good." Then he asked how they had been doing recently. Qin Mulan briefly told him about her trip to the military area. Jiang Xing didn't know about these things before, and after hearing that Xielu's leg was almost not recoverable, he quickly asked with concern, "Is it better now?" Xielu proudly said, "With Mulan here, my leg is naturally better." Haraha. Seeing Xielu praising himself, Jiang Xing couldn't help but laugh. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Ollie, marrying Mulan is really your lucky day." Xielu totally agreed. Uncle Jiang had gone to the kitchen just to make sure dinner would suit everyone's tastes. When Uncle Jiang came back, Qin Mulan was talking with Jiang Xing about their plans. "Father-in-law, we'll only stay for 2 days and then go back to our hometown. We can't stay for the new year, but we can gather with you before we leave." Although she felt a bit regretful, Jiang Xing knew they had to go home for the new year. "Mulan, I'm just happy you came. Plus, we get to stay for 2 days. I'll take you around these 2 days so you can feel the lively atmosphere in the city." "Sure." Qin Mulan nodded happily. Next to them, Xie hesitated but finally said, "Mulan, you still need to rest more." Jiang Xing looked at him with a frown. Xie quickly explained, "Father-in-law, Mulan is pregnant. She needs to be especially careful in the first 3 months. That's true, but a little walking isn't a problem." Seeing how worried Xie was about Mulan, Jiang Xing laughed. It seemed her husband was really a good person. Uncle Jiang also smiled broadly. Seeing that it was getting late, he hurried to have the dishes brought out from the kitchen. Soon, the 3 of them sat down to eat, and the meal was very plentiful. Qin Mulan ate a lot and started to feel a bit full. Xie hurriedly poured her a glass of water to help her relax. That evening, Qin Mulan and Xie stayed at Zhang's house. They had a good rest and prepared to explore the capital city the next day. Meanwhile, Shen Ruhuan, who was also in the city, accidentally learned that Qin Mulan and the others had come to the capital. Excited, she hurriedly went to Zhang's house. When Shen Ruhuan arrived, Qin Mulan and Xie were just about to leave. When Qin Mulan saw Shen Ruhuan, she looked surprised at first, then happy. "Ruhuan, why are you here? I was planning to visit you if I had enough time in the city, but I didn't expect you to come directly." Shen Ruhuan, seeing Qin Mulan, wanted to rush over and hug her, but was stopped by Xie. Seeing Xie blocking her way, Shen Ruhuan looked at him with confusion. Uncle Jiang quickly came forward and said, "Miss Shen, our young lady is pregnant, so you can't hold her so tightly." "Oh. Yes, I almost forgot," Shen Ruhuan replied sheepishly. Qin Mulan was not showing her pregnancy yet, so she hadn't thought of that. She looked at Xie with some helplessness and said, "Actually, I'm not fragile. You don't need to be so tense." Shen Ruhuan had already taken Qin Mulan's arm and said, "Mulan, you do need to be careful. I was too excited and forgot you're pregnant. You should have told me earlier that you came to the city so I could give you a welcome." We can't stay long in the city this time, so we didn't tell you, Qin Mulan replied. Finally, she curiously asked Shen Ruhuan, by the way, Ruhuan, how did you find out we came to the city? I ran into Fu Sudong and he told me, Shen Ruhuan answered. Hearing this, Qin Mulan nodded in understanding.
No wonder.
Seeing Qin Mulan and the others about to leave, Shen Ruhuan suggested, Mulan, would you like me to come with you? I know the city well and can show you around. Qin Mulan agreed happily. That would be great, thank you. Initially, Zhang Xiang had planned to accompany Qin Mulan and Xie Zhili on their outing, but now that Shen Ruhuan was joining, he didn't need to go. Enjoy yourselves, Mulan and Ali, Zhang Xiang said, then looked at Shen Ruhuan. Ruhuan, come join us for lunch too. Uncle Zhang, we won't be back for lunch. I want to take Mulan and the others to try Peking duck, they said. Zhang Xiang heard this and couldn't help but smile. All right, go have fun then. Soon, the three of them left to explore. Qin Mulan thought about Shen Ruhuan's previous incident of being caught and asked, have you figured out what happened before? Hearing this, Shen Ruhuan's mood brightened a bit. It's been cleared up. Seeing Shen Ruhuan like this, Qin Mulan guessed she might be right. Perhaps her friend did this. Yes, it was Feng Rou. Shen Ruhuan looked very upset. We used to be such good friends, but she did it because my family is better off and she couldn't stand it. She wanted me to fall into trouble. Qin Mulan didn't show much change in expression. She knew there are such people who can't bear to see others succeed. All right, don't be too angry. It's good you found out early so she doesn't cause more harm. What will you do about her? My father handled it. Feng Rou was taken away, and they all left Beijing. Even though Feng Rou was dealt with, Shen Ruhuan still felt sad. She thought friends could be lifelong, but she didn't expect someone so malicious. She couldn't imagine what might have happened if she hadn't met Mulan. Seeing Shen Ruhuan looking down, Qin Mulan patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry, Ruhuan. The new year is coming soon. Stay happy and don't let those undeserving people ruin your mood. Hearing this, Shen Ruhuan managed a small smile and said, Yes, stay happy. It's really not worth it for someone like that. Besides, you're in Beijing now. As a local, I must make sure you're well taken care of. Seeing Shen Ruhuan in better spirits, Qin Mulan smiled and said, Yes, you must treat me well. It's rare to come to Beijing, and I want to taste the local dishes and buy some specialty products to take home. Hearing this, Shen Ruhuan patted her chest and promised, Mulan, don't worry. I'll make sure you try authentic Beijing cuisine and then buy some local specialties.
Great.
Xie Zhili had been following behind, without speaking. He only moved quickly to the front during crowded times, shielding Qin Mulan and keeping her safe. Seeing how Xie Zhili and Qin Mulan interacted, Shen Ruhuan looked on with envy and said, Mulan, the way you and brother Xie get along is so nice. I wonder if, after I get married, my husband will be like that too. Upon hearing this, Qin Mulan couldn't help but smile and said, Of course you will. You will definitely find a good husband who loves you. Shen Ruhuan blushed slightly and then whispered into Qin Mulan's ear, Mulan, actually, I am about to get engaged. What? Qin Mulan looked surprised. She remembered that Shen Ruhuan didn't have a partner before. Shen Ruhuan was a bit shy, but saw Qin Mulan's surprised expression and thought she was upset for not telling her sooner. She quickly explained, Mulan, we only decided on the engagement yesterday, so I didn't have a chance to tell you. I planned to write you a letter after the new year, but you came to Beijing without warning. Hearing Shen Ruhuan's explanation, Qin Mulan responded directly, That's not what I meant. I want to know, weren't you single before? How did you suddenly get engaged? Shen Ruhuan sighed and said, It's because my family introduced me to someone when I returned to Beijing. Actually, she pursed her lips and looked sad as she said, I was missing for several days. Many people thought something had happened to me. Although I returned safe and sound, and my family kept this quiet, some families found out. Because of this, my marriage plans were affected. My family introduced me to someone from a slightly worse-off family, hoping that after we marry, the husband's family would treat me a little better. Qin Mulan also sighed after hearing this. It's really hard to talk about. Nowadays, reputation is very important. Even though Shen Ruhuan was unharmed, some people didn't believe her. So, Shun Zening and his wife thought it was better to find someone from a weaker family than theirs. Perhaps in the future, Ruhuan wouldn't be bullied. If your family picked him, he should be a good match. Shen Ruhuan blushed and nodded, saying yes, Zheng is quite nice. If there's a chance, let's have a meal together. I want to introduce him to you. Qin Mulan nodded without saying much, and they continued walking and talking. But soon, Shen Ruhuan stopped and said in surprise, Hey, Zheng is here? Hearing Shen Ruhuan's words, Qin Mulan looked in the direction she was pointing. In front of them was a tall, handsome man who was happily chatting and shopping with someone. The person he was with was a charming, delicate woman, like a little bird clinging nearby. Like Huan Yu said, is the person ahead, Zheng, the one you are going to get engaged to? Shen Ruhuan bit her lip and nodded, saying, Yes, his name is Zheng Dekai. We're getting engaged soon. Seeing Shen Ruhuan's face looked unhappy, Qin Mulian walked straight over. Shen Ruhuan, noticing this, quickly grabbed Qin Mulian and asked nervously, Mulian, what are you about to do? Nothing, just asking about the relationship between these two people. You're both going to be engaged, but if he likes someone else, maybe it's better not to go through with the marriage. Finally, Qin Mulian turned to Shen Ruhuan and asked, Are you willing to marry him even if he's interested in another girl? If that were true, Qin Mulian would think carefully about whether to step in. Shen Ruohuan quickly answered, Of course. We need to find out. Although she thought Zheng Dekai was quite nice, she wasn't so obsessed that she couldn't back out. If he was close to other women, she definitely wouldn't get married. Seeing Shen Ruohuan's response, Qin Mulian nodded and said, That's right. We can ask directly. Maybe they are relatives, but she didn't believe that entirely, especially considering Zheng Dekai's gaze towards that woman, which didn't seem innocent. Hearing this, Shen Ruohuan joyfully exclaimed, Yes, Mulian. Maybe they are relatives. Qin Mulian shook her head silently. She knew Shen Ruohuan would get excited too quickly. At that moment, Zheng Dekai also saw Shen Ruohuan and the others. In that instant, a flash of panic appeared in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down, smiled, and greeted Shen Ruohuan, saying, Ruohuan, why are you here? Shen Ruohuan replied directly, A friend has come to Beijing, so I brought them out for a walk today. She then introduced Qin Mulian and Xiezhili. Qin Mulian quietly sized up Zheng Dekai and nodded slightly. Xiezhili also gave a faint greeting and didn't say much. But Zheng Dekai, smiling, looked at them and said, Hello. I wish I had known you'd be here with Ruohuan today. I would have come too. Maybe we can all meet later? Qin Mulian didn't answer immediately. Instead, she turned to the woman next to Zheng Dekai and asked, Who is she? Zheng Dekai immediately said, This is my cousin on my mother's side. She just arrived in the capital city today, so I brought her here to buy some daily necessities. I didn't expect to run into you all by chance. The woman, hearing this, shyly looked at Qin Mulan and the others and said, Hello, my name is Su Yujia. I am Zheng Dekai's cousin. Shen Ruhuan, standing nearby, realized these two were relatives and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Mulan still furrowed her brow while looking at Zheng Dekai and Su Yujia, feeling that these two didn't seem entirely honest. But before she could ask more, Shen Ruhuan turned to her and said, Mulan, why don't we go together? It'll be more lively with more people. Qin Mulan nodded casually and said, Sure. She wanted to find out whether Su Yujia truly was Zheng Dekai's cousin. Spending more time with them might reveal something. Soon, the three of them became 5. Shen Ruhuan still walked with Qin Mulan, while Su Yujia stayed close to Zheng Dekai. According to her, since she had just arrived in the capital and didn't know anyone, sticking close to her cousin made her feel safer. Xiezhili didn't walk beside Zheng Dekai and Su Yujia. Instead, he stayed behind Qin Mulan, paying attention to the surroundings and the crowd, always ready to protect her. So Zheng Dekai and Su Yujia fell behind last. Su Yujia looked at the elegantly dressed woman ahead and asked, Is she the one you're going to get engaged to? She looks really beautiful. Hearing Su Yujia's gentle, soft voice, Zheng Dekai felt a sharp pain in his heart. Yujia, I. But before he finished, Su Yujia interrupted him with a smile, saying, Brother Kai, congratulations. Hearing this, Zheng Dekai felt even more unhappy inside. Qin Mulan, with sharp senses, overheard their quiet conversation. Although they weren't speaking loudly, she sensed something was off between them. She originally wanted to listen in on more of what they said, but they went silent and silently trailed behind at the back. When they arrived at the shopping mall, Shen Ruhuan turned to Qin Mulan and said, "Mulan, let's go shopping first. Afterward, we can go eat Peking duck." "Okay," Qin Mulan replied with a smile and nodded. "Since you're leading today, you decide what to do," she added cheerfully. Hearing that, Shen Ruhuan happily said, "Great, I'll plan our schedule for today." Then she looked at Zheng Dekai and Su Yujie and asked, "What about you two? Shall we start shopping first?" Zheng Dekai naturally nodded and said, "All right, Ruhuan, it's good that you've made your decision." Beside him, Su Yujie looked gentle and said, "I can call you Sister Ruhuan. This is my first time in the capital, so I don't know much. It would be perfect if you could help us shop." Seeing everyone had no objections, Shen Ruhuan led the group to browse the mall. Qin Mulan looked at the many beautiful items and had to admit that, as expected of the capital, it was lively and full of things to buy. She liked many things and, in the end, bought several with a big wave of her hand. Xiezhili followed behind, paying and carrying the bags. Su Yujie also wanted to buy something, but it was a bit expensive. She hesitated to purchase, but finally she liked a coat so much that she considered swallowing her pride and buying it. Zheng Dekai directly paid for it. "Yujie, since you like it, just buy it. Consider it a gift from your cousin." "Thank you, cousin," Su Yujie said with a bright smile, looking at Zheng Dekai. Qin Mulan raised her eyebrows at their interaction and looked over at Shen Ruhuan. However, Shen Ruhuan was happily shopping and didn't pay attention to this. Seeing this, Qin Mulan couldn't help but shake her head, wondering if Ruhuan had already accepted their cousin relationship, while she remained focused on her shopping. Ruhuan didn't notice much. She valued a bracelet and finally bought two. One for herself, and the other for Qin Mulan. "Mulan, let's each wear one. That way, if others see, they'll know we're good friends." Qin Mulan looked at the bracelet and said with a smile, "It's very pretty." Seeing Mulan liked it, Ruhuan brightened her eyes and said, "Mulan, let me put it on for you, okay?" Mulan nodded happily. Once she had the bracelet on, she truly looked great. Zheng Dekai followed behind, keeping everything in view. When he saw that Ruhuan bought a bracelet for Qin Mulan but didn't buy one for Su Yujie, his face didn't look happy. Finally, he couldn't hold back and said, "Ruhuan, my cousin is also a girl. Why didn't you think of her when you were buying?" Hearing this, Ruhuan was momentarily surprised and slightly upset. She bought the bracelet for Mulan because they were good friends. But she had just met Su Yujie today, so why should she buy her something? Su Yujie also heard Zheng Dekai's words. She quietly glanced at Shen Ruhuan, then quickly grabbed Zheng Dekai's sleeve and said, "Cousin, don't say that. This is our first time meeting Sister Shen, and I shouldn't let her buy things for me." At this moment, Zheng Dekai calmed down but still felt that Shen Ruhuan was wrong. He already called Su Yujie his cousin, but she didn't try to get closer. Did she look down on their relatives? Shen Ruhuan frowned as she looked at Zheng Dekai and Su Yujie. She suddenly noticed that Zheng Dekai today was different from before. Before, when he faced her, he was careful, shy, and tried to please her. But today, he seemed bolder. As for his cousin, she looked fragile and helpless, almost like they were bullying her. Thinking of this, Shen Ruhuan frowned and said, "Yes, it's not good for us to have her buy things today, since it's our first meeting. She's your cousin, not mine. When we get married later, she'll still be your cousin," Zheng Dekai replied. Shen Ruhuan was speechless. Qin Mulan, watching the whole scene from the side, couldn't help doubting the judgment of Shen Zining and his wife. Zheng Dekai's character seemed to have issues, apart from his relationship with Su Yujie. "Ruhuan, let's go ahead and take a look," Qin Mulan said, pulling Shen Ruhuan forward without paying attention to Zheng Dekai and Su Yujie. Xiezhili naturally followed closely, constantly watching what was happening around Qin Mulan. Seeing the three walk ahead, Zheng Dekai's face darkened. Su Yujie quickly turned to Zheng Dekai and said, "Brother Kai, Sister Shen looks angry. You should hurry and check on her. I'm not going, Zheng Dekai replied directly without hesitation.
But
The Shin family is so powerful, and your two families are about to become relatives. You can't let Sister Shin be angry, she urged. However, Zheng Dekai scoffed and said, what if Shin Ruhuan gets angry?
she can only marry me.
Who else would she marry?
Ha!
I don't think I really want to marry her. Brother Kai, the Shin family, is so noble and wealthy. Don't you want to marry into such a family? She asked.
You don't understand.
Shin Ruhuan. Zheng Dekai hesitated at the end of his sentence. He quickly stopped speaking, then pulled Su Yujie to buy a bracelet. Yujie, since Shin Ruhuan isn't buying, I'll buy you one. Su Yujie looked at the bright, translucent bracelet on her wrist, a thoughtful look in her eyes. Originally, Zheng Dekai valued this marriage very much and wanted to marry Shin Ruhuan as soon as possible. However, it seems something has changed. From Zheng Dekai's expression, he still wants to marry Shin Ruhuan, but his enthusiasm isn't as strong as it was at first. I don't know what happened in between. On the other side, Qin Mulan was holding Shin Ruhuan's hand, asking about New Year customs in Jingcheng. Shin Ruhuan was initially a little upset, but soon she cheered up again. She talked about the lively New Year celebrations in Jingcheng and shared many funny stories from her past with Mulan. Seeing Shin Ruhuan smile again, Qin Mulan also smiled. She then looked back and noticed Zheng Dekai and Su Yujie weren't following. Ruhuan, your boyfriend and his cousin didn't follow us. Hearing this, Shin Ruhuan looked back too. She couldn't quite explain her feelings at that moment, but she felt a bit disappointed. Forget it. I mainly came today to shop with you guys. I never planned to introduce him to you. It's just a coincidence. Since they left on their own, let's leave it at that. Ruhuan, since you're not married yet, and he already has this attitude, it might only get worse after you marry. You should tell your uncle and aunt what happened today. Shin Ruhuan nodded and said, okay, I understand. Seeing she listened carefully, Qin Mulan felt reassured. The three of them wandered the street for a while, and when it was time to eat, they went to enjoy Peking duck. The duck was bright red, with tender but not greasy meat. The outside was crispy, the inside tender. Qin Mulan used thin pancakes to wrap the duck, cucumber, and garlic, eating 7 or 8 bites before stopping. Siejali had been helping Qin Mulan wrap the pancakes. When she paused, he asked, Mulan, are you still hungry? Qin Mulan shook her head and said, I'm full. I won't eat anymore. You should eat yours quickly. Siejali was only paying attention to her and hadn't eaten much himself. Okay. Seeing Qin Mulan truly was full, Siejali quickly started eating. Shin Ruhuan watched their interactions and felt envy. She also recalled the encounter with Zheng Dekai today. Compared to Siejali, Zheng Dekai had no looks and no thoughtfulness. It was a complete contrast. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong, Ruhuan? Shin Ruhuan immediately shook her head and said, it's nothing. I just think you and big brother Xie really get along well. You'll find someone like that too someday. Shin Ruhuan, so beautiful and kind-hearted, genuinely thought this girl was very good. After the three of them finished eating, Qin Mulan planned to go home. She had been shopping all morning and was a bit tired, so she wanted to rest for a nap. When Qin Mulan and Siejali returned to Zhang's house, Shin Ruhuan also went back home. Tong Tingping saw her daughter arrive and quickly asked Ruhuan, did Mulan and the others really come to Beijing? She had heard her daughter mention it before and thought maybe she'd misunderstood. It was almost New Year, and she wondered why Qin Mulan's family would come to Beijing. Hearing this, Shin Ruhuan smiled and said, Mom, Mulan and her husband really came to Beijing. They're now living with Zhang's family. Zhang's family? The one in Dongqing district? Shin Ruhuan nodded and said, yes, Mulan is their young lady.
What?
Tong Tingping almost thought she'd heard wrongly. When she heard her daughter say that Jiang Xiang was Qin Mulan's adoptive father, she finally understood. She was curious about how Qin Mulan knew Jiang Xiang, but before she could ask, Shin Ruhuan brought up the incident of meeting Zheng Dekai today. Mom, today when we were shopping, we ran into Zheng Dekai and his cousin. Tong Tingping was stunned and asked, Zheng Dekai has a cousin? Yes, today was the first time I saw her. She's a gentle girl. I think she and Zheng Dekai get along well. I bought a bracelet for Mulan but didn't buy one for Zheng Dekai's cousin, and Zheng Dekai got angry and left with her. As she spoke, Shen Ruhuan explained everything in detail. Tong Tingting was furious after hearing her daughter's words. That Zheng Dekai seemed pretty good before, but what happened today? Yeah, Zheng Dekai today didn't seem likable. Originally, Shen Ruhuan was quite satisfied with him, but now her impression of Zheng Dekai had fallen. By the way, Mom, Mulan reminded me I should definitely tell you about this. She also thinks Zheng Dekai and his cousin are too close. I don't have strong feelings about it, but since Mulan feels that way, I wanted to tell you too. Tong Tingting nodded quickly after hearing this. Yes, such things should be shared with us. By the way, Ruhuan, since Mulan and her husband are in Beijing, we should invite them for a meal. Tomorrow morning, you should go and invite them to come over for dinner. I'll tell the kitchen to prepare. Shen Ruhuan immediately smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll go tomorrow morning. On the other side, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili returned to the Jiang family and quickly went to rest. After taking a short nap, Zhang Bo came over to invite them for afternoon tea. When Qin Mulan and Xiezhili arrived at the front yard, they saw Jiang Xing already sitting beside them, pouring tea. He said, I had some snacks and tea prepared. I don't know if you like them. Qin Mulan looked at the table and saw a variety of snacks, both Chinese and Western, along with several kinds of tea. Father-in-law, you've prepared too much. Jiang Xing smiled and replied, I didn't know your preferences, so I prepared a bit of everything. If you like anything, just tell Uncle Jiang, and I'll prepare what you like in the future. Father-in-law, I like everything, Qin Mulan said. After initially having no appetite, Qin Mulan now wanted to eat everything she saw. Hearing this, Jiang Xing smiled and said, Then sit down and eat quickly. Look how thin you've become. Xiezhili also thought that since Mulan married him, she had lost a lot of weight. Although being too fat affects health, she had become too thin. Yes, Mulan, eat quickly. Okay, Qin Mulan agreed. She didn't hold back and tried each snack, but because there were so many types, she felt full after tasting them all. Although she still wanted to eat, her appetite was much smaller than before. She no longer ate 4 or 5 big buns and felt hungry afterward. Mulan, eat some more, Jiang Xing urged. Hearing this, Qin Mulan waved her hand and said, Father-in-law, I'm really full. If I eat any more, I won't need dinner tonight. Seeing her say that, Jiang Xing didn't insist further and just asked about dinner plans. By the way, Mulan, some of my friends are coming tonight. I'll introduce you to them. Okay. Since they were Jiang Shiheng's friends, they must be her uncles and uncle's generation. She thought about checking the things she brought to prepare a small gift for their meeting. After returning to her small yard, Qin Mulan quickly looked for something. Fortunately, she had previously made some health-boosting pills, which she could give as gifts. That evening, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili went to the front yard and saw Jiang Xing chatting with 2 middle-aged men. Jiang Xing saw Qin Mulan and Xiezhili come over and waved at them. Mulan, Zhili, come over here, he called. Then he introduced his 2 friends. This is my daughter Qin Mulan, and this is my son-in-law Xiezhili. Next, Jiang Xing introduced Qin Mulan and Xiezhili to them, saying, This is your Uncle Huang, and that is your Uncle Zhong. Hearing this, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili politely replied, Hello, Uncle Huang. Hello, Uncle Zhong. When Huang Xingji and Zhong Yuwu heard Jiang Shiheng's words, they looked surprised and turned to see them. They had just heard their friend say he had taken in an adopted daughter. Now, it looked like he truly treated her like his own daughter. Because of this, Huang and Zhong became even kinder in their attitude toward Qin Mulan and Xiezhili. Hello, they said, presenting their prepared greeting gifts. Not only Qin Mulan received a gift, but Xiezhili also got one. After accepting the gift, Qin Mulan also gave each of them a bottle of health-boosting pills. Uncle Huang, Uncle Zhong, you can take one of these pills before bed each night. They are good for your health. Seeing the small ceramic bottle Qin Mulan handed over, both of them looked a bit stunned. They had never encountered such a gift, bringing medicine as a greeting. Jiang Xing chuckled and said, Xingji Yuwu, you are lucky. The pills my Mulan made are definitely effective. You should accept them quickly. After taking them for a while, you'll notice your health improving. Huang Xingji and Zhong Yuwu believed in him, but they still accepted the pills. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Xiang realized they didn't take it seriously, but since they were his friends, he planned to remind them later. After everyone sat down to eat, Xiezhili kept taking care of Mulan while they ate. Huang Xingji and Zhong Yuwu saw Xiezhili's care and gave him a few more looks, thinking he was a caring husband. Today was their first time meeting Qin Mulan and Xiezhili. After exchanging a few words, they didn't say much more and instead started chatting with Jiang Xiang. Jiang Xiang was able to settle things with his nephew smoothly, partly thanks to these two friends. During the meal, he took the chance to thank them. Qin Mulan also learned from their conversation about what Jiang Xiang had gone through after returning to Beijing, understanding that he had worked hard. "Father, you've had a tough time recently." Jiang Xiang smiled when he heard this and said to Qin Mulan, "It's not hard. I used to be too soft, but I won't be anymore. We shouldn't suffer ourselves while those who hurt you live freely." "Father, it's good that you think like that," she replied. Huang Xingji then smiled and said, "Yes, I told Xiang before that he was too kind. But back then, he still cared about family. Your nephew, however, never saw you as family at all." Some people chatted and laughed while enjoying a very satisfying dinner. The next day, Xiezhili planned to take Qin Mulan to the Fu family. However, before they left, Fu Sudong came over. When he learned they wanted to visit Fu's house, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Ali, sister-in-law, I'll treat you to a meal at the restaurant instead of going to my house." Hearing this, Xiezhili raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Fu Sudong's face showed some helplessness as he said, "My family is trying to set me up with someone. They said the girl would come over today, but I managed to escape." "Escape?" Shenru Huan, who had just arrived, heard this and greeted him with a smile after seeing Fu Sudong. "Fu Sudong, why are you here too?" Fu Sudong saw it was Shenru Huan and said, "I came to invite Ali and sister-in-law out for a meal." Hearing this, Shenru Huan quickly said, "My mom wants to invite Mulan and big brother Xie to our house for dinner. Don't go out to eat." She looked at Fu Sudong and added, "Comrade Fu, you can come too." When Fu Sudong heard Shenru Huan's words, he said, "Maybe we should eat outside instead." He wasn't very familiar with Shenru Huan, and suddenly dining at Shen's house might seem inappropriate. However, Shenru Huan glared at Fu Sudong and said, "My mom has already prepared everything, and she keeps urging me to invite Mulan and them over." Seeing her determined, Fu Sudong decided not to insist. Just as he was about to politely decline, Shenru Huan had already gone ahead to lead the way. "Mulan, let's go quickly." Qin Mulan smiled and nodded, but before leaving, she brought a gift. Xiezhili patted Fu Sudong's shoulder and said, "All right, let's go along." "Oh, Ultimately, Fu Sudong still went with them to Shen's house. Tong Tingping saw Qin Mulan and Xiezhili's couple arriving and warmly greeted them, saying, "Mulan, you're finally here. I heard you came to Beijing, so I really wanted to meet you." She looked at Fu Sudong with curiosity and asked, "And this is?" Shenru Huan laughed and introduced him. "Mom, his name is Fu Sudong. He participated in the operation with Big Brother Xie and saved many of us." After hearing this, Tong Tingping's attitude toward Fu Sudong warmed up a lot. But the more she looked at him, the more she felt he looked familiar. "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." "Mother, Fu Sudong is from the Fu family in Beijing. You might have met him before." Tong Tingping immediately recognized who Fu Sudong was and said, "You're the older son of the Fu family who joined the army." Fu Sudong nodded and replied, "Yes, Annie. Oh, no wonder your face looks familiar. I really saw you before. I remember you were about 13 or 14 then, and I didn't expect you to have grown so much now." Fu Sudong smiled slightly, unsure of what to say. He didn't remember Tong Tingping much, so he only smiled in response. After learning that Fu Sudong had also involved himself in rescuing the daughter, Tong Tingping warmly welcomed everyone inside and offered some fruit. "Mulan, there's still some time before dinner. Please have some fruit first." "Okay, thank you, Andy." Hearing Qin Mulan's reply, Tong Tingping quickly waved her hand and said, "Mulan, you're too polite. We should be thanking you." Tong Tingping also knew about Qin Mulan's pregnancy, so she shared some of her own experiences. Qin Mulan listened very seriously. Though she understood medical theory, hearing from someone with experience was also very helpful. Seeing Qin Mulan paying close attention, Tong Tingping smiled happily. At this moment, she noticed Xiezhili had been quietly taking care of Qin Mulan and thought how loving the couple was. This made her think of what her daughter had told her yesterday. "Oh right, Mulan, I heard you two ran into Zheng Dekai yesterday." Qin Mulan nodded and said, "Yes, we met him and his cousin." Since Zheng Dekai was mentioned, Qin Mulan decided to tell Tong Tingping, "Annie, could you check how many cousins Zheng Dekai has? I feel like he has a very close relationship with his cousin." Hearing this, Tong Tingping's eyes flashed and she nodded. "All right, Mulan. I'll remember that and look into how many safe cousins he truly has." Seeing that Tong Tingping took her words seriously, Qin Mulan didn't bring it up again. At lunch, Shen Zhenyu and Shen Ruhui also returned. When Shen Zhenyu saw Qin Mulan and Xiezhili, he warmly greeted them. "Comrade Xie, Dr. Qin, welcome, welcome." Shen Ruhui also stepped forward to greet them. Then, they looked somewhat puzzled at Fu Sudong. Shen Ruhui recognized him and asked, "Are you the oldest son of the Fu family?" Fu Sudong smiled and nodded, then stepped forward to say, "Uncle Shen, big brother Shen." Shen Ruhuan told the story of Fu Sudong and Xiezhili being comrades, as well as the time they rescued her together last time. Because of this, Shen Zhenyu and Shen Ruhui showed more friendliness toward Fu Sudong. After everyone sat down, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili sat together, Shen Zhenyu and Tong Tingping sat together with Shen Ruhui, and finally, Shen Ruhuan and Fu Sudong sat together. During dinner, Tong Tingping kept enthusiastically inviting Qin Mulan and others to eat. Shen Ruhuan sat next to Fu Sudong, so she also kept inviting him to eat. Fu Sudong initially felt a bit uncomfortable, but seeing Xiezhili and Qin Mulan calm and relaxed, he gradually let go and ate quite a lot. Plus, Shen Ruhuan introduced various dishes to him, so he enjoyed the meal very much. While they were eating, Zheng Dekai arrived. Seeing the Shen family, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili and another handsome young man whom he didn't recognize, who was sitting next to Shen Ruhuan. The young man seemed to be talking and laughing with her when Zheng entered. Seeing this, Zheng Dekai felt a surge of anger. However, Shen Zhenyu and Tong Tingping's couple were still present, so Zheng restrained his temper. He smiled and greeted them. "Uncle and Auntie, I see you're all at home. I took a day off today to come by and visit you and also to see Ruhuan." Shen Zhenyu had already heard from his wife about Zheng Dekai's situation yesterday. When he saw him, his expression cooled down a lot. "Oh, Dekai, we're just having a meal now. Would you like to join us?" This was just politeness, but Zheng nodded in response.
Okay.
Seeing Zheng agree, Shen Zhenyu raised an eyebrow and looked at him, but didn't say anything further. He then asked someone to prepare a set of bowls and chopsticks. Thinking about what his daughter had said yesterday and recalling Qin Mulan mentioning Zheng Dekai's closeness with her cousin, Tong Tingping felt increasingly annoyed with this supposed future son-in-law who was once satisfactory. "Dekai, I heard that when Ruhuan was out shopping with Mulan yesterday, she bumped into you. What a coincidence." Zheng Dekai quickly smiled and said, "Yes, it's really a coincidence. It means Ruhuan and I are destined." After returning home yesterday, he still thought Shen Ruhuan was stingy for not buying a jade bracelet for Yujia. He said a few words about her out of instinct. When his parents heard about it, they asked him more details, then scolded him, and also scolded Yujia. In the end, they demanded that he come to Shen's house today to apologize and make amends. But Zheng Dekai truly didn't think he was in the wrong. If his parents hadn't pushed him, he wouldn't have come at all. At first, he thought that after letting himself down and approaching the Shen family, they would still be as welcoming as before. But he didn't expect that after he arrived, the Shen family was very cold to him. Instead, they were very warm and friendly to Qin Mulan, Xiezhili, the couple, and a young man he didn't recognize. Seeing this, Zheng Dekai felt ignored and grew hostile toward Fu Sudong, who was sitting beside Shen Ruin. Could it be that the Shen family made two plans? They not only invited him, but also this man? "Ruin, I don't know who this is." Before Shen Ruin could speak, Fu Sudong said, "Hello, my name is Fu Sudong." Zheng Dekai looked over and saw that this man was quite handsome. Seeing him sitting with Shen Ruin, he had the strange feeling they looked like a good match. This made his face darken. Although Zheng Dekai didn't like Shen Ruan very much, since the Shen family invited him, he believed other men shouldn't be around Shen Ruan. Hello, I'm Zheng Dekai, Shen Ruan's fiancé. Hearing this, Shen Ruan instinctively said, Zheng Dekai, we haven't even gotten engaged yet. You're not my fiancé, you. Seeing Shen Ruan deny him, Zheng Dekai became more convinced that Fu Sudong was another man the Shen family had found for Shen Ruan. They seemed to be casting a wide net. Ruan, even though we're not engaged yet, we will be soon. If I say I'm your fiancé, I should be right? Seeing Zheng Dekai's insistence, Shen Ruan couldn't be bothered to argue with him. It was Shun Zhenyu who said, Dekai, you should sit down first. Let's eat first. Since Shen Zhenyu said so, Zheng Dekai didn't say anything more. But even with a table full of delicious food, he felt like chewing on wax, making the meal feel especially difficult. Qin Mulan completely ignored Zheng Dekai. She ate happily by herself, while Xiezhili next to her was busy picking fish bones and serving food, so she was having a good time. Tong Tingping was in a bad mood because of Zheng Dekai's arrival. But seeing Qin Mulan eat happily, and with a smile on her face, her mood started to improve. Fu Sudong looked at Shen Ruan, then at Zheng Dekai, and didn't see any sign that they were about to get engaged. They looked more like a mismatched couple, but he didn't say anything about it. He just lowered his head and ate. He didn't think he could join the Shen family for dinner now. It was enough that someone was staring at him while he ate. No matter how delicious the food was, he felt he couldn't take it anymore. Finally, after finishing the meal, Fu Sudong planned to leave. Qin Mulan and Xiezhili also felt the same way. Because Qin Mulan would take a nap in the afternoon, Xiezhili thought about taking Mulan back home. Tong Tingping saw that they were about to leave and quickly stopped Qin Mulan, saying, Mulan, you and your friends should come over often. Andy, we have to go back tomorrow. When we come to Beijing again in the future, we will visit. Hearing this, Tong Tingping looked regretful. Why are you leaving so soon? But she understood that the New Year was coming, and they would probably go back to their hometown to celebrate. She reluctantly said, then next time, come to Beijing again. Okay. Qin Mulan smiled and said this, then she and Xiezhili left together. Fu Sudong followed behind them. After the three left the Shen family, Fu Sudong couldn't help but look at Qin Mulan and ask, is it true that Zheng Dekai and Shen Ruhuan are getting engaged? But I look at them and they don't seem like a couple at all. Xiezhili rarely spoke and said, that Zheng Dekai is not a good match. Hearing this, Fu Sudong looked surprised and then laughed. Ali, you usually don't speak badly of others. I didn't expect you to give such a low opinion of Zheng Dekai. Is there something wrong with him? Qin Mulan thought more deeply. She and Xiezhili would leave Beijing tomorrow, but she remembered Ali saying that Fu Sudong wouldn't return until after the New Year. So she thought he could keep an eye on Shen Ruhuan. Comrade Fu. Qin Mulan had not finished talking, but Fu Sudong interrupted her. Sister-in-law, you can just call me Sudong. No need to be so formal. Seeing this, Qin Mulan agreed and said, then I'll just call you Sudong. Zheng Dekai really isn't a good match. She recounted what happened yesterday and finally said, I suspect that Su Yujie isn't Zheng Dekai's cousin at all. Please pay more attention to this in the next few days. Ruhuan is a good girl, and I hope she will have a happy married life in the future. After hearing Qin Mulan's words, Fu Sudong's impression of Zheng Dekai plummeted. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will pay more attention to the Shen family and also find out more about Zheng Dekai. If he's really not good, I will definitely tell the Shen family. Thank you, Sudong. You're welcome, sister-in-law. As they talked, they parted ways at an intersection. When Qin Mulan and Xiezhili returned to the Jiang family, Jiang Xiang was there helping Jiang Bo pack up. Father, what are you doing? Jiang Xiang saw Qin Mulan and Xiezhili return. He smiled and waved at them, saying, Mulan, Ali, I've prepared some New Year gifts for both your families. Please bring them with you when you go back tomorrow. Qin Mulan saw that Jiang Xiang had prepared so much and couldn't help but say, Godfather, you've prepared too many. We definitely can't carry all of it. Hearing this, Jiang Xiang chuckled and replied, It's okay. If you can't carry it all, I can send it to you later. Just keep in mind, you'll receive it after the New Year. Godfather, really, you don't need to prepare so much, Qin Mulan said. Jiang Xing didn't listen and had already asked Jiang Bo to pack most of the gifts so they could mail them later. Then he looked at Qin Mulan again and said, Mulan, I remember you need a nap in the afternoon. You should rest now. Seeing that Jiang Xing had everything arranged, Qin Mulan didn't say more. She yawned and said, Godfather, I'll go rest now. Meanwhile, after Qin Mulan and the others left, Shen Zhenyu looked at Zheng Dekai and said, Dekai, I have something to ask you. Let's go to the living room. Seeing Shen Zhenyu's serious face, Zheng Dekai felt a bit nervous but quickly nodded and replied, Okay, Uncle Shen. When Zheng Dekai came out of the living room, his face was dark, but he tried to smile politely and said goodbye to Shen Wanhuan and others. After Zheng Dekai left, Shen Wanhuan looked at Shen Zhenyu with curiosity and asked, Dad, what did you tell him? Nothing much. Just told him that I, Shen Zhenyu, have a daughter and she mustn't be bullied. Yesterday, he treated you so badly just because of a cousin. Who knows if he'd do the same for others in the future. We can't indulge him. Hearing this, Tong Tingping said, Zhenyu, let's not rush for our daughter to get engaged to Zheng Dekai yet. We should check out his cousin first. Shen Zhenyu agreed. Their daughter hadn't even been married in yet, and she already suffered. If she married him, it would be worse. I've already started investigating Zheng Dekai and the Zheng family thoroughly. I will check all his relatives carefully. Tong Tingping felt relieved to hear that her husband was investigating. The next day, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili woke up early. Fu Sudong and Shen Wanhuan also came to see them off. Finally, Jiang Xing, Fu Sudong, and Shen Wanhuan sent the two to the train station. Qin Mulan and Xiezhili's train tickets were still for sleeper cars, so they felt relatively relaxed. Jiang Xing on the platform watched the train depart, then turned to Fu Sudong and Shen Ruhuan and said, Xiao Fu, Ruhuan, let's go back. As the three people left the train station, they ran into Uncle Yao. Seeing Jiang Xing, Uncle Yao hurriedly approached with a smile and said, Master Jiang, what a coincidence to see you here again. He looked suspiciously at Fu Sudong and Shen Ruhuan but didn't see Mr. Xiezhili or Mr. Qin Mulan and his wife, which made him wonder. Master Jiang, are you here to see off your goddaughter and her husband? Jiang Shiheng's eyes sharpened when he heard this. Housekeeper Yao, you're interested in my family affairs. Seeing Jiang Shiheng's expression, Uncle Yao quickly denied. Master Jiang, you misunderstood. I was just curious because your son-in-law looks like a relative of mine, so I asked about him. If you're unhappy about this, I won't mention it again. After saying that, Uncle Yao added quickly, some guests need my help to pick them up, so I won't bother you anymore, Master Jiang. After Uncle Yao left, Jiang Xing still looked displeased. Even Fu Sudong felt that Uncle Yao was suspicious. Uncle Jiang, I think Uncle Yao cares too much about Ali. Jiang Xing shared the same suspicion. Yeah, I feel like this housekeeper Yao is very concerned about Ali. He comforted Fu Sudong and said, Xiao Fu, I will look into this. Don't worry. Seeing Jiang Shiheng's tone, Fu Sudong stopped mentioning it. He already knew from his father about Jiang Xing, so he understood this Uncle Jiang a little better. Since he said he would investigate, there was no need to worry. Like when they came, Fu Sudong acted as the driver and first took Jiang Xing home. Afterward, he looked at Shen Ruhuan and said, Ruhuan, I'll take you home, okay? As they spoke, the two got out of the car to leave. Jiang Xing called out to Fu Sudong, Xiao Fu, you can drive back later. Just return the car when you're free. Before Fu Sudong could reply, Shen Ruhuan smiled and said, Uncle Jiang, our home is nearby, so we don't need to drive. Fu Sudong nodded and agreed. Yes, Uncle Jiang, we're close by. Then he took Shen Ruhuan and left. Watching their figures disappear, Jiang Xing smiled quietly. Fu Sudong had taken Shen Ruhuan all the way to her door. When she was about to go inside, he stopped her and said, Ruhuan, are you free tomorrow? Let's go out to eat together. Last time, he didn't want to accept the family-arranged marriage and left home directly. Recently, his situation at home has been difficult, and he thinks it's better not to stay there. Shen Ruhuan heard Fu Sudong's words and was surprised, but after considering their recent interactions and his relationship with Mulan and her husband, she agreed reluctantly. All right, then shall we go out for a meal tomorrow? Lunch or dinner? Lunch. I'll come to pick you up around 9 in the morning, Fu Sudong replied. Shen Ruhuan nodded and said, okay. While they were talking, Zheng Dekai arrived. He overheard their conversation and looked very angry. Yesterday, Shen Zhenyu had scolded him because he made Shen Ruhuan upset, and then their family's parents also criticized him. Now he was eager to fix his image in the Shen family's eyes. But what he saw was Shen Ruhuan returning home with Fu Sudong, and they had already planned to dine out together. Seeing this, Zheng Zhenyu felt shocked and angry. He thought it was unfair that Shen Zhenyu had scolded him yesterday over nothing. The Shen family was too careless, arranging two men for their daughter, as if choosing the right one mattered. Zheng Dekai loudly shouted, Shen Ruhuan, your Shen family is shameless. They keep hanging me on a string, promising you an engagement with me, but at the same time they find another man for you so you can keep trying different guys. Who do you think you are? Can you choose any man you want? Think about whether you're suitable for any of these men. Finally, with malicious intent, Zheng Dekai glared at Fu Sudong and said, you probably don't know, but Shen Ruhuan seems pure and innocent on the surface, but she's been played with many times. She was kidnapped by traffickers for a long while. With someone like her in their hands, do you think she's still innocent? She probably has been. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted him as Fu Sudong punched Zheng Dekai, knocking him to the ground. Not satisfied yet, Fu Sudong scrambled onto Zheng Dekai and started punching him repeatedly, each fist hitting hard. Zheng Dekai wailed, ow, ow, in pain. From the moment Zheng Dekai started speaking, Shen Ruhuan's face turned pale. She knew her long disappearance would lead to malicious rumors. Fortunately, the family kept the news quiet at the time, so few people knew. But she didn't expect that Zheng Dekai, who was favored by the family, would find out. In that moment, Shen Ruhuan felt like she was falling into an ice cellar. She even doubted whether many people in the capital already knew about it. But when she heard Zheng Dekai's loud, pig-like scream, Shen Ruhuan finally regained her senses. She looked at Fu Sudong with a fierce face and suddenly felt much better. Shen Ruhuan naturally wanted to see Zheng Dekai get punished. However, seeing Zheng Dekai growing weaker and weaker, she quickly stepped forward to stop Fu Sudong.
You
don't hit him anymore. It would be terrible if you kill him. Fu Sudong paused after hearing this. He then saw Zheng Dekai's miserable state and was a bit surprised at how hard he had hit. But when he recalled what Zheng Dekai had just said, he felt he was justified. Someone who jokes about a woman's innocence deserves whatever punishment they get. When Fu Sudong finally stopped, Zheng Dekai felt he had narrowly escaped death. But looking at his battered face, he glared viciously at Fu Sudong and said, just you wait. I won't let you go. He thought he was warning him kindly, but Fu Sudong just sneered and said, fine, I'll wait. Just as tensions rose between them, Shen Zhenyu and Shen Ruhui came back. Seeing the scene at the door, they looked confused. What happened? Although they had some issues with Zheng Dekai, they didn't want to see him beaten to death. Shen Ruhuan saw her father and older brother return and burst into tears. Dad, older brother. When Shen Zhenyu and Shen Ruhui saw their daughter, sister, like this, they immediately felt worried. Ruhuan, what happened? Since Zheng Dekai turned away from Su Yujie that day, Shen Ruhuan's heart had already cooled. Now, after hearing his words today, she was even more determined to abandon the marriage. Dad, older brother, Zheng Dekai is just a scumbag. As she spoke, Shen Ruhuan recounted Zheng Dekai's words without missing a detail. Then she looked at Fu Sudong and said, so Fu Sudong couldn't stand it and hit Zheng Dekai. Good. Good for Zheng Dekai. Good for the Zheng family. Shen Zhenyu's face turned red with anger. He wished he could just get rid of Zheng Dekai himself. Shen Ruhui also looked at Zheng Dekai with a grim expression, already thinking about how to teach him a lesson. Fu Sudong saw that Shen Ruhui's family had returned, so he no longer needed to step in. He politely said goodbye. Uncle Shen, Brother Shen, Ruhuian, I'll head back now. Hearing this, Shen Zhenyu tried to keep him. Xiao Fu, come inside and sit for a while. Sudong was perceptive and knew Shen Zhenyu's invitation was just politeness, so he smiled and said, I have something to do, so I'll go now. Shen Zhenyu didn't insist further, but told him to be careful on the way. After Sudong left, Shen Zhenyu's gaze turned cold as he looked at Zheng Deke and said sharply, Zheng Deke, I didn't expect this is how you feel about Rahoyan. It's a good thing I now know your thoughts. Otherwise, once Rahoyan really married into Zheng's family, it would have been too late. By the end, Shinzhenyu felt a rare sense of fear, realizing he had been mistaken. At first, Zheng Dik seemed nice, but now, he was morally corrupt. Rahui, take him inside. I still have questions for him, Shen Rahoishi ordered. Zheng Dik finally felt scared. He had seen Shen Rahoyan and Fu Sudong together earlier and, out of anger, said reckless things. Now the Shin family had caught him. They would surely seek revenge. He struggled and begged, I won't say it again. Please let me go. But Shen Rahoishi ignored him and took him to the other side. After Qin Mulan boarded the train, she lay down to rest. Xiezhili watched nearby. When lunchtime arrived and Mulan was still asleep, Xiezhili took 2 steamed buns from his bag and started eating them. The weather was cold, and the buns had hardened, so he chewed slowly. When Qin Mulan woke up, Xiezhili had finished the buns and looked at the time, realizing it was late. He asked, Mulan, are you hungry? I bought some food from the dining car for you. Mulan was actually a bit hungry, remembering they had dry rations. No need. We brought buns and pickles. Just eat whatever you want. No, the buns are stiff now. I'll go buy more. You can rest a little. Before she could say more, Xiezhili had already gone to buy food. There wasn't much to eat on the train, but the food was warm. After buying some rice and dishes, Xiezhili urged Mulan to eat more. Ali, why aren't you eating? I've already eaten, she replied. Qin Mulan quickly understood that Xiezhili was eating dry food. She couldn't help but give him a side glance and said, since the buns are hard, you should eat some other dishes. Xiezhili smiled as he neatly placed his chopsticks down and said, you eat now. I'm already full. Qin Mulan picked up her chopsticks to eat, but the food was not very tasty. Maybe because they were on the train, her appetite was not good either, so she stopped halfway through. Seeing this, Xiezhili was a bit worried. Qin Mulan waved her hand and said, it's okay. After we get off the train, everything will be fine. When Xiezhili saw that Qin Mulan really wouldn't eat anymore, he quickly finished the remaining food. Then he sat beside her and asked if she wanted to sleep a bit longer. Qin Mulan nodded and lay down again.
Xiezhili stayed by her side the whole time.
By the afternoon, they arrived in Lu province.
Mulan, wake up.
We've arrived. Qin Mulan woke up drowsily. When Xiezhili helped her put on her shoes, she was completely alert. Seeing people around looking over, she immediately felt a bit shy and said, Ollie, I can do it myself. But by this time, Xiezhili had already helped her put on her shoes. The women among the crowd looked at her with some envy, while the men thought Xiezhili was losing face by helping a woman. One tall man wanted to say something, but after seeing Xiezhili stand up with a commanding presence, he didn't say anything. After getting off the train, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili quickly took another vehicle to the town. When they arrived home, it was already dark. The Xie family was very excited to see Qin Mulan and Xiezhili back. Yao Jingji quickly stepped forward, pulling Xiezhili and examining him carefully, asking worriedly, Ollie, are you really okay? Did you sustain any hidden injuries? Mom, don't worry. Thanks to Mulan, my injuries are healed. So you can rest assured. Li Shuyan nearby nodded quickly and said, yes, Mom. Mulan is so skilled at medicine, so my second brother is definitely fine. Seeing that Xiezhili indeed looked fine, Yao Jingji finally felt relieved. Then she looked at Qin Mulan with some concern and asked, Mulan, have you been alright lately? You're pregnant and traveling back and forth like this. We're all worried about you. Hearing this, Qin Mulan smiled and said, Mom, don't worry.
I'm fine.
Look at me. I'm perfectly alright. But Yao Jingji thought that Qin Mulan's face looked a bit pale. Xiezhili was busy on the side and said, Mom, the food on the train isn't good. Mulan didn't eat much at noon. Is there anything else to eat at home? Yao Jingji immediately responded, yes, yes, yes. I'll go make some food for you. Although they knew their younger son and daughter-in-law would return before the new year, they didn't know the exact day, so they had already eaten earlier that evening. Luckily, since the new year was coming, there were many things at home, so Yao Jingji quickly prepared 2 bowls of egg noodles. After Qin Mulan sat down and took a bite, she felt her appetite open up completely. Mom, your noodles are really delicious. Hearing this, Yao Jingji's face was filled with a big smile. Then you should eat more. Seeing Mulan quickly eating her noodles, Zhili finally felt relieved and started eating himself. After they finished the noodles, Mulan went back to her room to rest, while Zhili and Xia Wenbing were talking with Xie Zhuwei. Xia Wenbing couldn't help but pat his younger son's shoulder and said, "It's good to be back. This year, our family can celebrate the New Year together. Since his younger son joined the army, he hadn't come home for New Year's before. Now, after Zhili's work, this was the first time they celebrated together at home. Yes, this year's New Year will definitely be lively." Zhili smiled and replied, and the father and sons chatted casually. When it was getting late, Zhili went back to his room to rest. Looking at Mulan, who was already asleep, he couldn't help but lean closer. He bent down and kissed her on the forehead, feeling very happy. This year, they weren't just celebrating New Year at home, they also had a loved one and an unborn child. He had never felt so satisfied before. "Mulan, thank you." After kissing Mulan, Zhili felt content and lay beside her to rest. At the Xie family in Qingshan village, everything was peaceful, but in the Jingqing Yao family, there were many hidden undercurrents. Today, Uncle Yao saw Jiangxing again at the train station and thought of Xie Zhili. There are indeed many people who look alike in the world, but he still cared deeply. After hesitating all day, he finally went to find old Master Yao and told him about Xie Zhili. Yao Shihong listened to Uncle Yao and looked surprised. "You mean, you met a young man who looks quite similar to me when I was young?" Uncle Yao nodded and said, "Yes, Zhili really looks a lot like you in your youth, but his eyebrows and eyes are a bit like Grandma. Overall, he looks very much like you too when you were young." When speaking carefully, he said, "Could it be that the young lady is still alive? If we consider her age, if she got married and had children, her son should be that big now. After all, young Master Ning is about the same age." Hearing this, Yao Shihong's face showed a hint of excitement. But he quickly calmed down because in those first few years, he had experienced too much disappointment. His wife couldn't handle the blow and fell seriously ill. Later, if they hadn't adopted his sister-in-law's daughter, his wife might have passed away over 30 years ago. Don't let the elderly lady know about this first. Since even you think that Xie Zhiliang resembles us, I might as well have someone investigate it. Yao uncle nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. I definitely won't tell the elderly lady."
"I won't tell you what?"
Yin Yuzhen smiled pleasantly as she walked in. She had come to look for the old man about something, but didn't expect to overhear the statement. Yao Shihong waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. I was actually planning to prepare a birthday gift for you while you weren't paying attention, but now you've heard it." Hearing this, Yin Yuzhen couldn't help but laugh. "Old man, why are you being so secretive? It's not a big birthday celebration. The family can just have a simple meal." "No, it's important to have a proper celebration," she replied. Seeing that her spouse still celebrated her birthday well every year, Yin Yuzhen couldn't help but smile. Okay, everything is up to you." After she nodded, Yao Shihong looked at Uncle Yao and said, "All right, you'd better go prepare." He gave Uncle Yao a quick signal. Uncle Yao immediately nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go now." After Uncle Yao left, Yao Shihong turned to his wife and asked, "Why are you coming so late? Is there something you need?" "It's about Yining. After the new year, he plans to take Monli to the team again. Can you think of a way to transfer him to Beijing? That way, the young couple can come home more often." Hearing this, Yao Shihong frowned slightly and asked, "Did Yining say that?" Yin Yuzhen hurriedly shook her head. "No, Yining is always sensible. He wouldn't talk about these things. It's just that I told them they could only come back for the new year, so I asked you to think of a way." Finally, she mentioned the reunion dinner on New Year's Eve. "Tomorrow morning, I will ask Jingtong and Yining and his mother to also invite Yuro. Our whole family will have a good meal together." Yin Yuro is actually the younger sister of Yin Yu. They both had daughters around the same time, and both were girls. Later, Yin Yu's husband unfortunately passed away. As the older sister, Inuro felt sorry for her sister and gave her a place to stay. Later on, Inu's daughter went missing when she was 8 years old, and Inu herself fell seriously ill. Seeing her sister in such a state, Inuro, the younger sister, officially adopted her sister's daughter, even changing her name to Yao Jingtong. Now, Yao Jingtong became the mistress of the Yao family. She never married and simply became a concubine, giving birth to a son named Yao Yining. Yao Shihong listened to his wife's words and had no objection, simply nodding and saying okay. At this moment, the northeast corner of the yard still had a light on. Yao Yining and his mother, Yao Jingtong, were talking about going to pick up Grandma tomorrow. After discussing the plan, he couldn't help but ask again, "Mom, do you know which relatives Uncle Yao can still visit now?" Hearing her son's question, Yao Jingtong looked puzzled and asked, "Why do you suddenly want to ask about Uncle Yao?" Yao Yining recounted what happened at the train station when Uncle Yao saw Xiezhili. He finally said, "I keep feeling that Uncle Yao looked at Xiezhili in a strange way." Hearing this, Yao Jingtong shook her head and said, "I don't really understand Uncle Yao either. That old man, every time he sees me, he acts respectful on the outside, but I don't know what he's really thinking inside. Maybe it's because I'm not the true eldest daughter of the Yao family. If I were, he probably wouldn't behave so formally around me." Talking about this, Yao Jingtong felt a bit resentful. Although she became a foster daughter of the Yao family, many people in Beijing knew that she was just Yao Shihong and Inuro's niece, not their biological daughter. Because of this, she was often pointed at and judged. But luckily, her cousin, who was a few days older than her, had not been found yet, so she still maintained her status as the eldest miss of the Yao family. Yao Yining saw that his mother was feeling down and didn't press further, but he felt a lingering doubt in his heart. Seeing her son's unhappy mood, Yao Jingtong asked again, "What's with that Xie person? Since he's in the same unit as you, do you have a photo of him? Let me see what he looks like. Maybe when I see his face, I can match him to some relative of Uncle Yao's." Hearing this, Yao Yining shook his head directly and said, "I don't have a photo of Xiezhili right now. But when I get back to the unit, I'll get a picture and send it to you." Yao Jingtong nodded and said, "All right, as long as you remember it yourself." She didn't take this matter seriously, since she wasn't interested in Uncle Yao's relatives at all. "Okay, Yining, it's getting late. You better go back to sleep. You've been married to Monli for quite some time now. Work hard and try to have a baby soon." Yao Yining stood up and said, "Okay, Mom, I understand." The Yao family soon fell into peaceful silence, and everyone was sound asleep. Meanwhile, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili were also sleeping deeply, sleeping until the next morning. When Qin Mulan woke up, she was surprised to see Xiezhili still there. "Ollie, did you sleep in?" Xiezhili smiled and said, "Yes, I didn't practice early today, but it's nice to wake up with you." Hearing this, Qin Mulan also smiled. After they got up, Jingji Yao had already prepared breakfast. Even Li Xueyan started her day of rest today. When she saw Qin Mulan wake up, she quickly walked over smiling. "Mulan, did you sleep well last night?" "Sister-in-law, I slept very well. Are you taking a break today? How many days do you have off for the new year?" "I can rest for 5 days this time." Then Li Xueyan leaned close to Qin Mulan's ear happily and said, "Mulan, after I was confirmed, my salary was raised, and the benefits for the new year got much better. Thank you so much. Otherwise, I would still be working every day like before." Qin Mulan replied, "Sister-in-law, it's all due to your hard work. How are Uncle Yu and the others lately?" "They're all doing well. Director Yu keeps asking me when I'll be back," she said, then couldn't help but ask, "Mulan, will you still go to the army with Ollie after the new year?" Qin Mulan nodded directly and said, "Yes, I will go with him after the new year. The house over there is already set up. I've moved in now." Hearing that Qin Mulan would leave after the new year, Li Xueyan felt deeply reluctant. "Mulan, since you left, I've always felt something was missing at home. When you're here, I feel at peace." Li Xueyan hadn't seen Qin Mulan in a long time and wanted to talk to her. However, Xiezhili couldn't hold back and said from beside them, "Sister-in-law, Mulan hasn't had breakfast yet. She gets hungry easily lately. Hearing Xiezhili's words, Li Shuyan finally realized and quickly let go of Qin Mulan. Mulan, I was too happy to see you. Go and eat breakfast now. We've already eaten. Mom left breakfast for you on the table. Qin Mulan was truly hungry, so she didn't hesitate and happily went with Xiezhili to eat breakfast. After they finished eating, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili finally had time to share the gifts they had brought by hand with their family. Xie Wenbing saw that he had some gifts too and said, Ali Mulan, why did you buy so many things? You should have just gone straight home. Yao Jingji, standing nearby, couldn't help but say, Yes, Mulan, these look like expensive gifts. You don't need to buy us anything. She received a wool coat that looked very costly. She was hesitant to even touch it. Her husband received a new black and blue shirt that looked very stylish. As for the eldest son's family, everyone received a new outfit too. All these clothes probably cost a lot of money. Hearing Yao Jingji's words, Qin Mulan smiled and said, Mom, these aren't bought by me and Ali. They are clothes prepared by my Yifu, father-in-law, for you all. Besides you, there are some for my maternal family too. Yifu also prepared other things, but there's too much for us to carry, so some were sent over by mail. We probably won't receive them until after the new year. Yao Jingji couldn't help but say, Wow, your Qingjak, parent-in-law, really spoils you. Even Xie Wenbing said, Yeah, I wonder how much all these clothes cost. Besides their family, the Qin family also received items. This really is quite extravagant. But in the end, he looked surprised and asked, Did you guys go to Jingcheng too? Yes, since Jingcheng is not far from here. We went for a trip. It's also the new year, so we stopped by to see Yifu. Xie Wenbing and Yao Jingji nodded in agreement when they heard this. Lu Shuyan, however, was excited and was eager to ask what Jingcheng was like, curious about what kind of person Mulan Zifu is and how he is so rich. The quality of the clothes must have been very expensive, and since the Qin family also received gifts, probably more family members are involved. Mulan also mentioned earlier that some other gifts were on their way. What kind of background must they have to give such luxurious gifts? Xiao Yu, the young boy, wasn't very interested in Jingcheng. At this moment, he was holding up his new clothes to compare, feeling that they looked better than the clothes other children in the village wear. Seeing that the gifts had been distributed, Qin Mulan turned to Yao Jingji and said, Mom, Ali and I will go back to my maternal home to visit. Hearing this, Yao Jingji nodded naturally and said, Good, you two, hurry and go. Su Wanyi and Qin Jianshi saw their daughter and son-in-law arrive. Their faces were filled with surprise. Mulan, Ali, when did you come back? They hurriedly asked, then looked at Xiezhili and asked, Ali, are you okay now? Xiezhili smiled and said, Don't worry, Mom and Dad.
I'm fine.
Mulan has already come over, so I must be okay. Qin Jianshi and Su Wanyi felt relieved to hear that. Su Wanyi then held her daughter's hand carefully and asked with concern, Mulan, you've been bouncing back and forth during your pregnancy. Are you feeling all right? Mom, I'm fine. You don't need to worry. Seeing her daughter's healthy color, Su Wanyi felt more at ease. Later, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili divided the new clothes among themselves. Even Old Master Qin and Old Lady Qin had some. When the family found out these gifts were all bought by Jiang Shiheng, they were all surprised. Wang Zhaodi was especially excited. She moved closer to Mulan and asked, Mulan, you and Ali also went to your father-in-law's house? Is his house really big and nice? That's why he bought such grand gifts and new clothes for all of us. Mulan briefly explained, but didn't say much more. Next to her, Su Wanyi felt a bit uncomfortable after learning that her daughter and son-in-law had gone to Beijing. She looked at her daughter hesitantly, but with so many people around, she didn't ask. She planned to wait until they were alone to ask her about it. However, Old Master Qin was very interested in how his granddaughter helped to cure Xiezhili. He kept talking to Mulan for a long time. Finally, Lu Tsuehua gave Old Master Qin a stern look and said, All right, old man, Mulan is pregnant now. Don't keep talking about this. Let her go rest. Seeing her granddaughter showing signs of pregnancy, Old Master Qin stopped speaking. But he still looked at his two granddaughters-in-law's bellies and asked Mulan, Mulan, I think you're only a few days ahead of Zhaodi in pregnancy, but your belly is already noticeable. Wang Zhaodi nodded and said, Yes, Mulan. I can't tell my belly yet, and Yufeng's pregnancy is even later than mine. Her belly is still flat. Mulan also looked at her own belly. The room was warm, so she took off her coat, and it was somewhat obvious she was pregnant. She had wondered about it herself because her belly seemed to show a little earlier than usual, but it wasn't very clear, so she hadn't thought much about it. I'm over 3 months now, so it's about time for my belly to show. Others may also think the same, so I won't say much more. Finally, Suwani found the chance to ask about her daughter's trip to the capital. Mulan, you and Ali went to the capital. What did you do there? When Qin Mulan heard her mother's words, she thought she was interested in the capital, so she explained everything that happened there in detail. Suwani then asked, You also saw Ruhuan in the capital, right?
So,
You mostly stayed at your father's house, didn't you? You didn't meet many others? Hearing this, Qin Mulan looked at her somewhat confused. Mom, besides Ruhuan, we didn't know anyone else in the capital, so we didn't meet anyone else. Suwani silently breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Qin Mulan also noticed that her mother wasn't really interested in the capital itself, but was just curious about what she had done there. Thinking of this, she slightly frowned, not understanding why her mother paid so much attention to her trip to the capital. If her mother was going to ask, she should have asked about her work in Ali's unit. Mom, why are you suddenly asking me these questions? Suwani quickly replied, I was just asking casually. She then quickly changed the subject and carefully asked about her daughter's life in the military unit. Mulan, tell me about your time with Ali. Aren't you going there again after the new year? Are you used to living there? Seeing that her mother didn't seem willing to explain further, Qin Mulan understood. She wouldn't say more. She simply mentioned her life in the military. When the mother and daughter had nearly finished their chat, Wang Zhaodi came over to call them for dinner. Second Aunt Mulan, dinner's ready. Lunch was prepared by Sun Huihong and her 2 daughters-in-law. Now, Sun Huihong had no strong opinions about Qin Mulan. After all, the 2 daughters-in-law could only have her children happily because of Mulan. When she saw Mulan, she could smile politely. The Qin family was already large, and today, with Qin Mulan and Xie Zhilu visiting, the table was even livelier. Lu Tsuehua kept urging her granddaughter and grandson-in-law to eat more vegetables, while her other grandsons and granddaughters-in-law ate by themselves. As long as there was plenty of food today, it was enough. The Qin family didn't follow many formalities during meals, so everyone ate and chatted happily. Sun Huihong also shared some gossip about the village chief's family. By the way, do you know that the daughter of the village chief, Yi Xiaohe, hasn't come back since she married Feng Jiming? This time, she didn't even return for the new year. It seems like once a girl leaves her home, she's gone forever, like water spilled after marriage, as if she no longer exists in her family. Qin Mulian heard this and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She then looked at Xie Zhilu. Xie Zhilu kept quiet, calmly eating his meal, without saying a word. However, he was quite pleased with this news, and it confirmed that he had made the right call to give a warning earlier. After they finished eating, Qin Mulian and Xie Zhilu prepared to leave. Mulian, Ali, you should go home now. I see that Mulian is yawned out. When you get back, you can take a nap. Qin Mulian's recent habit was taking a nap, and she really planned to rest a bit. But since now it was already evening, she looked at her younger brother Qin Qiang and asked, Qiang, have you been reading books lately? Don't worry, sis. I read every day. Plus, I haven't fallen behind on earning money. Dr. Song at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital even praises me for getting better at preparing herbal medicines, he said proudly. Seeing her younger brother's small pride, Qin Mulian smiled and praised him. Our Qiang is really impressive. But you need to study carefully now and make sure you understand all the knowledge from middle school and high school. Suning, who was nearby, smiled and said, Mulian, I will supervise him. He must study hard. She also heard from her son that her daughter was also studying diligently, so she asked, Mulian, are you still reading books? Thinking that she herself hadn't read much lately, Qin Mulian felt a bit guilty. But with more than half a year left, she believed she still had plenty of time. Mom, don't worry. I find time to read too. That's good. Reading is always helpful. But if you're too tired, don't force yourself. Suning naturally hoped her daughter would do better and better. But now that her daughter was pregnant, her health was the most important. Mom, don't worry. I know my own limits, Qin Mulian assured her. That's good, Suning responded. After chatting a little more with Suning, Qin Mulian and Xiezhili left. When they got home, Qin Mulian rested for a little while. In the evening, she got up to help prepare the New Year's dinner. Yao Jingji and Li Shuiyan were already busy in the kitchen. Seeing Qin Mulian, they quickly told her to sit and rest. Mulian, Mom, and I will do the cooking. You should relax and sit by the side, they said. Qin Mulian felt a bit shy, but appreciated their kindness. Yao Jingji also advised, yes, Mulan, Qianxue, and I are enough. You should rest well or go eat something to fill your stomach. Mom, I'm not hungry. I'll sit by the side for a while. Seeing that neither of them wanted her to do anything, Qin Mulan didn't insist further. She noticed Xiuyu playing alone, so she went over, talked to the children, and played with him for a while. Li Shuiyan saw Qin Mulan playing with her son and smiled, saying, Mulan, this boy has wanted to wear new clothes at noon. I tried to persuade him for a while, finally convincing him to wait until tomorrow morning to wear new clothes. Hearing this, Qin Mulan touched Xiuyu's head and said, later, Auntie will buy you 2 new sets of clothes. Whether you want to wear them now or later, it's fine. Li Shuiyan quickly replied, Mulan, you shouldn't buy him new clothes. Kids grow so fast. There's no need to buy new ones all the time. Big sister-in-law, kids should wear new clothes too. Hearing Qin Mulan's words, Xiuyu felt very happy and said, thank you, Auntie. Qin Mulan, who was also pregnant, felt her heart soften even more. Seeing how sensible and obedient Xiuyu was, she found him very adorable. When Xiezhili returned, he saw Qin Mulan playing with Xiuyu. Mulan, when did you get up? Qin Mulan saw Xiezhili return and smiled. I just got up not long ago. Where did you go? The village was slaughtering pigs, and Big Brother and I went to buy meat. As he spoke, Xiezhili brought the purchased pork belly, ribs, and large bones to the kitchen. Yao Jingji and Li Shuiyan acted quickly. By around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all the dishes were ready. After the whole family sat down, Xia Wenbing, as the head of the family, smiled and said, tonight is New Year's Eve. I hope our family stays healthy, lives happily together, and has a lucky year. He raised his glass and celebrated with everyone. Even Xiezhili rarely drank wine today, and Xiezhue drank even more with their father. Qin Mulan and the others didn't drink, they just kept eating. Xiuyu had sauce all over his mouth and a content expression on his face. The Xie family was eating in the warm dining room, while outside, firecrackers went off one after another. The sound of firecrackers marked the old year passing and the new year beginning, bringing new vitality to everything. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the family was going to stay up and watch the last hours of the year. However, since Qin Mulan was pregnant, Yao Jingji had already told her to go back to her room to rest early. Mulan, go back and sleep now so you don't get tired. Qin Mulan didn't plan to stay up until midnight, so she simply nodded and said, okay, Mom. I'm going to bed now. Xiezhili and her brother also went back to their rooms, but he still needed to stay up to keep watch. Mulan, rest early. If anything happens, just call me. Qin Mulan smiled and nodded, then waved at Xiezhili and said, all right, I understand. You should go now. After Xiezhili left, Qin Mulan lay down to rest. Since she became pregnant, she found herself getting sleepy easily, so when she felt tired, she just went to sleep. Outside, Xiezhili and his brother Xiezhue kept watch until midnight. They then cooked some dumplings for a late-night snack. After eating, they each returned to their rooms to sleep. When Xiezhili returned to his room, Qin Mulan was already asleep. He gently lay down beside her, looking at his beloved wife under the moonlight, feeling very happy. The next morning, Qin Mulan woke up early because she went to bed early. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year. The Xie family was in Qingshan village. They were actually newcomers, as Yao Jingji's adoptive parents had long passed away, and Xia Wenbing's parents were also in a distant mountain. So on the first day of the new year, the family stayed home and made lots of delicious food. Qin Mulan finally had some free time, doing nothing but waiting to eat. She felt very relaxed these days. On the second day of the new year, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili went to Qin's house. Li Shuiyan had also gone back to her parents' home with her husband and son. Yao Jingji looked at her eldest and younger brothers, both of whom had gone to their parents' house with their wives, and sighed. I don't know about Nana. She didn't finish her sentence. Ever since her daughter married, they had cut ties with the family. Thinking about how her daughter once viciously tried to push Qin Mulan away, she was very disappointed in her daughter and had lost contact. Now suddenly it was the new year again. Xia Wenbing heard his wife and snorted coldly. Why are you still worrying about her? Anyway, Xiezhina doesn't care about us as her parents. He felt angry when he said that. I arranged such good marriage prospects for her back then, but she refused them all. In the end, she married someone like Gao Yuan, a scumbag.
Huh.
Does she really think moving to the city is good? Doesn't she see what her life is like now? Yao Jingji heard this and felt mixed emotions. On one hand, she was very disappointed with her daughter. On the other hand, Xiezhina was her biological daughter born from her 10 months of pregnancy. Naturally, she still hoped her daughter would have a better life. In the end, Yao Jingji didn't say anything because this daughter no longer had much to do with them. Meanwhile, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili had returned to the Qin family and received warm welcome from the family. Although they had just met a few days ago, Su Wani was still very excited to see her daughter coming over, and she kept talking softly to her. Xiezhili was chatting with his father-in-law, the younger brother-in-law, and old Master Qin. Lu Tsuehua sat next to Qin Mulan and Su Wani, occasionally saying something, and finally couldn't help but look at her granddaughter and say, Mulan, why are you bringing so many things? Just a small gift would be enough. We don't lack these at home. Now that this granddaughter was becoming more sensible, Lu Tsuehua felt even more caring and worried for her. Hearing this, Qin Mulan smiled and said, Grandma, it's a special day, so I brought these. You and Grandpa can enjoy them. Hearing her granddaughter still thinking of her husband and herself, Lu Tsuehua was even more touched. After chatting for a while, Qin Mulan realized that her uncle's family wasn't there. Once Lu Tsuehua knew, she said, Your uncle went to your aunt's house. Your big brother and second brother both went to their wives' homes. So today, it's just us. Later, I'll prepare some tasty food for you. Indeed, Lu Tsuehua made delicious food at noon. Braised pork, braised fish, even plain white rice, and tiger-striped eggs. Qin Mulan enjoyed the tiger-striped eggs in the sauce and ate 2 large bowls of rice happily. Lu Tsuehua was happy to see her granddaughter love eating. They ate a lively lunch, and Qin Mulan felt very satisfied. But when she thought about her uncle's family being away and her parents staying at home, she couldn't help but sigh. Since she was old enough to understand, she never saw her mother visit her maternal family. Once, she asked her curiously, but her mother looked sad and said there was no one left at her family. She never inquired about her paternal grandparents, and her mother had never told her where she was from. So, she still didn't know where Su Wani's hometown was. After lunch, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili prepared to leave. In these days, she didn't have to do anything but eat and drink. Qin Mulan felt her belly was rounder, and her mood was even better because, these days, eating good food made her happy. After returning home, Qin Mulan's good mood faded away. As they reached the gate, they bumped into Xiezhina and Gao Yuan.
Hey.
Isn't that my good second sister-in-law? Why are you back from your parents' house? While speaking, Xiezhina looked at Xiezhili and asked, Second brother, I heard you got a small injury last time. Are you fully healed now? Although Xiezhili hadn't told Mulan about Jinna, this time he learned from their older brother that Jinna had tried to push Mulan. He didn't think highly of her. When Jinna asked, he didn't respond. Seeing her older brother and his wife embarrass her at the door, Jinna's face darkened. Gao Yuan, seeing Xiezhili, stepped forward smiling and said, So, it's second brother. When did you guys come back from the army? We should have come over earlier for New Year's Eve. Xiezhili ignored Gao Yuan even more, as he disliked both of them. Gao Yuan saw this, and also looked upset. While they were talking outside, Xia Wenbing, hearing the noise inside, came out. Seeing his daughter and Gao Yuan, his face darkened and asked, "What are you two doing here?" Hearing this, Jinna couldn't help but raise her voice and said, "Dad, today is the second day of the new year, a day to visit Mom's family. Of course, I brought Gao Yuan along." She smiled proudly and touched her belly, saying, "By the way, I have good news, I'm pregnant." When Qin Mulan heard this, she looked over and saw that Jinna's figure had become a bit fuller, but her face was not looking well, indicating she hadn't taken good care of herself even while pregnant. Jinna's condition was poor because she had been malicious toward Mulan multiple times. Mulan had given her shots, hoping that if she changed, she might recover. But Jinna remained malicious, and last time, she even tried to harm Mulan into a miscarriage. Mulan decided to let her weaken naturally. Now that Jinna was pregnant, she'd probably become even more weak after giving birth. Thinking this, Qin Mulan withdrew her gaze and ignored Jinna. When Xie Wenbing heard his daughter's words, his eyes filled with mixed feelings. He did not expect his daughter to be pregnant. Because of that, it was even more impossible for her to leave Gao Yuan. Thinking of this, he had even less patience for Xie Jinna and Gao Yuan. "Go quickly. Our family doesn't welcome you here," he said. Hearing this, Xie Jinna's proud expression froze instantly. She looked at Xie Wenbing with disbelief and said, "Dad, do you really dislike me this much? During the new year, you want to send us away?" Next to her, Gao Yuan was originally planning to come to the Xie family to fix their relationship. After all, Xie Zhili, who is also in the army, is part of the family. But he never expected his father-in-law to dislike him so much that he would not even let them into the house. At this moment, Yao Jingji also came out. She naturally overheard their conversation and knew her daughter was pregnant. Her mood was a little upset, but since her husband had already spoken and her younger son and daughter-in-law were present, she didn't say much. Otherwise, she might hurt Mulan's feelings. While Yao Jingji was feeling complicated and conflicted, Xie Zhiwei, with his wife and child, returned. When he saw Xie Jinna, his face darkened. He said exactly the same as Xie Wenbing. "Xie Jinna, what are you still doing here?" Seeing her eldest brother and his family return, but she and her husband were still kept outside the house, Xie Jinna felt anger rising inside her. "Mom and Dad, you're just watching us stand outside. I am your real daughter. I am pregnant now. Won't you let me in to sit for a while? Do you really want to see me standing here all the time?" she asked, almost staggering. She felt a little dizzy. Since becoming pregnant, Xie Jinna often felt tired, sometimes dizzy and lightheaded. Walking a few steps was hard for her, but she knew pregnancy could be exhausting, so she didn't think much of it. This time, after traveling and standing for a long time, she couldn't stand anymore. Yao Jingji saw her daughter's condition and felt sympathetic, but her daughter's past actions had already hurt her deeply. So even now, everyone else remained indifferent. Qin Mulan and Xie Zhili didn't react much. Xie Zhili even pulled Qin Mulan to move forward. "Mulan, it's been a while since we finished lunch.
Go lie down and rest," he said.
Qin Mulan was really tired and nodded, following him to walk ahead. Xie Jinna saw the two people about to enter the house and wanted to stop them without thinking. However, Xie Zhili suddenly turned around and looked back. His cold gaze made Xie Jinna shiver inside. Her original attempt to block them froze in place. Seeing this, Xie Zhili withdrew his gaze and took Qin Mulan directly back inside. Xie Zhiwei saw that his brother and sister-in-law had gone in, so he also led his wife and children into the house. Xie Jinna watched everyone go inside and wanted to follow, but she was stopped by Xie Wenbing.
"You're not allowed in, Dad."
"How can you do this?" Xie Wenbing was really disappointed with his daughter. "Xie Jinna, besides your careless marriage to Gao Yuan, your actions toward your second sister-in-law have also made us feel cold. Since you're pregnant now, just focus on living well with Gao Yuan. As for the family here, you don't need to come back anymore, Dad." At first, Xie Jinna was confident. She thought, as the biological daughter of the Xie family, her parents wouldn't disown her. But this time, she truly felt her father no longer wanted her. The home where she belonged no longer accepted her, simply because she married Gao Yuan. She had lost her family. Gao Yuan saw that the Xie family members were unyielding. His face darkened like ink. There was quite a commotion at the Xie family's place, attracting some neighbors who came to watch. When they saw Xie Wenbing refuse to let Xie Zhenna and Gao Yuan enter, they started murmuring. Old Xie, it's New Year's, and your daughter and son-in-law came. How can you not let them in? Even if your daughter's marriage didn't go as you wanted, you shouldn't treat them like this. Yeah, it's New Year's. This isn't right. Many people thought that during the New Year, everything should be forgotten and just celebrate happily. Unaware of the specifics of what Xie Zhenna had done, the neighbors only watched. But Xie Wenbing knew exactly, so he refused to give in. Gao Yuan saw that so many people were talking, but Xie Wenbing still didn't let them in. His expression was terrifyingly grim. He felt his face and dignity were completely lost. Without thinking, he grabbed Xie Zhenna firmly and shouted loudly, "What are you still standing here for? Do you want everyone to laugh at us? Hurry up and go home." Gripped by Gao Yuan, Xie Zhenna's mind flashed with memories of being beaten before. She instinctively curled up and covered her head. After agreeing to go home with Gao Yuan, she whispered softly, Okay, we'll go home. Originally, she wanted to go home to show off that she was pregnant and to boast about how well her days were going. After all, living in the city, eating good food, and being treated nicely by the Gao family. But unexpectedly, her family wouldn't let her in the door. At this, Gao Yuan was angry and worried he might blame her. However, thinking that she was pregnant with Gao Yuan's child, Xie Zhenna straightened her back. She was now valuable, and Gao Yuan probably wouldn't dare harm her. So, the two of them decided to leave Qingshan village. Watching her daughter walk away, Yao Jingji couldn't hold back and said to her husband, Wenbing, are you really so heartless? Not even letting our daughter sit inside for a while. Do you forget that Xie Zhenna already knew Mulan was pregnant but still pushed her away? Hearing this, Yao Jingji was at a loss for words. She sighed heavily, her expression complicated, and went inside. Meanwhile, Qin Mulan returned to her room and lay down to rest. Xiezhili was also lying nearby for a little while. When they got up, Xiezhili looked at Qin Mulan and said, Mulan, in a few days, we will be leaving. Starting tomorrow, let's start packing our things. Qin Mulan nodded and replied, Okay, I will take care of packing. This time, she was going to officially follow the army, so she wanted to bring some things with her. After all, they wouldn't be back very often in the future. Yao Jingji also knew her youngest son and daughter-in-law would be leaving soon. She prepared her mood, made delicious food in various ways, and even made some cured meats and sausages for them to take along. The Qin family already knew Qin Mulan would be going to the army with Xiezhili. So Su Wani started to get busy, wanting to make some good food for her daughter to take with her. Qin Mulan didn't yet know that both her mother and her mother-in-law were preparing delicious food for them. She was now with Xiezhili, going to town to pick up some packages and also stopping by Director Yu's house. Yu Haichao was very happy to see them come. Dong Monfin, in particular, grabbed Qin Mulan's hand and said, Mulan, I didn't expect you guys to come home for the new year. We've been wanting to come visit you in Qingshan village. Qin Mulan smiled and said, Aunt Dong, since it's the new year, you must be busy. Don't trouble yourselves to come over. Besides, isn't this us coming to see you? She handed over the New Year gift. Dong Monfin thought Qin Mulan and her family had gone to some effort, and she said, Mulan, you're so polite. Why did you buy all this? Later, you and Ali must stay and eat with us, so we can have a good chat. Yu Haichao nodded agreeably and said, Yes, you should eat more later. However, Qin Mulan shook her head and refused. Uncle Yu, Aunt Dong, we won't stay for dinner. We need to pick up our package later, and we've already prepared food at home. They just came by to visit casually. Besides, there are other guests at the Yu house, so Qin Mulan truly didn't plan to stay and eat. Aunt Dong Monfin wanted to say more, but seeing that Qin Mulan and Xiezhili had no intention of eating, she didn't press further. She was worried they might not know the other guests, and the meal could become awkward. All right, Mulan, I won't keep you anymore. Aunt Dong Yu personally saw them down to the stairs, then said reluctantly, Mulan, come visit us when you have time, or we can come to see you. But Qin Mulan felt a bit disappointed and said, Aunt Dong, We leave the day after tomorrow. We'll come back when we have time later to visit you again. Hearing this, Aunt Dongyu had no choice but to say, "Ah. Then we'll just wait for your next visit. Aunt Dong, we're heading back now." Qin Mulan waved with a smile, then left with Siejali for the post office. Looking at the two large packages in front of her, Qin Mulan couldn't help but sigh. "I told father and mother not to buy too many things. Now look, we can't carry all this ourselves." Siejali chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Mulan, I'll carry them." Although Qin Mulan knew Siejali was strong, she still felt it would be tiring to carry everything, so she suggested, "Maybe we should find a cart instead." Siejali thought riding a car was a good idea. That way, Mulan wouldn't have to walk back, so he nodded and said, "All right, I'll find a way." He quickly arranged for a cart. The cart was covered with thick blankets, with an extra quilt on top. Siejali helped Mulan get on, wrapping her in the blanket, while the two packages were placed on the other side. He then sat in front and drove the cart back to Qingshan village. Mulan was initially worried it might be cold on the way, but wrapped in the blanket, it wasn't cold at all. The ride was smooth, and she didn't even feel any bumps. They arrived at Qingshan village quickly. When Yao Jingji saw the two large packages, she couldn't help but say, "Ollie, what is all this stuff? If I had known, I wouldn't have let Mulan come along. Your older brother, and you should have gone to pick it up." She originally planned for the little couple to go to town to pick up a package and take a walk, but she didn't expect there would be so many things. After all, Zhang Xiring had already prepared enough clothes for them before. Before Siejali could speak, Qin Mulan smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry. I'm not tired. Riding in the car is very comfortable and stable. I almost fell asleep on the way." She hurriedly opened the package and said, "Mom, the godfather prepared quite a lot of things, including some for my grandfather and others. Later, Ailey and I will go to the Qin family." Yao Jingji, hearing this, quickly said, "All right, go quickly." After sorting the things for the Qin family, Qin Mulan and Siejali took the items and went to visit the Qin family. Su Wani saw her daughter and son-in-law return and smiled, saying, "Mulan, you're just in time. I was about to look for you." She then handed Siejali a large bag and said, "This is some food I made for you. You can bring it with you to eat." Seeing the large bag, Qin Mulan couldn't help but ask, "Mom, what did you prepare? There's so much stuff. I thought it might be a while before you come back, so I made extra. Since it's cold now, the items can be stored well. You two should take them to the army to eat." "Mom, thank you. We'll take these with us." Hearing this, Su Wani's eyes filled with warmth. She gently touched her daughter's hair and said, "Mulan, you and Ailey go to the army. Be sure to live well. If there's any problem, write us a letter, or we can send telegrams. When you're close to giving birth, your dad and I will come to see you and take care of you." Hearing this, Qin Mulan felt very moved. "Okay, Mom, you must come then." Afterward, Qin Mulan and Siejali set the packages down and divided the items. The Qin family knew that Mulan was going to accompany the troops, so everyone said goodbye to her. Old Master Qin and Old Madam Qin secretly gave her a big red envelope, telling her not to be too hard on herself when outside and to buy whatever she wanted to eat. Mulan quickly refused. However, the two elders were firm, so in the end, Qin Mulan accepted it. When Qin Mulan and Siejali returned home, they found Yao Jingji had also prepared lots of cured meat and sausage. Both of them took all these items with them. On the day Qin Mulan and Siejali left, the Qin family and the Xie family came to see them off. "Mom and Dad, you all can go back now." Qin Mulan and Siejaliang decided to let both families go home first, then they hurried to the city to catch the train. After a long journey, they finally returned to the military camp. They went straight to their small home with their belongings, but as soon as they reached the staff building, they ran into Fu Sudong. Fu Sudong saw them return and was visibly excited. "Ollie's sister-in-law, you're both back today? That's so lucky. I just arrived not long ago." As he finished speaking, two more people came inside, Yao Yining and Renmonli, the couple. Yao Yining had mostly forgotten about Siejali's photo, but seeing him now reminded him again. He thought he should quickly send a few photos of Siejali to his mother. Siejali also saw Yao Yining, but he chose to ignore him because everyone in the team knew they didn't get along. Qin Mulan noticed where Yao Yining and Ren Monli were looking and glanced over, but quickly looked away. She found it strange. She had run into this couple both when they went to Beijing and now coming back. It was really coincidental, but she had no good feelings toward them. In the past, Yao Yining was involved when Xiezhili and Fu Sudong went to the northwest. Because of him, Xiezhili had been badly injured. If he hadn't rushed over, Xiezhili's leg might have been lost. Seeing Qin Mulan and Xiezhili's cold expressions, Yao Yining also looked displeased. He snorted and took Ren Monli back to their place. Fu Sudong saw this and snorted softly. They're everywhere. We keep running into them. Then he looked at Xiezhili and Qin Mulan and said, Ollie's sister-in-law, we should head back now. Yes, Qin Mulan smiled and nodded. She wanted to ask Fu Sudong about the situation in Beijing, so she warmly invited him. Sudong, come to our house for dinner tonight. Let Ollie make some good food for you. Without hesitation, Fu Sudong nodded and replied, Sure. Thank you, sister-in-law. I'll come tonight. I'll go home first to put my things away. Okay. After Fu Sudong left, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili also hurried back to their small home. After they put everything down, Xiezhili told Qin Mulan to sit and rest. Mulan, rest well. I'll tidy up. Qin Mulan didn't refuse. She smiled and nodded, then sat down nearby, resting while watching Xiezhili work. Ollie, I suddenly feel so happy. Qin Mulan found herself getting lazier lately because Xiezhili had been helping her with everything, which showed how much he cared for her. When Xiezhili heard this, he smiled at Qin Mulan and said, Mulan, do you feel happy this way? I will work even harder to make you feel even happier. Okay. Qin Mulan's eyes sparkled as she responded. Then she slowly moved closer to Xiezhili, gently hugged his waist, and tucked herself against him. She said, Ollie, you should also rest for a bit. I'll clean up later. Seeing Qin Mulan so sweet and charming was rare, and Xiezhili felt his heart soften. He quickly picked up his little wife and gently placed her back on the lounge chair. All right, I will rest for a while too. I'll help with the cleaning later. But tonight, I want to invite Sudong out for dinner. After I finish my work, I will go out to see what groceries I can find. Okay, thank you for your effort. Qin Mulan smiled warmly and shared her thoughts. I want to check on Shihuan's situation, so I asked him to come over for dinner, which means you'll need to cook for us. No trouble at all. Xiezhili patted Qin Mulan's hair and said, Shun Ruhuan's partner isn't very reliable. We should ask about that. After chatting with Qin Mulan for a while, Xiezhili resumed packing their things. Once everything was neat, he went out to buy groceries. By the time Fu Sudong arrived that evening, Xiezhili had prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Seeing the feast, Fu Sudong couldn't help but say, Ollie, did you make all of this? Your cooking gets better and better. Qin Mulan nodded in agreement and said, Yes, Ollie's cooking is becoming tastier. Xiezhili, however, took all the credit for the food and said, It's all thanks to Mulan's good teaching. Many of his cooking methods were learned from her. He felt that the recipes Mulan shared were different from others, and following her steps made the dishes taste even better. Your skills are also great, Qin Mulan added. She always thought Xiezhili could do anything well. Fu Sudong watched them and suddenly felt a bit unnecessary. Thankfully, they started eating soon after. All three were quite hungry, so they ate quickly. Before long, they finished all the dishes Xiezhili had prepared. After the meal, Qin Mulan finally had time to ask about Shun Ruhuan's situation. Fu Sudong heard this and said directly, Sister-in-law, don't worry. Shun Ruhuan and her partner have already broken up. Hearing this, Qin Mulan paused in surprise. She didn't expect Shun Ruhuan and Jing Dekai to break up so quickly. Did Uncle Shin find out something? Fu Sudong nodded and replied, Yes, Uncle Shin really uncovered some things. That Jing Dekai is not truly a man. As he spoke, he shared everything he knew. So, Su Yujia isn't actually Jing Dekai's cousin sister.
Well,
She kind of is. Fu Sudong organized his words and continued, Jing Dekai has an aunt who got divorced and remarried. The man she married is Su Yujia's father. So, officially, Su Yujia is considered Jing Dekai's cousin, but they have no blood relation. from their youth, they got along very well. As they grew older, their relationship became more close. Although they never openly admitted their feelings, both families knew they were secretly dating. When Jing Dekai had a chance to meet Shin Ruhuan through a matchmaker, the Zheng family saw a good opportunity to connect with a wealthy family like the Shin family. They naturally kept Jing Dekai away from Su Yujie and focused on winning Shin Ruhuan. Unfortunately, after Su Yujie found out, she also came to Jingqing. She understood and agreed to leave Jing Dekai. However, Jing Dekai still liked this so-called cousin. His attitude was very different when facing Su Yujie compared to Shin Ruhuan. That's what caused the previous misunderstandings that made you all upset. After hearing Fu Sudong, Qin Mulan sneered coldly, saying, Jing Dekai really is just a scumbag. For his own future, he got involved with Ruhuan, but when it came to Su Yujie, he couldn't forget his old feelings. Who does he think he is? Playing with two women like that. Seeing Mulan so angry, Xie hurriedly said, Mulan, don't be mad. Fortunately, Uncle Shin and the others found out, and Ruhuan and Jing Dekai have broken up. They won't let Jing Dekai's plan succeed. Fu Sudong also added, yes, sister-in-law. Since Uncle Shin and the others know about this, they definitely won't let the Jing family get away with it. Maybe they'll even give them a lesson. Finally, Fu Sudong quickly added, oh, by the way, sister-in-law, Shin Ruhuan said she might come to visit you sometime soon. Hearing this, Qin Mulan couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Ruhuan really is coming here. When Fu Sudong heard Qin Mulian say this, he quickly nodded and said, yes, Shin Ruhuan said the same. She wants to come see you. Uncle Shun and the others think it's good for Ruhuan to visit, to help her relax. Qin Mulian heard this and said happily, that's great. When Ruhuan comes, I will take good care of her. Seeing that Qin Mulian seemed no longer angry, Xie and Fu Sudong both relaxed. Fu Sudong shared everything he knew and felt he had said enough, so he quickly stood up to say goodbye. Ollie, sister-in-law, I'll head back now. Okay. Seeing that it was late, Xie and Qin Mulian didn't try to stop him much. After Fu Sudong left, Xie began tidying up the table and asked Qin Mulian to rest first. Qin Mulian wasn't too tired, and helped a little too. Xie had wanted to say something, but seeing Qin Mulian happy, he didn't say anything further. They worked together, doing this and that, feeling surprisingly warm and cozy. Once everything was finished, both of them went directly to rest. Meanwhile, Yao Yining finally found a photo of Xie, highlighting his face clearly. Last night, he gave the photo to Renmonli and said, tomorrow, find a chance to send this photo out. He was going to be busy starting tomorrow and wouldn't have time to send anything himself, so he asked his wife to handle it. Renmonli took the photo, looked at it carefully, and said, can Mom see Xie clearly? The photo isn't very clear, and with so many people, everyone's face is so small, hard to tell who's who. I only found this one photo. Later, if I get a better chance, I'll take a clear picture of Xie alone and send it then. Seeing this, Renmonli didn't say anything more but nodded and said, all right, I understand. I'll send the photo tomorrow. After finishing this matter, they also got ready to rest. The next morning, when Qin Mulian woke up, Xie was already gone. She saw breakfast prepared and happily ate it. It was simple, plain congee and a boiled egg, but it was tasty. After finishing Aocan, Qin Mulian noticed there were no vegetables or many seasonings at home. She decided to go to town and buy some paper and pens. After the new year, she needed to start writing again. She also told her new address so the newspaper could send her payment there. She made her decision and tidied up a little before heading to town. She first went to buy paper and pens, then bought some vegetables, and finally visited the supply and marketing cooperative. After purchasing what she needed, she was ready to leave. However, she underestimated her purchasing power and didn't realize how many items she had accumulated. So, she planned to check if there was a return vehicle. Qin Mulian took out a piece of pastry, smiled happily, and handed it to the staff at the supply cooperative, asking them to watch her things for a while. The auntie happily accepted the pastry and readily agreed. Qin Mulian, hearing this, quickly thanked her with a smile and then left the cooperative. Before she found a return vehicle, she ran into Renmonli. Renmonli naturally also saw Qin Mulian. She hadn't planned to speak, but recalling their previous encounter in Beijing, she couldn't hold back. She paused and looked at Qin Mulian, saying, "Comrade Qin, I didn't expect you to have such luck, like a mountain rooster turning into a phoenix. You must be very happy." Hearing this, Qin Mulian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Comrade Ren, what do you mean?" "Nothing special, just marveling at your good fortune." A village girl somehow managed to connect with the current head of the Jiang family. "I've heard that Jiang Xian was sent to Lushan province at first, and since you're also from Lushan, I guess you knew him there. You probably helped him during his difficulties, so he took you as his adopted daughter. I didn't expect your taste to be this sharp, just to pick a random godfather, the Jiang family member from Beijing, and now you've become the head of the Jiang family. It seems your luck is really good." Finally, Renmonli continued, "Jiang Xiang actually moved Jiang Haobu's entire family away. As an uncle, he's really ruthless." After hearing Renmonli's words, Qin Mulian finally looked at her directly. "From your words, I gather you're quite familiar with Jiang Haobu's family, which is why you look at me so unfavorably. But it also shows that my adoptive father is kind-hearted. He let go of them despite what Jiang Haobu did to him, truly repaying evil with kindness. Maybe I should advise my father not to forgive Jiang Haobu's family so easily."
You.
Renmonli's face slightly changed. "I never thought you'd be so ruthless, trying to wipe out Jiang Haobu's family. Are you afraid they'll come back and take Jiang Shiheng's position as head of the family, so you won't have good days anymore? I really can't see that you have such a vicious heart." Qin Mulian suddenly felt like she was wasting her time. She told Renmonli many times that it was useless, and that she might as well go look for her lost car. When Renmonli saw Qin Mulan was about to leave, she immediately blocked her way. "Qin Mulan, don't be so proud. In the end, you're just Jiang Shiheng's adopted daughter, not his biological one. Even if something happens to you, Jiang Shiheng won't risk his life to help you. You and your husband are both from the village. You should behave properly and not think about changing your humble background." Besides Qin Mulan, Xiezhili also made Renmonli feel uneasy. She always knew Xiezhili was very talented, to the point that her husband was somewhat jealous. This time, Xiezhili also changed Aunt Yao's attitude. There might be things they didn't know about. After hearing Renmonli's words, Qin Mulan suddenly said, "I suddenly feel worried about those students. With a teacher like you, I don't know what they can learn." Toward the end, Qin Mulan's gaze turned cold. "Do you really think you're so high and mighty? If that's the case, then how did Aunt Yao Yuning get involved? We haven't even punished you yet, and now you're rushing to get involved yourself. Serve yourselves right." When Qin Mulan was about to leave, Renmonli directly shouted, "Stop. What did you just mean? How? You're not even willing to admit what you've done." Qin Mulan was tired of looking at Renmonli. She didn't bother to glance at her again, and walked away quickly. When Renmonli thought about Qin Mulan's words, she decided to tell Yao Yining about this matter once she returned home. Hearing this, Yao Yining's face changed. Could they know about what happened before? Hearing her husband's words, Renmonli frowned and asked, "What happened before? Did you guys really do something?" Yao Yining simply said, "That's none of your business. I have something to do now, I'll go first." Seeing her husband's back as he left, Renmonli's brows furrowed. But she also knew that her husband wouldn't talk to her about some things. She guessed it was probably work-related. After Renmonli returned home, Qin Mulan was still in town. She hadn't found a car to take her back conveniently. As she was walking, she couldn't help but think about Renmonli's attitude earlier. When she first saw Qin Mulan, her attitude wasn't like that, but this time, it was much more sharp. Thinking about this, Qin Mulan felt that something might have happened that she didn't understand. It could be because Renmonli knew that she, a simple girl from the village, was Zhang's adopted daughter, or maybe. Unconsciously, Qin Mulan remembered how Uncle Yao looked when he saw Xiezhili. Could there be some other reason behind this? She then carefully recalled the recent events and speculated in her mind about Renmonli's purpose for coming to town. She noticed that Renmonli didn't carry anything, and after meeting her, she went straight back home. So, Renmonli probably wasn't there to buy things. What was she doing then? The direction Renmonli came from was near the post office. Could she be there to send some mail? Qin Mulan wasn't entirely sure, since that road connected to other places as well. But thinking of the post office, she thought she could write a letter to Shenru Huang, asking when she would come over, so she could prepare. Deciding to act on her idea, Qin Mulan went straight to the post office. She planned to write the letter there and send it to Shenru Huang. Qin Mulan often carried paper and a pen with her, so when she arrived at the post office, she found a quiet corner without anyone around and started writing the letter slowly. Just then, she suddenly overheard two staff members talking ahead. They didn't seem to see her and, thinking no one was listening, they relaxed and chatted casually. The teacher from Town Elementary School who came to send a photo just now must be Miss Ren. Yes, that's her. My daughter is in her class, but she didn't recognize me. I guess this teacher has her head in the clouds. She doesn't pay attention to ordinary people. One of the staff, a round-faced woman in her 30s, spoke with a slightly displeased look on her face when mentioning the teacher. The other staff couldn't help but smile and said, "Well, there's no way, since she's from Jing City, and her husband is in the military. I heard that Miss Ren's husband is also from Jing City, and their family background isn't ordinary. Yes, Miss Ren's husband is from the Yao family in Jing City. They live not far from Jing City, and the Yao family was very famous there, so much so that even Qin Mulan knew about it."
Oh.
The Yao family from Jing City. Now that's impressive. Although she had heard a little about teacher Renmonli from her town, she didn't know much. She was surprised to find out her colleagues knew so much about it, and she couldn't help but ask,
"Well,
I only heard this once when I went to pick up my child from school and overheard it at the school." Upon hearing this, Qin Mulan is sure that the person called Teacher Ren is actually Renmonli. But why did she come to the post office? To send a photo? Which photo? Soon, the two staff members who were talking earlier continued their conversation. The person speaking now was still the first one who had spoken. It's really strange. Teacher Ren came to send a photo, and it's a big group photo. Someone was circled in it, and I wonder if that person is her husband. Teacher Ren is really lucky. Her husband is from a good family and is very handsome. He's the most handsome man I've ever seen. As the speaker finished, he couldn't hide his curiosity. But the address seems to be Yao family in Beijing, so it should be her husband's family. Why is she sending her husband's photo? That's so strange. They have a big family, and it's odd they'd be missing a photo of her husband. At this moment, another staff member couldn't help but speak up. "Let me see. When I went to pick up my child earlier, I saw Teacher Ren's husband. He happened to come to pick her up after work that day." The previous speaker took a photo from an envelope nearby and handed it over. "Here, take a look. But give it back to me after you're done. The courier is coming soon and they'll send it out." "Miss Lee, I only want to glance at it." The person smiled and took the photo. But soon he looked surprised and said, "No, that person circled isn't Teacher Ren's husband. The man standing next to this one is her real husband." "What? Xiaowang, you must have seen it wrong." Now Miss Lee looked very surprised. She got up and moved close to Xiaowang, asking, "Are you sure that the circled person isn't Teacher Ren's husband?" "Yes, I've seen Teacher Ren's husband. The person standing next to the one who circled is her husband, Comrade Yao." At this moment, Qin Mulan had a strong instinct. She quickly walked to the two and looked directly at the photo. When she saw the person who was heavily circled, her suspicion was confirmed. That person was indeed Xiezhili.
Hey, Manly.
Or maybe Yao Yining. They probably wanted to send a photo of Xiezhili, but since they didn't have a personal photo of him, they sent this group photo with Xiezhili marked out. At this moment, Sister Li and Xiao Wang also noticed Qin Mulan. Seeing someone, they quickly put away the photo and said with a difficult expression, "Comrade, this is our work area. If you want to send something, please fill out a form outside. There's no need to come inside the counter." Qin Mulan stared directly at them and asked, "How do you have a picture of my husband? What are you planning to do with this photo?" "What?" Both of them were confused by Qin Mulan's words. "Your husband's photo." Qin Mulan pointed at the photo turned face down on the table and said, "The person circled in this photo is my husband. What are you planning to do with this picture?" Finally, the two realized what Qin Mulan meant, but they only felt even more confused. You mean, the person circled in the group photo is your husband? Yes, that's my husband. It's a photo of him with his comrade. Why would it be here? My husband is a soldier, and information about him and his comrades should be kept secret. If you hold this photo, you might reveal their identities. What are you trying to do? Qin Mulan asked deliberately, trying to make these staff members admit that this was a photo sent by Renmonli. After all, leaking any information about the military is against the rules. The two staff members were startled. They hadn't thought of this argument before, but after Qin Mulan said it, they suddenly felt that the photo was a bit risky to handle. Sister Li quickly explained, "Comrade, you've misunderstood. This photo was brought in by someone who wants to send it, but we didn't take it. It's not our fault." Qin Mulan naturally knew that the photo was brought by Renmonli to send, so she didn't say much. She only replied, "I will definitely tell my team about this. As for whether the photo should be sent or not, you'd better ask your leaders." Sister Li and Xiao Wang quickly understood and nodded hurriedly. "Yes, we will report to our leaders." So, this photo can't be sent out right now. The two women realized that the woman in front of them didn't want to send her husband's photo. But upon reflection, if it were happening to them, they wouldn't be happy either. They also wondered what exactly Renmonli meant and why she wanted to send someone else's husband's photo. Moreover, just like the woman in front of us said, this photo is of soldiers. If any sensitive information is accidentally leaked, they would also be responsible. They should have thought of this from the start. When Qin Mulan heard their words, she nodded and said, "All right, you'll ask them properly.
But
Just consider the things I just said as your own ideas. If others find out, they might think you're not professional." Xiao Wang didn't think much and even looked at Qin Mulan with some gratitude, saying, "Comrade, you really thought of everything. Thank you so much." However, Sister Li looked at Qin Mulan deeply, feeling she was not an ordinary woman. She wondered if the fact that she didn't want others to know about this had her behind it. Could she possibly have a grudge against Renmonli? Maybe she does. Why else would she send a picture of someone's husband? Perhaps she wanted Yao's family to do something. Thinking of this, Sister Li felt she might have uncovered a big secret. Qin Mulan noticed Sister Li's gaze and smiled as she turned to look at her. She said, "Sister Li, I just came to send a letter today. Sorry to trouble you." She handed over the letter she had written to Shen Ruhuan earlier. Sister Li heard this and quickly smiled, saying, "All right, comrade." For some reason, when she was looked at by this smiling female comrade, she felt a bit nervous. It seemed as though this woman could read her mind, so she didn't dare to look directly at Qin Mulan again. After Qin Mulan saw Sister Li and Xiao Wang put away the photo of Renmonli she intended to send, she left the post office directly. She didn't have time to find her way back to the car, so she inquired about a bullock cart. She took her things and got on the cart heading toward the army. She had considered the bullock cart before. However, now in this season, riding a bullock cart was really cold. Nobody had prepared blankets or quilts for her like Siegeli had, so she was blown by the cold wind all the way. Still, it was faster than walking back alone. When she reached the army gate, the guards saw all her belongings and hurried to help carry them.
"Thank you," she said.
The guard quickly waved his hand and replied, "No need to be polite, sister-in-law." Qin Mulan smiled and handed him a package of cakes, saying, "That really means a lot. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to carry so much alone." The guard refused quickly, shaking his head. But Qin Mulan insisted, stuffing the cake into his hand. The man saw he couldn't refuse and quickly smiled in thanks before leaving. When Siegeli returned, he saw Qin Mulan sitting quietly in the living room, looking serious. He thought she was tired and asked, "Mulan, are you tired from going to town? Do you want to rest for a while?" Qin Mulan quickly shook her head and first explained the issue of sending the photo to Renmonli. She then said, "I don't understand why Renmonli and Yao Yining's couple did this, but they sent your photo back to the Yao family. It's very strange. Why would they do that?" Siegeli also found it odd and remembered the look Yao Shu gave him that day. "What's going on? Could it be that I really look like some relative of Uncle Yao, so Yao Yining sent my photo back?" Qin Mulan immediately shook her head and said, "That's not right." The photo from Ren Monli wasn't even sent to Uncle Yao. Though she only glanced at it briefly, she still remembered what was written on the envelope. The recipient wasn't Uncle Yao, but someone named Yao Jingtong. At first, Qin Mulan didn't notice anything unusual. But after saying Yao Jingtong's name, she couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. She turned to look at Xiejili and said, "My mother-in-law's name is Yao Jingji, and her name is quite similar to this Yao Jingtong." But with so many people sharing common names in the country, these two names alone aren't enough to prove anything. Many women today have names like Zhao Diamond, Fan Wei Hong, and others, not to mention names related to the founding of the party, building the military, and so on. There are just too many. Although Yao Jingtong and Yao Jingji aren't very common names, it's still possible they are similar. Just then, Qin Mulan suddenly remembered what Yao Jingji had said before. She couldn't help but look at Xiejili and ask, "You probably know that your mother-in-law isn't really your paternal grandmother, right?" Xiejili was momentarily stunned by this and then nodded, saying, "Yes, I know." But he was also curious. "How did you find out?" Because no one in Qingshan village knew about this. "It was something my mother-in-law told me before." Hearing this, Xiejili looked surprised but also realized his mother must have shared these things with Mulan. After all, she rarely talked about her own affairs. "Ali, was your mother-in-law's name given by her deceased grandfather?" When Xiejili heard this, he shook his head and said, "No, Yao Jingji was my mother's original name. She doesn't remember what happened before she was 8 years old, but she still remembers her own name. My grandparents are really kind. When they saw my mother had her own name, they didn't want her to change it.
They've always called her by that name."
My mother told me that my grandparents always called her by her name, never her full name. That's why the people in the village used to think my mother took her father's surname. Later, when we moved to Qingshan village, the locals didn't know much about our family either, and they thought my Weigong grandfather was surnamed Yao." Qin Mulan nodded in understanding. Previously, Xia Wenbing and Yao Jingji had both lived deep in the mountains. After they married, they moved out and rarely went back. It's normal that the people in Qingshan village didn't know much about them. It is said that the mountain where they lived now has few remaining people, and those still there mostly came back to settle down. Most of them probably won't leave again. At that moment, Qin Mulan had a bold guess. "Ali, do you think maybe your mother-in-law has some connection to the Yao family in Jingchen? Honestly, I realize you and Yao Yining look quite similar. I didn't notice before, but now I think there might be something going on that we don't know about." When Xiejili heard Qin Mulan's words, he carefully looked at Yao Yining's face and thought they didn't look much alike. "Mulan, I think I look way better than Yao Yining. He doesn't look anything like me." Qin Mulan rarely saw Xiejili feel proud, so she couldn't help but smile. Yes, you are much better looking. I was just saying that your facial features are a little similar. Yao Yining definitely can't compare to you. You look much more handsome." Hearing her words, Xiejili finally had a small smile again. But he also considered Qin Mulan's earlier words. "It seems I need to look into the Yao family in Jingcheng. We should see if they ever lost a girl before." Qin Mulan nodded in agreement. "Yes, we should investigate properly." She then thought of Jiang Xiang. I'll write a letter and ask my father-in-law to help check on the Yao family. He's from Jingcheng, so he might know more about them." But as she spoke, she hesitated. Jiang Xiang went abroad when he was young, and after returning, he was sent to Shandong province. He might not know much about Jingcheng anymore. Even so, she probably knows more than she and Xiejili do. So Qin Mulyuan still plans to write a letter to ask about it. Upon hearing this, Xiejili also said, "I've asked 2 comrades of mine in Beijing to look into the Yao family's affairs. They will gather information from different sources and should find out something." Both of them decided on a preliminary plan and started writing letters. Meanwhile, Yao Yining was called to the office by Jiang Anbang. Yao Yining initially thought the commander wanted to discuss work, but instead, he took out a photo. Yao Yining immediately recognized the photo as the one he had asked his wife to mail today. What's going on? Why is this photo on the commander's desk? Could it be that the photo was never sent?
Why?
Yao Yining was full of confusion and looked at Jiang Anbang with surprise. Jiang Anbong looked at him coldly and asked, Yao Yining, may I ask why you sent this photo back home, and why did you specifically circle Siejali? Commander, I circled it by mistake. I actually wanted to circle myself, then send this photo home so my grandparents could see it more often. When we visit for the holidays, my family often complains that we can't visit often. So, I thought sending a photo might help them miss me less. Hearing this, Jiang Anbong stared directly at Yao Yining and asked, Is that really true? Yes, Commander. Of course, that's the truth. Otherwise, why would I send a photo home? Seeing Yao Yining raise his hands to swear, Jiang Anbong stopped him and said, All right, don't do that again. If you want your family to see your photo to reduce their longing, you can send your own photo separately. Don't include other people's photos. Sharing others' private images without permission isn't right. Yao Yining immediately nodded and replied sincerely, Understood, Commander. I won't do that again. It was my mistake this time. Remember, you must never disclose any information about anyone or anything in our team. Yes. Yao Yining responded earnestly. Afterwards, Jiang Anbong talked with him a little more and then told him to go back. Yao Yining thought for a moment, but couldn't hold back. He looked at Jiang Anbong and asked, Commander, about this photo. Leave the photo with me.
You can go now.
Hearing this, Yao Yining didn't say anything further and simply left. After Yao Yining left Jiang Anbong's office, his face quickly darkened. He did not expect the photo not only to be sent but also that he was almost suspected by someone. Thinking of this, Yao Yining hurried to the staff quarters. Renmonli saw her husband return and asked, Yining, why are you home so early today? Have you eaten yet? Yao Yining, thinking about what happened earlier in Jiang Anbong's office, looked upset and said, Renmonli, how do you handle things? You couldn't even send a single photo properly. Hearing this, Renmonli was stunned. What do you mean, Yining? I specifically went to town to send the photo, and now you're saying this about me. Yao Yining responded coldly. Am I wrong? The photo you took this morning is now on Commander Zhang's desk. He just called me over and gave me a good talking to. Then Yao Yining recounted his conversation with Jiang Anbong. Listening to this, Renmonli felt Jiang Anbong was overreacting. What's wrong with our commander? He even interferes over such things. We wouldn't leak any information. Shut up. Can you even call him our commander? Renmonli believed she was right. Did I say something wrong? It's just about a photo. Why should it be such a big deal? As Renmonli kept quietly complaining, Yao Yining only felt a headache coming on. But he wasn't interested in that. He asked, When you sent the photo, did you notice anything strange? Nothing. Renmonli shook her head straightforwardly. The staff there took the envelope I used to send the photo, just waiting for the mailman to deliver it. Strange. There was no problem at the time, so why did an issue arise later? This puzzled Yao Yining. At this moment, Renmonli suddenly remembered something. By the way, after I finished sending the photo, I ran into Qin Mulan at the post office. Could this have anything to do with her? Now Renmonli was suspicious and felt Qin Mulan was very suspicious. Hearing this, Yao Yining frowned immediately. Could it be that Qin Mulan found something? But he quickly dismissed the idea, thinking it unlikely that the rural girl Qin Mulan was that sharp. However, Renmonli still doubted Qin Mulan. But Yao Yining didn't want to stay any longer. He turned to Renmonli and said, In the future, don't worry about the photo matters. I will let others send it directly to Beijing. He hadn't expected it earlier. It was just thinking of mailing the letters himself, but it's easier to have someone run directly to the capital. Finally, Yao Yining looked at Renmonli and said, I have some things to do, so I won't eat. You can eat by yourself. Wait, where are you going? Seeing her husband walk further away without answering, Renmonli looked upset. She felt Yao Yining was drifting further away from her. This can't go on. If it does, Yao Yining might start ignoring her more. She thought she needed to find a good way to handle this. Meanwhile, Yao Yining and Renmonli were having a tense disagreement. On the other side, Qin Mulan and Siejali had finished writing their letters. Qin Mulan took Siejali's letter and said, Tomorrow I'll go to the post office again and send these 2 letters. Siejali nodded and replied, Okay, that's good. Thank you for your help. He had daily training, so he really couldn't leave. It's no trouble, Qin Mulan said with a smile. Plus, I can buy some things in town on my way. Although she bought a lot today, she still didn't get everything she needed. She'd have to wait for next time. Siejali didn't want his wife to work hard, so he offered. There's a shopping trip for the team tomorrow. You can join them. I'll check with them first. Having a car to ride in was definitely the best, so Qin Mulan nodded happily and said, okay. Seeing her agree, Siejali reminded her, be careful on the road tomorrow. The next morning, Qin Mulan went to town to mail the letters. At the post office, Sister Li and Xiao Wang already knew Qin Mulan. Seeing her come again today, they felt a little nervous and couldn't understand why she was back. Qin Mulan simply smiled at them, said nothing extra, and quickly sent the letters before leaving. After she left, Sister Li and Xiao Wang relaxed. Xiao Wang even patted her chest and said, luckily, nothing happened today. Finally, she looked at Sister Li and asked, Sister Li, do you really think this woman just came to send a letter? She didn't say anything today. Xiao Wang, don't talk. Work quietly. Yesterday, if she hadn't spoke too much and told Xiao Wang a couple of things about Ramon Li, she wouldn't have been caught by Qin Mulan with the photo, and none of the trouble would have happened. Hearing this, Xiao Wang quickly nodded and said, yes, I won't say anything. Qin Mulan left the post office, planning to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. However, unexpectedly, she saw someone familiar on the way and nervously called out, Ru Huan. Shenru Huan heard the voice and quickly turned her head to look. When she saw it was Qin Mulan, she was very excited. Mulan, what are you doing here? Are you here especially to pick me up? But she knew that wasn't true because Qin Mulan didn't know she was coming today. Nevertheless, it made the meeting even more special. Mulan, we really are destined to meet. We ran into each other here. Qin Mulan couldn't help but say, Ru Huan, why didn't you tell me in advance so I could prepare? Shenru Huan smiled and replied, Mulan, I just wanted to surprise you. How is it? Surprised? Qin Mulan looked at Shenru Huan with a bit of amusement and said, surprised. That's good. While talking, Qin Mulan led Shenru Huan forward. By the way, Ru Huan, I'll take you to the guest house now. Did you bring the introduction letter and everything? Since Shenru Huan was not a family member, she couldn't stay overnight in the army, so she had to stay at a guest house designated for military families. I brought it. Shenru Huan nodded quickly. That's good. Qin Mulan took Shenru Huan to the guest house, booked a room, and then led her there. After settling down, Qin Mulan asked, Ru Huan, did you come alone this time? Yes, I came to talk to you, take a walk, and relax a bit. Hearing this, Qin Mulan realized that her situation had still affected Shenru Huan. Ru Huan, this isn't your fault. You don't need to feel upset. Shenru Huan didn't want to feel that way, but she was still affected. Mulan, I really tried not to, but I still feel a little uncomfortable. Qin Mulan continued to comfort her. In fact, it's better that you found out about Zheng Dekai's true face earlier, rather than discovering it after getting married. Hearing this, Shenru Huan had to admit that Qin Mulan was right. If she had found out about Zheng Dekai and Su Yujia after marriage, she would have been so angry she wouldn't know what to do. Thinking of this, Shenru Huan looked somewhat confused. Mulan, do you think women must get married? Actually, I feel fine being single right now. My parents and brother are caring for me at home. Besides, my brother isn't even married yet. Why do my parents keep pushing me to marry? Is it because they suspect I lost my innocence when I was missing for a while? Do they think I've brought shame to the family? Qin Mulan quickly comforted her, saying, Ru Huan, how can you think like that? Uncle and Auntie just want to find you a good partner early so you won't have trouble explaining your past, but it's not what you think. Shenru Huan knows she's been overthinking lately, but she can't help it. Many people in the capital know she was kidnapped by human traffickers. They might think her innocence was ruined, but she's fine. Still, she can't just come out and say it loud and clear. Even if she did, some might doubt her family is making it up. So no matter how she looks at it, this feels wrong. Seeing Shenru Huan look upset, Qin Mulan said, Stop thinking too much. Since you came to have fun, just enjoy it. Don't worry about other things. Hearing this, Shenru Huan nodded hard and said, Okay, I'll enjoy myself. After talking with Qin Mulan for a while, Shenru Huan felt better. She said, Mulan, every time I talk to you, I feel so much better. You're really amazing. Seeing Shenru Huan smile again, Qin Mulan let out a sigh of relief and planned to stay and keep her company. Shenru Huan then waved her hand and said, Mulan, I don't need you to stay with me. I'm fine staying alone. That's not possible. Qin Mulan immediately refused. You don't come here often, so I'll take you shopping properly these days. Mulan, you can stay with me during the day and just go back at night. I don't need you around all the time, Shenru Huan said. Qin Mulan thought that was okay, and after packing Shenru Huan's things, they left together. However, she hadn't checked a good day for leaving, and unexpectedly, Qin Mulan ran into Renmonli again. But Renmonli didn't look at Qin Mulan. Instead, she stared directly at Shenru Huan, her face full of ihua, asking, Shenru Huan, what are you doing here? Shenru Huan naturally knew Renmonli. When she saw her ask this question, she rolled her eyes and said, Can I come here? Whether I come or not has nothing to do with you. Renmonli is the second daughter of the Ren family in Beijing. She is several years older than Shenru Huan. They get along quite well, so Shenru Huan used to follow her around like a little sister, calling her big sister. But once, Renmonli found Shenru Huan a bit noisy and pushed her directly. That push caused Shenru Huan to fall into a small pond, frightening her and making her cold. Since then, their relationship cooled down completely, and they always greeted each other with cold looks. Qin Mulan looked at Shenru Huan and then at Renmonli. She couldn't help but say, Oh, so you two know each other? No, we don't. Shenru Huan replied first, keeping a cold frown on her face. Hearing Shenru Huan say that, Renmonli's face also darkened. Our Miss Shen is still as proud and self-important as ever. Qin Mulan saw clearly that these two definitely had a grudge. But she naturally sided with Shenru Huan and smiled as she said to Renmonli, I didn't expect that Teacher Ren would talk so harshly. I wonder if the parents of your students know about this. Renmonli didn't expect Qin Mulan to egg her on. Just as she wanted to teach her a lesson, Qin Mulan continued, By the way, Teacher Ren, are you going to the post office to send photos again? As a military family member, why do you have no sense of danger? If you accidentally leak information, what will happen? Can you take responsibility then? Really, it's you? Renmonli looked at Qin Mulan as if she was glowing with sparks. No, one of the photos ended up with Commander Jiang. It turns out you're behind this. I was just sending one photo, so what? Do I deserve to be called such a big hat? Hearing this, Qin Mulan raised her eyebrows. It seems the photos ended up in Commander Jiang's hands at the end. The post office official probably didn't want to take responsibility and handed the photos over to the military district. It's obviously your carelessness that caused this, and you still blame me. I did it for your own good, Qin Mulan said, sounding like her tone was tinged with tea. But she was more curious about the purpose behind Renmonli and Yao Yining sending the photos. Since she had run into this today, maybe something big would come out. When Renmonli heard Qin Mulan's words, she was so angry that her face turned red. Qin Mulan, you really like to twist things and see black and white wrong. It's clear you're the one looking for trouble. Qin Mulan didn't admit it at all and looked sharply at Renmonli, saying, I forgot to ask earlier. You just sent a photo, so why do you emphasize my husband's picture? Do you have some hidden agenda? Stop talking nonsense. We don't have any purpose. Even Renmonli thought her husband didn't need to send a photo. Besides, Uncle Yao only thought Xiezhili looked like a relative of his. Why did they care so much? Uncle Yao's matters should be handled by himself. Why are they bothering to interfere? So she repeated these words and finally said, You should be grateful to us. When Qin Mulan heard this, she looked Renmonli over and then lost interest in asking more. She thought Renmonli might not know the full story. But there was another possibility, that Xiezhili did look a lot like Uncle Yao's relative, and maybe both she and Xiezhili were overthinking it. Anyway, they should first find out the truth. Thanks for your concern, but we really don't need it. Our whole family has always lived in our hometown, and we're certainly not related to Uncle Yao. After saying that, Qin Mulan turned to Shenru Huan and said, Okay, Ru Huan, let's go see what's ahead.
Sure.
Shen Ruhuan smiled and nodded. After Qin Mulan and Shen Ruhuan left, Renmonli looked at their backs unhappily, feeling that ever since Qin Mulan came, everything had been going wrong. She also blamed her husband. Why did so many things happen? There are many people who look like them. Why do they care so much? Shen Ruhuan looked at Qin Mulan with admiration and said, Mulan, you're really impressive. You made Renmonli speechless. You don't know how many times I've been treated badly by her before. She then recounted all the grudges and misunderstandings with Renmonli, ending with, ever since I was pushed into the water, I stopped wanting to hang out with the girls from the Beijing family. They all have big tempers. So, I met Fong Ro. Unfortunately, I might have had bad taste. Fong Ro is even worse. She actually hired someone to kidnap me. Hearing this, Shen Ruhuan looked sad. Qin Mulan never expected that Renmonli had been so mean since she was a child. Seeing Shen Ruhuan like this now, she quickly patted her on the shoulder and said, All right, Ruhuan, you've been through so much before. Maybe it's to gather enough luck to meet me. So from now on, your luck will surely be good because of me. Shen Ruhuan was feeling a bit down earlier, but hearing Qin Mulan's confident words, she couldn't help but laugh. Mulan, I didn't realize before that you're so self-confident. Qin Mulan smiled and said, I'm not overly confident. I just know myself well because I'm already doing great. She couldn't hold back and started laughing loudly. Shen Ruhuan also laughed along. As the sunset cast its glow, two bright smiles shone beautifully. After laughing for a while, the two continued to walk around. Qin Mulan remembered that Xiezhili didn't know she was with Shen Ruhuan in town, and she was worried he might be worried, so she looked at Shen Ruhuan and said, Ruhuan, I came here today just to send a letter. If Ollie sees I haven't come back, he'll worry. I should go back and tell him. Okay, I'll go with you. All right. At this moment, Xiezhili was indeed anxious. Seeing Qin Mulan hadn't returned, he planned to go to town and find her himself. Luckily, Qin Mulan returned just in time. When Xiezhili heard Shen Ruhuan was here already, he said, Let's have dinner together tonight, and we can also invite Sudong. He was just about to go to town with me to find someone. Qin Mulan, hearing this, quickly said, Great, invite Sudong too. Since Ruhuan knows him, it'll be lively to eat together. She also looked a bit shy and said to Xiezhili, Sorry for worrying you. Xiezhili chuckled, gently patting Qin Mulan's head, and said, It's just happenstance that you met Shen Ruhuan. Don't blame yourself. Let's go and call Sudong. When Qin Mulan and Xiezhili came out, they saw Fu Sudong and Shen Ruhuan hugging. Seeing the scene, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili immediately stopped and looked as if they arrived at a bad time. But they also felt strange. When did these two get close? They hadn't heard anything about it. After their initial surprise, Qin Mulan started to feel confused. Shen Ruhuan had just been complaining to her about how women always need to get married. If she and Fu Sudong were a couple, she wouldn't be so confused. At this moment, Shen Ruhuan and Fu Sudong noticed someone approaching. Shen Ruhuan realized they were very close and quickly pushed him away. When she saw Qin Mulan and Xiezhili looking at them curiously, she quickly explained, Mulan, Fu Sudong is so naughty. He used a rope to pretend it was a snake to scare me. Hearing this, Qin Mulan looked surprised and thought that Fu Sudong probably wouldn't do something so childish. Even Xiezhili couldn't help but look at Fu Sudong. Fu Sudong, feeling a bit embarrassed, looked away. Just a moment before, he didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing Shen Ruhuan suddenly and noticing a piece of rope nearby, he couldn't resist scaring her. But Shen Ruhuan was very timid and screamed loudly, jumping onto him. Cough, cough. I just saw Ruhuan here, and was surprised, so I wanted to play a joke. I didn't expect she's so timid and got scared, he explained. Ever since he helped beat Jing Dekai last time, he and Shen Ruhuan had become friends, and their relationship had grown closer. So, he wanted to joke around this time, though he hadn't expected it to go so far. Shen Ruhuan's face turned red with embarrassment, and she glared at Fu Sudong fiercely. Fu Sudong knew he was in the wrong and hurriedly apologized. Qin Mulan looked at Shen Ruhuan and Fu Sudong, suddenly feeling that the two standing together looked quite nice. But since Ruhuan was still upset, She quickly changed the subject and said, "By the way, it's getting late. Let's go out to eat." "Sounds good." Fu Sudong was the first to agree, and Shun Ruhuan didn't say much, walking beside Qin Mulan. The group then went to a nearby state-run restaurant. Once seated for dinner, the tension between Fu Sudong and Shun Ruhuan finally eased. Fu Sudong couldn't help but ask Ruhuan, "How many days are you planning to stay this time?" Shun Ruhuan replied directly, "About a week or so." "And where will you be staying during this time?" "Just at the guest house nearby. Mulan helped me get a room." Hearing this, Fu Sudong nodded and said, "That's good. I'll be free in a few days. When that time comes, I'll take you sightseeing. Your wife is pregnant, so she can rest and relax." Shun Ruhuan was about to refuse, but after hearing Fu Sudong's words, she thought that relying on Qin Mulan all the time might tire her out. So she quickly nodded and said, "Okay, then let you take me out to explore." Several people ate and talked happily during the meal. After finishing, Qin Mulan prepared to take Shun Ruhuan home. Seeing this, Shun Ruhuan quickly said, "Mulan, I know the way. I can go home alone." Qin Mulan naturally didn't want Shun Ruhuan to go alone. "Ruhuan, we'll send you back. After that, we'll go home together." In the end, Fu Sudong said from the side, "Sister-in-law, you and Ailey go ahead. I'll send Ruhuan." Hearing this, Qin Mulan couldn't help but glance at Fu Sudong. Seeing he had already waved to them, she didn't say anything more. She just said, "Ruhuan, let Sudong take you home. Ailey and I will go first." "Okay." Shun Ruhuan looked at Qin Mulan and Xiezhili and found them very pleasant to look at. She felt a bit unnecessary with Fu Sudong and Qin Mulan there, so she quickly waved to them and said, "Mulan, you and Ailey go back now." After Qin Mulan and Xiezhili left, Fu Sudong looked at Shun Ruhuan and said, "Ruhuan, let's go, Shun Ruhuan followed Fu Sudong slowly to the guest house. On the way, they were a little quiet. Fu Sudong felt that his earlier actions might have been a bit too much and apologized again. "Sorry, Ruhuan. I shouldn't have scared you earlier." Seeing Fu Sudong apologize again, Shun Ruhuan waved her hand and said, "It's okay. I know you were just joking. I'm just a little scared." Both of them took each other's words seriously. When they finally looked at each other, they couldn't help but smile. After smiling, Fu Sudong and Shun Ruhuan's company seemed more natural, and their relationship felt closer. Since the guest house was not far away, they arrived quickly. "Ruhuan, you should go inside now." "Okay." Shun Ruhuan smiled at Fu Sudong and waved goodbye, then hurried into the guest house. Seeing her go inside, Fu Sudong turned to head back. But halfway there, he suddenly remembered he hadn't asked which room Shun Ruhuan was in. So he walked back toward the guest house. Since they had agreed to explore together in a couple of days, he knew he would come to see her again, and knowing her room number would make it easier for him to find her later. When Fu Sudong returned to the guest house, he found Shun Ruhuan had already gone inside, so he asked the staff which room she was in. The staff looked up at Fu Sudong and, seeing him in military uniform, greeted him warmly. "Comrade, is there anything I can help you with?" Fu Sudong recited the appearance of Shun Ruhuan and finally said, "She is my friend. I just brought her back, but I forgot to ask which room she lives in, so I came to check." The staff remembered Shun Ruhuan. Someone with her looks was usually easy to recognize after just one meeting. When asked, she replied, "You're talking about that female comrade. She did come back earlier, but she left again very soon." Hearing this, Fu Sudong was momentarily stunned. He then asked, "Do you know where she went?" The staff shook her head and said, "I don't know that much, but I do know which room she stays in. It's at the end of the corridor on the second floor." "All right. Thank you, comrade." Seeing Shun Ruhuan leave again, Fu Sudong also left the guest house directly. However, since he thought she might be unfamiliar with the area and could get lost, he planned to look around nearby. After leaving the guest house, Fu Sudong intended to explore nearby. But when he passed through an alley, he suddenly stopped. He picked up a red hair clip from the ground. He could clearly see it was the one Shun Ruhuan had placed on her head earlier. Clenching the hair clip tightly, Fu Sudong suddenly felt uneasy. Was Shun Ruhuan really just out for a walk nearby? She was unfamiliar with this place. Could something happen to her? Thinking of this, worry and seriousness showed on his face. He decided to go look for her quickly. Anxious, Fu Sudong changed from his slow, relaxed manner and carefully examined the surroundings. Since he found Shin Ruhuan's hair clip, he wondered if there might be other clues. When he checked more carefully, he indeed found some traces. On the wall in the middle part of the alley, there were marks that looked recent. He continued walking deeper into the alley. The alley was narrow and dark the further he went. At the end of the alley, Fu Sudong frowned. Aside from the marks on the wall in the middle section, everything else appeared normal. Was his suspicion wrong? But in the most remote corner of the alley, inside a low house, something else was happening. Miss Shun, I finally found a chance. You're so ruthless. Want to get engaged when you need me, then push me away when you don't. Do you think I'm a dog, coming and going as you please? Sadly, I won't let you have your way. Besides me, you're not marrying anyone else. Shinru Huang, hearing this, trembled with anger. But unfortunately, her mouth was stuffed with a cloth, so she couldn't speak. Zheng Dekai saw her like this and sneered. He said, "What, you still want to argue? I'd like to hear what you have to say." Finally, Zheng Dekai pulled the cloth out of Shinru Huang's mouth, eager to hear her words. In fact, he arrived at this place shortly after Shinru Huang. After finding her trail, he didn't dare take reckless action, but quickly checked the surroundings. That's how he found this hidden spot and brought Shinru Huang here, an obscure location few would notice. Once the cloth was removed, Shinru Huang could speak again. She said, "Zheng Dekai, it's clearly your problem. You and Su Yujia aren't clear about each other, which is why our family canceled the engagement. Yet you're blaming me?
How shameless you are."
Hearing this, Zheng Dekai snorted coldly. He said, "My cousin and I are innocent. There's nothing unclear, everything is just your slander." Although feeling guilty, Zheng Dekai straightened his neck, believing Shinru Huang and the Shin family had wronged him.
Ha!
Those things between you and Su Yujia can be easily checked. You think you can deny everything? A man like you wouldn't even be wanted by me, so I definitely canceled the engagement.
You.
Hearing Shinru Huang's words, Zheng Dekai's face turned fierce. Then he burst out laughing wildly and looked at Shinru Huang with a wild expression. He said, "Fine, you don't want to marry me, but after today, whether you like it or not, you'll be mine. Once we're married, I want to see if you can still refuse me." At first, Shinru Huang thought Zheng Dekai kidnapped her to seek revenge, but now she realized he actually wanted to force himself on her.
You.
"Don't come any closer," she begged.
Haha.
"Shinru Huang, today you are destined to belong to me. No one will find out here. Your good friends, Qin Mulan and others, have already gone back to the army. No one will notice if you disappear." Hearing this, Shinru Huang's face was filled with despair. Yes, Mulan and her husband, as well as Fu Sudong, have already gone back. They will come tomorrow morning. By then, Zheng Dekai will definitely have taken her. Thinking of this, Shinru Huang felt deep sadness. Could it be that today she truly fell into Zheng Dekai's hands? Seeing Shinru Huang looking shattered, Zheng Dekai scowled and said, "What are you pretending for? You, this broken flower, I've already tolerated being with you. That's because I've been nice to you." But luckily, Shinru Huang's cool and beautiful appearance, even if she wasn't a pure young girl anymore, still managed to make him bear with her. At that moment, Fu Sudong, who had already left the alley, suddenly turned back. He still felt something was wrong here. Trusting his instincts, he decided to go back. "Go away, get out of here." Boo-hoo! As the wind carried the sound of sobs, Fu Sudong's expression changed. He quickly sprinted toward the source of the sound. When he barged into the small, low house, he saw Zheng Dekai tearing at Shinru Huang's clothes while she cried with tears streaming down her face, looking hopeless. Seeing this, Fu Sudong felt his blood boil with anger. He couldn't control his strength anymore. He rushed forward and punched Zheng Dekai, knocking him away.
Bang!
Zheng Dekai fell hard to the ground, stunned and unaware of what had just happened. When he finally saw Fu Sudong, his face showed shock.
You
weren't supposed to be here." Puff. Before he finished speaking, Zheng Dekai spat out blood and fainted. Shinru Huang had already given up hope, but unexpectedly, Fu Sudong appeared just in time. She was still a bit stunned by the turn of events. She looked at Fu Sudong anxiously and asked, You said you went back. So, how come you're here? I suddenly remembered I hadn't asked which room you were staying in at the guest house. I was worried I might not find you, so I turned back to look for you. Right now, Fu Sudong felt a wave of fear. If he hadn't come back, Shen Ruhuan would definitely have been in trouble. When Shen Ruhuan heard this, tears fell like broken strings of pearls. She threw herself into Fu Sudong's arms, crying, Wah! Thank goodness you're here. I was so scared, really scared. I thought Zheng Dekai might succeed, and if that happened, I might not even want to live anymore. From the moment Shen Ruhuan threw herself into his arms, Fu Sudong froze completely. He raised his hands, unsure of what to do. But when he heard Shen Ruhuan speak, a hint of panic flashed in his mind. If he hadn't come, would Shen Ruhuan really have harmed herself? Thinking of this, he instinctively held her close and softly comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. I won't let anything happen to you. You. At first, Shen Ruhuan probably didn't realize what she had done. When she noticed her body being tightly held in Fu Sudong's embrace, she suddenly became aware of how close they were. As she felt her body stiffen, Fu Sudong finally reacted. He quickly let go of Shen Ruhuan and took off his jacket, draping it over her shoulders. Wear my clothes first, he said. Hearing this, Shen Ruhuan looked down and saw her clothes were already torn. Although her private areas were covered, other parts were quite exposed. She quickly pulled her military green jacket tighter around herself. While Shen Ruhuan was dressing, Fu Sudong walked over to Zheng Dekai. His punch earlier had no hesitation and hit Zheng Dekai right in the chest, likely causing internal injuries. Still, if given the chance, he would do it all over again. Shen Ruhuan had finished dressing and also approached. She saw Zheng Dekai unconscious and bleeding from his mouth. She turned to Fu Sudong and asked, He probably won't die, right? Although she secretly wished Zheng Dekai would disappear, she knew she couldn't actually harm someone seriously. If she did, they would be the ones in trouble later. Fu Sudong replied directly, Don't worry, he won't die. Shen Ruhuan finally relaxed, then her face twisted with anger. That Zheng Dekai is truly despicable. But how does he know I came to find Mulan? Could he have been stalking me all along? Fu Sudong thought it was very possible. Maybe he followed you here, all the way. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let him go so easily, he said, then moved forward to tie up Zheng Dekai. However, he wanted to ask Shen Ruhuan's opinion first. Ruhuan, what do you plan to do about Zheng Dekai? Shen Ruhuan didn't hesitate and replied directly, Of course, I'm calling the police. I absolutely won't let Zheng Dekai get away this time. Hearing this, Fu Sudong couldn't help but say, But if you report him, it might affect your reputation a bit. Although Shen Ruhuan wasn't seriously hurt, whenever a girl experiences such events, troubles and rumors tend to spread easily. Shen Ruhuan firmly said, It's okay. Even if some people suspect me, I don't mind. Since Zheng Dekai did this, he should be punished. Last time, she was taken away by traffickers. Though she wasn't badly hurt, many people believed she was harmed, so she expected more nasty rumors this time. But after experiencing it once, she already felt indifferent. However, Fu Sudong didn't share the same attitude. He gently looked at Shen Ruhuan and said, Ruhuan, let's not call the police yet. First, talk to your parents, and then make plans. We can also inform your sister-in-law and ask for her opinion. Hearing this, Shen Ruhuan understood Fu Sudong was trying to help her, so she didn't argue and simply nodded, saying, Okay, I'll go along with you. When Qin Mulang and Xiezhili learned about this, they were both very surprised. They hadn't expected Shen Ruhuan to experience something like this, so they hurried to the scene as quickly as possible. Qin Mulang arrived first and immediately pulled Shen Ruhuan aside, inspecting her thoroughly. Ruhuan, are you okay? Seeing Qin Mulang was very worried, Shen Ruhuan quickly shook her head and said, Mulang, don't worry, I'm fine. Luckily, Fu Sudong arrived in time, or I might have been in real trouble. At the same time, Fu Sudong was talking to Xiezhili. He explained everything that had happened and pointed at Zheng Dekai, who was tied up in the corner, saying, Ollie, what do you think is the best way to handle this? Although Ruhuan wants to call the police, if we do, there might be some rumors spreading. Siejali also didn't agree with calling the police immediately. I think we should first inform the Shin family and let Ruhuan's parents decide. Fu Sudong's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Yes, why didn't I think of that? We can just contact Uncle Shun and ask for their opinion. They reached a decision and their expressions lightened. Seeing that Jung Dekai was still unconscious, Fu Sudong looked at Qin Mulong with concern and said, Sister-in-law, I accidentally hit Jung Dekai so hard that he fainted. Can you help check if he's in any danger? Qin Mulong took Jung Dekai's pulse, then took out a small porcelain bottle and gave Jung Dekai a pill to swallow. After finishing, she clapped her hands and said, All done. Nothing is wrong now. Seeing Qin Mulong say this, the others felt relieved. Later, Qin Mulong decided not to go home that night. She wanted to stay here and keep company with Shin Ruhuan. Siejali knew about it and felt a bit uneasy. However, since his wife truly wanted to stay, he planned to stay too. No matter what, he would leave early in the morning to join the army. Fu Sudong learned that Siejali was staying, so he decided to stay as well. Qin Mulong simply saw Shin Ruhuan to her room. She then sat down and said, Ruhuan, you stay with me. If you have any worries, tell me. Hearing this, Shin Ruhuan immediately nodded and replied, Okay, Mulan. I understand. On the surface, Shin Ruhuan seemed fine, as if she was unaffected. But after experiencing such an event, she would still have some shadows in her mind. Right now, she was hesitant to be alone. Qin Mulan saw Ruhuan slowly leaning closer without saying much. Instead, she smiled and chatted casually. Our Ruhuan is really brave. You're amazing. Shin Ruhuan felt a bit shy from the compliment. Mulan, I'm not as brave as you say, she replied. Qin Mulan smiled and said, You are already very brave. Meanwhile, Siejali understood what had happened and also felt Jung Dekai had probably been watching Shin Ruhuan for a while. He asked a few more questions but quickly sensed something was wrong. He slightly furrowed his brows and asked Fu Sudong, Why do you seem distracted? What are you thinking about? I'm thinking if Ruhuan will be able to sleep tonight, Fu Sudong replied. Once he finished speaking, he realized what he had just said and quickly waved his hand to deny it. No, I'm not. Don't misunderstand. The way he tried to hide it made it obvious he was hiding something. Fu Sudong hurriedly stopped talking, surprised he had just spoken his thoughts aloud. Siejali smiled and said, It's no use denying now, we all know. Finally, he turned to look at Fu Sudong, sizing him up and down. After thinking for a moment, he said, You mentioned before that your family kept arranging blind dates for you, and the Shin family also wanted Ruhuan to find a suitable match. I suddenly think you two make a good pair. When Guozhili said this, Fu Sudong was stunned. Ollie, don't talk nonsense. Ruhuan and I are just friends. Hearing this, Zhili glanced at Fu Sudong. He knew his good friend's behavior toward Shin Ruhuan was different from how he acted around other women, something Fu Sudong himself hadn't noticed. But seeing that Fu Sudong still didn't realize it, Zhili didn't say more. Instead, he said, Since your family keeps urging you to find a partner, and Shin Ruhuan also wants to find someone suitable, why not give it a try? If it works out, you won't have to worry about your family matchmaking, and Shin Ruhuan's worries will also be solved. It would be a win for both of you. Hearing this, Fu Sudong suddenly thought it made sense. Ollie, you're right. It does sound reasonable. But, he hesitated then continued, it still depends on Ruhuan's feelings. Maybe she only sees me as a friend and doesn't want to be more. Then I'll ask Mulan to help find out what she thinks, Zhili offered. Fu Sudong nodded with a smile. Okay, then I'll trouble my sister-in-law. He couldn't quite tell how he felt at that moment. After knowing that Qin Mulan would help ask Shin Ruhuan about her thoughts, he felt a little nervous and a little excited. Strangely, he was looking forward to it. Thinking this, a faint smile appeared on Fu Sudong's lips. If Shin Ruhuan agreed, he would be very happy. They knew each other well and had known each other for a while, definitely better than knowing nothing and being set up for blind dates. Meanwhile, Shin Ruhuan still didn't know Fu Sudong's thoughts. At this moment, with Qin Mulan beside her, she finally slept peacefully and soundly. The next morning, when Qin Mulan woke up, she found Shin Ruhuan already awake. Ruhuan, what time did you wake up? Are you hungry? Let's go out for breakfast later. Shen Ruhuan smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm actually a bit hungry. Then she expressed her thanks. Mulan, thank you for your help yesterday. Qin Mulan looked at her and said, Ruhuan, don't be so formal. We're all good friends. When you encounter something like this, we'll definitely help as much as we can. Ali and Sudong have probably already contacted your family. Maybe Uncle Shen and the others will arrive in a few days. Thinking about her own situation, Shen Ruhuan felt it would be best if her family could come soon. When my dad and they arrive, they can help bring Zheng Dekai back. When mentioning Zheng Dekai, Shen Ruhuan gritted her teeth and said, that beast actually had such ideas. It's just too much. She also couldn't help but feel grateful that she had discovered Zheng Dekai's true nature earlier. Otherwise, marrying such a person would have ruined her life. Qin Mulan fully agreed. Yes, it's good you found out earlier. But Ruhuan, you don't need to rush into marriage. It's most important to find someone with good character. When thinking about finding a partner, Shen Ruhuan immediately thought of Fu Sudong, who appeared like a heavenly being and saved her. Thinking of this, Shen Ruhuan's face turned slightly red, but she quickly shook her head. Fu Sudong was only here because they were friends, and he came to help her. Why was she thinking so much about it? Qin Mulan noticed Shen Ruhuan was blushing, so she thought perhaps Ruhuan was scared yesterday and was feeling unwell. When Shen Ruhuan knew Qin Mulan wanted to check her pulse, she quickly shook her head and said, Mulan, I'm fine. I feel good. Moreover, you're all here, so I don't feel scared at all. Qin Mulan still checked Shen Ruhuan's pulse and, seeing that she was okay, she relaxed. Ruhuan, since you're fine, let's go have breakfast quickly. After they left the room, they found Xiezhili already waiting outside. Seeing only Xiezhili there and not Fu Sudong, Shen Ruhuan instinctively asked, Where's Sudong? Why isn't he here? Hearing this, Qin Mulan raised an eyebrow at Shen Ruhuan. Even Xiezhili looked at Shen Ruhuan a bit more and said, Sudong asked us to go ahead and eat first. He stayed behind to watch Zheng Dekai. Hearing that, Shen Ruhuan nodded and said, Then let's bring back breakfast for him so he can eat directly. Xiezhili nodded in agreement. Qin Mulan smiled and said, Of course. Then I'll buy more breakfast to bring back. The group went out to eat breakfast and then brought breakfast back for Fu Sudong. As for Zheng Dekai, he could just go hungry. He wouldn't starve after missing a few meals. When the three returned to the guest house, Shen Ruhuan took the breakfast directly to Fu Sudong. Seeing Shen Ruhuan come over, Fu Sudong couldn't help but smile. Ruhuan, have you all eaten already? Shen Ruhuan nodded quickly and said, Yes, we already ate. Sudong, this is for you. Hurry up and eat. Fu Sudong looked at the various breakfast foods in front of him, a smile that could not be hidden on his face. Okay, I will eat now. Zheng Dekai, tied up in the corner, watched Fu Sudong happily eating but was starving himself. His stomach pressed against his back. While hungry, he also saw the two people flirting and teasing in front of him. His hatred deepened. Fu Sudong naturally noticed Zheng Dekai's angry gazes. He glanced coldly in his direction. Seeing this, Zheng Dekai quickly shrank his neck and lowered his head. This man in front of him could easily punch him into internal injury. He didn't want to be beaten again. These people didn't even take him to the hospital. If he got hurt again, he didn't know if he could survive. Seeing Zheng Dekai clutching himself and shrinking back, Fu Sudong didn't bother to look at him anymore. He continued eating breakfast. Shen Ruhuan was watching nearby. When she saw Fu Sudong finish everything brought by her, she couldn't help but ask, Sudong, are you full? Should I buy more for you? Fu Sudong heard this and shook his head with a smile. No need, I'm full. By the end, he couldn't help but burp. Shen Ruhuan saw this and couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her smiling, Fu Sudong finally relaxed, glad she wasn't affected. After finishing breakfast, Fu Sudong planned to stay there and let Xiezhili return to work. But they didn't expect how quickly the Shin family arrived. Just as Xiezhili was about to leave, Shin Zhenyu and Tong Tingping's couple, along with Shin Ruheo, arrived. Tong Tingping saw her daughter and hurriedly asked worriedly, Ruhuan, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? Shin Zhenyu and Shin Ruheo also looked at her anxiously. Seeing her family arrive, Shen Ruhuan burst into tears. She threw herself into Tong Tingping's arms. Mom and Dad, big brother, you finally came. Seeing her daughter so sad and crying, Shen Zhenyu and Tong Tingping felt their hearts tighten. Shen Ranhui asked in a deep voice, "Where is that bastard Zheng Dekai now?" Seeing how emotional everyone was, Shen Ruhuan wiped her tears and said, "Mom and Dad, I'm okay. Zheng Dekai is in the room right now. Sudong is watching him. Let's go, we're going to see that bastard Zheng Dekai now." Shen Ruhuan led the way, and the Shen family followed with fierce looks on their faces. The last to walk behind were Qin Mulan and Xiezhili. Seeing the Shen family arriving, they decided not to go back. After a few people entered, Fu Sudong was still a bit surprised. When he saw Shen Zhenyu and the others coming over, he quickly stood up and greeted them. "Uncle and Aunt, you're here." The Shen family already knew the general situation and also knew that Fu Sudong had saved Shen Ruhuan. When they saw Fu Sudong, they looked very grateful. "Sudong, thank you so much this time." Hearing this, Fu Sudong shook his head and said, "Uncle and Aunt Shen Ruhuan and I are good friends. It's just what we should do. Even if it had been someone else, he would have helped, let alone Shen Ruhuan." Good. Anyway, since you saved Ruhuan, we still want to thank you. When you next have time off and go to the capital, we must have a good meal together." Hearing this, Fu Sudong naturally smiled and agreed. After greeting the Shen family, Fu Sudong looked toward Zheng Dekai in the corner. Zheng Dekai didn't expect the Shen family to come so quickly. When he saw Shen Zhenyu and the others looking at him with what seemed like hunger, he got scared. When he planned the matter earlier, he only thought about success, but in the end, he failed. Now, being caught by these people, he knew what awaited him. But he still felt unwilling. He was so close to becoming Shen's son-in-law, yet now he was in this situation. Why did it turn out like this? Shen Zhenyu looked at Zheng Dekai, feeling regret all over again for his earlier decision. How could he have thought Zheng Dekai was a good person? He almost caused his daughter's lifelong trouble. "Zheng Dekai, you're really impressive," following Ruhuan here. "Since you dared to do this, you have to pay for your actions." This time, Shen Ruhuan truly wanted to seek justice for herself. She looked directly at Shen Zhenyu and said, "Dad, Zheng Dekai followed me here. I don't believe the Zheng family didn't know. So, the whole Zheng family isn't innocent. I want all of them to pay the price." Her eyes were icy as she finished speaking. After this incident, her heart had become cold and hardened. She was no longer the innocent, naive Shen Ruhuan she once was. Shen Zhenyu listened to her and nodded, saying, "Ruhuan, don't worry. I won't let Zheng Dekai go, and I won't let the Zheng family off either." Initially, Zheng Dekai was hiding in the corner, not planning to say anything, but after hearing the conversation between Shen Ruhuan and Shen Zhenyu, he quickly looked up, clearly angry, and said, "It was I who did it. What does my family have to do with this? If you have the guts, come at me directly. Don't involve others." Hearing this, Shen Zhenyu couldn't help but laugh. "Zheng Dekai, it's too late to say this now. When you wanted to hurt Ruhuan, you should have thought of this. No, you can't do this." Zheng Dekai looked furious, but no one paid attention to him. At that moment, Shen Zhenyu turned to Fu Sudong and Xiezhili and said, "Sudong, Xie, let's have lunch together today." Xiezhili and Fu Sudong didn't refuse. "All right, then we'll eat at the state-run restaurant. This time, it should be me and Sudong paying." Just as Shen Zhenyu was about to say more, Xiezhili smiled and said, "Uncle Shen, it's settled then. But you just arrived. Should you rest for a bit first?" Speaking, Xiezhili ran downstairs to check if there were any available rooms. Fortunately, there were enough rooms, and he booked 2 more. Once the Shen family members entered the rooms, Tong Tingping immediately pulled her daughter aside and said, "Ruhuan, tell me everything that happened." Shen Ruhuan didn't hide anything and explained everything in detail, ending with, "This time, we really need to thank Xie Sudong. If it weren't for him, I might have." She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood. Hearing this, Tong Tingping's face showed concern, but worried her daughter would recall the past, she quickly changed the topic. "Ruhuan, I suddenly realize you and Sudong seem well matched. Last time, he and Xiao Xie saved you, and this time, he saved you again. Finally, Tong Tingting couldn't help but ask, Ruhuan, does Sudong have a girlfriend? Shin Ruhuan shook her head and said, not yet. Sudong doesn't want to go on blind dates, so he still doesn't have a girlfriend. That's good. Tong Tingting suddenly said with a smile, then looked at Ruhuan with bright eyes. Ruhuan, why don't you two try dating? Neither of you is married, and both are looking for someone. It seems perfect. Hearing her mother's words, Ruhuan was stunned. She hadn't considered this before, but now, hearing her mother say it, she felt a little shy. Shin Ruhui thought about it more carefully. Mom, the Fu family has a better background than ours. Do they agree with the relationship between Fu Sudong and my sister? Tong Tingting was unhappy with this statement. Shun Ruhui, what do you mean? Do you think your sister is not good enough for Fu Sudong? Mom, I didn't mean it that way. Shin Zhenyu, who was nearby, rarely spoke up.
There's no need to worry about that.
The Fu family can't control Fu Sudong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be working here. Hearing her husband's words, Tong Tingting nodded and said, yes, as long as Fu Sudong is willing, no one can stop him. While speaking, Tong Tingting looked at her daughter and asked, if Fu Sudong agrees to date you, would you mind? Shin Ruhuan hesitated and couldn't speak clearly. Finally, she blushed and said, if Fu Sudong has no opinion, then I have no problem. Seeing her daughter say this, Tong Tingting was sure that her daughter liked Fu Sudong differently. Well, I'll find a chance to ask Xiaoxia to see what Sudong thinks, she said. Shan Ruhuan's face turned even redder, but she nodded and said, okay. Later that evening, when everyone finally sat down for dinner, Tong Tingting saw her opportunity. Tong Tingting found her chance and told Qin Mulan about it. Mulan, I think Sudong is a very good boy. I heard he doesn't have a girlfriend now, and I don't know what he thinks of Ruhuan. If it's possible, I really hope they could be together. Hearing this, Qin Mulan understood immediately. Actually, she also thought Shin Ruhuan and Fu Sudong were a good match, and she had already heard from Xiejili that Fu Sudong liked Ruhuan a lot. As long as Ruhuan agreed, they could start dating right away. Really? Tong Tingting was surprised it went so smoothly. Of course, Fu Sudong told me himself, Qin Mulan replied. That's wonderful. Tong Tingting was very happy. She quickly shared this good news with her daughter. Shin Ruhuan didn't expect Fu Sudong also liked her. It turned out she wasn't just imagining things. She felt shy and happy, and she secretly glanced at Fu Sudong. Meanwhile, Qin Mulan also shared this news with Xiejili. Xiejili was talking with Fu Sudong about this matter, so Fu Sudong also learned about Shen Ruhuan's feelings. At that moment, he sensed someone watching him. When he looked up, he saw Shen Ruhuan secretly observing him. When she saw him looking, she immediately shyly looked down. Fu Sudong saw this and couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling a bit happy. So, Ruhuan also liked him. Nearby, Tong Tingting watched all of this. She thought this was the best time. Sudong, what do you think of Ruhuan, Mom? Shin Ruhuan saw her mother say it directly, and she quickly tugged at her mother's sleeve. Tong Tingting gently patted her daughter's hand to comfort her. Since Fu Sudong also had feelings, she decided to make things clear today, so her daughter and Fu Sudong could be together openly. Hearing this, Fu Sudong said immediately, I think Ruhuan is very good. We also think you're very good, Sudong. Maybe. You two should see each other more. If it's a good match, our two families can unite. Shen Ruhuan blushed already, but she still looked directly at Fu Sudong, wanting to hear him say it himself. Fu Sudong thought for a moment and nodded in agreement, without hesitation. Seeing Fu Sudong agree so quickly, Shin Zhenyu and Tong Tingting were very pleased, while Shen Ruhuan felt her heart race and her face flush. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Fu Sudong. Fu Sudong also looked at her. When their eyes met, they simply stared silently at each other. Tong Tingting, seeing her daughter and Fu Sudong like this, quickly stood up and said, Ruhuan, we've finished eating, so we'll head back to rest now. You and Sudong can go for a walk nearby. Before Shin Ruhuan could finish speaking, Tong Tingting, Shin Zhenyu, and the couple Qin Mulan and Xiejili all stood up and left directly. Seeing everyone leave, Shin Ruhuan stayed seated, her face still very red. Fu Sudong spoke first. Ruhuan, let's go for a walk nearby. I said I wanted to take you somewhere nice.
Oh.
Okay, Shen Ruhuan nodded and agreed. Finally, she followed Fu Sudong out. Meanwhile, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili took the Shin family to the guest house. Thinking about what they wanted to find out earlier, Qin Mulan looked at Shin Zhenyu and asked, Shin uncle, do you know much about the Yao family in Beijing? Hearing this, Shin Zhenyu was surprised for a moment and then asked, why are you suddenly asking about the Yao family? As far as he knew, this young couple had no connection to the Yao family at all, so he wondered why they suddenly became interested in them. Tong Tingping looked at her husband and said, since Mulan is interested, just tell her. Why ask so many questions? In the end, Tong Tingping directly said, in Beijing, the Yao family is currently led by Old Master Yao Shihong. Old Lady Yao Yuzhen and Old Master Yao have a very good relationship. They have a daughter named Yao Jingtong. Because there are no male heirs in the family, Yao Jingtong married into the family and had a son named Yao Yining. By the way, Yao Yining seems to be in the local army. Qin Mulan nodded and said, yes, Yao Yining is here too. They live very close to us, so we often see them. Hearing this, Tong Tingping couldn't help but ask, Mulan, do you think they have a problem with us, so you want to find out about the Yao family in Beijing? I remember Yao Yining's wife is Ren Monli, the second daughter of the Ren family. She's always been very proud, so you should pay more attention to her. When thinking of Ren Monli, Tong Tingping remembered how her daughter was pushed into a pond by her, which made her look unhappy. Shen Ruhuai also remembered this incident and didn't think very highly of Ren Monli. He looked at Qin Mulan and reminded her, Ren Monli is very proud. When she first married Yao Yining, she wasn't really willing. She wanted to marry into a better family, but her sister, Ren Mani, married into a more prestigious Xia family. The sisters don't get along well. Listening to Tong Tingping and Shen Ruhuai, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili sorted out the family relations of the Yao family. Then, when Qin Mulan thought of her mother-in-law's name, she couldn't help asking, does Old Master Yao and Old Lady Yao only have one daughter? Tong Tingping nodded and said, yes, they only have one daughter, so Yao Jingtong wants to marry into another family. Qin Mulan frowned slightly. Could their guess be wrong? Just then, Shin Zhenyu suddenly looked at Qin Mulan with realization and said, oh, no wonder I felt that your mother-in-law looked familiar before, but I couldn't remember where I saw her. Now that you mention the Yao family, I realize your mother-in-law looks a lot like Old Master Yao. Hearing this, Qin Mulan and Xiezhili were both stunned. Even Tong Tingping and Shen Ruhuai looked surprised. Tong Tingping hadn't seen Old Master Yao many times, so she completely forgot what he looked like and couldn't compare. Shen Ruhuai and Yao Yining are from the same generation. He has seen Yao Yining and his parents before, but he only saw Old Master Yao from afar once and doesn't remember much about him. Uncle Shin, does my mother-in-law really look a lot like Old Master Yao? At this moment, Qin Mulian suddenly remembered the scene at the train station. Xiezhili's appearance completely inherited Yao Jingji's features. If Yao Jingji resembled Old Master Yao, then Xiezhili would also look very similar to him. So Old Master Yao said Xiezhili looks a lot like a relative of his, which probably means this so-called relative is Old Master Yao. Shen Zhenyu recalled carefully and nodded, saying, yes, they do look alike. After saying that, he couldn't help but turn to Xiezhili. Actually, if you look closely, you also have some shadows of Old Master Yao, but if you don't look carefully, you might not notice. This is because Shin Zhenyu hadn't seen Old Lady Yao very often, so when he saw Xiezhili, he didn't find him familiar. As Old Uncle Yao mentioned, Xiezhili's looks blend features of Old Master Yao and Old Madam Yao. Only someone familiar with both elders would instantly recognize the resemblance when looking at Xiezhili with surprise. Hearing Shin Zhenyu, Qin Mulian turned her head to look at Xiezhili, but since she had never seen Old Master Yao, she couldn't compare. She only retracted her gaze somewhat regretfully and said, it's a pity I haven't met Old Master Yao. I don't know if you really look alike. Xiezhili smiled when he heard this. It's normal to look alike. The world is so big, there are always people who resemble each other. Shin Zhenyu and Tong Tingping both nodded in agreement. Yeah, there are always people who look similar in this world. It's not surprising. Qin Mulian also nodded and said, yes, there are always lookalikes. We wanted to ask about them because of some small disputes with Yao Yining and Rin Monli before. Knowing the situation helps in dealing with things. It's true, her and her husband's conflicts with Yao Yining and Rin Monli were the reason for their curiosity. Knowing both sides helps avoid surprises. Tong Tingping, upon hearing Qin Mulian's words, couldn't help but comment. With Rin Monli's personality, it's quite normal for conflicts to happen with her. Mulian, you're pregnant now, so you must be careful. Then she couldn't help but glance at Qin Mulian's belly and asked, Mulian, I think you're only about 5 months along. Qin Mulian nodded and replied, yes, according to the pregnancy schedule, it's exactly 5 months. Wow, your belly is much bigger than usual. Did you go to the hospital for a checkup later? When I first got pregnant, I had a checkup at the hospital, she said. Hearing this, Tong Tingping said quickly, you should go back to the hospital for another checkup. Your belly really looks quite big. Xiezhili's face showed worry upon hearing this. Mulan, maybe we should go to the hospital now to check. He hadn't paid much attention to these things before because he didn't understand them well. But now, hearing Tong Tingping, he felt very nervous. Tong Tingping nodded and said, yes, Mulan. Maybe you should go see the doctor. When I was pregnant with Ruo Hui and Ruo Huan, my belly was quite big at 5 months, but with thicker clothes, you couldn't tell. However, your belly now is bigger than most pregnant women's. Although Qin Mulan is a doctor, she mainly focuses on her own pregnancy. She didn't think much about the other details before. But hearing Tong Tingping now, she couldn't help but wonder more. Seeing how nervous Xiezhili was, she agreed, saying, okay, let's go to the hospital to check. Xiezhili saw that Qin Mulan agreed, so he quickly took her and others to the Army Medical Center. Dr. Liao saw them arriving and said with a big smile, Dr. Qin, you came just in time. I was about to find you. Xiezhili noticed Dr. Liao and quickly said, Dr. Liao, I brought Mulan here for a checkup. We can talk later if there's anything else. Seeing how anxious Xiezhili was, Dr. Liao thought something serious had happened. He nodded quickly and said, all right, we'll talk later. But what's wrong with Dr. Qin? When Dr. Liao found out that Qin Mulan's baby bump was big for her 5 months of pregnancy, he said, that's not unusual. At 6 or 7 months, many women look like that. Dr. Liao, Qin Mulan is only 5 months pregnant, someone explained, so her belly is bigger than normal. Only 5 months. Dr. Liao hadn't known how long Qin Mulan had been pregnant before. Now that he knew it was only 5 months, she really was bigger than most. He quickly contacted the obstetrics and gynecology department for advice. By the way, Dr. Qin, the hospital just got a new machine that can directly perform these kinds of checks. Do you know about it?
Can you use it?
Should we go see it now? Qin Mulan was surprised and asked, the hospital has an ultrasound machine now. Yes, that's right. But not many people know how to use it. The machine hasn't been used yet. The hospital plans to train several doctors soon. Qin Mulan really didn't expect there to be an ultrasound here. In China during the 1970s, ultrasound technology was just developing, and by the 1980s, color ultrasound had been successfully created. This technology was gradually becoming popular across the country. I know how to use this machine. Let's just use it for the check, said Qin Mulan. Liang Wenyang wasn't surprised at all when he heard Qin Mulan could operate the machine. Dr. Qin, I knew nothing could stop you. Let's go quickly. At first, the hospital didn't want a stranger to use the machine since they only had one. But once they learned it was Qin Mulan, they had no doubts, and even some obstetrician gynecologists wanted to see how she used it. Qin Mulan didn't refuse. She said simply, all right, let's have Dr. Chao and Dr. Zhao come in with us. Dr. Chao and Dr. Zhao were 2 obstetrician gynecologists Liang Wenyang had invited. In the end, they followed Qin Mulan and Xiezhili into the room. When Xiezhili saw his wife still needing to operate the machine, he couldn't help but say, Mulan, do you want me to help too? Qin Mulan shook her head and said, no need. She lay down on the examination bed herself, then explained to Doctors Chao and Zhao how to turn on the machine and start the check. At first, Doctors Chao and Zhao were a bit clumsy, but as they listened to Qin Mulan's calming voice, they gradually got the hang of it. When it was time for the actual scan, Qin Mulan took over herself, but she still remembered to teach Doctors Chao and Zhao how to interpret the images. Look here. She began but suddenly stopped. She stared at the ultrasound image, eyes fixed, her expression intense. Although she had guessed earlier, seeing the real images still made her feel excited and touched. Dr. Chow noticed Qin Mulan wasn't speaking and asked, "Dr. Qin, what's wrong?" Zhao, figuring it out, smiled and tugged on his colleague's sleeve, saying, "It must be what we guessed earlier. Dr. Qin is expecting twins." Hearing this, Dr. Chow's face also lit up with excitement. He quickly looked at Qin Mulan and said, "Congratulations, Dr. Qin." Qin Mulan came back to herself and smiled. "Thank you." Zhizhili was stunned and couldn't respond. He never expected that his wife was actually carrying twins. The surprise was too sudden. Finally, Qin Mulan called out to him, which made him come back to his senses. But soon, his face was full of nervousness. "Mulan, how do you feel now? Should we go back and rest?" Dr. Chow and Dr. Zhao, although eager to hear how Qin Mulan used the machine, felt it was not appropriate to let a pregnant woman teach them. They quickly said, "Yes, Dr. Qin, you should go back now." Qin Mulan was not in a hurry to leave. She continued her checkup and explained further. Hearing her voice, Dr. Chow and Dr. Zhao listened carefully. Qin Mulan personally checked herself and confirmed both babies were very healthy. She finished the exam with a gentle smile and, with a nervous smile herself, left with Zhizhili. Zhizhili carefully held Qin Mulan's hand, worried she might bump or hurt herself. Seeing his concern, Qin Mulan couldn't help but laugh. "Ollie, I'm not a fragile doll. You don't need to be so cautious, just like before. But you are carrying twins." Hearing this, Qin Mulan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Wasn't I carrying twins before? We just didn't know. So it's fine. You don't need to worry too much." But Dr. Chow and Dr. Zhao also said that carrying twins can lead to early labor and makes you more tired than usual pregnant women. So we need to be extra careful. Seeing that Zhizhili wouldn't listen, Qin Mulan didn't say anything more. When they returned to the guest house, Fu Sudong and Shen Ruhuan also came back. Their relationship looked visibly closer. Qin Mulan felt happy for them. Shen Ruhuan had heard about Qin Mulan going to the hospital. Now that she saw her back, she asked with concern, "Mulan, I heard you went to the hospital. How was the checkup?" "Don't worry, everything is fine." At this moment, Tong Tingping asked, "Mulan, your belly is so big. What did the doctor say?" Before Qin Mulan could reply, Zhizhili said, "Everyone, don't worry. Let's let Mulan sit down first. We'll sit and talk." Hearing Zhizhili, others quickly made way so Qin Mulan could sit down. Zhizhili saw that no one was blocking them anymore and quickly helped Qin Mulan sit down. Then he said, "Mulan is expecting twins, so her belly is bigger than usual." "Really? That's wonderful." Tong Tingping and Shen Ruhuan were thrilled to hear this and surrounded Qin Mulan happily, but at the same time, they looked a little worried, just like Zhizhili. "Mulan, you need to be careful." "Yes, I will be careful." Qin Mulan responded with a mix of laughter and tears, surprised at how nervous everyone was. Fu Sudong, standing nearby, looked at Zhizhili with admiration and said, "Ali, congratulations. I didn't expect you to become the father of 2 children all at once." Zhizhili was also happy, but then he started to worry. He was usually very busy and didn't have much time to take care of Mulan. He was already planning to write a letter home to see if his mother could come over. Shen Zhenyu and Shen Ruhui also came to congratulate Zhizhili. Then Shen Ruhui said, "This is such good news. Let's eat dinner together tonight to celebrate. This time, it's on us." Yes, that's settled." Tong Tingping nodded in agreement. Later that evening, Shen Ruhui stayed behind to watch Zheng Dekai, while the others went to eat. "Mulan, do you have anything you want to eat? If you do, you should eat it now, or you might keep thinking about it." Tong Tingping held Qin Mulan's hand and asked with a smile. Then she shared her own story. "When I was pregnant with Ruhuan, I really wanted to eat meat buns, but I never got to. I kept thinking about them until after I gave birth. After Ruhuan was born, I had little appetite for anything." Qin Mulan listened and said with a smile, "Aunt Tong, I'll eat whatever I want." Soon, the food was served after they sat down. Qin Mulan went to the hospital earlier and talked with doctors for a long time, so she was very hungry and ate quite a lot. Zhizhili was also hungry but kept paying attention to Mulan. Seeing she had a good appetite, He quickly scooped her favorite dishes into her bowl. Tong Tingping watched how well Qin Mulan and Xiezhili got along and couldn't help but smile. You two are really in love. She then glanced at her own daughter and Fu Sudong, hoping their relationship would be just as good in the future. Fu Sudong felt a bit nervous. When he wanted to serve food to Shin Ruhuan, a curious voice suddenly came from nearby, asking, Xie Tuan, Deputy Tuan Fu, what are you guys doing here? Hearing the voice, Xiezhili and Fu Sudong looked over and saw it was Yao Yining. At that moment, Yao Yining also saw the people around Xiezhili, and when she saw Shin Zhenyu and Tong Tingping, her expression was surprised. Uncle Shin, why are you here too? Although the Yao family didn't have much connection with the Shin family, everyone was from Beijing. They often saw each other, so they all knew each other. Beside Yao Yining, Ren Monli also looked surprised when she saw Shin Ruhuan's parents had come over. She originally thought only Shin Ruhuan would come, but unexpectedly her parents came too. Shin Zhenyu naturally knew Yao Yining. After greeting her with a smile, he said, Ruhuan came to see Mulan, so we came together. Yao Yining heard this, but didn't believe it. She remembered her wife saying that Shin Ruhuan was close to Qin Mulan, and probably just friends. So it made sense for Shin Ruhuan to come over, but for Shin Zhenyu and his wife to also come to see Qin Mulan, it didn't seem right. Still, she didn't show any expression on her face. Next to her, Ren Monli also doubted this, but her face showed some suspicion and her expression changed slightly. Tong Tingping naturally wouldn't let others know the real reason they came, or else her daughter's reputation would be even more at risk. So she smiled and changed the subject, saying, Actually, besides seeing Mulan, we mostly came to meet Sudong. Hearing this, Ren Monli looked surprised, and even Yao Yining couldn't help but glance at Fu Sudong. Tong Tingping continued without pause. Ruhuan and Sudong are talking about being a couple, so of course we had to come see this future son-in-law. Shin Ruhuan was caught off guard by her mother's straightforward words, and her face turned bright red with embarrassment. Fu Sudong was quite confident and allowed Yao Yining and Ren Monli to look at him closely. He also looked at Shin Ruhuan and said, Actually, Ruhuan is very good. I liked her for a while but didn't say it. This time, I finally gathered the courage and luckily she agreed. Hearing this, Yao Yining raised an eyebrow and looked at Fu Sudong. She said, Congratulations then. Because Fu Sudong was good friends with Xiezhili, Yao Yining's relationship with Fu Sudong wasn't very close. After exchanging a few words, they had nothing more to say. I haven't eaten yet. Monli and I are going over there to eat. You all can enjoy your meal. After Yao Yining and Ren Monli left, Tong Tingping quickly called everyone to eat. Let's eat quickly too. After finishing their meal, they also served food to Shin Ruhui before returning to the guest house. Seeing Qin Mulan and her group leave, Ren Monli finally spoke her mind. Wasn't Shin Ruhuan already losing her reputation long ago? Why would Fu Sudong like her? The kidnapping incident made some people in Beijing aware. Ren Monli also heard about it. She had initially thought Shin Ruhuan was destined to marry poorly, but unexpectedly, she married Fu Sudong, whose family background is quite strong. Yao Yining, hearing this, glanced at Ren Monli and said, Fu Sudong can choose anyone he wants. Nobody can interfere. Humph. I just think it's not good that Fu Sudong is kept in the dark, Ren Monli responded. Yao Yining vaguely remembered that Xiezhili and Fu Sudong had previous tasks. Do you think Fu Sudong is naive? Shin Ruhuan definitely didn't make mistakes. He and Xiezhili led the team to raid that organization. Xiezhili's wife was there too, and they achieved great credit. That's why their leaders valued the couple so much. One Xiezhili was already outstanding, but his wife from the countryside was also impressive. Thinking of this, Yao Yining felt unhappy. What? Ren Monli had never heard this before and looked very upset. She realized that ever since Qin Mulan appeared, her days had become less comfortable. Yao Yining also felt uneasy, but he calculated the time. The photos he had personally sent to Beijing should have arrived by now. He wasn't sure if the photo of Xiezhili was useful. Meanwhile, after Qin Mulan and her group returned to the guest house, they immediately rested. The next day, the Shin family intended to bring Zheng Dekai back to Beijing. Shin Ruhuan wanted to stay a few more days, But Shin Zhenyu and Tan Tingping were worried about her traveling alone, so they also decided she should go back with them. Fu Sudong saw Shin Ruhuan leaving and felt reluctant, but he also thought it was better for her to go back with the Shin family. He gently touched her hair and said, "Ruhuan, you should go back with Uncle Shun and the others. When I have a holiday, I will visit you in Beijing." Okay. Shun Ruhuan ultimately went back with Shin Zhenyu and the others. Xiezhili and Fu Sudong hurried back to training, while Qin Mulan returned to her family apartment. As soon as she arrived home, she received a letter from Jiang Xing. At that moment, in Beijing, an envelope was also delivered to the Yao family and found its way into Yao Jingtong's hands. After Yao Jingtong received the envelope, she opened it directly. When she saw the person in the photo inside, she froze completely. Quickly, she got up and searched through the drawer at the front. When she found an album, she hurriedly opened it, remembering that it contained pictures of old Master Yao when he was young. Found it. Yao Jingtong flipped through the album a few times and immediately found a photo of old Master Yao when he was young. She looked at the young photo of old Master Yao, then at the photo of Xiezhili in her hand. A cold feeling crept into her heart. She quickly closed the album and put Xiezhili's photo back into the envelope, then stood up and headed outside. When Yao Jingtong reached a small courtyard in the suburbs, she opened the door and hurried inside. "Mom, this is not good. You have to see this photo." Yin Yurwa looked at her daughter's frantic state and frowned. "Why are you in such a rush?" "Calm down." Yao Jingtong had no mood to care about that now. "Mom, you'll understand once you see the photo. The person Yuning said was the one Uncle Yao is paying attention to. Finally, there's a photo, and it really looks a lot like old Master Yao when he was young." "Really?" Yin Yurwa took the photo suspiciously. After she examined Xiezhili's face carefully, her eyes flashed with contemplation. "It does look very similar. Like he's a replica of young Yao Shihong." Hearing her mother say this, Yao Jingtong couldn't help but guess. Could it be that he's actually the illegitimate child of old Master Yao? No way. Yin Yurwa shook her head firmly. "We can all see how much old Master Yao loved Andine. He wouldn't have an illegitimate child. Besides, if he were, the mother of the child would have come forward long ago." Hearing this, Yao Jingtong gradually calmed down. She nodded in agreement with her mother. Yes, old Master Yao's feelings for Andine are genuine. So, then, who is this person? Could it simply be that he looks like old Master Yao? It's also possible that he's Yao Shihong's biological grandson, Yin Yurwa said ominously, a dark look flashing in her eyes. Yao Jingtong listened to this and looked surprised. "Mom, are you saying this young man is Yao Jingji's son?"
But
"Wasn't she lost long ago? She vanished when she was very young. Maybe she didn't survive. How could she suddenly appear now?" Yin Yurwa shot a glance at her daughter and said, "How do you know Jingji didn't survive? Did you see her yourself?" Yao Jingtong was momentarily speechless. But soon, she became nervous again. "Mom, if Yao Jingji is still alive, what should I do? Could it be that after she returns, everything in the Yao family no longer concerns me?" In the end, Yao Jingtong looked angry and fierce. "No, she can't come back, and the old man must not find out. Since Yao Jingji went missing when she was little, she should remain missing forever." She still remembered her memories from before age 7 or 8. She remembered Yao Jingji when she was around. She always envied Yao Jingji. But after Yao Jingji disappeared, she finally had a chance to truly join the Yao family, changed her name, and became the daughter of old Master Yao, claiming everything she is now. So, she absolutely cannot allow Yao Jingji to reappear. Thinking of this, Yao Jingtong got up immediately, planning to have someone check on Xiezhili to see if he is really Yao Jingji's son. Yin Yuro saw her daughter about to leave and quickly shouted, "Stop. What are you going to do?" "Mom, maybe Yao Jingji is really alive. I need to investigate." And then, her eyes flashed with a cruel glint. Yin Yuro naturally saw her daughter's expression. She frowned and said, "Why are you still so reckless? You said before that the butler, Yao Guan, also saw this young man, right? Do you think Yao Guan might tell Mr. Yao about this?" Hearing this, Yao Jingtong broke out in a cold sweat. Mom, if Uncle Yao has already told the old master about this, then the old master would also investigate. If Yao Jingji is truly alive, she will surely be brought back by the old master in the end. So, you need to stay calm. Leave this matter to me. Hearing this, Yao Jingtong finally calmed down and nodded obediently. Okay, I'll listen to you, Mom. Meanwhile, Qin Mulan received Jiang Shiheng's letter. She looked at it directly. When she saw that the daughters of the two elders of the Yao family were actually the niece of Grandma Yao, she raised her eyebrows. Quickly, she continued reading and found out that the biological daughter of old Master Yao and Grandma Yao had gone missing when she was a child and hadn't been found yet. At this point, Qin Mulan felt everything fit perfectly. When Xie Zhili returned, Qin Mulan told him about this matter. Ollie, based on the clues my adoptive father found, I think Grandma Yao might be the daughter of the Yao family who went missing back then. Xie Zhili reviewed the letter, nodded in agreement. That is very possible, but it could also just be a coincidence. Perhaps it is just a coincidence. Qin Mulan also knew that nothing is certain. So, what should we do next? Should we tell my mother-in-law about this? Yes, we should tell my mother. Let's see if she wants to find her biological parents. However, Xie Zhili was not very enthusiastic about this matter. Since the Yao family was so powerful, why didn't they look for the lost child after so many years? They probably haven't searched anymore, and besides, they already have a daughter now. Would they really care about a girl who went missing so long ago? Qin Mulan did not argue after hearing this. Yes, I haven't heard that the Yao family is looking for her either. Maybe they gave up long ago. After a few more words, the couple decided to first tell Yao Jingji about it. As for what to do next, it would depend on Yao Jingji's own thoughts. If she wanted to find her biological parents, they would help check into it. If she didn't want to, then they wouldn't interfere. Right now, what mattered most to Xie Zhili was Qin Mulan. Mulan, are you feeling okay at home today? Is there anything uncomfortable? Seeing Xie Zhili's worried face, Qin Mulan smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. By the way, I haven't told my family yet that I'm expecting twins. I'll write a letter later. No need to write. I already sent a telegram to your family. They'll tell your parents, too. Qin Mulan didn't expect Xie Zhili to be so quick. When did you send the telegram? This morning. I wanted to share the good news quickly, so I sent a telegram directly. Hearing this, Qin Mulan decided not to write a letter. However, she still needed to ask about Yao Jingji, so she planned to send the letter the next day. But to her surprise, before she could send the letter, Yao Jingji and her husband Xie Wenbing came over. Seeing Yao Jingji and Xie Wenbing, Qin Mulan looked very surprised. Mom and Dad, why are you here? When the security guard previously said her family was coming, she was curious about who it was. She didn't expect it to be her parents-in-law. Yao Jingji immediately looked at Qin Mulan's belly and, upon seeing her pregnant with a large baby bump, hurriedly asked with concern, Mulan, how have you been lately? Do you feel unwell? I heard Ailey say you're expecting twins. Carrying one is hard enough, never mind two. So your dad and I came to see you and brought some things for you. At this moment, Xie Wenbing was holding two very large bags, probably brought for them. Qin Mulan saw that both of them looked tired, so she quickly said, Mom and Dad, let's go inside quickly. Okay, they agreed. The guards saw that they were Xie Zhili's family, so they hurriedly helped Xie Wenbing move the things back. When Yao Jingji and Xie Wenbing arrived, they looked around and saw that the house was small. Yao Jingji couldn't help but say, It's not as spacious as our home, but it's very tidy. Mom and Dad, sit down first. I'll pour you some water, Qin Mulan offered. Yao Jingji quickly stopped her. Mulan, you sit down. I'll do it. She was eager to take care of her daughter-in-law and couldn't stand her doing chores. Even Xie Wenbing said, Yes, Mulan, let Mom do it.
You sit and rest.
Your brother also wrote you a letter. You should read it first. He then took out an envelope from his pocket. Hearing this, Qin Mulan looked surprised. Did Kuang write me a letter? Yes, your brother wrote to you, Xie Wenbing replied, handing her the envelope. Your parents know you're expecting twins, and they really want to come visit. If it weren't for thinking too many people coming at once might cause trouble, they would have come with us. Qin Mulan took the letter and started reading. The letter was from Kuang, but the content seemed to be spoken by the whole family. It advised her to take good care of herself during pregnancy and asked if she had any cravings, telling her not to go hungry or overexert herself. The letter was full of concern for her. Seeing this, a gentle smile appeared on Qin Mulan's face. At this moment, Yao Jingji had poured water and came out. Seeing Qin Mulan in a good mood, she smiled too. Mulan, when Ollie comes back later, ask him if more visitors can come. If so, maybe your parents can visit too. They almost came with us before we left, Yao Jingji said. Then she quickly turned to Xia Wenbing. By the way, the in-laws asked us to bring something for Mulan. You'd better get it out. Yes, I'll do that now, Xia Wenbing replied and pulled out a small bag from one of the large bags. Mulan, open this and see. Qin Mulan took it and found a metal lunchbox and some dried foods inside. When she opened the lunchbox, she saw braised pork inside, and the aroma alone was very tempting. Yao Jingji also saw it and said, Mulan, your mom says this is your favorite. You can eat it at lunchtime. When it comes to eating, Yao Jingji remembered she needed to cook. By the way, Mulan, does Arlie come home for lunch? Is there a place nearby to buy vegetables? Maybe I should go buy some now and then cook dinner. Seeing Yao Jingji busy with this and that as soon as she arrived, Qin Mulan quickly stopped her and said, Mom, Dad must be tired after traveling here. Want to rest for a while? Yao Jingji shook her head immediately and replied, We're not tired. There's no need to rest. She felt full of energy and didn't feel tired at all. Xia Wenbing, standing nearby, looked at Yao Jingji with concern. He also worried she might be too tired, but seeing her rosy cheeks and excited face, he knew she wasn't going to rest. Mulan, how about your mom and I go buy vegetables? You can stay home and rest. Seeing how busy her parents had become upon arriving, Qin Mulan spoke quickly. Mom, Dad, let's skip cooking today. We'll just go to the cafeteria for lunch. You two can rest for a bit. Arlie should be back soon too. Just as she finished speaking, Julie, her brother, returned. Seeing his parents there, he looked surprised. Mom, Dad, why are you here? Yao Jingji couldn't resist giving her son a small look and said, You sent a message saying Mulan is pregnant with twins. We're worried and came to see her. Look at you, so busy every day, and there's no time to take care of Mulan. So, we're here to help. If you think us coming might cause trouble, Mulan can go back with us to Qingshan village, where she'll have more people to care for her. Julie didn't think twice and refused immediately. Mom, Mulan is here, and I can take good care of her. Seeing her son act this way, Yao Jingji wondered why. It seemed he didn't want Mulan to go back, so she didn't press further. Arlie, let's skip lunch and go straight to the cafeteria, she suggested. Julie nodded and said, Okay, I'll go get the food. Yao Jingji quickly called her younger son. Arlie, I'll go with you. I know where the cafeteria is, so I can help buy food too. Hearing that, Julie nodded in agreement. Xia Wenbing also hurried to follow, knowing they were here to help and couldn't be idle. When Qin Mulan saw Julie and the others heading to the cafeteria, she started helping to set out bowls and chopsticks. When Julie and the others arrived at the cafeteria, Fu Sudong spotted them immediately. He saw Yao Jingji and Xia Wenbing there and greeted them warmly. Yao Jingji and Xia Wenbing had both met Fu Sudong and knew he was their son's comrade, so they smiled and greeted him politely. Xia was still worried about his wife, who hadn't eaten, so he didn't chat much with Fu Sudong. Instead, he took his parents to get some food. Just as they were about to go back, they suddenly ran into Yao Yining. Yao Yining did not look at Xia, but instead stared straight at Yao Jingji. This middle-aged woman, dressed plainly and seeming to come from the countryside, had a look and air that immediately drew attention. What made him more curious was the familiar feeling she gave him, something he had not sensed when he saw Xia before. Xia had already guessed his mother's identity from Jiang Shiheng's letter. Seeing Yao Yining now, he realized that Yao Yining probably felt his mother was familiar. So he stepped in front of Yao Jingji and said calmly, Captain Yao, you're blocking our way. Yao Yining said nothing but quietly moved aside. Seeing this, Xia quickly took his parents and left. But once home, he casually mentioned the encounter with Yao Yining and shared his guess about his mother's identity. Is that true? Yao Jingji looked stunned, unable to process what she had just heard. Not only Yao Jingji, but even Xie Wenbing thought it was unbelievable. Ailey, maybe you're mistaken. Your mother couldn't be from Beijing. She probably was found deep in the mountains near our area. It shouldn't be wrong. You all saw how Yao Yining reacted when he saw my mother. It shows she looks very similar to someone he knows. Hearing his son's words, Xie Wenbing and Yao Jingji remembered Yao Yining's expression just now. They both fell silent. Qin Mulan saw their reactions and said hesitantly, Mom, whether this is true or not, if you really want to find your family, we definitely need to verify it. So, what do you think now? Others looked at Yao Jingji, waiting for her answer. Yao Jingji's face was complicated, but in the end, she spoke with firm determination. I want to know if the old Master Yao and the old Lady Yao are really my biological parents. Since I was lost and not abandoned by them, I still want to meet them. Yao Jingji often imagined her biological parents. Sometimes she thought maybe she was abandoned because she was a girl. She also held hope, thinking she might just be lost. Now that she knows she might simply be lost, she still wants to find her real parents. Qin Mulan and Xiezhili looked at each other after hearing Yao Jingji and then nodded. Mom, since you want to find your biological parents, we will help you do that.
Okay.
Yao Jingji felt mixed emotions. She came here to take care of her young daughter-in-law, but unexpectedly, she found clues about her own background. Xie Wenbing also felt complicated. His younger son hadn't said much about the Yao family in Beijing, but just listening briefly, he knew that family was wealthy and important. If Jingji really was a lost girl from the Yao family in Beijing, he felt he didn't deserve her. Seeing his parents silent, Xiezhili said at the right moment, Mom, Dad, let's eat first. Mulan is hungry. Hearing this, Yao Jingji and Xie Wenbing woke up. They quickly nodded and said, Yes, let's eat first. Mulan shouldn't be hungry. Right now, Qin Mulan was the most important. Everything else could wait. Meanwhile, Yao Yining saw Yao Jingji and felt unexpectedly nervous. After asking around, he knew she was Xiezhili's mother. He could tell just by their looks, they resembled each other. But he still held on to hope, thinking the final result would disappoint him. During dinner, Yao Yining kept thinking about Jingji's looks and demeanor. He didn't even finish his meal before rushing outside to make a phone call. He was afraid to call his family, worried old Master Yao or others might answer. Instead, he called his maternal grandmother. When Yin Yuro received her grandson's call, she was surprised. After hearing what he said, her tone grew serious. Yining, you saw your comrade's mother, and she looks very much like your grandfather? Yes, she looks quite alike. But her entire aura is just like grandma's. I felt very familiar when I saw her. Yao Yining's mind was a bit scrambled, but he quickly settled himself and asked Grandma, Have you and Mom seen the photos I told someone to bring back? I see. Your comrade looks very similar to your grandfather in his youth, but you didn't notice it during all the time you spent with him. It was only after listening to Manager Yao that you sent us a photo. However, today, when you saw your comrade's mother, you felt suddenly familiar, indicating that the woman resembles your grandfather even more than her son does. Yes, I haven't seen my grandfather in his youth, so I didn't feel anything upon seeing Xiezhili. But his mother is different. As soon as I saw her, I felt she looked very similar. Hearing this, Yin Yuro was pretty sure that Xiezhili's mother was the young woman named Yao Jingji. She looked grim at the thought but quickly chuckled softly and asked, I heard your comrade is from the countryside? Yes, Xiezhili comes from a rural area in Shandong province. He joined the army at 16. All right, I understand. You don't need to worry about this. I will handle it. Seeing Yin Yuro say that, Yao Yining felt a little relieved but still asked an important question. Grandmother, is Xiezhili's mother the daughter of the grandfather who got lost long ago? It should be her. Hearing this, Yao Yining clenched the phone tightly. Just as he was about to say something, he remembered that making a call might be overheard, so he didn't say anything and simply responded, I understand. After Yao Yining hung up, he went home with a bad look on his face. Renmonli also came back for lunch. Seeing her husband's expression, she couldn't help but ask, What happened? Did you encounter any trouble at work? No. Yao Yining replied irritably. Seeing his bad mood, Renmonli's face grew colder. Yao Yining, what's with your attitude? I wanted to talk nicely with you, but you're like this. Yao Yining was already upset inside with many things he wanted to say. He had hoped to discuss his worries openly, but some matters were unknown to outsiders. For example, his mother was actually just a girl adopted into the Yao family. Thinking of this, Yao Yining said nothing further. He simply stood up and said, I have something else to do. I'll go now, Yao Yining. Seeing her husband walk away, Renmonli was so angry, she smashed the cup on the table. Meanwhile, after hearing her grandson's words, Euro immediately called Yao Jingtong over. Mom, what did you say? Yao Jingji is really still alive? Yining saw her too? Yes, Yining felt familiar as soon as she saw her. Probably it was indeed Yao Jingji. Now, Yao Jingtong couldn't sit still and stood up quickly saying, Mom, what are we waiting for? We must not let Grandpa find out about Yao Jingji. We should act now and keep that mother and son forever hidden, so Grandpa won't find them. Fool! Euro looked at her daughter coldly and said, Yao Shihong might already know everything. If you act now, you'll only expose yourself. Hearing this, Yao Jingtong felt anxious. What should I do? Do I really have to wait until Grandpa finds her and then step down? Don't worry. Euro likes you very much. You won't leave the Yao family. But, no buts. Right now, your job is to personally go and pick Yao Jingji back. What? Yao Jingtong couldn't believe her ears. Mom, we all almost know it's Yao Jingji. Do you really want me to bring her personally? Once Yao Jingji comes back, what position do I have in the Yao family?
Why?
Are you not listening to me? Hearing her mother's words and seeing her face look a bit gloomy, Yao Jingtong felt a chill and quickly said, No, I will listen to you. Somehow, even now, she was still a little afraid of her biological mother. Euro, hearing this, whispered a few words to Yao Jingtong, then waved her hand and said, All right, go back to the Yao family quickly and tell Yao Shihong about this, okay? After returning, Yao Jingtong immediately went to find old Master Yao. Dad, guess what I discovered? Yao Shihong and Uncle Yao were talking in the study when Yao Jingtong rushed in, looking anxious. They frowned and asked, Jingtong, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Dad, I think I found some clues about my sister. Sister? Hearing this, old Master Yao's eyes flickered as he looked directly at Yao Jingtong. Yao Jingtong, full of excitement, said, Dad, Yining saw a middle-aged woman who looked very much like you. That woman's son is the young man the butler Yao kept mentioning, the one who looked familiar. Maybe that woman is my long-lost sister. Old Master Yao didn't expect that what Yao Jingtong wanted to talk about was this. In fact, he had already found some information about Xiezhili and was about to verify the matter. Jingtong, does Yining really think that woman looks a lot like me? Yes, Yining says she really does resemble you. When he saw that woman, he felt familiar. At the end, Yao Jingtong took the initiative. Dad, I know my sister is with Yining now. I'll go pick her up. Old Master Yao didn't expect Yao Jingtong to be so enthusiastic and proactive. Since he also planned to find her, he smiled and nodded, saying, All right, then you and Yao Shan can go together to pick her up. Yao Shan is the name of the housekeeper, and only Old Master Yao would call him that now. Hearing this, Yao Jingtong broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing how unshocked Old Master Yao was, it likely meant he already knew. Fortunately, she acted quickly and brought up the matter first. Okay, Dad. Then Yao Shan and I will leave tomorrow. Yes, Old Master Yao nodded. After Yao Shan and Yao Jingtong left, he couldn't help but open a drawer and take out an old, worn rattle. Murmuring to himself, he said, Gigi, is it really you? Meanwhile, Yao Jingji didn't know anyone was coming to find her. Although she was a bit worried about her background, she didn't forget their purpose here, to take care of Qin Malong. So, after waking up in the morning, she quickly began making breakfast. When Qin Malong woke up, she found breakfast had already been prepared, and it was quite hearty. Mom, why did you make so much? Yao Jingji smiled softly and said, You're pregnant now and need extra nutrition. You should eat more. Xia Wenbing also said beside her, "Yes, Malong, you should eat more. It seems you've been getting thinner since your pregnancy." Yao Jingji also felt the same. Qin Malong used to be quite plump, but after marrying into their family, she became thinner and thinner. Now pregnant, her arms and legs are even more slender. Hearing this, Qin Malong nodded with a smile and said, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I will eat more." Seeing that Qin Malong was indeed eating a lot, the two didn't say anything more. After breakfast, Yao Jingji and Xia Wening planned to go grocery shopping. They wanted to familiarize themselves with the area to make shopping easier. Qin Malong saw this and stood up, saying, "Mom, Dad, I'll go with you. Malong, you should rest at home. Your dad and I will go." Qin Malong still felt a bit worried, since Yao Jingji and Xia Wenbing had just arrived and weren't familiar with the place. So, in the end, Qin Malong decided to go out with them. "Older sister-in-law, are you all going out?" Zhang Luqiu saw Qin Malong and hurriedly stepped forward to greet her with a smile. She then curiously looked at Yao Jingji and Xia Wenbing and asked, "Older sister-in-law, are they your family?" "Yes, this is my parents-in-law," Qin Malong replied happily. Zhang Luqiu wasn't very surprised after hearing this, as she seemed to have already guessed. However, she was more interested in something else. "Older sister-in-law, are you really pregnant with twins?" She heard that the parents of Xiezhili came to visit, mainly to take care of Qin Mulan, who was expecting twins. Qin Mulan didn't deny it and simply nodded. "Yes, they are twins." Seeing Qin Mulan admit it, Zhang Luqiu looked very envious. "Older sister-in-law, you're really amazing." Many family members nearby heard this and looked at Qin Mulan with admiration. Twin pregnancies were rare, and those who could carry twins were considered lucky. Qin Mulan saw that Zhang Luqiu had no other questions and smiled, saying, "Luqiu, if there's nothing else, we'll go first. I'm going to the town with my parents." Okay. After Qin Mulan left with Yao Jingji and Xia Wenbing, a car carrying Uncle Yao and Yao Jingtong stopped at the gate. When the car was blocked, Uncle Yao and Yao Jingtong got out of the car. Before Uncle Yao could say anything, Yao Jingtong spoke first. "Comrade, hello. We are looking for Yao Yining. I am Yao Yining's mother." Hearing this, the gate guard hurriedly said, "All right, we will contact Xiezhili now." While they went inside to contact Yao Yining, Yao Jingtong carefully looked at Uncle Yao and said, "Uncle Yao, let's go in with Yao Yining first, and then Yao Yining can take us to find the person. Otherwise, my sister and the others don't know us. What if they don't recognize us?" Hearing this, Uncle Yao didn't say much else. When Yao Yining came out, he saw Yao Jingtong and Uncle Yao and couldn't help but feel a sudden concern. His instincts told him that his worries might be true. His mother and Uncle Yao wouldn't come just to see him. That left only one possibility. Yao Yining's mother might really be the true eldest lady of the Yao family. He thought about many things, but his face didn't show it. "Mom, Uncle Yao, why did you come here?" "Yao Yining, we came to see you and also to meet the mother of your comrade. She might very well be my sister, your big aunt," Yao Jingtong said softly. As she finished speaking, she gently tugged on her son's sleeve to signal him. Yao Yining had guessed this earlier, so she simply nodded in response. "Mom, Uncle Yao, I will take you both there now." Yao Yining led Yao Jingtong and Uncle Yao directly to Xiezhili's home. However, when they arrived, they found no one inside. "Mom, Uncle Yao, maybe Xiezhili's family is out. Should I go find him and bring him here?" Yao Jingtong didn't speak. She turned and looked at Uncle Yao. Uncle Yao nodded and said, "All right, then it's trouble for young Master Ning to call your teammate." Xiezhili was busy training. When he saw Yao Yining come in, he slightly frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" Seeing Xiezhili's cold face, Yao Yining really didn't want to talk to him. But now that Uncle Yao was already here, she knew she had to say something. "Do you remember Uncle Yao, who thought he looked familiar at the train station last time? He's outside your house now. Come with me and let's see." Xiezhili didn't move but raised an eyebrow and said, "That's your family's butler, right? Why is he looking for me?" Actually, he had a suspicion but found it a bit surprising. They hadn't investigated clearly yet, and now the Yao family was coming directly to him. Hearing this, Yao Yining couldn't help but say, "Of course they came because they need something. Actually, they're not here for you, but for your mother." However, your mother and your wife aren't home right now. Their voices weren't very quiet, so Xiejili's team members also overheard. They knew Xie Tuan didn't get along with Yao Tuan. It was surprising that they were talking now, and even more puzzling was the mention of Xiejili's mother. Seeing that they were here to see his mother, Xiejili realized they must have discovered something. Thinking of this, he looked at Fu Sudong and said, "Sudong, watch out here." "I'll go have a look." "Okay, go quickly," Fu Sudong replied, equally confused but sensing that something serious was going on. The Yao family coming to find Ali's mother, plus Uncle Yao's strange look earlier. I feel there's a big secret involved here. After Xiejili and Yao Yining returned, they saw Uncle Yao and Yao Jingtong waiting there. Uncle Yao had met Xiejili before, but Yao Jingtong didn't know him. However, upon hearing Yao Yining call her mother, he recognized her identity. Yao Jingtong had seen Xiejilian's photo before, but seeing him in person made her feel more than just looking at the picture. She naturally remembered how old Master Yao looked when he was young, so when she saw Xiejilian, she immediately thought of old Master Yao. It turns out that even Xiejilian looks quite similar to old Master Yao, so her good sister must look even more like old Master Yao. "You must be Ali. I've heard about you from Yi Ning," Yao Jingtong said cheerfully as she stepped forward to greet Xiejilian. Xiejilian only gave her a faint glance and nodded slightly to acknowledge the greeting. Seeing Xiejilian's attitude, Yi Ning couldn't help but get angry. They hadn't even officially recognized each other yet, and he was already so dismissive. If they did officially recognize each other, wouldn't he completely ignore them? Not only Yi Ning, but even Yao Jingtong almost couldn't keep a smile on her face. In her eyes, Xiejilian was just a younger person, yet he displayed such an attitude. At this moment, Uncle Yao spoke politely. "Hello, Comrade Xie. Sorry for the sudden visit. We only recently discovered that your mother might be the missing eldest daughter of our Yao family, so we came to see you." Xiejilian's face showed little surprise. He simply took out a key and said, "Come in first." With so many people standing at the door, some residents nearby couldn't help but peek over to see what was happening. Uncle Yao smiled and said, "Thank you, comrade." Seeing Uncle Yao enter, Yao Jingtong and Yi Ning also had to follow inside. Nearby residents who saw them go in whispered among themselves. Was that the second team's Yao Tuan? I heard he and Xie Tuan aren't close. Yeah, I heard they don't associate much. Who are those other two people who just went in? I don't know. Everyone discussed curiously, and someone who had more information said, I heard that Yao Tuan's mother has arrived. The woman in the dark coat is probably his mother, but the other one looks much older. She's probably not Yao Tuan's father or anything. I'm not sure who she is. Is that really Yao Tuan's mother? She looks so young, someone added. Have you seen Xie Tuan's mother? She also looks very young. I heard she's from the countryside, but she doesn't seem like a country person at all. Hearing this, others nodded in agreement. Yes, Xie Tuan's mother really doesn't look like she's from the countryside. Hi, they once said that Xie Tuan's wife was a plain, overweight country girl, but look at Qin Mulan. She has nothing to do with being ugly or fat. She also doesn't seem like she's from the countryside, so Xie Tuan's family must all be good-looking. Yeah, that's true. After everyone talked together for a while, they all went their separate ways. On the other side, Qin Mulan took Yao Jingji and Xie Wening to the town to buy some things, and then returned directly home. When they reached home, they found there were already guests there. Before they could speak, Yao Jingtong ran up excitedly, grabbed Yao Jingji's wrist, and shouted, Sister, we finally found you. Yao Jingji looked at Yao Jingtong, a bit confused. You are? Sister, I am Jingtong. I am your younger sister, Yao Jingtong replied. Seeing Yao Jingtong holding on to Yao Jingji, Qin Mulan stepped forward and pulled Yao Jingji behind her, letting go of Yao Jingtong's hand. Yao Jingtong was unexpectedly let go, her eyes flashing with suspicion, but she quickly smiled and said to Qin Mulan, You are your sister's daughter-in-law, right? Then you should call me little aunt. Ma'am, although my mother-in-law does want to find her family, she isn't sure about anything yet. How do you know my mother-in-law is your sister? Yao Jingtong didn't really want to find Yao Jingji, but just now, seeing her, She was almost sure that this was the daughter she and Old Master Yao and Old Lady Yao had lost. At this moment, Uncle Yao stepped forward, his eyes already a bit moist. He looked at Yao Jingji in a daze, unable to recover. If Xie was very much like young Master Yao and Old Lady Yao when they were young, then Yao Jingji was exactly like her father, as if carved from the same mold. His daughter looked just like her father, which was really too remarkable. Miss Jingji. Hearing Uncle Yao's address, Yao Jingji was stunned, feeling a familiar sense.
You.
I am Uncle Yao, he said calmly.
Uncle Yao.
Yao Jingji softly called out, feeling something passing through her mind but unable to grasp it, which only made her feel worse. I don't know. I forgot. Seeing how distressed Yao uncle looked, he quickly said, Miss Jingji, what is wrong with you? Seeing this, Qin Mulan quickly took out a gold needle, inserted it into Yao Jingji's head twice, then supported her to sit down. My mother-in-law doesn't remember anything before she was 8 years old. Now that she sees you, she might remember something, which is why she feels dizzy. She'll be fine after a little while. Earlier, Qin Mulan learned that Yao Jingji didn't remember her childhood and secretly took her pulse. But since too much time has passed, her childhood head injury has healed long ago. Still, she couldn't recall her past, indicating she probably never will. However, today when she saw Uncle Yao, she did react a bit. Qin Mulan started to think perhaps her mother-in-law's old wound can still be treated. Just then, Xie also arrived, helping to support Yao Jingji to sit. He looked worried and asked, Mom, are you alright? Yao Jingji reassured him, Don't worry, I'm fine. Mulan gave me 2 acupuncture points, and I feel much better. Finally, she looked at Uncle Yao and said, But I really don't remember you. I don't remember anything from my childhood. I only remember my name is Yao Jingji. Miss Jiji. Uncle Yao didn't expect her to forget her childhood. But just remembering her name was enough. Yes, that's right. Yao Jingji, our Jiji girl. By the end, tears welled up in Uncle Yao's eyes again. After so many years, it was still a miracle to see her. God has truly blessed us. When the old master and matriarch see Miss Jiji, they will be so happy. Miss Jiji, let's go back to the capital now. Old master and grandma are waiting for you. Yao Tongyan, who was nearby, also said, Yes, sister, dad, and mom are eager to see you. They've searched for you for many years. Now they finally found you. They must be overjoyed. Hearing his mother's words, Yao Yining pressed her lips silently, but didn't say anything. Since Uncle Yao has come too, the situation can't be changed anymore. But Yao Jingji hesitated, looking at her son and daughter-in-law, and said, But I still want to stay here and take care of Mulan. Hearing this, Uncle Yao was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, Miss Jiji, if you're going to the capital, naturally, your whole family should go together. Once in the capital, someone will take care of your daughter-in-law. Qin Mulan raised an eyebrow at this, but she wasn't comfortable with them going alone to the capital. So, she turned to look at Xie. Xie is also thinking about this matter. Since their mother still wants to find her family, they definitely have to go to the capital. But if only the parents go alone, he wouldn't feel at ease. So he made a decision. Mom, let's go together and see if you are really Yao's daughter who was lost years ago. Yao Jingji felt relieved hearing this. She nodded and said, Okay, let's go together. Yao Yining saw that Xie also wanted to go and felt a bit anxious. He instinctively said, Since my aunt found her, we should go back too and celebrate. Yao Jingtong naturally agreed, saying, Of course. But since we're going back, let's wait for Monli first. It didn't make sense for her son to go back while her daughter-in-law stayed behind. Yao Yining then thought of Ren Monli. Yes, I will go home first and wait for Monli so she won't come back looking for us. After Yao Yining left, Yao Jingtong couldn't help but sit next to Yao Jingji, showing concern for her over the years' experiences. Seeing Yao Jingtong's caring face, Yao Jingji didn't think much and simply recounted her childhood and young life, ending with, Actually, I've been doing okay these years. I just didn't expect to find my family. But after hearing this, Yao Jingtong couldn't help but sneer in her heart. How refreshing. The proud Yao family young lady, after being lost, was adopted by an elderly couple in the mountains, married young, and now lives in the countryside with her husband. Her children are mostly mediocre, except for her youngest son, who shows some promise. This thought made Yao Jingtong feel a wave of superiority. However, she didn't show it outwardly. Instead, she looked sadly at Yao Jingji and said, "Sister, you've suffered a lot all these years." Yao Jingji smiled and shook her head, replying, "It's not a hardship. At least I am alive. During the Great Famine, many people died of hunger, and being able to survive was already good." Hearing this, Yao Jingtong thought Yao Jingji was just a simple rural woman, ill-educated, unworldly, crude, completely different from the Yao family. Until now, Yao Jingtong finally relaxed and felt at ease. Even if old Master Yao and old lady Yao found their biological daughter, what of it? She was just a village woman, nothing like her. When others compare them, the difference would be obvious. Yao Jingji would just become a joke. No wonder my mother isn't in a hurry and even personally comes to pick people up. She's just a rural woman, so she really doesn't need to worry. Qin Mulan has been paying attention to Yao Jingtong, clearly watching her expressions. When she sees Yao Jingtong want to speak again, she speaks at the right moment. "Mom, are you thirsty? We've been busy all morning and haven't had any water." Hearing this, Yao Jingji immediately stands up and says, "Mulan, are you thirsty? I'll get you some water." Seeing Yao Jingji personally pouring water for her daughter-in-law, Yao Jingtong feels even more disdainful. Yet, she can't help but glance at Qin Mulan again. Thinking that this daughter-in-law isn't simple, she can make her mother-in-law serve her so well. Uncle Yao also frowns at this moment. Their family's eldest daughter actually has to serve her daughter-in-law. Qin Mulan only wanted to interrupt Yao Jingji and Yao Jingtong. She didn't expect her mother-in-law to be so thoughtful, but she didn't explain further. Instead, she smilingly asks Yao Jingtong and Uncle Yao, "Are you too thirsty? Do you want some water too?" She also chides Siejali, "Ali, there are guests at home. Why don't you pour some water?" "I was negligent." Siejali stands up and goes to the kitchen. Seeing Siejali do the same, Yao Jingtong and Uncle Yao glance at Qin Mulan again, suddenly realizing that it seems she's the one in charge of this house. Meanwhile, Yao Yining returns home and finds that Ren Manli has already come back. "Manli, why did you come back so early today?" Ren Manli doesn't answer, but instead looks at Yao Yining and asks, "Why did you come back so early too?" Seeing her wife's confused expression, Yao Yining finally explains everything and ends with, "Let's tidy up and go to Beijing together."
What?
"Your mother isn't actually the biological daughter of Grandpa and Grandma?" Seeing how surprised Ren Manli is, Yao Yining couldn't help but say, "What's that expression about? Is it because my mom isn't the biological daughter of Grandpa and Grandma, so you look down on her?" Of course, Ren Manli is indeed looking down on her. After all this time, Yao Jingtong isn't the biological daughter of old Master Yao, which also means Yao Yining isn't his biological grandson. She married the son of an adopted daughter. How could it be like this? However, at this moment, Ren Manli did not dare to show anything. After all, she was already married to Yao Yining. Still, she cared a lot about who Yao Lao Ye's biological daughter was. She thought, since my mother and the others found this place, could it be that the old man thinks his real daughter is here? Is that possible? Maybe they made a mistake. Yao Yining also hoped it was a mistake, but right now, it looked like it wasn't. "It is Siejali's mother." "What?" Ren Manli was shocked and then shook her head hard. "Impossible! How could that be?" She could not accept this fact. She found it even harder to accept than Yao Yining not being Yao Lao Ye's real grandson. If it was true, then Qin Mulan, whom she despised for coming from the countryside, would become Yao Lao Ye's biological granddaughter-in-law. That was unacceptable. In the future, she would have to look down on Qin Mulan even more. Yao Yining saw his wife's shock and understood it. He also couldn't accept it at first. "All right, go quickly and pack your things. We will leave soon." But Yao Yining noticed that Ren Manli wasn't moving. He frowned slightly and asked, "Why aren't you packing? Don't you want to go to Beijing with us?" Hearing this, Renmonli only then realized her thoughts. She gritted her teeth and said, "No, I want to go." She wanted to see if Xiezhili's mother was really Yao Lao Ye's biological daughter. She also wanted to see if, once Yao Lao Ye's daughter was recognized, could Yao Yining and the others stay in the Yao family? These were, and her very important matters. Thinking of this, Renmonli hurriedly packed her things. After they finished packing and arrived at Xiezhili's place, Qin Mulan and the others had also packed up. Uncle Yao had already found another car, so they split into two groups and headed to Beijing. Qin Mulan and her friends rode in one car. At this moment, Yao Jingji looked somewhat anxious as he spoke to his son and daughter-in-law, Ali Mulan. "What if, when we get to Beijing, I'm not really Yao family's lost daughter?" Hearing this, Xiezhili couldn't help but say, "Mom, if that's the case, we will help you find your family." Qin Mulan also said, "Yes, Mom, it's no big deal. If it's not true, we'll just have a couple of days to enjoy ourselves in Beijing, then come back." Next to them, Xiao Wenbing was initially worried that he might not be good enough for his wife. But seeing his wife's worried look, he quickly said, "Yes, Jingji, don't be nervous." Seeing that everyone in the family said so, Yao Jingji gradually relaxed. On the other car, Renmonli didn't say anything, while Yao Jingtong thought about Yao Jingji's village woman look. She felt very relaxed, with a carefree smile on her face. Only Yao Yining still had some worries. However, Uncle Yao was also in this car, so he naturally said nothing. The group returned to the capital city with different thoughts. Uncle Yao was the first to get out of the car. He directly went to Yao Jingji and said, "Miss Jingji, welcome home." Then he hurried to lead the way ahead. Yao Jingji looked at the old, heavy door in front of her. Her expression was a little nervous. She always felt out of place here. When she entered with Uncle Yao, this feeling became even stronger. In the old-fashioned courtyard, carved beams and painted pillars could be seen everywhere, showing the deep history of this house. The Yao family was truly a wealthy family. Qin Mulan and Xiezhili didn't have much feeling about it. They just followed behind Yao Jingji and Xiao Wenbing, walking straight ahead. Yao Jingtong kept watching Yao Jingji from the beginning. When she saw the nervous look on her face, a faint smile appeared on her lips, and her eyes were full of happiness. Such a person didn't deserve to be the eldest daughter of the Yao family. When they reached the hall, Uncle Yao quickly arranged seats for everyone. He planned to personally invite Old Master Yao and Old Lady Yao. But before Uncle Yao could invite them, Old Master Yao and Old Lady Yao came over by themselves. "Shihong, who is here? Why do you insist on pulling me out?" Old Master Yao said with a gentle smile. "You'll see once you look. It's a guest from far away." Hearing this, Old Lady Yao couldn't help but smile and glance at Old Master Yao. "Why do you keep teasing me? I want to see who has come." She had already imagined several distant relatives or friends, but couldn't guess who it was. When the elderly couple arrived at the hall, they immediately saw Yao Jingji's family, sitting in the front. Even though Old Master Yao was mentally prepared, he was still stunned when he saw Yao Jingji. "You," but before he could finish, Old Lady Yao grabbed his wrist and interrupted him. "Shihong, who is she? Who is she?" By the end, her tears were streaming down her face. She couldn't quite describe what she felt, but seeing Yao Jingji made her want to cry. Yao Jingji saw Old Lady Yao like this and couldn't help but have red in her eyes too. Although she had forgotten her childhood, seeing the elderly couple made her feel close and warm. Seeing Old Master Yao's reaction, Old Mistress Yao quickly tried to help her sit down, saying, "Don't get excited yet. Let me explain slowly." However, Old Mistress Yao didn't want to sit. She only wanted to know who the girl in front of her was and why she appeared here. Seeing her old husband's reaction, Old Master Yao summarized their discoveries briefly and finally said, "She might very well be our Gigi. That's why I had Yao Shan bring her back. She definitely is our Gigi." Old Mistress Yao had already become so excited that she walked over to Yao Jingji, wanting to touch her face but hesitating, fearing that the girl might dislike her. Seeing her cautious attitude, Yao Jingji's initial nervousness faded. She instinctively leaned her cheek against Mistress Yao's palm and looked directly at her. Mistress Yao felt her heart fill with happiness and immediately hugged Yao Jingji. Old Master Yao saw this, and also had tears in his eyes. Seeing this, Yao Jingtong's eyes flashed with a subtle light. She realized that her grandparents had never shown such expressions towards her before. Just as it looked like they would successfully recognize their daughter, Ran Monli suddenly spoke from the side, saying, "Grandpa, Grandma, just because she looks similar, does that mean she's your real daughter? That's too hasty. Shouldn't we do a test?" Hearing Ran Monli's words, Old Master Yao and Old Mistress Yao looked over with slightly displeased expressions. Yao Jingtong couldn't help but pull Ran Monli aside and said, "Monli, what are you talking about? Just from her appearance, you can tell she's definitely genuine." Just as Ran Monli was about to say more, Qin Mulan spoke up as well. "Yes, it's better to do a test to be sure, so no one says my mother-in-law is fake," she said, glancing at Ran Monli before continuing. "I heard there are international techniques to prove parent-child relationships. If possible, we should do it. However," Old Mistress Yao directly said, "there's no need to trouble ourselves. Our daughter has a birthmark. Just look at it and we'll know." In the end, she kindly looked at Yao Jingji and said, "Child, let's go inside and take a look." Her biological daughter had a small birthmark in a hidden spot. If it matched, then the girl in front of her must be her real daughter. Yao Jingji nodded and said, "All right, let's go inside and take a look. Why not just let everyone see here?" Ran Monli felt that this matter was kept secret, as if there was something they couldn't let others know. Grandma Yao was truly upset this time. "Monli, what's wrong with you today? Do you really not want us to find our biological daughter?" Hearing Grandma Yao suddenly get angry, Ran Monli felt confused.
Grandma, ai fine.
"I'm just worried about making a mistake. If I do, then you all will be disappointed for nothing." Yao Jingtong saw her daughter-in-law being scolded and quickly added, "Mom, Monli has a good heart. She's just a bit straightforward when she speaks." Grandma Yao still looked somewhat upset but explained, "Since the birthmark is in a private place, we need to check indoors. Everyone stay here. I'll take Gigi inside." She then looked at Yao Gigi with a friendly smile and said, "Let's go inside." Seeing that Grandma Yao treated herself and Yao Gigi very differently, Ran Monli felt upset. The situation had not been fully confirmed yet, but she was already being treated differently. If the birthmark matched, what place would the Yao family have for them? However, Ran Monli understood she was too eager earlier, so she quickly lowered her head to hide her emotions. Qin Mulian took a distant look at Ran Monli. She didn't show any expression, but her thoughts were deeper for Yao Jingtong and Yao Yining because they showed no reaction at all. Qin Mulian paid more attention to these two. Soon, Grandma Yao brought Yao Gigi out. Both had red eyes, showing they had been crying. Old Master Yao looked worriedly at them, wanting to know the results. Grandma Yao nodded at Old Master Yao, choking as she said, "This is our daughter Gigi. It's her, yes, it's her." She couldn't hold back her tears at the end. She never thought she would see her daughter in her lifetime. She felt her life was complete now. Old Master Yao also started crying when he heard his wife. "Gigi." Yao Gigi saw her parents like this and couldn't help but cry too. She had found her biological parents, something she had thought she would never do in her life. Uncle Yao said from beside them, "Old Master, this is good news. There's no need to cry. Look at Grandma and Gigi. Both are struggling to catch their breath from crying so much." Hearing this, Old Master Yao quickly calmed down and said to Grandma Yao and Yao Gigi, "Yes, this is a happy event. We should be happy." Grandmother Yao dried her tears and nodded, then looked at Yao Jingji and said, "Gigi, it's good you're back. Our family can finally be together again." Yao Jingtong's eyes flashed with jealousy. It's true, they are blood relatives. Her parents never looked at her this way. She quickly gathered her emotions and stepped forward, smiling kindly. "Mom, Dad, since Sister's found her way back, we should celebrate." Grandmother Yao looked at Yao Jingtong with a smile and said, "Yes, we should celebrate. Let's hold a family gathering so everyone will know our Gigi has come home." Old Master Yao also agreed. He smiled and told Uncle Yao, "Yao Shan, pick a good day and send invitations to all the families. Let everyone know our eldest daughter is back. Yes, Uncle Yao replied with a smile, then began arranging tea, water, and preparing snacks and fruit for everyone. Once old Master Yao and the others were seated, they finally had time to ask Yao Zhizhi about her life before. Yao Zhizhi had already told Yao Jingtong about her experiences, so this time she shared her story more smoothly, recounting many years of her life. Old Master Yao and Grandmother Yao listened carefully. Afterward, they turned to look at Xia Wenbing, their expressions complex. Their daughter had married a man from the countryside, and Xia Wenbing didn't seem impressive. If their daughter hadn't gone missing, she wouldn't have married someone like him. Thinking about this, the elders felt a deep pain. Xia Wenbing was naturally a bit shy. Seeing the parents' expressions, he understood they didn't think highly of him. He lowered his head even more. Xia Zhili noticed his father's discomfort and immediately grabbed his father's hand, giving him a reassuring look. Seeing his younger son like this, Xia Wenbing felt a little better. Old Master Yao and Grandmother Yao then looked at Xia Zhili. "You must be Ollie," said Old Master Yao. "Yao Shan mentioned you before, said you look a lot like me when I was young." "That's right, you do look like me. You've completely inherited your mother's features." Their biological daughter had beautiful looks, and Xia Zhili was even more outstanding in appearance, choosing to highlight his good points. Grandmother Yao saw how excellent her grandson looked and smiled as she said, "Yes, you really do look like your mother." She then looked at Qin Mulan and asked, "Are you Ollie's wife?" Qin Mulan nodded with a gentle smile. Xia Zhili introduced himself, saying, "Yes, this is my wife, Qin Mulan." Grandmother Yao saw Qin Mulan's big belly and couldn't help but ask, "Are you 7 months along? You'll be giving birth soon." Talking about Qin Mulan, Yao Jingji smiled and said, "Not yet, not 7 months. Mulan is pregnant with twins, so her belly looks bigger than usual. Actually, she's only 5 months pregnant." "Wow. Twins. That's wonderful," Grandmother Yao exclaimed happily. "Ollie's wife is really impressive." Hearing this, Renmonli's expression darkened. She wasn't pregnant yet, but Qin Mulan was expecting twins, and the difference made her feel somewhat upset. Renmonli's face grew grim, and Yao Jingtong, standing nearby, also looked uncomfortable. Her son, Yao Yining, was about the same age as Xia Zhili, even married earlier. But Xia Zhili's wife was already pregnant with twins, and Renmonli hadn't shown any signs yet. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Renmonli. Renmonli had been staring at Qin Mulan, so she didn't notice anything. However, Qin Mulan noticed everyone's expressions. Seeing that Grandmother Yao was happy and smiling, she said kindly, "Grandmother, it's just good luck for Ollie and me. We got pregnant right after getting married. I hope I can deliver at full term." Although twins often come early, Qin Mulan still hoped to give birth at full term. Grandmother Yao heard this and quickly responded, "Certainly you can." Then she couldn't resist giving Qin Mulan a glance and said, "You, child, don't call me grandmother, call me grandma instead." Qin Mulan readily agreed, "Okay, grandma." Seeing Qin Mulan call her that, Grandmother Yao felt very happy. But since she had nothing ready to give as a gift, she hurriedly asked Uncle Yao to prepare something. Old Master Yao saw Qin Mulan call her grandma and looked at her with hope. He also wanted to hear her call him grandpa. Qin Mulan, sensing his gaze, happily said, "Grandpa." Old Master Yao responded joyfully, feeling that this daughter-in-law was perfect. She was beautiful, graceful, and very perceptive. Thinking this, Old Master Yao couldn't help but look at Yao Jingji and Xia Zhili, eager to hear them call him too. Xia Zhili saw his wife had already called him and followed, "Grandpa, grandma." Good, good. Old Master Yao was very happy to see such a talented grandson. Grandma Yao also felt pleased. At this moment, Uncle Yao had just returned, so she quickly handed a gift to Xia Zhili and Qin Mulan. "Ollie Mulan, this is your grandparents' gift for your meeting. Please accept it." Xia Zhili and Qin Mulan accepted the gifts politely, without much reaction. However, Yao Yining and Renmonli looked upset, because the gifts Grandma Yao brought were 2 pieces of dragon and phoenix-shaped of refined jade pendants, which they had wanted before but were not given. Unexpectedly, these were given to Xia Zhili and Qin Mulan. Seeing this, Yao Yining and Renmonli clenched their fists tightly, feeling that Grandma Yao didn't see them as grandchildren. They realized that biological relatives and adopted ones are truly different. But they forgot that when they got married, Grandma Yao gave them many good things. Yao Jingtong also saw everything clearly. Her eyes were full of resentment, but she kept it hidden. Instead of saying anything, she looked at Grandma Yao and teased, "Mom, Ollie and Mulan received gifts. Why haven't sister and brother-in-law received any? You can't favor one side." Hearing this, Grandma Yao smiled and said to Yao Jingtong, "You're eager, so I've prepared something for your sister and brother-in-law too." Seeing Yao Jingtong think of Yao Jinji, she felt relieved. She was worried that her biological daughter would return and cause conflicts between the sisters, but now the sisters were getting along well. She relaxed. Even old Master Yao looked at Yao Jingtong admiringly, very satisfied with her behavior. Yao Jinji never expected to have a share in this, but at that moment, she saw that the expressions of Yao Old Master and Grandma Yao showed clearly that they believed her to be her biological parents. So she didn't hesitate and called out Mom and Dad. Beside her, Xia Wenbing also called out Mom and Dad. However, the elders' gazes were all on Yao Jinji, not on Xia Wenbing. When they saw their daughter finally call them, their eyes filled with happiness, and they gave generous meeting gifts. Although they didn't like this son-in-law much, the elders still didn't neglect Xia Wenbing. They gave a gift too, but only a big red envelope, without anything else. Qin Mulan and Xie Zhili saw this and frowned slightly, but since the red envelope was substantial, it showed the elders' sincerity. So, they didn't say much. Yao Jingtong saw that the elders didn't favor Xia Wenbing and had a hint of a smile in her eyes. Although Yao Jingji is the biological daughter of the second old couple, she has been missing for so long that she can no longer compare to her. Not to mention her current looks as a village woman, and her husband is also far from her own. Her husband, although a son-in-law, has already risen to the position of vice mayor, which is far beyond what Xia Wenbing, a farmer, can compare to. Thinking of this, Yao Jingtong felt much better. Old Mr. Yao and Mrs. Yao talked with Jingji for a long time, and at last, they asked Uncle Yao to take their family to settle into a nice house. Looking at the entire courtyard in front of her, Jingji couldn't help but ask Uncle Yao, "Is this where we will live?" Uncle Yao smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, miss, this is for your family. As for which room you want, you can choose. After you've decided, I'll have someone add the necessary items." "Okay, thank you." Jingji looked at everything in front of her and felt that her life was completely different from before. Xia Wenbing looked at the house and was also surprised, but he felt a little insecure inside. It turned out that Jingji's biological parents were so wealthy, while the life he gave her was simple and plain. She couldn't even eat meat every day, and Jingji had suffered a lot by marrying him. Seeing Xia Wenbing's insecurity, Jingji quickly smiled and said, "Wenbing, let's go see the rooms first."
Okay.
Seeing Jingji's expression, Wenbing finally looked a lot better. Xie Zhili and Qin Mulan also went to see the rooms and finally chose the room on the right side. "Ollie, this room is really good. Let's choose this one." "Okay." Xie Zhili naturally followed his wife. However, when he thought about the attitude of the Yao family toward his father, he couldn't help but sigh. Although Mom found her biological parents, they looked down on Dad. "If this keeps going, I think there will be problems between my parents." Qin Mulan nodded thoughtfully and said, "Yes." Then she asked Xie Zhili, "Dad, besides farming, what else can you do?" Actually, Dad can do woodworking. He is very skilled, but in the countryside, most people don't make furniture. Farming is more practical. At least it can feed us. Qin Mulan listened and said thoughtfully, "If Dad is good at woodworking, he could make money in the future. Next year, there will be many reforms and openings. Business will grow quickly, like mushrooms after rain. If we seize this chance, we will surely succeed." However, for families like the Yao family, making money is not enough. They care more about status and rank. Xie Zhili heard this and patted Qin Mulan's head, saying, "Mulan, don't think too much. Focus on taking good care of the baby, okay?" Qin Mulan and Xie Zhili chose a room together. Yao Jingji and Xia Wenbing also picked rooms. They chose the master bedroom in the middle. The room was very spacious. In the end, Uncle Yao brought people to buy everything needed so they could move in directly and feel at home. Meanwhile, Yao Jingtong took Yao Yining straight to Yinuro's place. As soon as Yao Jingtong reached the yard outside, she couldn't help but say, "Mom, Yao Jingji and her family are already in the capital. You saw how the elders reacted when they saw Yao Jingji's family? In a few days, there will be a family welcoming banquet for Yao Jingji. Everyone will know that the eldest daughter of the Yao family has come back, and I am just a fake." Yao Yining, next to her, looked worriedly at her grandmother. Yinuro smiled and waved her hand, saying, "Relax, sit down first. Don't worry. Even if Yao Jingji comes back, there won't be any trouble. Besides her son Xiezhili, she has an older son and a younger daughter. I've already arranged for those two families to come here too." "What, Mom? Why are you still bringing people over? If everyone from Yao Jingji's family comes, I and Yao Yining will have no place in the Yao house anymore." Yinuro smiled and said, "Yao Jingji's other children are true rural folks, just poor and useless. Once they're here, what do you think will happen?" When Yao Jingtong heard this, she understood and smiled, saying, "That's great. Then the elders will see how wonderful Yao Yining is." Yao Yining didn't expect her grandmother to have everything planned. She felt calmer. "So, we'll wait for Yao Jingji's children to come to the capital." Yinuro glanced at Yao Yining and said, "Yining, you should call her auntie, not just big sister in front of others." Yao Yining immediately said, "Grandmother, I understand. From now on, even privately, I'll call her auntie." When confronting her grandmother, he never objected, and he didn't understand why. He just felt he couldn't argue with her, maybe because her gaze sometimes made him feel uneasy, so he dared not oppose her. Even Yao Jingtong said, "Mom, we understand. We definitely won't call you that in front of other people." After talking with Yao Yiro for a while, the mother and son left. When Yao Yining returned to the Yao family, he found the house unusually lively. Uncle Yao was busy cleaning, and the kitchen was bustling with preparations for dinner. He realized all of this was happening because Yao Jingji's family had come. Yao Yining quietly watched for a moment, then went straight to his room. When he entered, he saw Ren Monli sitting at the dressing table. When she noticed him, she didn't look at him. She kept applying powder to her face. Seeing this, Yao Yining couldn't help frowning and asked, "It's already evening. Why are you doing this now?" Hearing his words, Ren Monli suddenly got angry. "What do you mean, Yao Yining? I dress up myself, mainly to look good when I go out. Yet you say I came out like this because I'm useless? You really have a nerve."
You.
Yao Yining, already feeling upset, felt even worse. "Ren Monli, when did I criticize you? I just think you shouldn't be doing these things so late. Also, you say I'm useless. Where have I ever made you feel that way?" Seeing him argue back, Ren Monli also got angry. "Yao Yining, your work skills don't compare to Xiezhili. Now, even your status isn't as high as his. Xiezhili is the real grandson of the old man, and you are just a nominal grandson at best. What do you have to compare with him?" Yao Yining cared deeply about his family background. Hearing his wife speak like this, his expression darkened. "Ren Monli, are you looking down on me because I'm not the old man's biological grandson?" "Yes, I do. I really look down on you. You and your family have been hiding this well. If I had known before we married that you weren't the old man's real grandson, I would never have married you." Ren Monli felt she had been deceived. Now that the true eldest daughter of the Yao family had been found, she knew that once the family held a ceremony of recognition, everyone in Beijing would know that Yao Yining was just a nominal grandson of the Yao family. Thinking of this, Ren Monli's heart burned with anger. Seeing Ren Monli's face filled with disdain, Yao Yining was furious and blurted out, "If you look down on me, just divorce me directly. From now on, we will have nothing to do with each other." "You?" Ren Monli looked at Yao Yining in disbelief. Worried, she couldn't believe her ears. "You're actually asking for a divorce? It's because you think I deceived you and no longer like me. If that's the case, then we can just get a divorce." When Yao Yining repeated this, Ren Monli froze. She felt he was serious. At this point, she didn't dare say more. Although she was unhappy with her husband, divorce seemed impossible. Nowadays, no one gets divorced easily. It would just be a joke. Moreover, if she really divorced, her family might not accept her anymore. Seeing Renmonli quiet down and stop arguing, Yao Yining knew she wouldn't divorce, so he sneered and said, "Continue packing. But dinner must be on time." After saying that, he turned and left, unwilling to stay even a moment longer. Watching Yao Yining's back as he left, Renmonli was so angry she almost smashed everything she could. But she was still somewhat rational and didn't throw things around in anger. Today was the day Yao Jingji's family was brought back. If she caused a scene by breaking things, it would seem she didn't want Yao Jingji's family to return. So, she controlled herself. While Yao Yining and Renmonli argued, Qin Mulan was in a peaceful scene. After resting a little with Xiezhili, she went to find Yao Jingji and Xia Wenning. "Mom and Dad, are you comfortable here?" Actually, Xia Wenbing found it hard to get used to. Although everything here was good, it was still his home. Yao Jingji thought it was quite nice. "Milan, we think it's good here. What about you?" "We also think it's good." Uncle Yao is very well prepared. Hearing her daughter-in-law say this, Yao Jingji smiled and said, "Tonight, our whole family will have dinner together. I think it's getting late, so let's go now." "Sure." Qin Mulan and Xiezhili naturally nodded with smiles. Yao Jingji led the way and arranged the family relationships. Finally, she said, "Jingtong is really good. She tells us everything. Although I went missing and she became part of the Yao family, now that I've returned, she's very happy to see me." Hearing this, Qin Mulan couldn't help but twitch her lips. Next to her, Xiezhili also wore the same expression. The two exchanged a glance, and both felt that their mother might be a bit too optimistic. Qin Mulan thought that if Yao Jingji kept thinking this way, she might be manipulated someday. So she told her about what happened when Xiezhili was injured last time. She ended by saying, if Yao Yining and a few others hadn't stirred things up back then, Ailey and the others wouldn't have gone to the northwest, and they wouldn't have gotten hurt. Yao Jingji had never heard this story before. She asked, surprised, "Is that true?" "Yes, it is," Qin Mulan replied. Xiezhili added from beside, "So, mother, don't think Yao Jingzong and the others are good people. You shouldn't harbor harmful intentions, but be cautious. We should stay alert and watch out for others' tricks." Seeing her son agree, Yao Jingji quickly nodded and said, "Okay, we understand." Seeing that their mother was listening, Xiezhili decided not to say more. When everyone reached the dining room, Mr. Yao and Mrs. Yao had already arrived. A kind-looking older woman sat beside Mrs. Yao, who looked somewhat similar to her. Qin Mulan and the others immediately guessed that she was Yao Jingzong's biological mother. When Mrs. Yao saw her daughter's family arrive, she waved to them and said, "Gigi, you came just in time. Come, let me introduce you. This is your little aunt." Then she looked at Yin Euro and said, "Euro, this is Gigi. I didn't expect we'd find her." "That's really great." Yin Euro smiled warmly and looked at Yao Jingji, saying, "Indeed, Gigi. I can see the childhood looks in you." By the end, she couldn't help but stand up, walk over to Yao Jingji and take her hand. She said, "This is wonderful news. We've finally found Gigi. I even held you when you were little." Feeling Yin Euro's warmth, Yao Jingji happily called out, "Little aunt." Just as she wanted to say more, Qin Mulan smiled and stepped forward, saying, "This must be the little maternal grandmother, right? I've heard from my grandmother about you. You look very much like Jingzong." Hearing this, Yin Euro's eyes flickered briefly. Was this a reminder that Yao Jingzong was her daughter and not Mrs. Yao's daughter? The young daughter-in-law, Yao Jingji, was clever, but she couldn't say anything at the moment. She only smiled and replied, "Yes, Jingzong looks like me and Ruoying. After all, Ruoying and I are real sisters." "That's true. Yao Jingtong does look quite a bit like Grandma Yao, especially in their facial features." Meanwhile, Xiezhili and Yao Yining's looks resemble their mothers. That's why Qin Mulan thought before that Xiezhili and Yao Yining looked more alike. Grandma Yao smiled and looked at Qin Mulan, saying, "Yes, Jingtong also looks a lot like me." She then introduced Xie Zhili, Qin Mulong, and casually mentioned Xie Wenbing. Yi Nuro heard this and smiled while looking at Xie Wenning, saying, "Is this your husband, Jinj? He seems quite honest." Tonight, Yao Jingtong's husband, Jin Yuanshan, was also present. When he saw Xie Wenbing, his eyes showed sarcasm. He had been worried about problems if Yao Laoyizi's biological daughter was found, but seeing Xie Wenbing and Yao Jinj acting like yokels, he felt relieved. Although he was Yao's son-in-law, he didn't compare to Xie Wenbing. Xie Wenbing felt the gazes from the crowd around him. Although he felt a bit insecure, he tried to stay calm. He didn't want to embarrass Jinj or Mulong. Nobody was paying much attention to Xie Wenbing except Yi Nuro and Jin Yuanshan, who were watching Xie Zhili and Qin Mulong. Yao Jinj and Xie Wenbing, as a married couple, weren't worried about others, only paying attention to Xie Zhili and Qin Mulong. When Xie Zhili and Qin Mulong first saw Yi Nuro and Jin Yuanshan, they showed good manners and greeted them politely. Yi Nuro smiled and greeted them, giving a small gift. Jin Yuanshan also responded with a smile, though he didn't prepare a gift. Grandma Yao saw this and slightly frowned but didn't say much. She invited everyone to sit down and said, "All right, everyone is here. Let's sit down quickly, and the kitchen will start serving the food." Once everyone was seated, the dishes came out quickly. Qin Mulong had a good appetite now and ate quite a lot. Grandma Yao was happy to see Qin Mulong eating so much. She said, "Mulong, you should eat more. If there's anything else you want to eat, I'll ask the kitchen to make it." Qin Mulong smiled and replied, "Grandma, there are so many dishes. I can't finish them all, and I love these foods, so there's no need for the kitchen to make more." Seeing Qin Mulong happily eating, Grandma Yao didn't say anything else. Ren Monli secretly shot a wary glance at Qin Mulyan, her face full of frustration. During the family meal earlier, Old Man Yao and Old Lady Yao were mostly concerned with her, but now they only paid attention to Qin Mulyan and didn't ask her anything. Yao Yining had just argued with Ren Monli, so he didn't look at his wife at all and ate in silence. Yao Jingtong noticed something was wrong between her son and daughter-in-law, so she asked, "Yining, did you and Monli argue? Why are you both so quiet?" Yao Yining didn't answer. Ren Monli quickly smiled and said, "Mom, we didn't argue. We are fine," secretly giving Yao Yining a stern look. Yao Yining didn't want to make things worse in front of everyone, especially with Xie Zhili around. He didn't want to lose face in front of him. So he said, "Yes, Mom, we didn't argue. You must have misunderstood." Actually, when Jingtong asked earlier, she started to regret it. She thought everything was like before, with only the elderly and their family at home. But now, Yao Jingji's family was also here. If her son and daughter-in-law really fought, it would be embarrassing in front of so many people. Just as Jingtong was about to say something, there was a loud commotion outside. Old Man Yao frowned immediately. He turned to Uncle Yao and said, "Yao Shan, go see what's going on outside." "Okay, I'll go now." Uncle Yao quickly left. Before long, he returned with a strange expression on his face. Seeing Uncle Yao back, Old Man Yao hurriedly asked, "What's going on outside?" Uncle Yao didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Miss Yao Jingji and said, "Miss Jiji, your eldest son and youngest daughter are here."
What?
Yao Jingji almost thought she heard wrong. "Are you saying Zhou and Jinna are in Beijing?" Yes, their families came with them. Before Yao Jingji could say anything, Old Lady Yao, with a happy face, said, "Yao Shan, what are you just standing there for? Quickly go get Gigi's other two children." Hearing this, Uncle Yao went ahead to fetch them. Meanwhile, Qin Mulyan and Xie Zhili exchanged looks, curious about how their older brother and others found out. They themselves had just arrived in Beijing and hadn't had time to tell their older brother. Yet, they came on their own and brought Xie Zhina along. No one knew how they learned the news. Uncle Yao moved quickly, and soon he led Zhou's family and Xie Zhina's couple over. A group of people followed Uncle Yao closely, frequently glancing around. Since they arrived here, they were all shocked. They never expected that Mother Yao Jingji had such a background, something they never dreamed of before. When they arrived, Xie Zhiwei and Li Xueyan saw Yao Jingji and the others immediately. They happily stepped forward and called out, "Mom and Dad." Then they turned to Qin Mulan and Xiejili and said, "Mulan Li, you're here too." Yao Jingji and Qin Mulan smiled and said, "Yes, we just arrived not long ago." While talking, they wanted to ask how they found out about this news. But before they could ask, Yao Tong stood up enthusiastically and said, "You all probably haven't eaten yet. Come, take your seats." Xiejue and Li Shuiyan, with little Yu, went over to Yao Jingji. Seeing his family look tired, she didn't ask much, and simply told them to sit down. Hearing Yao Jingji, they finally took their seats. As for Xie Zhenna and Gao Yuan, since they arrived at the Yao family, they felt like their eyes couldn't believe what they saw. They never thought they'd have a chance to come to the capital, especially to such a grand place. Both looked around curiously at Yao Jingji and said, "Mom, you're actually the daughter of a prominent family in the capital who got lost?" "That's incredible." Seeing their excited and happy expressions, Yao Jingji slightly frowned and said, "You two should sit down quickly too." Okay. Xie Zhenna and Gao Yuan hurriedly sat down and then looked expectantly at Old Master Yao. Old Master Yao didn't expect to see the other grandchildren so soon. He silently nodded at Xiejue's family. They looked simple but honest. However, he didn't like the grandchildren-in-law very much. Their eyes looked too greedy. But since they were Yao Jingji's children, he didn't say anything and instead looked at Xiejue and Xie Zhenna, saying, "You must be Ji's eldest son and youngest daughter. I've heard her mention you. You came here by coincidence. We're having dinner now, so let's eat first." At first, Xiejue and Xie Zhenna didn't understand who Ji was. Once they realized, they looked at Old Master Yao with strange expressions. They didn't expect their grandfather to refer to their mother like that and found it a bit odd. Yao Jingji got lost when she was a child. At that time, Mr. Yao and Mrs. Yao both called her this way. Now, when they meet again, that old nickname naturally comes up. However, seeing Xiejue and Xie Ziona's gazes, Grandpa Yao coughed lightly and said, "All right, let's eat first." When everyone saw Grandpa Yao had started eating, they also began to eat. During the meal, Euro couldn't help but look at Xiejue and say, "I didn't expect the eldest to look a lot like Jingji." It's true, children often resemble their mother. Grandma Yao smiled and said, "Yes, Jiwei and Jili are quite alike, but Jili's looks are more delicate than Jiwei's, so among the three siblings, Jili is the best looking. Even in the capital, few can compare to Jili." Thinking of this, Grandma Yao felt very proud. Next to her, Xie Ziona looked a bit upset. Both brothers resemble their mother, so they look very good. But she looks more like her father, which she considers an ordinary appearance. She has often felt unfair that she can't look more like her mother. Euro secretly watched Jili, Jiwei, and Ziona. When she saw Ziona's face full of frustration, she smiled softly. After that, she said nothing and quietly ate. Yao Jingtong also wanted to say something, but seeing her real mother's meaningful look, she swallowed her words and said nothing more. After finishing the meal, Yao Jingji took the whole family to the house where they stayed. When they arrived, Uncle Yao was coming out with a few others. Seeing them return, he smiled and said, "Miss, the rooms are all ready. Master Jiwei and Miss Nan can move in directly." Hearing this, Yao Jingji smiled and thanked Uncle Yao. "Thank you, Uncle Yao." Yao Shan quickly waved his hand and said, "It's what I should do." Then he led the others away. Li Shuiyan and Xie Ziona looked surprised. They had never seen anything like this, as if they were young ladies from a wealthy family. Yao Jingji had gotten used to it these days, so she didn't react. She turned to Jiwei and Ziona and said, "The main house is where we'll stay. The room on the right is for Ailey and Mulan. The rest of the rooms, Uncle Yao has already prepared. You can choose yourselves." Ziona immediately pulled Gao Yuan to pick their room. Li Shuiyan also wanted to go see quickly, but her husband, Jiwei, didn't move. So she held back. "Mom, what exactly is happening? How did you suddenly become the young lady of this family? It's so unbelievable." Hearing this, Li Shuiyan looked over with curiosity. Although her husband had mentioned that the grandma was adopted by her late grandparents, she had always thought that grandma was abandoned by her original family because of her gender. She never expected that Grandma's biological family was actually a prominent family from the capital city. Yao Jingji briefly explained the situation and finally said, "All right, you all can choose your rooms. After you've finished, our family can sit down and talk properly. Okay." The Xie family members chose the room next to Xiejui and the side room on the left for Xiejina. After selecting their rooms, everyone moved to the living room in the main house. Although they had just toured the house earlier, Xiejina still felt it wasn't enough. She looked at the decorations in the living room, feeling that each piece was very exquisite and clearly valuable. At this moment, Xiejina finally asked her most important question, "Mom, will we be living here in the future?" Gao Yuan, standing nearby, said nothing but kept staring directly at Yao Jingji. He too wanted to know if they could settle in the capital city permanently. He had been somewhat annoyed with Xiejina, but now that he knew Yao Jingji's true identity, he felt extremely wise for marrying her daughter. He could sense that he was about to achieve great success. Yao Jingji frowned slightly when she heard her daughter's words. She didn't answer but looked at Xiejina's belly and asked, "Aren't you pregnant? Why do you look thinner and your belly hasn't bulged at all? Based on the timing, you should be over 3 months pregnant." Hearing this, Xiejina immediately fell silent, her face growing serious. Gao Yuan also looked down guiltily and didn't dare to look at Yao Jingji anymore. Seeing the reactions of Xiejina and Gao Yuan, Yao Jingji felt a twinge of unease and continued to ask, "Why are you not speaking?" Finally, Li Shuiyan sighed and said, "Mom, little sister had a miscarriage." "What?" Hearing this, Yao Jingji's face was filled with disbelief. Even Xie Wenbin, who was usually angry at his daughter for not doing better, looked over in surprise. Then he asked grimly, "Oh, did she have a miscarriage? What happened?" Seeing their parents' serious faces, Xiejina hesitated and couldn't speak. Gao Yuan was like a quail, trying to hide himself and reduce his presence. Xiejue had never liked Gao Yuan. Seeing him shrink back now, he stood up and walked over, roughly pulling him up. "Gao Yuan, how dare you pretend you're not responsible? You hit women easily, and even caused your child to be lost. Aren't you capable? Why aren't you speaking now?" Gao Yuan saw how angry Xiejue was and hurried to explain, "Big brother, I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't mean for Nana to have a miscarriage." Finally, he looked at Xiejina and said, "Nana, please help me explain." Jina stood up directly, looking somewhat upset as she said, "Big brother, I already told you I had a miscarriage by accident. It has nothing to do with Gao Yuan. And I wanted your help to stand up for me at the Gao's house. Why didn't you do it then? Now you're rushing to help me. Why can't you accept my wishes? Why you?" Hearing this, Xiejue looked at Jinna in disbelief. "You actually think I meddle too much? Yes, you are meddling right now. When I want you to help me in the future, you should agree, all right?" Xiejue was furious at her words. He threw Gao Yuan to the ground and then turned to Jinna, saying, "Fine, do whatever you want. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore." Xie Liang's son, Xie Wenbing, and Yao Jingji watched everything quietly, understanding the truth of what happened. Since their eldest son and youngest daughter believed their older son, they naturally thought Gao Yuan was responsible for the miscarriage. Thinking of this, Xie Wenbing was extremely angry. He pointed at Jinna, full of disappointment. "Jinna, are you so cheap? Gao Yuan hit you and caused your miscarriage, and you still defend him. How did you become so fallen? Father, I've already said I had a miscarriage by accident. Why don't you believe me? And when I was beaten, I came to ask for your help, but you didn't help me. Now you're turning around and blaming me. You didn't care about me before, and now you don't need to interfere." Yao Jingji originally felt sad for her daughter's miscarriage, but after hearing those words, her earlier sadness disappeared. She wondered how her daughter had become like this. Hearing this, Xie Wenbing pointed at the door of the yard and said, "Fine. Since you don't want us to interfere, you all better leave quickly." Xiejina stiffened her neck and said, "Dad, this isn't our home. It's Grandpa and Grandma's house. They didn't tell me to leave, so I won't go. You have no right to make me leave." Finally, she looked directly at Gao Yuan and said, "Since Mom and Dad don't want to talk to us, we're going back to our room." Okay. Gao Yuan wanted to leave quickly, so hearing Xiejina's words, he naturally hurried off. Watching her figure walk away, Xiao Wenbing was so angry he patted his chest and said, "It's so frustrating. Xie Zhenna is getting more and more foolish." Gao Yuan even scolded her, and she's still defending herself. Yao Jingji also felt it was impossible to communicate with her daughter. Seeing her husband's anger, she quickly said, "All right, don't be angry anymore. Getting upset isn't good for your health." Li Shuyan followed and advised, "Yes, Dad, there's no need to be angry with little sister. Before, she was upset about the arranged marriage, and when she married Gao Yuan randomly, she stopped listening to us." Xiao Wenbing took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "Yes, she's been ignoring us for a long time. No matter what we say now, it won't help." After Xiao Wenbing sat down, Qin Mulan finally asked the question she had wanted to ask for a while. "Sister-in-law, how did you come to Beijing, and how did you find out we were at Yao's house?" Li Shuyan immediately replied, "Someone drove to pick us up, saying you all were here, and that Mom had gone back to her ancestors and was bringing us together for a family reunion." Hearing this, Yao Jingji frowned immediately. "I never asked anyone to pick you up." Xie Zhiwei and Li Shuyan were both surprised and guessed, "Could it be that Grandpa and Grandma asked someone to pick us up?" Yao Jingji truly didn't know about this. "I'll ask your grandparents tomorrow." Qin Mulan thought it didn't seem like old Master Yao and old Madame Yao. When they saw her brother and sister-in-law come, they looked surprised, which meant they probably didn't know about this.
So,
It must have been Yao Jingtong and her group. It should be Yao Jingtong and them, I think. I don't believe old Master and old Madam Yao knew you came today. Seeing Qin Mulan say this, Xie Zhiwei and Li Shuyan suddenly realized, "So, Annie asked someone to pick us up? That's very considerate of her." Big brother and sister-in-law kindly called Yao Jingtong little aunt, but Qin Mulan quickly poured cold water on this idea, saying, "Yao Jingtong isn't really our biological little aunt, at most she's a cousin." What? Xie Zhiwei and Li Shuyan didn't know anything about the Yao family, so they were very surprised. Qin Mulan briefly explained the situation and finally added, "Yao Jingtong probably least wants to see her mother come back. If her mother returns, she won't be the only daughter of the Yao family anymore, and everyone will know she was adopted by her grandparents. So, it's a bit strange that she sent someone to bring you back." "Wow, I never knew this." Li Shuyan was shocked after hearing Qin Mulan, and she looked at Yao Jingji with some sympathy. "Mom, so all these years, your status as the oldest daughter has been replaced. Yao Jingtong's family has a good life in Beijing, but you've been living a hard life. That's such a stark contrast. However, if Yao Jingji hadn't gotten lost, she wouldn't have her husband now." For a moment, Li Shuyan didn't know what to say. Yao Jingji hadn't thought about this before, but hearing her daughter-in-law say this now, she suddenly felt that Yao Jingtong's family might have gained a lot because she was lost. Her impression of Yao Jingtong slightly worsened. Meanwhile, Yao Jingtong was talking with Yin Yuru about the Xie family. "Jingtong, you did well. Today, I met Yao Jingji's eldest son and youngest daughter. I think we can start with her youngest daughter." Hearing her mother's words, Yao Jingtong smiled and nodded. "You and I are thinking the same. I also think we should start with Xie Zhenna. Tomorrow, I'll go see my good niece." Although Qin Mulan guessed that her elder brother and sister-in-law, along with Xie Zhenna, were probably brought in by Yao Jingtong, she wasn't quite sure what they wanted to do. After knowing Qin Mulan's worries, Xie Zhelai couldn't help but say, "Mulan, don't think too much. If it was really them, they'll definitely get close to your older brother and Xie Zhenna. Then we'll find out." Seeing that Xie Zhelai didn't seem worried at all, Qin Mulan asked, "Ailey, you don't seem worried at all." "Actually, there's nothing urgent. We all know how your older brother and sister-in-law are. If the other side really wants to use them, it wouldn't be easy. So, it only leaves Xie Zhenna and Gao Yuan, but those two don't really have any relation to us." When it was finally over, Xie Zhelin looked completely indifferent. He no longer had any feelings for his sister, Xie Zhenna. Qin Mulan listened, and suddenly felt that it made a lot of sense. "Ali, you're right. So, there's no need to worry." Xie Zhelin smiled and nodded. "Yes, let's go back and rest now. We need to visit Yifu tomorrow, anyway." "Okay." Qin Mulan, Xie Zhelin, and Yao Jingji said a quick farewell, then went back to rest. The next day, after breakfast, Qin Mulan and Xie went straight to Zhang's house. Since they were in the capital, they should visit Jiang Xiang. When they arrived, Jiang Bo opened the door. He was very happy to see them. "Young miss, what a surprise. Why did you come here?" He couldn't help but look at Qin Mulan's belly with surprise. "Young miss, your belly has grown so quickly." Before Qin Mulan could speak, Xie happily said, "Because Mulan is expecting twins, so her belly is bigger than usual."
What?
"Really? That's wonderful." Jiang Bo's face lit up with excitement. He quickly invited them inside. "Young miss, take your time. I'll go tell Xiao Yi right away." But his expression looked a bit troubled when he said this. "What's wrong, Jiang Bo?" Qin Mulan asked as they walked inside. Jiang Bo quickly whispered his thoughts. "Xiao Yi isn't at the research institute now. Recently, a female colleague has been coming to see him. Xiao Yi is quite annoyed, but since she's a co-worker and just wants to talk about work, he can't ignore her. That makes things even more frustrating." Qin Mulan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is that colleague pretty?"
Yang Bo nodded.
"Yes, she is." Qin Mulan couldn't help but joke. Does that mean Yifu is still annoyed? Having a pretty female colleague come over to discuss work shows that Yifu is talented and even liked by other women. Jiang Bo couldn't help but smile. Then he looked at Qin Mulan and said, "Young miss, you shouldn't say that in front of Xiao Yi. Otherwise, he might get upset. Anyway, Xiao Yi isn't planning to look for a partner." He sounded a bit disappointed. Jiang Xiang was still quite young. If he really wanted to find someone, he definitely could. But he just didn't want to. Qin Mulan thought Jiang Xiang was too absolute. In fact, given Yifu's background and appearance, he could easily find a good person to marry. Why doesn't he want to look for one? Upon hearing Qin Mulan's words, Jiang Bo's eyes lit up. He said, "Miss, if possible, please give some advice to the young master." Qin Mulan nodded and promised, "All right, I will try to speak to my adoptive father. I'll go see him now." "Good." Jiang Bo then took Qin Mulan and Xie to the front hall. In the spacious main room, Jiang Xiang sat upright in the main seat. Sitting below him was a beautiful woman with fine features, holding a notebook and asking Jiang Xiang questions. Seeing this, Qin Mulan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Could she really be eager to learn and come to the house to ask questions? Jiang Xiang heard the noise and looked up. When he saw Qin Mulan and Xie, his face lit up with surprise. He stood up quickly and walked over to Qin Mulan, asking, "Mulan, why are you here?" Just as Qin Mulan was about to speak, the beautiful woman curiously asked, "Director Jiang, who is this?" Qin Mulan was about to reply, but Jiang Xiang spoke first. "This is my daughter, and that is my son-in-law." Hearing this, Qin Mulan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows again. Her adoptive father directly called his foster daughter his daughter? It's like he isn't looking for a partner and isn't giving the woman a chance. However, since her adoptive father had said so, she cooperated and called out, "Father." Then she looked at the woman and asked, "Dad, who is she?" Jiang Xiang introduced her properly. "This is our researcher, Yin." Yin froze when she heard Jiang Shiheng's introduction. She only snapped out of her shock at that moment. She forced a smile and said to Qin Mulan, "Hello, I am Yin." Qin Mulan also smiled and said, "Hello, you can call me Mulan." Yin looked at the delicate, beautiful girl in front of her and then at Jiang Xiang beside her, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the truth. How could Jiang Xiang have such a daughter? Didn't they say he had no wife before? Thinking of this, Yin wanted to ask more questions. But Jiang Xiang said, "Researcher Yi, my daughter and son-in-law are here. I want to talk with them. If you have nothing else, please go back first." Hearing this, Yin bit her lip and finally managed to smile as she replied, "All right, Director Jiang. I will leave now. It's really been a trouble for you today." She then left Jiang's house. After Yi Dayan left, Qin Mulan looked at Jiang Xiang and said, "Foster father, that lady just now liked you, didn't she?" "Don't talk nonsense," Jiang Xiang quickly denied. "Researcher Yi only had questions and wanted to ask me." Hearing this, Qin Mulan didn't believe a word and said, "Then why didn't foster father call me his adopted daughter, but directly say I am your daughter?" All right, I get it. You always see through everything." Researcher Yi didn't say much, but she kept coming close to me for no reason. I really found it annoying. Besides, aren't you my daughter? So, what I said is not false. Do you not admit that you are my daughter? Hearing this, Qin Mulan naturally nodded and said, Of course, I am your daughter. That's good then. Father and daughter exchanged smiles and stopped talking about this topic. After everyone was seated, Zhangbo could not wait to share the good news that Qin Mulan was pregnant with twins. Young master, we must celebrate properly today. Miss is actually pregnant with twins. What a big, happy occasion. Zhang Xing only then learned of this news and looked at Qin Mulan with excitement, saying, Mulan, congratulations. But soon, he gave Qin Mulan a look and said, Mulan, why didn't you tell me earlier? Qin Mulan hurriedly explained with a smile, I just found out recently too. After I found out, I came to Beijing, so I planned to tell you in person. You are too careless. You didn't even know you were pregnant with twins. This is my first pregnancy, so I didn't think too much, she replied. Hearing this, Zhang Xing chuckled and shook his head. But seeing them come home, he couldn't help but ask, How did you two come to Beijing? Then he looked at Xiejili and said, Ollie, you probably couldn't take leave easily. Did you specifically take leave to come to Beijing with Mulan? Actually, next time, you don't need to ask for leave. Just contact us directly and we'll come to pick her up. Xiejili quickly replied, Foster father, this time Mulan came with me. He then explained that Yao Jingji was from the Yao family and finally added, So this time, my parents came together, and it turns out that my mother is indeed the biological daughter of Old Master Yao and Grandmother Yao. No way, it's true? Zhang Xiang and Zhang Bo were both somewhat surprised. After receiving Qin Mulyuan's letter, they helped investigate Yao's family's affairs. Although there were some suspicions, they thought it was unlikely. But they didn't expect that Yao Jingji was really the missing daughter from the Yao family years ago. After so many years, Old Master Yao has finally found his biological daughter. That's truly good news, Zhang Bo said, then looked at Xiejili and added, Your mother went missing when she was young. By chance, she ended up in Shandong province and married your father, which led to your birth. Now you are married to our young lady, so this is really fate. Yes, it's a lot of fate. Xiejili turned to look at Qin Mulyuan, his eyes full of warmth. He was truly glad to have met Mulyuan. However, he still had some doubts about his mother's disappearance. If his mother was kidnapped by human traffickers, she would have been sold for money long ago. But her adoptive parents found her in a deep mountain. A girl so young wouldn't have escaped from traffickers easily, especially in such a remote mountain. So what really happened back then? Qin Mulyuan was also very curious. In fact, we should ask Old Master Yao and Old Lady Yao. I already asked them, Qin Mulyuan replied. My grandfather and grandmother said that on that day, my mother was out shopping with the person who was caring for her. After that, she went missing. The person caring for her passed away due to illness shortly after. Qin Mulyuan didn't expect Xiejili to be so quick. He had already asked about it. But even if they asked, there were no useful clues. It seems that understanding what really happened back then is very difficult. Even Zhang Xing couldn't help but say, since there's no direct evidence now, it's really hard to find out anything. Moreover, Old Master Yao and Old Lady Yao probably suspected who took your mother, but even if they did, they couldn't find out who it was. Right now, it's even more impossible to find out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bo couldn't help but say, maybe she really was just lost. The streets can be very busy, and children get lost every year. Qin Mulyuan looked directly at Zhang Bo and asked, Zhang Bo, weren't you in Beijing at that time? Zhang Bo nodded and said, Yes, I was in Beijing. Even the old master was still there at that time. He looked a bit sad while talking about this, but quickly, he asked Qin Mulyuan with curiosity, Young lady, do you have something you want to ask? Yes. I want to ask if, when my grandmother went missing, Old Lady Yao's younger sister had already arrived at the Yao family? Although she knew the general situation, Qin Mulan was not clear about when Sister Yunruo and her mother went to the Yao family. Zhang Bo carefully recalled and said, At that time, Grandma Yao's younger sister had already gone to the Yao family. I remember that Sister Yin and Sister Yunruo were born around the same time, but Yunruo's luck was not good. When her children were about 2 or 3 years old, her husband passed away. After her husband's death, Yunruo immediately took her daughter and went to the Yao family. That's how it was. When Jiang Xiang heard Qin Mulan's words, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Mulan? Are you suspecting Grandma Yao's sister?" Qin Mulan did not deny it. "Yes, they are indeed very suspicious. After my grandmother lost her way, Yunrua's daughter acknowledged Old Man Yao and Grandma Yao as her parents and directly became a young lady of the Yao family. Later, Yao Jingtong even married into the family, and even their son bore the Yao surname. So, after my grandmother went missing, the ones who benefited the most were them. Aren't they quite suspicious?" Jiang Xing nodded and said, "Yes, they are very suspicious. But so many years have passed, even if you doubt them, it's probably hard to find evidence." Hearing this, Qin Mulan couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, the time really has passed too long. Meanwhile, Qin Mulan and Xie Zhili at Zhang's house, somewhere else, were about to visit the courtyard where the residents of the Xie family lived. When Yao Jingtong arrived, she immediately saw Xie Zhenna. "Nana, today I'll take you all out for a walk in the street. It's too boring to stay at home all the time after you came here." Xie Zhenna immediately nodded upon hearing this. "Okay, little aunt. Let's go for a walk on the street now." It's rare to visit Beijing, and she didn't want to stay at home every day. She wanted to see how prosperous Beijing really was. Gao Yuan shared the same idea. He also wanted to go out and explore. "All right, let's go now." When Yao Jingji learned that Yao Jingtong would take her daughter and son-in-law out, she still said, "Why don't I take you two out instead?" However, Xie Zhenna and Gao Yuan didn't pay much attention to Yao Jingji and had already followed Yao Jingtong out the door. Yao Jingtong had a clear goal and took Xie Zhenna and Gao Yuan straight to the overseas Chinese store. Usually, Xie Zhenna and Gao Yuan wouldn't enter such places, but now, led by Yao Jingtong, they felt dazzled by everything they saw. "Little aunt, can we really buy things here?" Yao Jingtong heard this and smiled as she nodded, saying, "Of course. Ani didn't mention it, but today you all had fun shopping and bought a lot. I will pay for everything." Xie Zhenna and Gao Yuan were overjoyed upon hearing this, and their attitude toward Yao Jingtong became even warmer. "Auntie, you're so kind." Seeing how eager Xie Zhenna and Gao Yuan were, Yao Jingtong's face was full of smiles. She waved her hand and said, "Finding my sister at home didn't come easily, and finding you grandchildren too. We should treat you well." She then happily took them shopping. The farthest place Xie Zhenna and Gao Yuan went was Ning County, where they saw no such impressive overseas Chinese stores before, nor such a wide array of beautiful products. They felt like their eyes couldn't keep up. In the end, Xie Zhenna bought 2 fashionable outfits and even a watch. As for Gao Yuan, he didn't hold back either. He bought a sharp-looking suit and a men's watch. When paying, Xie Zhenna and Gao Yuan realized just how expensive the Chinese store's items really were. Seeing their nervous expressions, Yao Jingtong smiled and said, "All the clothes you bought are imported, so naturally they cost more. Since this is my first time bringing you shopping, I want to get you good things." She then paid eagerly. Looking at the woman who spent 700 or 800 yuan without blinking, Xie Zhenna and Gao Yuan once again realized how wealthy the Yao family was. Both of them decided firmly to stay in the capital. After shopping, Yao Jingtong took Xie Zhenna and Gao Yuan to a government-run restaurant to enjoy authentic Beijing cuisine. Meanwhile, Yao Jingji was still thinking about Xie Zhenna and Gao Yuan going out with Yao Jingtong. Xiao Wenbing was nearby, trying to comfort her, saying, "Don't think too much. Since Xie Zhenna and Gao Yuan want to go, let them. We agreed that as long as Xie Zhenna doesn't divorce Gao Yuan, we won't interfere." He loved his daughter, but since she married Gao Yuan secretly without saying a word, her actions disappointed the family again and again. Even when she knew Mulan was pregnant, but still wanted to push Mulan away, he had become completely disillusioned with her. "Jingji, think about how Xie Zhenna previously tried to push Mulan away. And after she appeared, did Ali ever talk to her?" Hearing this, Yao Jingji thought carefully and realized it was true. Her youngest son had never spoken a single word to Xie Zhenna and Gao Yuan's couple. Feeling this, Yao Jingji's heart was full of bitterness. Just let it be. While Yao Jingji was talking to Xiao Wenbing, Grandma Yao came over. Seeing her arrive alone, Yao Jingji asked, "Mom, why are you here?" Grandma Yao smiled and said, Gigi, today I want to take you to a few places. Sure, Yao Jingji happily agreed. Just as Xiao Wenbing stood up, planning to go out, Grandma Yao turned to him and said, Wenbing, I only want to take Gigi to see some places, just as mother and daughter. Hearing this, Xiao Wenbing stopped awkwardly, hesitated for a moment and replied, Okay. Yao Jingji didn't expect Grandma Yao wouldn't let Xiao Wenbing come along. Just as she was about to say something, Grandma Yao continued, I still remember when I was a child that I loved taking walks with you. Today, I want to go back to the places we used to visit, relive those old memories. Seeing Grandma Yao's words, Yao Jingji didn't say anything more. Watching Grandma Yao and Yao Jingji walk away, Xiao Wenbing's face was full of silence. He had thought he could finally help his wife find her family, but since coming to the capital, he found life wasn't as peaceful as it was back home. Sigh. He sighed and turned back to his room, sitting in a chair and staring off into the distance. After Yao Jingji left with Grandma Yao, they first went to a small alley ahead. Gigi, there used to be a place that sold candied hawthorns here. When you were little, you loved pulling me here, Grandma Yao said. Hearing this, Yao Jingji shook her head blankly and said, I don't remember. She truly had no memory. She had forgotten everything from childhood. Hearing her daughter's words, Grandma Yao felt a bit sad, but she wasn't upset. It's okay. She planned to slowly take her daughter to visit the places they used to go. After leaving the alley, Grandma Yao took Yao Jingji to several more spots, all places they had visited as mother and daughter when she was young. But Yao Jingji really didn't remember, and looking at the surroundings, everything looked completely unfamiliar. Grandma Yao was elderly. After visiting several places, she felt tired and took Yao Jingji to sit on a nearby stone bench.
Oh.
Isn't that Grandma Yao? Why are you here? Grandma Yao heard the sound and turned her head to look. When she saw an elderly woman with white hair on the other side, she smiled and said, Grandma Xia, you also came here. Next to Grandma Xia was a middle-aged couple. The three of them approached Grandma Yao and Yao Jingji. As they got closer, Grandma Xia curiously looked at Yao Jingji and casually asked, This is your biological daughter, right? Congratulations, you finally found her. Hearing this, Grandma Yao smiled and replied, Thank you. Actually, her relationship with Grandma Xia was just average. Their families still kept in touch, so when they met outside, they would greet each other politely. When Grandma Xia heard this, she waved her hand and said, There's no need to thank me. It's truly congratulations.
But
You found your real daughter. What do you plan to do about your adopted daughter, Jing Tong? Grandma Yao looked at Grandma Xia with some surprise and said, What plans? Jing Tong has already been listed in the Yao family genealogy, so she is naturally a member of our Yao family. She and Gigi are the closest sisters. Hearing this, Grandma Xia didn't say anything more. However, she had already heard about the return of the biological daughter and knew that she was found in a rural area in Lu province after being lost. After being found, the girl was adopted by an old couple. When the couple passed away, Yao Jingji got married early and has been living ever since. Yao Jingji looks well-dressed now, but her rural background still shows. Thinking of this, Grandma Xia no longer paid much attention to Yao Jingji. Even though the biological daughter was found, it didn't matter much now. She was a true countrywoman, lacking education and skills, unable to do much. She really didn't fit in well. She didn't know what the old Yao couple was thinking, inviting so many important people to a family reunion for a daughter who had no real value. But she would still attend the family gathering, since so many people would be going. Grandma Yao will be leaving now. There's something at home, said Grandma Xia. All right, Grandma Yao nodded with a gentle smile. But after Grandma Xia left, her expression turned stern. Yao Jingji, confused, asked, Mom, what's wrong? Mrs. Yao said angrily, This summer madam is really mean. Just now, her younger son and daughter-in-law were right behind her, but she didn't introduce them to you. Hearing this, Yao Jingji took a while to understand. The fact that she wasn't introduced to the son and daughter-in-law meant that the old lady didn't approve of the fact that she, Yao Jingji, was a half-reclaimed daughter of the Yao family. Thinking of this, Yao Jingji smiled bitterly. The younger son and daughter-in-law of Summer Madam looked very well-dressed and sophisticated. Their appearance alone showed they came from a good family, and their manners must be good too. They were totally different from her. Compared to them, she felt like a complete country girl. "Mom, let's go home first today." Mrs. Yao, being old and not very energetic, smiled and said, "All right." When they returned home, they just happened to meet Qin Mulan and Xiejili at the gate. "Mom, you and Grandma went out, just the two of you?" Yao Jingji nodded and said, "Yes, Mom, and I just took a walk outside." Qin Mulan smiled and said to Mrs. Yao, "Grandma, why didn't you tell us? If we had known, we would have gone out with you." Hearing this, Mrs. Yao smiled and said, "I didn't expect you two to leave so early. If I had known, I'd definitely call you along. By the way, where did you go so early? Were you shopping outside?" Qin Mulan shook her head and said, "No, I went to visit my foster father's house. We're already in Jing City, so of course we want to see him." "Foster father?" Hearing that, Mrs. Yao looked surprised. As far as she knew, Qin Mulan was from the same village as her daughter, so she ended up with Ali. She truly didn't expect Qin Mulan to have a foster father in Jing City. So Mulan also has a foster father in Jing City. Why not invite him to come over tomorrow? Qin Mulan thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, I'll ask Ali to go and deliver the invitation later."
Good.
Although it was surprising that Qin Mulan had a foster father living in Jing City, she figured they were probably from a family similar to the Qin family, so Mrs. Yao didn't pay much mind. Xiejili took the invitation and then went to the Jiang family. After chatting with Jiang Xiang for a while, he left directly. When he returned home, he found that besides Xiejina and Gao Yuan, everyone else was there. Yao Jingji saw her younger son come back and quickly asked, "Mulan's godfather, will he come tomorrow?" "He will come." Hearing this, Yao Jingji relaxed and then changed the subject. "Ali, when do you plan to return to the troops?" Xiejili didn't think much and replied directly, "We plan to leave the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is the Yao family's family recognition banquet. After attending, they should leave. He hasn't taken many days off, and there are some training missions in the army, so he really needs to go back." "Leaving the day after tomorrow? Then I and your dad will go back with you. Mulan is pregnant and needs someone to take care of her." Hearing this, everyone was surprised. "Mom, Dad, are you really planning to go back with us?" Yao Jingji firmly said, "When we came to find you, it was to take care of you. Now that you're going back, we'll go with you, but your grandparents probably don't want you to leave." Yao Jingji responded immediately, "But I am already married. No daughter gets married and still stays at her parents' house." She knew her husband was uncomfortable living here. After the initial excitement of the family reunion, she slowly felt out of place. Moreover, today she met Grandma Xia, which made her realize clearly that she, who grew up in the countryside and was adopted into the Yao family midway, was not truly accepted by these people. What's more, her young daughter-in-law's belly was quite big now, and she planned to stay and take care of Mulan until she gave birth safely. Hearing his wife's words, Xia Wenbing looked at her with surprise and said, "Jingji, are we really going back together?" Seeing her husband so excited, Yao Jingji smiled and said, "Of course, I just said that." "Ah, that's wonderful. The day after tomorrow, we will leave with Ali and them." Honestly, living here was so difficult for him. Since his wife decided to go back, they would definitely go too. Now that his wife had found her family, the maternal family was like relatives. Visiting during festivals or holidays was enough. They didn't need to stay here all the time. Once he understood this, Xia Wenbing felt completely relieved. Li Shuiyan saw her mother-in-law's firm decision to go back to take care of Mulan and was stunned. Her mother-in-law had already found such a wonderful family, and yet she could leave without hesitation. If it were her, she couldn't do that. After all, the Yao family in Beijing was just too good. The life here was beyond what she had ever dreamed of. Only the mother-in-law is going back. What about them? Thinking of this, Li Shuiyan couldn't help but look at her husband. Xiejue didn't expect his parents to leave quietly, but his mother was right. Daughters who have married can't stay in their natal home forever. After all, they're surnamed Xie, unlike Yao Yining, who has the surname Yao. Thinking of this, Xiejue said, Since Mom and Dad are leaving, the day after tomorrow, Snow Yen, Xiao Yu, and I will go back to our hometown. Snow Yen has taken so many days off work. If she takes any more, her boss will scold her. Hearing this, Li Shuyen immediately woke up. Yes, she still works at the food factory. She finally turned from a temporary worker to a regular employee and is living a good life. So, they should go back quickly and continue their own simple life. Therefore, Li Shuyen and her husband Xie Zhiwei decided to go back. When Xie Zhina and Gao Yuan returned and heard this news, their faces were full of disbelief. Mom, are you out of your mind? Grandpa and Grandma's house is so good. Why do you want to go back? Hearing his daughter's words, Yao Jingji looked calmly at Xie Zhina and said, You know this is your grandpa and grandma's house. I've already married out. Can I stay at my parents' house forever? Xie Zhina didn't expect her mother to say this. She could only look at her father and the others. Seeing their expressions, she already understood what they thought. She found it unbelievable. Are you all planning to go back? Gao Yuan also thought it was incredible. Is the Xie family crazy? They're living a wealthy life here, in the bustling capital city, and yet they want to go back to that small county. What's good there? It's like heaven and earth compared to the capital. Anyone with a little sense wouldn't choose to go back. Although a daughter who's married shouldn't stay at her parents' home forever, Yao Jingji's situation is clearly different. From the look of old Master Yao and old Madam Yao, they probably want their daughter to stay here forever. Seeing this, Yao Jingji understood everything. They just want to stay here forever, but since they're all leaving, they naturally wouldn't let Jinna and Gao Yuan stay. We are leaving Beijing the day after tomorrow. You two will go back with us. Hearing this, Xie Zhina immediately refused without even thinking.
No.
I will not go back. Gao Yuan saw Xie Zhina had already spoken, so he did not say anything further. His thoughts were the same as Xie Zhina's. They had finally come to the capital and had a chance to become the grandson-in-law of a wealthy family. He was so excited that he wanted to go back. Yao Jingji ignored her daughter's words and coldly said, Even if you don't want to go back, you have to. Xie Wenbing was even more firm. Do you think you can stay just because you want to? As soon as your mother and the old master say so, you too won't be able to stay. It's better to peacefully leave with us. Hearing this, Xie Zhina and Gao Yuan felt a chill in their hearts. Yes, with old Master Yao and old Lady Yao's current favoritism and guilt towards Yao Jingji, as long as she wanted something, they would agree. This made Xie Zhina and Gao Yuan very angry and regretful. They once had a chance to live a good life, but now it was being taken away. Dad, Mom, how can you do this? Xie Wenbing and Yao Jingji firmly said, Don't even think about staying. We will leave early the day after tomorrow. After saying this, they immediately sent them back to their rooms to rest. Qin Mulan carefully looked over Xie Zhina and Gao Yuan. She noticed they were both wearing new clothes, which looked expensive. After they left, Qin Mulan looked at Yao Jingji and asked, Mom, did Xie Zhina and Gao Yuan go shopping today? Hearing this, Yao Jingji still felt a little angry. Yes, they went out with Yao Zidong to buy things. I saw their clothes just now and I think they're new and quite expensive. Hearing this, Qin Mulan raised her eyebrows. When she returned to her room, she told Xie Zhili what she suspected. Ali, I think the clothes on Xie Zhina and Gao Yuan were bought by Yao Zidong. Those clothes are probably from the overseas Chinese store, so they wouldn't be cheap. Xie Zhili was more perceptive. He replied confidently, Yes, those are from the overseas Chinese store. So, Xie Zhina and Gao Yuan are gradually being bought over by Yao Zidong. Since they want to stay in the capital so badly, Yao Zidong will probably use this to her advantage. Qin Mulan nodded in agreement and said, Yes, but I don't know what kind of trouble Yao Zidong might cause. Seeing Qin Mulan frown and think deeply, Xie Zhili couldn't help but say, Mulan, you don't need to worry about these things. I'll pay more attention. You're pregnant now with twins, and it's already hard enough. Just focus on resting. Seeing Xie Zhili's worried face, Qin Mulan couldn't help but smile and said, All right, I don't want to think about it anymore. You should pay more attention to yourself. Yes, I understand. I plan to go out tomorrow to visit my old comrades. Qin Malong nodded and replied, "Good, go early and return early. Tomorrow is the family reunion feast and they definitely can't miss it." Okay. After chatting for a while, the couple went straight to rest. Meanwhile, Xie Na and Gao Yuan were increasingly frustrated. They clearly had the chance to stay in Jinggan City, but were told they must go back. How could that happen? Finally, Gao Yuan said, "Nana, I think we should ask Auntie. Maybe she has a way to help us stay." Hearing this, Xie Na nodded and said, "Yes, I'll go see Auntie early tomorrow." The next morning, after breakfast, Xie set out, and Xie Na went to find Yao Jingtong. When Yao Jingtong saw Xie Na coming, she smiled and asked, "Nana, why are you here? Is something wrong?" "Annie, I do have a problem that's been bothering me. I don't know who to talk to, so I came to you." Yao Jingtong listened patiently and said kindly, "Tell me what's wrong, Nana. Anything I can help with, I will. We're leaving Jinggan City tomorrow. I really can't bear to leave my grandparents and you, but my mom insists on going. No matter how much I try to persuade her, it's no use. Can you and Grandpa help persuade her? After all, she just came back not long ago. She should spend more time with Grandpa and Grandma." "What? Your mom and them want to go back?" Yao Jingtong's face showed surprise. She was genuinely shocked. She hadn't expected Yao Jingji to want to return. She already knew she was Yao's eldest daughter. Staying peacefully in Jinggan City seemed better, but now she wanted to go back. It was completely different from what she had thought. Seeing Yao Jingtong's surprised expression, Xie Na asked again, "Auntie, can you help talk to my mom first?" Hearing this, Yao Jingtong regained her composure and quickly guessed Xie Na's intentions. It was because the Xie family also wanted to bring her and Gao Yuan back, so she became anxious. She looked directly at Xie Na and said, "Nana, even if your parents want to go back, you and Gao Yuan can stay here." Hearing this, Xie Na's eyes brightened immediately. She hurriedly asked, "Annie, is that really possible?" "Of course." Seeing Yao Jingtong say that, Xie Na felt a wave of happiness. On the other side, Xie went to see an old comrade. He had previously asked someone to look into the Yao family's affairs. Now the other person contacted him and said there was some progress. So, he came to meet him and also told him not to investigate the Yao family anymore, since his mother had already acknowledged her ancestors and returned to her clan. When they met, Xie greeted him with a smile, saying, "Old Qin, long time no see." Qin Jijia also smiled and greeted him back. Then he quickly said, "By the way, Zhili, the matter you asked me to check has some clues now." Xie shared that his mother had recognized her family, and ended by saying, "It's confirmed that my mother is the girl who was lost from the Yao family back then. So, there's no need to keep checking."
"What?
"Your mother is the girl who went missing from the Yao family? Then this matter needs to be investigated more," Qin Jijia said. Hearing this, Xie frowned slightly and asked, "What's going on, old Qin? Is there something hidden in this?" "Yes, your mother's disappearance wasn't simple. It's likely she was deliberately taken away," Qin Jijia replied. When Xie heard this, his face turned cold. "Really, old Qin? What have you found out?" Qin Jijia took out some documents and said, "Since this happened a long time ago, I couldn't find all the details. But based on what I did find, it looks like your mother was deliberately taken away. Take a look at these materials." He handed over a large stack of papers. Xie took the documents and started reading straight away. When he saw that the nanny who took his mother out and her family were living good lives after her death, he clenched the paper tightly. Qin Jijia noticed and glanced at what he was reading. He then said that nanny's family became wealthy suddenly after her death. They left Beijing around that time. It took quite a lot of effort to track their whereabouts. Now they live in the south and they're doing quite well. Where in the south are they? In Pengcheng. Hearing this, Xie continued reading, but most of the content was already known to him. He nodded and said, "Thanks, old Qin. But I still need you to keep looking into this. I want to know where that family's money originally came from." Hearing this, Qin Jijia quickly said, "Don't worry, Zhili, I will keep investigating. I never expected that your mother is actually the daughter who was lost from the Yao family all those years ago. No wonder you asked me to look into the Yao family before. Will you stay in Beijing in the future?" Xiezhili shook his head and said, "No, I won't stay in Beijing. Tomorrow I will take my wife and my parents back to the military camp." "What? Wife?" Qin Jijia looked at Xiezhili with disbelief, then furrowed his brow in frustration. "Zhili, you got married without telling me? You didn't even think of inviting me to your wedding banquet? One day, if I meet your wife, I probably wouldn't even recognize her. Next time, maybe. We are leaving tomorrow, so there's not much time to meet." Hearing this, Qin Jijia felt a bit disappointed, but he was still very curious about what Xiezhili's wife looked like. What kind of woman could catch Xiezhili's eye? "Don't forget, I definitely want to meet your wife." "Don't worry, there will be a chance to meet." After talking with Qin Jijia for a while longer, Xiezhili left directly. He had a family reunion banquet at noon, so he needed to go back early. When Xiezhili returned home, he immediately told Qin Mulan everything Qin Jijia had discovered. Qin Mulan listened and couldn't help but say, "It seems there is definitely a problem with your mom being lost all those years ago." Xiezhili nodded and said, "Yes, it's definitely suspicious. Right now, Lao Qin is finding out who actually gave money to that family. Once the investigation is done, we should be able to find out who caused my mother to go missing. Actually, I suspect it was the people living in the North Courtyard. The people living in the North Courtyard were Jing Tong's family because after Jingji was lost, the one who ultimately benefited was Jing Tong. So they are very suspicious." Xiezhili also thought the same. Although Jingji was still a child at that time, her mother, Inuro, was still around. Yes, they are very suspicious. Seeing that the two of them were on the same page, Qin Mulan thought Jing Tong's side should also be investigated carefully. "Ollie, have someone look into Inuro as well. If it really was someone from the North Courtyard, then it could only have been her all those years ago. From the moment Qin Mulan first saw Inuro, she didn't like her. Although Inuro appeared very kind and smiling, Qin Mulan always felt uneasy. She thought Inuro's expression was too deep and hard to understand. When Xiezhili heard this, he nodded and said, "Got it." After talking for a while, it was getting late. So they put on the new clothes prepared by Grandma Yao and went straight to the front yard. Yao Jingji saw them coming and quickly waved to them, saying, "Ollie and Mulan, find a seat to sit down later. Don't worry about things here. Just wait for the meal to be served." The young daughter-in-law was pregnant with twins, with a big belly, and she worried that Mulan might bump or jostle her. Xiezhili nodded directly and said, "Okay, I'll take Mulan to sit now." Qin Mulan looked at the many people coming and asked nervously, "Do we really not need to help entertain the guests?" "No need. Look, so many people are helping." Qin Mulan looked around and saw there were indeed many people, including Xiezhiwei and Li Xueyan, who were helping. Even Xiezhi Na and her husband focused on showing off. As the main guest today, Yao Jingji and Xia Wenbing followed Grandpa and Grandma Yao around, with the old couple introducing people to them. They greeted everyone with big smiles. Yao Jingtong and Jin Yuanshan, the couple, also stayed with the two elders to help greet guests. They seemed more experienced, since they knew most of the visitors. But Yao Jingji and Xia Wenbing had to get introduced by the elders before greeting others, so they felt a bit out of place. However, they didn't mind much because they were leaving tomorrow and didn't need to worry about these details. While busy greeting guests, Yao Jingji saw that the lady she had seen before, Grandma Xia, also arrived. Grandma Xia saw Grandma Yao and smiled when greeting her. When she saw Yao Jingji, her smile didn't change, but her eyes lost some of their warmth. Yao Jingji had only seen Grandma Xia once, but she somehow knew that the old lady didn't like her. Coincidentally, she also didn't like Grandma Xia. After a brief, polite greeting, Yao Jingji told Xia Wenbing to take their people inside. Grandma Xia looked at Xia Wenbing with a critical eye, but said nothing more. Xia Wenbing felt her attitude, but since they were leaving tomorrow, he kept his face neutral and took everyone to their seats, saying, "Guests, please wait a moment. The meal will be ready soon," and then turned to walk away. Watching his back, Grandma Xia felt even angrier. This rural old man actually ignored us. We haven't even said a word to him. "All right, Mom, let's sit down quickly. If we don't sit now, we'll attract too much attention." This time, the middle-aged couple who came with Grandma Xia were the same as that day. Seeing so many people around, They hurriedly pulled Grandma Xia to sit down. Guests arrived one after another, but not everyone was here yet. After waiting a bit, Grandma Yao saw no more people coming and said, "Let's go in too." Just as Xiao Wenbing was about to turn around, he saw more people coming, including someone he knew, Jiang Xing, Chen Mulan's adoptive father. "Father-in-law, you're here." Xiao Wenbing and Yao Jingji were both very happy to see Jiang Xing and quickly went to greet him. Jiang Xing saw them and smiled, saying, "Dear, long time no see." Yao Old Master and Grandma Yao looked surprised when they heard this. They then turned to Yao Jingji and asked, "Jiji, is this your father-in-law?" But they didn't finish their sentence. However, they knew that Chen Mulan and Ali were from the same village, and both their parents were villagers. So how could this man be her father? The man in front of them looked distinguished and noble, definitely not from the countryside. Soon, they remembered the invitation Mulan had asked Ali to deliver earlier, and couldn't help but ask, could this be Mulan's adoptive father? Yao Jingji, hearing this, smiled and introduced, "Yes, this is Mulan's adoptive father, comrade Jiang Xing. They have a very good relationship." She then added to Jiang Xing, "Dear, these are my own parents, Yao Shihong and Yin Yuzhen." Hearing this, Jiang Xing smiled and greeted them. "Old Master Yao, Old Lady Yao, hello." "Hello." Yao Old Master and Grandma Yao quickly invited them inside warmly. They originally thought Mulan's adoptive father was just an ordinary person, but they hadn't expected him to be Jiang Xing, the new head of the Jiang family. At that moment, they remembered Jiang Shihong's identity. He was the head of the Jiang family. Yao Old Master also knew that Jiang Xing was quite capable. He had become the director of the research institute and was involved in several cutting-edge projects. He was truly talented. "Old Master Yao, long time no see. I hope I haven't arrived late." As they walked inside talking, more people arrived. Old Master Yao heard this and smiled, saying, "Not late at all. You arrived just in time." Turning around, Xiao Wenbing noticed another familiar face. "Comrade Shun, you're here too." The visitor was Shen Zhenyu. When he saw Xiao Wenbing, he was equally surprised. Then, when he saw Yao Jingji standing beside Old Master Yao and Grandmother Yao, an absurd idea suddenly came to mind. Could it be that the eldest lady brought back by the Yao family is actually Comrade Yao? Yao Jingji also saw Shen Zhenyu. Hearing this, she smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, that's me." "Oh, what wonderful news." Shen Zhenyu thought this was a surprising but good thing. Since Yao Jingji is the Yao family's daughter, maybe the Xie family will move to the capital. Then his daughter and Mulan could meet more often. Thinking of his daughter, Shen Zhenyu couldn't help asking, "Are Mulan and Ali there?" "If I had known you were in the capital, I would have brought Ru Huan to visit you." Hearing this, Yao Jingji smiled and said, "Ali and Mulan are both here. We just arrived in the capital recently and haven't had a chance to visit you yet." Shen Zhenyu happily replied, "It's not too late now." At this moment, he noticed Jiang Xing was also there and said, "Mr. Jiang, you're here too. Long time no see." Jiang Xing nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, Shen Xianqing. Long time no see." Old Master Yao, seeing that his daughter and the others knew Shen Zhenyu, looked even more surprised. Weren't they all living in a remote countryside in Shandong province? How did they know Jiang Xing and Shen Zhenyu? How did they meet? "Jingji, you and Zhenyu know each other." Before Yao Jingji could answer, Shen Zhenyu explained with a smile, "Old Master, my daughter, and Mulan are good friends. Hui Huan even visited the Xie family once, so we all know each other. Wenbing and Jingji are both very kind, and Ali is especially good too." Hearing this, Old Master Yao and Grandmother Yao couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Turns out, their daughter's connection to Jiang Xing and Shen Zhenyu was through daughter-in-law Qin Mulan. This made them realize that their granddaughter-in-law was quite remarkable. She was a girl who grew up in the countryside, yet she was so capable. She accepted Jiang Xing as her foster father and became a close friend of the Shen family girl. The Shen girl even visited the Xie family, showing how good their relationship was. Thinking of this, their understanding of Qin Mulan deepened. They continued talking and walking inside. Later, Xia Wening took Jiang Xing and Shen Zhenyu to see Qin Mulan. Everyone saw Jiang Xing and Shen Zhenyu, who were whispering together. Strange, When did the Yao family and Jiang family become friendly? I haven't heard anything about it before. Yes, the man who just arrived, Jiang Xiang, is now the head of the Jiang family. I've heard he's very talented and well regarded by the higher-ups. Many families want to get close to him. I didn't expect Yao family to have already made contact. Exactly, but as he spoke, he looked puzzled and said, "Is it just my imagination? I feel like Jiang Xiang and that royal husband of Miss Yao are very familiar. They seem close." Others looked over and couldn't help but say, "You're not wrong. They do know each other well." No, that's strange. Miss Yao's royal husband, Shen Zhenyu, also seems familiar. Judging by how they talk, they must all know each other. Hearing this, everyone was puzzled. Strange. It's said that after Miss Yao was lost, she was taken in by an old couple in the mountains. Then she married someone from the same village, this Xia. What was his name? How does he know Jiang Xiang and Shen Zhenyu? Yes, really strange. Unaware of everyone questioning his relationship with Jiang Xiang and Shen Zhenyu, Xia Wenbing now brought the two men to Qin Mulan and said, "Mulan, your adoptive father and Uncle Shen are here." Seeing Jiang Xiang and Shen Zhenyu, Qin Mulan quickly greeted them with a smile. "Adoptive father, Uncle Shen, you're here. Come, sit quickly." There was an empty seat at her table, so she directly invited them to sit down. Jiang Xiang and Shen Zhenyu didn't decline and sat down at the empty seats. Xia Zhili then asked someone to pour them tea, then sat back beside Qin Mulan, peeling walnuts for her. Initially, Shen Zhenyu wanted to invite Qin Mulan and Xia Zhili to their home as guests, but before he could speak, the person across from him, Xia Zina, spoke first. "Second sister-in-law. Who are these two?" Seeing the two in front of her, Xia Zina immediately understood they were important people. Looking at the situation earlier, she found it surprising that they even knew Qin Mulan. Qin Mulan didn't bother to look at Xia Zina and just started talking with Shen Zhenyu. "Uncle Shen, what has Huan been doing lately? I haven't seen her in a long time. If I have time this afternoon, I'll go visit her." Shen Zhenyu heard this and glared at Xia Zina across from him with a faint look. Just now, upon hearing Xia Zina calling Qin Mulan, he immediately realized that the person in front of him, Xia Zina, was Qin Mulan's younger sister-in-law. At that moment, he was about to introduce himself, but he didn't expect Qin Mulan to have such an attitude towards Xia Zina. He quickly understood that their relationship was not good, so he paid no more attention to Xia Zina and turned to talk to Qin Mulan instead. "Really? That's great. Huan really wants to see you all, but I can't let her run around. I'll let her come over by herself this afternoon."
Okay.
Seeing that they ignored her completely, Xia Zina's face flushed with anger. She instinctively glanced at Xia Zhili, only to find that her second brother didn't even look at her. Jiang Xiang and Shen Zhenyu, who noticed Xia Zhili's attitude, understood that the little sister-in-law was not liked by the couple, so they didn't pay any attention to her either. Seeing that they completely ignored her, Xia Zina then pulled Gao Yuan and said, "Let's go see Grandpa." Gao Yuan was pulled by Xia Zina and headed straight toward old Master Yao's place. However, he was also curious about Jiang Xiang and Shen Zhenyu. He turned to Xia Zina and asked, "Your second sister-in-law is from the same village as you. How does she know those two men who look quite important? I also heard her call them father, which means she has a significant distant relative in Beijing." Xia Zina was already annoyed. Hearing Gao Yuan's words, she replied impatiently, "How should I know? Didn't I just ask? But look at my second brother and Qin Mulan, they completely ignore me." Gao Yuan looked at her with a look of contempt. Earlier, Xia Zina had mentioned how much she was favored at home. But now, seeing the situation, it was clear she was not liked by her family. She was wasting such good connections. If she had a better relationship with her family, they would be much more comfortable together. Although he thought this, Gao Yuan kept a pleasant expression and kept trying to cheer her up. Soon, Xia Zina's face was filled with a smile again. Old Master Yao, seeing Xia Zina and Gao Yuan arrive, slightly frowned. Of his 3 children, he liked Xia Zhili the most, then Xia Zhiwei. He didn't have much liking for his granddaughter Xia Zina because her greed and ambition couldn't be hidden. "Why are you here? The meal will start soon, so go quickly to your seats." Hearing old Master Yao speak, Xia Zina's smile froze for a moment, but She quickly smiled sweetly again. Grandpa, we came to see if there's anything we can help with. There's nothing you need to help with here. Just sit down first. Oh, okay. Xiaozhenna felt a bit frustrated, but she didn't dare say anything to old Master Yao. Instead, she kept her feelings inside. As Xiaozhenna turned to go back to her seat, Yao Jingtong approached them, smiling warmly. Nana and Yuan, we're a bit busy right now. After the meal starts, I'll introduce you to some friends. Hearing this, both Xiaozhenna and Gao Yuan looked happier. Gao Yuan spoke first. Okay, thank you, little Andy. Yao Jingtong waved her hand and said, we are all family. There's no need to thank me. After exchanging a few more words with Yao Jingtong, Xiaozhenna and Gao Yuan happily returned to their seats. However, when they saw Qin Mulan, Jiang Xiang, and Xin Zhenyu talking with each other and saying things they didn't quite understand, their expressions turned unpleasant again. Another person looking upset was Renmonli. Today was the engagement party for Yao's most senior lady, Yao Jingji, organized by the Yao family. Because her mother was Yao's adopted daughter, the whole city knew about it, which made her feel humiliated. She thought everyone was laughing at her behind her back. Renmonli's eldest sister, Renmani, sneered and said, second sister, this is the family you chose for yourself. Look at this, you see. Your mother-in-law isn't even the biological daughter of old Master Yao, and your husband isn't really a grandson of the Yao family. Why bother? It would have been better if you had accepted the arranged marriage from our family back then. Now look at what a mess it has become. Completely wasted effort. Hearing this, Renmonli's eyes reddened as she looked at her eldest sister. Renmani, you really have no shame. The family arranged for you to marry Chong's son Xia Bingsheng from the Xia family. But for me, I was given someone even worse than our family.
Why?
We are all daughters of the Ren family. Why did they get you such a good match while I ended up with someone bad? Because of this, she completely looked down on the family's choice for her. She later fell for Yao Yining, and the marriage was smooth and natural. But she never expected that Yao Yining was not actually old Master Yao's biological grandson, something she had no idea about at the time. Hearing Renmonli's words, Renmani chuckled and said, you really have a short-sighted view. The little son of the Ge family is doing very well now, much better than Yao Yining. This was what made Renmonli more unwilling to accept. Earlier, her family had arranged for her to marry Ji's youngest son, who now is doing better than Yao Yining. Although she was indeed short-sighted, she still didn't want others to say such things, especially about her eldest sister. Big sister, I see Grandma Xia already sat down over there. Don't you want to go say hello? After all, she is your grandmother. Upon hearing this, Renmani looked over and saw it was indeed Grandma Xia with her second uncle and aunt from the Xia family. She didn't mock Renmonli further, but just smiled and went over. Grandma, second uncle, second aunt, you're here too? Grandma Xia saw Renmani approach, her face full of warmth, and said, Manny, you've come too. If I had known, we would have gone out together. Renmani stepped beside Grandma Xia and softly said, Grandma, if I had known you all were coming, I would have gone with you. Grandma Xia was very pleased with her favorite granddaughter-in-law. She was not only pretty and sensible but also very sweet-tongued, fitting perfectly with her eldest grandson. Next to Grandma Xia was Deng Shulan, wife of Xia Chongqing, the youngest son of the Xia family. She looked at Renmani and said, Manny, have you advised your sister? Tell her not to be too sad. Although her mother-in-law isn't Old Man Yao's biological daughter, it's been so many years. Old Man Yao and Grandma Xia have long seen her as their own daughter, so it's not a big deal. Hearing this, Renmani pursed her lips but wore a gentle smile and said, Second aunt, don't worry. My sister isn't sad. She's actually happy for Old Man Yao and them. Deng Shulan gazed deeply at Renmani, but didn't say more. This niece-in-law was truly not simple. She never seemed to change her expression and was quite difficult. But that wasn't something her second aunt should worry about. Her biggest concern was her older sister-in-law because having such a daughter-in-law was hard to control. After replying softly, Renmani looked somewhat curiously at second uncle Xia Chongqing, who had been staring blankly in one direction. She couldn't help but ask, Second uncle, what are you looking at? Hearing this, Grandma Xia and Deng Shulan also looked over. Xia Chongqing, upon hearing her question, still looked stunned and kept staring in that direction. The person he was looking at was Qin Mulan. At this moment, his heart was full of shock, and he thought the pregnant woman before him resembled the woman from his memories. Qin Mulan sensed someone watching her. She frowned and looked over. When she saw a middle-aged man looking at her with a different kind of gaze, her eyes turned icy and sharp. Xia Chongqing was still examining Qin Mulan closely, but when he saw the coldness in her eyes, he suddenly woke up. Looking at her now, she didn't seem like the same person. She used to be gentle and smiling, never showing such coldness or aura. It was clearly just his illusion. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just curious about that woman over there. She seems to be quite familiar with the new head of the Jiang family." Renmani smiled and said, "I know her. She's the daughter-in-law of the Yao family's eldest daughter." Hearing this, Xia Chongqing was surprised. "The daughter-in-law of the Yao family's eldest daughter?" Renmani nodded and said, "Yes. She and the Yao family's eldest daughter are from the same village. Later, she married Yao's youngest son, Xiezhili. Xiezhili and Yao Yining are in the same military unit and are at the same rank." Mentioning this, Renmani looked at Xiezhili with admiration. Yao Yining carries the Yao family's reputation but has only recently reached her current position. Xiezhili has no such connections. He's from the countryside and worked hard to get where he is today. His abilities must be very strong. Even Deng Shulan looked over curiously, but her curiosity was about the relationship between Qin Mulan and Jiang Xing. Since she's from the village, how does she know this new head of the Jiang family? Hearing this, Renmani shook her head and said, "I'm not sure about that either." However, she saw Renmanli approaching and decided to ask directly. When Renmanli saw her older sister inquiring about Qin Mulan, her expression darkened slightly. But there was no point hiding it, so she said directly, "Jiang Xiang is Qin Mulan's adoptive father." Renmani raised her eyebrows in surprise at this. Not only do Qin Mulan and Jiang Xiang know each other, but they are also related by adoption. She truly didn't expect a country girl to have such good fortune. However, Renmani looked at Qin Mulan from afar again. Without her saying so, no one would believe she was from the countryside. Her appearance and aura are even better than some young ladies from big families in Beijing. Having learned what she wanted, Renmani didn't stay to chat further. She returned to Madame Xia's side and shared this news with them. When the Summer family heard that Jiang Xiang was Qin Mulan's adoptive father, they were also surprised. However, Jiang Xiang had only recently returned to the capital, so they didn't know much about him, let alone his story. At this time, the guests had all arrived. Old Master Yao gave a speech of thanks from the stage. Finally, he called Yao Jingji to his side and introduced her to the guests, saying, "This is Yao Jingji, my biological daughter. She was lost for so many years, and we finally found her." By the end of the speech, Old Master Yao's eyes were slightly red. Old Lady Yao looked at her daughter in front of her, and her eyes also turned red. These were tears of excitement. They had finally found their daughter before they passed away. Yao Jingji also felt a bit moved. Yao Jingtong, watching the happy family of three, clenched her teeth tightly, trying to hide her anger. Yin Yuro sat next to her daughter. Seeing her, she smiled but spoke in a cold, gentle voice, saying, "Smile nicely for me." Hearing this, Yao Jingtong straightened her expression and immediately put on a touching smile. Yin Yuro then looked away, still smiling as she watched the family of three in front. After Old Master Yao introduced Yao Jingji, he also called up Xiezhiwei, Xiezhili, and Xiezhina, introducing each family to everyone. Xiezhiwei and Li Shuiyan seemed a bit shy, as they were being watched by so many people. Xiaoyu, being young, didn't think as much. Though nervous, he was curious and looked at everyone openly. Next, they introduced Xiezhili and Qin Mulan. When the three siblings went up earlier, everyone noticed Xiezhili was the most attractive. Now, seeing the young couple, many couldn't help but admire how some people seemed to be born special, as even Qin Mulan's large pregnant belly couldn't hide her fair skin and beauty. Finally, it was Xiezhina and Gao Yuan's turn. But after seeing Xiezhili and Qin Mulan's lovely pair, looking at Xiezhina and Gao Yuan, Many found it hard to look at. Despite sharing the same mother, their looks were so different. Even dressed in fashionable clothes, Xiaozhenna's less attractive features couldn't be hidden. Some people, sitting further away and not hearing everything clearly, whispered quietly among themselves. How can Xiaozhenna look so different from her two brothers? Are they really siblings? She's not ugly, but she's not pretty either. Should be quiet. If they hear you, it won't be good. Don't worry, I'll speak quietly. No one will hear. Although the two spoke softly, some people nearby overheard them. However, no one said anything, so everyone shared the same thoughts silently. Xiaozhenna didn't hear these words. At this moment, she was excited and standing up, wanting everyone to see her. After old Yao made the introductions, he looked directly at Xiaozhenna and said, "Ollie, later you and your mother should come with me to toast." Before Xiaozhenna could reply, Xiaozhenna couldn't wait and spoke first. "Grandpa, I want to go too." Old Yao looked at her coldly and refused. "No need. You and your older brother should go back first."
But
Before Xiaozhenna finished, old Yao's sharp gaze fell on her, making her shut her mouth. She felt very frustrated inside. Why was she not allowed to go with them? Was it because her brother was more successful? But she was also her grandpa's granddaughter. Why was she treated so differently? Li Xuan was originally a little nervous, but seeing Xiaozhenna's expression, her mood suddenly calmed down. She shot her a look and said, "Arjue didn't come either. Why are you so eager to join in?" Then she pulled her and said, "Stop waiting around. Do you want to embarrass yourself in front of everyone?" Xiaozhenna was not moved at first, but hearing that last remark, she finally followed to her seat. Qin Mulan also went back to sit down. But before she could settle, Jiang Xing stood up and said to her, "Mulan, I'll take you to meet some friends." Hearing this, Qin Mulan nodded and replied, "Okay, adopted father." Today's family reunion was attended by several people who had a good relationship with Jiang Xing. Everyone knew he had a dear goddaughter, and they were surprised to learn it was Qin Mulan. So they all greeted her, "Hello, niece." While Jiang Xing was introducing Qin Mulan around, many people around started paying attention. They knew that the young wife of the young lady of the Yao family had recently returned, and she was Jiang Shiheng's goddaughter. People became curious about Qin Mulan because they had heard about Yao Jingji before. They also inquired about her children. But they hadn't heard anything special about her two daughters-in-law and son-in-law. However, they had good information channels. They realized they had missed this important news, which was quite surprising. Qin Mulan naturally noticed many people looking at her. However, she wore a perfect smile, spoke calmly with everyone, was gracious in her manners, and showed no hint of pretentiousness. Seeing this, everyone's impression of Qin Mulan deepened. She didn't seem like someone from the countryside. Perhaps she came from a wealthy family. Jiang Xing always knew how excellent his adopted daughter was. Now, seeing her handle so many people effortlessly, he couldn't help but smile with pride. At this moment, someone suddenly walked quickly over. Jiang Xing instinctively stepped in front of Qin Mulan, as she was pregnant now and needed extra care. But once he saw who the person was, his eyes showed surprise. "Director Tao, nice to meet you." Director Tao Boluan had been staring straight at Qin Mulan. Now, upon hearing Jiang Xing, he finally turned to look at him and said, "So, it's Mr. Jiang. Nice to meet you." Hearing this, Jiang Xing raised an eyebrow. He had been standing here the whole time. Didn't Tao Boluan see him just now? Actually, Tao Boluan hadn't really noticed him because his attention was entirely on Qin Mulan. He looked excited and asked, "May I ask, are you Comrade Qin Mulan?" Qin Mulan didn't recognize Tao Boluan at first. When her adoptive father called him director, she wondered which institute he was the director of. She replied, "Hello, I'm Qin Mulan."
Do
You know Liao Wenyang?" At first, Qin Mulan didn't quite react. After thinking carefully, she said uncertainly, "Dr. Liao from the military hospital?" Yes, that's him." Seeing Qin Mulan really knew Liao Wenyang, Tao Boluan knew he hadn't mistaken anyone. "It's really you. You're the doctor who developed this special anti-inflammatory medicine." Hearing this, Qin Mulan finally understood. It was because of the special medicine that she nodded and said, "Yes, that's me." Tao Boluan was very excited to see her admit it. "Dr. Qin, I finally meet you. Do you know how many people your medicine has helped? Since the special anti-inflammatory drug and the side effect-free fever reducer, many have benefited." "Dr. Qin, can I talk with you?" "Of course," Qin Mulan replied. It was clear that Tao Boluan was very interested in the medicine and confirmed he was likely the hospital's director. Seeing her agree, Tao Boluan was so excited he almost pulled her aside to talk. Jiang Xiang then stepped forward and said, "Director Tao, the meal has just started. Let's finish eating first and then have a good talk. Look at Mulan, she's pregnant. We shouldn't let her go hungry." Hearing this, Tao Boluan calmed down a bit and quickly nodded, saying, "Yes, yes. Let's eat first. We can't have Dr. Qin go hungry." Finally, he couldn't help asking, "Can I sit at your table?" He didn't originally plan to come today, but his close friend had persuaded him. Now, he felt grateful he came, or he might have missed the chance to see Mulan. Hearing that, Jiang Xiang immediately frowned. He wondered how he didn't know before that Director Tao was so friendly and approachable. He had heard that Director Tao from Beijing Hospital was very cold and distant. Nothing like this warm attitude. Qin Mulan also didn't expect Tao Boluan to be so familiar. Seeing an available seat at their table, she nodded and said, "Of course." Seeing her agree, Tao Boluan quickly followed. After the three sat down, Shen Zhenyu also greeted Tao Boluan. Since they were all from Beijing, they knew each other. Tao Boluan recognized Shen Zhenyu, nodded coldly, but then discovered that Shen Zhenyu knew Qin Mulan. His attitude toward Shen Zhenyu became a bit warmer. Shen Zhenyu was a little surprised. He wasn't unfamiliar with Tao Boluan. He had interacted with him before, but Tao Boluan had never been so friendly before. He quickly realized that everything was because of Qin Mulan. Now Shen Zhenyu felt lucky that his daughter had made such a good friend. Tao Boluan didn't realize what Shen Zhenyu was thinking. He wanted to discuss some medical questions with Qin Mulan, but he also didn't want her pregnant wife to go hungry, so he hurried her to eat. Xiezhili was originally toasting when he noticed the lively scene around Mulan, so he quickly came over. Seeing that Mulan was fine and that someone wanted to get to know her, he finally relaxed. Also, Yao Laoyizi came with Xiezhili. He was surprised to see Tao Boluan. Many people wanted to befriend Tao Boluan because he was a skilled doctor. But now Tao Boluan wanted to befriend Qin Mulan, the young wife's daughter-in-law, and that made him wonder what special skills she had. Tao Boluan saw that everyone was gathered here, and Qin Mulan wasn't even eating, so he quickly turned to Old Master Yao and said, "Old Master, if you have things to do, go ahead. We are about to eat." Hearing this, Old Master Yao nodded and continued to toast with Xiezhili. He had realized that his daughter and son-in-law were not capable, and neither were his grandson and granddaughter. Only Xiezhili and Qin Mulan's couple had real skills, so he was happy to get to know Xiezhili better. Many people nearby, hearing about this, started talking quietly among themselves. Some had already suspected that Qin Mulan was not the simple girl from the countryside as they had heard. Now they were even more sure that Qin Mulan was impressive. Xiezhina watched this all, wishing she was the center of attention. But the truth was, Qin Mulan was favored by everyone, which made her very jealous. After eating a few bites, Qin Mulan finally felt her stomach was less empty. She put down her chopsticks after a few more bites. Tao Boluan saw this and quickly put down his own chopsticks, then looked at Qin Mulan and asked, "Dr. Qin, those 2 special medicines you developed, do you have other medicines you're working on?" Qin Mulan didn't deny it and nodded. "Yes, I am still working on other medicines." Hearing this, Tao Boluan's eyes lit up and asked, "When do you think they will be ready? Can our hospital get priority to buy them?" Qin Mulan shook her head and said, "They must go to Dr. Liao first." "I understand. I just hope that when you have new medicines, you won't forget about our hospital." Qin Mulan nodded and said, "That's okay." After that, Tao Boluan eagerly asked what kinds of medicines Qin Mulan was developing. She gave him a rough explanation, but he was still very excited. Yao Jingtong quietly watched this, unable to help but glance at Inuro and say, "This Qin Mulan is quite impressive." Inuro looked deeply at Qin Mulan, nodded thoughtfully and said, "Yes, your good sister and her family are honest people, but they really ended up with an impressive spouse. It's like the whole family's cleverness is in them." Other members of the Xie family are focused on their appearances, but only Xiejili and Qin Mulan are truly difficult to read. Now, it seems Qin Mulan is even more outstanding, and even director Tao has become unusually enthusiastic. Fortunately, their family is leaving tomorrow. Huh. Do you really believe they will leave? Hearing her mother's words, Yao Jingtong slightly frowned and said, "They probably will leave. Otherwise, Xie Zhenna wouldn't be so nervous." Yin Yuro naturally knew that the Xie family planned to go back, but look at Yao Shihong and Yin Yuzhen. Do they seem like they know their real daughter is about to leave? Hearing this, Yao Jingtong quickly looked at Old Master Yao and Grandma Yao. They both wore smiles, with no signs of sadness. I'm afraid Yao Jingji hasn't told Yin Yuzhen and the others about leaving yet. Do you think she would let them go easily after she does? After all, they finally found their biological daughter. Yao Jingtong became nervous. So, was I too relieved too early? Yin Yuro didn't speak. She didn't plan to discuss this further with her daughter. Instead, she asked about her grandson. "By the way, Yining, where is he? I haven't seen him." Talking about her son, Yao Jingtong couldn't hide her anger. "Today, Grandpa took Xiejili to toast, and we didn't expect Yining at all." Her tone cooled significantly by the end.
Ha.
They've really had a grandson and forgot about their biological grandson. Yin Yuro's expression was meaningful. Finally, she looked directly at Yao Jingtong and said, "All right, you don't need to sit here anymore. Take Jin Yuanshan and Yi Ning and Monli with you. Your family of four go to toast. You know those people already, and Yao Shihong doesn't need to come along." Hearing her mother's words, Yao Jingtong realized what to do and went to find her husband and son. Yao Yining didn't really want to go to the toast. "Mom, I don't want to go." Yao Jingtong glared at her son and said, "Why don't you want to go? Don't you see Xiejili toasting? Are you trying to make others think that the Yao family only has Xiejili as their grandson and not you?" Hearing this, Yao Yining's face turned sour. Jin Yuanshan spoke up. "All right, Jingtong, what are you scolding your son for? He's just upset for a moment." Not even her son thought it was quite right. He just went to toast others. It was a good chance to get closer, so he looked at Yao Yining and said, "All right, son, we don't need Grandpa to lead us. We can toast by ourselves." Seeing the parents' attitude, Yao Yining finally nodded. Next to her, Rin Monli didn't like Yao Yining's behavior and looked displeased. But since many people were around, she couldn't say much, so she just followed to toast together. Meanwhile, Jian Ting's family had already begun to toast. This scene caught Xie Zhenna's attention. She felt a little restless and stood up with her wine glass. Gao Yuan saw this and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to toast with my aunt and others." Everyone present today was either wealthy or important. Since Grandpa Yao wasn't bringing her along, she decided to go find Jian Ting's family. Her aunt was so nice, she would surely take her along. Gao Yuan heard this and was tempted. He also picked up his glass and stood up to join Xie Zhenna, going to find Jian Ting's family. Jiang Xiang watched them go and frowned slightly. He looked at Qin Mulan and said, "Mulan, your sister-in-law really shows everything on her face. She seems foolish but is also full of ambition, truly. Very naive." Finally, Jiang Xiang remembered Qin Mulan's attitude towards Xie Zhenna and asked with concern, "Mulan, since you married into the Xie family, has your sister-in-law made things difficult for you?" Qin Mulan didn't hide anything from Jiang Xiang and told him everything Xie Zhenna had done. After hearing this, Jiang Shiheng's face darkened. "Mulan, this Xie Zhenna is too much. Should we just let her go unhappily?" Qin Mulan smiled and said, "Actually, she's not that lively anymore." She knew Xie Zhenna's health very well. Didn't her face look worse and worse lately? It was clear she was in poor health, worsened by her recent miscarriage, which made her situation worse. Qin Mulan's way of dealing with Xie Zhenna was like boiling a frog slowly. She didn't feel it happening, but it was a real consequence for her. Jiang Xiang didn't know about this and was very angry, already thinking about how to revenge his daughter. Qin Mulan, however, didn't know what Jiang Xiang was plotting. When she saw Xie Zhenna and Jian Ting talking and laughing, she didn't watch much longer and quickly looked away. At this moment, Xie Zhiliu arrived. Mulan, have you eaten? Qin Mulan heard the voice and turned around happily, saying, I've already eaten.
How about you?
Are you hungry? Seeing Qin Mulan look so energetic, Xie Zhiliu felt relieved. I'm not hungry yet, but as soon as he finished speaking, his stomach growled. In that moment, Xie Zhiliu's face turned red. Qin Mulan suddenly felt a little like laughing, but seeing Xie Zhiliu seem embarrassed, she quickly suppressed her amusement and said, Ali, hurry and eat. Xie Zhiliu really did feel a bit hungry, so he quickly started eating. Qin Mulan looked around and saw that Xie Zhenna was indeed following Yao Jingtong and the others, pouring drinks for them. Many guests saw this and teased, Is this Miss Yao's daughter? Why isn't she following her mother but instead sticking with Miss Yao? Since Yao Jingji had come back, Yao Jingtong became the second young lady. Hearing this title, Yao Jingtong's eyes flickered slightly, but she said nothing. Next to her, Xie Zhenna heard this and smiled, saying, My little aunt is so kind, I naturally want to spend more time with her. After all, my mother grew up in the countryside and can't compare to my little aunt, because her mother refused to take care of them and insisted on returning home. Xie Zhenna had long harbored resentment toward them. Others who heard this looked at Yao Jingtong, and then at Yao Jingji, who wasn't far away. Though Yao Jingji had been missing for years and had always lived in the countryside, she couldn't compare to Yao Jingtong. But since Yao Jingji was also Xie Zhenna's biological mother, it was unkind for Xie Zhenna to openly belittle her. Xie Zhenna was unaware that she had already lost the good impression of everyone present. She still smiled and kept pouring drinks. Qin Mulan, sharp-eyed and observant, heard everything Xie Zhenna was saying. Xie Zhiliu also overheard and turned to look at her, his eyes cold and emotionless. Seeing Xie Zhiliu stop eating, Qin Mulan quickly said, Ali, aren't you hungry? Hurry and eat. Xie Zhiliu nodded and continued eating, but suddenly doubted the way his parents educated him. If they hadn't tolerated Xie Zhenna so much, maybe she wouldn't be so selfish, and things might be a little better. Thinking about this, Xie Zhiliu felt a bit nervous as he looked at Qin Mulan's belly. The two children would be born soon. He wasn't sure if he could be a good father or teach the kids well, but he became more cautious. He knew he had to be careful, not to spoil the children too much. After figuring this out, Xie Zhiliu resumed eating. At this time, some guests had finished their meals and started to leave. Tao Boluan also prepared to leave, as he was really busy and had many things to handle. However, since he had seen Qin Mulan, he really wanted to talk to her more and invite her to visit their hospital. Thinking of this, Tao Boluan shared his thoughts. Sorry, Director Tao, but we are leaving tomorrow, so we won't have time to visit your hospital. What? You're leaving Beijing tomorrow, then there's nothing we can do. Tao Boluan felt disappointed. Dr. Qin, next time you come to Beijing, you must visit our hospital. Sure, Qin Mulan happily agreed. Just then, old Lady Yao, who had been nearby, overheard their conversation. She looked at Qin Mulan in disbelief and asked, Mulan, are you really leaving tomorrow? I didn't know. Seeing that old Lady Yao had heard everything, Qin Mulan explained smoothly. Grandma, yes, we're planning to leave tomorrow. Is it just you and Ali going back, or is everyone in your family leaving? Old Lady Yao felt upset. They were leaving tomorrow, but no one told them. Grandma, it's all of us leaving. Although she had an idea, Old Lady Yao still felt uncomfortable. You didn't tell me before, so suddenly you're leaving? Is your home uncomfortable to stay in? Seeing other people around, Qin Mulan quickly said softly, Grandma, let's talk about this later. There are still many people here. Old Lady Yao also realized this and didn't ask further. However, she did tell Old Man Yao about it. Old Man Yao didn't say much. After sending all the guests away, he gathered Yao Jingji's family in the main hall. Seeing Yao Jingji's family go to the hall, Yao Tong also led her family to follow. In the hall, Old Man Yao looked directly at Yao Jingji and asked, Jingji, are you leaving tomorrow? Yao Jingji originally planned to tell her parents about this matter after the engagement ceremony. Now that old Master Yao had already mentioned it, there was no point in hesitating anymore. She simply explained her plans to go back tomorrow. Since you're leaving tomorrow, why didn't you tell us earlier? If we hadn't found out ourselves, when were you planning to tell us? Seeing old Master Yao look unhappy, Jingji felt a little embarrassed and said, I was planning to tell you after the engagement, but I didn't expect you already knew. Old Master Yao didn't say anything further after hearing this. Old Madame Yao, seeing her husband silent, quickly asked, Jingji, we finally found you, and now you're leaving? Did you tell Mom that you're unhappy at home? If you're uncomfortable anywhere, just tell me. I'll fix it. I just hope you won't leave Beijing. Hearing this, Jingji's eyes turned slightly red. Seeing how much the elder two cared about her, she felt very touched. But since she was married and had a child, she even had a grandson, she knew she couldn't stay forever in the Yao family. So, she shared her own thoughts. After hearing this, old Madame Yao quickly said, Jingji, even if you're married, you can still stay at home. That's completely okay. Finally, she looked at Xiao Wenbing with some suspicion and asked, Is it because he doesn't want you to stay? Xiao Wenbing just felt wronged. He hadn't said anything. Hearing this, Jingji waved her hand and said, Mom, it's not like that. Ali is leaving today and Mulan is going with him. So we're going with them. I also need to take care of Mulan. Hearing her words, old Madame Yao directly said, Since you're worried about Mulan, then she can stay here too. Before Jingji could speak, old Master Yao spoke first. If you've really decided to leave, we won't say much. Just rest well tonight. Old Madame Yao wanted to say more, but her husband gently patted her hand to comfort her and told her not to say more. Old Madame Yao naturally listened to her husband, so she stayed silent. Jingji Tong was worried that her parents wouldn't agree with her leaving, but to her surprise, only old Madame Yao objected at first. After that, everything went smoothly. If Yao Jingji's family leaves, will they be able to return to how things were before? Yao Jingtong's eyes showed a smile, and she no longer looked anxious. Finally, Yao Jingji shared her plans, feeling relieved as a big weight was lifted from her heart. She then turned to her children and said, All right, let's go back and rest. Since the beginning, Xia Zina kept giving Yao Jingtong subtle looks, but she seemed not to notice. Now that everyone was about to leave, she decided to speak directly. However, before Xia Zina could speak, Yao Jingji quickly held her back and nodded at Xiezha, signaling her to follow. The two of them half-dragged, half-led her away. Seeing Yao Jingji's family leave, Yao Jingtong also stood up and said, Mom and Dad, we're heading back now. Halfway there, Yao Yining thought about Xiezha returning to the team tomorrow, so he also had to go back. He paused and looked at Yao Jingtong, saying, Mom, I plan to leave tomorrow too. I need to tell Grandpa and Grandma. Okay, go quickly. When Yao Yining arrived, he saw his parents inside talking, occasionally mentioning his mother and Yao Jingji. He didn't go in, but stood silently outside. After overhearing their conversation, Yao Yining froze. He stood there perfectly still until the voices inside stopped. Then he left with a serious face. When Yao Yining returned home, Yao Jingtong immediately noticed his face looked unusual and asked, Yining, what's wrong? Did something happen? You look troubled. Hearing this, Yao Yining came back to himself and felt he should tell his mother what he had just heard. Mom, I want to tell you something. Hearing this, Yao Jingtong's heart sank and she suspected something had happened. She quickly nodded and said, Okay, let's go inside and talk. Next to them, Jin Yuanshan also hurriedly followed. Yao Yining saw his parents were inside, but his wife was not, so he asked more. Yao Jingtong responded directly. Momli has gone back to rest in her room. There was a note of criticism in her voice. Since learning she wasn't a biological daughter of the Yao family, the daughter-in-law's attitude had visibly changed. She no longer showed the respect and warmth she used to, revealing her true, more pragmatic side. Yao Yining heard this and didn't ask further. Yao Jingtong saw that her son hadn't said anything for a while and quickly asked, Yining, what exactly happened? You looked upset just now. Yao Yining came back to himself and replied directly, When I went to see Grandpa earlier, I overheard him talking with Grandma.
They said,
Since Yao Jingji's family is returning, they'll just give them some things. Hearing this, Yao Jingtong looked very worried and asked, "What are they giving away?" She knew that the old man must be giving away a lot of things, or her son wouldn't have looked like that. Thinking back, Yao Yining's face still looked unhappy. Grandpa said he wants to split half of the Yao family's estate to Yao Jingji. What? Did Grandpa really say that? Yao Jingtong couldn't believe it. Next to her, Jin Yuanshan also couldn't hold back and said, "Is your grandpa really planning to give away half of the family's estate? That's just too much." He knew that originally he married into the family mainly to get some of the Yao family's wealth. He believed that the family's assets belonged to them because their son was surnamed Yao. But now, suddenly, a biological daughter appears, and they want to give away half of the property. Why should they? Yao Jingji was already married, and her children also had the surname Xia. What does the Yao family have to do with her? Why should she get so much inheritance? After initially being shocked, Yao Jingtong gradually calmed down. She looked straight at her son and asked, "Are you sure you didn't hear wrong?" "Mom, how could I hear wrong? Grandpa and Grandma did say that. I think they're waiting until Grandpa sorts out the family assets. Then there will be a division." Damn it. Yao Jingtong slammed her hand on the table angrily. Her face was full of fury. As soon as they found their biological daughter, they don't care about us anymore. They really have no old feelings left. She had come to the Yao family when she was very young, willingly playing the role of their daughter, doing her best to fulfill her duties. But after they found their biological daughter, all their attention was on Yao Jingji. And after all these years, did they forget her filial piety? She didn't even acknowledge her biological mother, instead recognizing Grandma Yao as her mother. Yet they treated her this way. No, it's impossible. Yao Jingji cannot get so much of the inheritance. If Grandpa Yao and Grandma Yao only planned to give a little to Yao Jingji, she could accept that. But now they want to give away half of the estate. She absolutely cannot agree. Her family name is Yao. Her son's surname is Yao, and the family's property should belong to them. Initially, to keep the family reputation, she didn't marry and directly invited Jin Yuanshan to be her live-in son-in-law. Everything she did was for the Yao family. If she had married someone else, she certainly wouldn't have chosen Jin Yuanshan, who married into the family. She could have married someone better. Now, she was told that all her efforts were in vain. Yao Yining saw how angry her parents were and tried to comfort them. "Mom and Dad, don't be too upset. After all, Yao Jingji is the biological daughter of Grandma and Grandpa. They've only found her again after so many years. It's natural for them to care for her more. But what's natural about it? Am I not their daughter too? We've lived together for so many years, and now that their real daughter is back, they ignore me. They've put me aside," her father said. Yao Yining honestly said, but Grandpa only gave away half of the inheritance. The other half might be reserved for Mom. Grandpa isn't being biased. How can he not be biased? "Our family is not like the Xia family," her mother replied. Jin Yuanshan couldn't help but step in and say, "Yining, your family name is Yao. You're the grandson of the old master and old lady. Xie Zhili and the others are just grandchildren of outsiders. So, even if Yao Jingji is to receive something, it shouldn't be split in half." Yao Jingtong also agreed, and this was the part she couldn't accept. After all, her son's surname was Yao. Yao Yining naturally hoped everything belonging to the Yao family was theirs. He used to think so too, but now what could he do? The blood relationship between Yao Jingji and Old Master Yao was unbreakable. Moreover, everything in the Yao family belonged to Old Master Yao. He could give it to whoever he wanted, and they couldn't say anything. "Mom and Dad, don't be upset. Don't mention this outside. Grandpa is the head of the Yao family. He can do whatever he wants," Yao Jingtong said. She had already regarded everything in the Yao family as her own, so she couldn't accept this. "No, this can't be left like this," she asserted. In the end, a hint of sternness flashed in Yao Jingtong's eyes. She knew she had to do something, or her own future might be very limited. Thinking of this, she looked at Jin Yuanshan and Yao Yining and said, "You two should go back and rest. I have to go out for a while. Mom, where are you going? Yao Yining asked quickly when he saw his mother leaving. Yao Jingtong waved her hand and said, I'll just walk around nearby. You should go rest now and stop worrying so much. Watching her mother walk away, Yao Yining frowned slightly, unsure of what she was up to. Jin Yuanshan believes his wife must have gone to find a way. Your mother probably went to see your grandmother because she always has good ideas. Yao Yining also thinks her mother likely went to visit her grandmother, so she doesn't think much more about it. However, Jin Yuanshan and Yao Yining are wrong, they guessed. Yao Jingtong didn't go to find Yinuro. She went straight to Xiejina. Little auntie, why are you here? Seeing Xiejina, Yao Jingtong smiles and says, Nana, you're leaving tomorrow. Do you want to go buy some local specialties before you go? When Xiejina hears about going back, her face darkens. Little auntie, you said you'd help me, but you haven't said a word. We're leaving tomorrow. At this, a sparkle flashes in Yao Jingtong's eyes. Nana, I didn't have a good idea back then, but now I do. I will find a way to make you stay. Xiejina's face, which was sad before, suddenly brightens. Really, little auntie? Can you really let me and Gao Yuan stay? Of course, Yao Jingtong nods confidently. Tomorrow, you will leave with the Xie family. After a couple of days, I will send someone to bring you to Jing City, and then you two will stay here. Xiejina had hoped she could stay in Jing City forever, but when she hears this, she frowns slightly. Are we leaving with them tomorrow? Yao Jingtong gently touches Xiejina's hair and says sincerely, Nana, your mother and their decision was too rushed. I didn't have time to prepare everything, so you'll have to go back first. Once I get everything arranged here, I will send someone to bring you over. Seeing Xiejina's unhappy expression, Yao Jingtong takes out a big red envelope. I know it's hard for you. Here is some money, just a small thank you for your effort. Xiejina looks down at the envelope. When she opens it, she sees a lot of bills bundled together. Roughly estimating, there are probably several hundred. Little auntie, is this for me? That's a lot of money. Yao Jingtong smiles and nods. Yes, it's for you. You've worked hard coming and going. When she reached the end, she took out a large stack of money and said, These are for you to buy special local products this afternoon. Remember to invite your parents too. Family members shouldn't hold grudges overnight. Even if you have conflicts with your parents, you're still family. Things can't stay like this forever. Besides, if your parents have changed their opinion of you, they might agree to let you and your spouse stay in the city. Xiejina was originally stunned by the amount of money, and when she heard the last words, her eyes shone even brighter. Yes, if her mother truly changed her attitude, she might also decide to let them stay. She quickly nodded and said, Okay, I'll go find my mom and them now. Hearing this, Yao Jingtong slightly smiled and then added a few more words. Nana, don't worry too much when you go back. I won't keep you at home for long. Maybe just 2 or 3 days. I will send someone to pick you up. Also, did you remember all the house phone numbers? If no one comes to pick you up, you can call and ask. Hearing this, Xiejina felt even more reassured. Don't worry, auntie. I won't be anxious. If I don't see anyone by then, I'll definitely call you. All right, I'm leaving now. After saying that, Yao Jingtong turned and left. Xiejina happily took the money and went back to her room. Gao Yuan saw the large amount of money too and was just as surprised, his face full of joy. Nana, did Annie give you all this? Yes, this red envelope is compensation from Auntie. She feels guilty for not letting us stay right away. As for the money, she let us buy local products this afternoon. Gao Yuan had never seen so much money before. No, actually he had seen it, but he had never seen anyone casually take out so much money. His heart felt excited. Nana, what are you waiting for? Quickly tell your parents, then let's go buy some local products. He still remembered how great it was when Yao Jingtong took them to the overseas store. It was really wonderful. They could go out again this afternoon. And with this money, he could bring back more gifts for his family. Actually, going back tomorrow also had its benefits, seeing their home and then waiting a few days for someone to pick them up and bring them to the city. This plan was really well thought out. Hearing Gao Yuan's words, Xiejina nodded and said, Okay, I'll go find my parents now. On the other side, Qin Mulan looked at Xiejilia after Yao Jingtong and Xiejina left. She said to him, Yao Jingtong asked Xiezhina to buy local specialties, which is a bit strange. Also, she even said she could help Xiezhina stay. What does she really plan to do? Xiezhilia didn't want to care about Xiezhina for a long time, but since this involved Yao Jingtong, they paid more attention. No matter what Yao Jingtong plans, we'll find out this afternoon. Since she asked Xiezhina to take us to buy specialties, why don't we go there together? Meanwhile, Yao Jinj, upon hearing that her daughter wanted to go buy specialties with them, frowned slightly. Why do you want to go buy specialties? Her attitude towards her daughter had become very cold, and she wasn't very interested in her daughter's suggestion. Mom, we're leaving tomorrow. Do you think we should go back empty-handed? Hearing this, Yao Jinj thought about their trip to the capital. Several people from Ailey's team knew they had come, yet they hadn't brought anything. This was a bit rude. Alright, we'll leave soon. It's necessary to buy some specialties to send to Ailey's comrades. Seeing that her mother was concerned only about her son, and didn't care much about her, Xiezhina looked unhappy. But luckily, Aunt Yao Jingtong always thought of her and tried her best to find ways for her to stay in the capital. So from now on, she decided to be close to her aunt. Li Xuyen also knew they were going to buy specialties, so she quickly followed. Since it was rare to visit the capital, she thought it was right to buy some things. When she went back to work, she could give them to her colleagues. Xiezhina thought they were leaving as planned, but unexpectedly, Yao Jinj went to call Qin Mulan. Qin Mulan knew that Yao Jingtong specifically asked Xiezhina to take them shopping for specialties, so she didn't refuse and agreed directly. She was curious. What exactly was Yao Jingtong up to? Grandma Yao saw that Yao Jin's family was about to go out to buy specialties. She smiled and said, "Actually, Yao Shan could prepare them for you." Yao Shan, standing beside her, hurriedly nodded. "Yes, miss, I will prepare some specialties for you." Before Yao Jinj could speak, Xiezhina eagerly nodded. Sure, that way, she wouldn't need to buy specialties with her money and could keep the rest for herself. However, just after Xiezhina finished speaking, Yao Jingtong arrived and naturally heard her words. A shadow flickered across her eyes, but she kept a smiling face and said, "It's more fun to go shopping in person, so I will go with my sister and them." Xiezhina looked down, feeling a bit guilty. She wondered if her aunt thought she wanted to secretly take some of the money. Yao Jingtong ignored Xiezhina and turned to Yao Jingji. "Sister, I will go with you all. I know the best places for local specialties." Hearing this, Grandma Yao nodded with a smile. "Jingtong is more familiar with Beijing, so let her go with you." At the end, she looked at Qin Mulan standing nearby and said, "Mulan, maybe you should stay at home." She was still worried about Qin Mulan, who was pregnant with twins and had a big belly. What if she bumped into something? Xiezhili was already worried, but he saw Mulan excited just now and didn't say anything. Now that Grandma Yao spoke, he agreed. "Yes, Mulan, we will be back soon. Stay at home and wait for us." He thought more about it. This trip to buy local specialties was mainly Yao Jingtong's idea, so they didn't know what might happen. Seeing Xiezhili's concern, Qin Mulan finally nodded. "All right, I will wait at home for you to come back." Xiezhili was relieved when Qin Mulan agreed. "Mulan, I will bring you something delicious when I return." Even Yao Jingji let out a sigh of relief. Her daughter-in-law's belly was much bigger than normal, and she was pregnant with twins. She needed careful care. In the end, Qin Mulan stayed behind, while Xiezhili and the others went out. Grandma Yao was worried that Qin Mulan would be bored alone at home, so she quickly said, "Mulan, let's chat." "Okay, Grandma." Qin Mulan smiled and nodded. She wanted to ask about some things. After all, her mother-in-law's disappearance wasn't an accident. Once they sat down, she subtly asked about the past, only to be surprised that Grandma Yao didn't know many details either. After her biological daughter went missing, Grandma Yao fell ill, and the rest was handled by Grandpa Yao. "Grandma, didn't you ask Grandpa for more details back then?" Hearing this, a hint of awkwardness crossed Grandma Yao's face. "At that time, I was very sad and almost couldn't get through it. So your great-grandfather didn't talk much about Gigi going missing, and I didn't ask. Later, your little grandmother brought Jingtong over, and I slowly started to feel better. Actually, she was avoiding the truth. She couldn't accept that her daughter had gone missing. When she saw Jingtong, who looked a bit like her daughter, she started to treat Jingtong as her own. Hearing this, Qin Mulan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She didn't know how to comment on old Mrs. Yao. It was as if all her love and worry had been focused on Jingtong, so she gradually forgot about her missing daughter. Old Mrs. Yao was a bit curious why Qin Mulan was asking about these things. "Mulian, why are you suddenly asking about this? Did your mother-in-law remember something?" Qin Mulan shook her head. "No, Mom hasn't remembered anything yet. I'm just curious because Mom was in Beijing but ended up with a head injury and appeared in the mountainous area of Lu province."
Oh.
My poor daughter. She must have been kidnapped and, by chance, ended up in Lu province, she said. Then she became happy. "Luckily, our family is finally reunited." Qin Mulan smiled and said, "Yes, it's good that you finally found Mom. Our family is together again." After chatting a little more with old Mrs. Yao, Qin Mulan lazily yawned. "Grandma, I'm a bit tired. I want to go back to my room and rest." Old Mrs. Yao quickly agreed. "Mulian, go rest now." Qin Mulan stood up and went straight back to the guest house. Meanwhile, Yao Jingtong, along with Xie Zhili and Yao Jingji's family, went to the department store. "Big sister, there are many special products from Beijing here. Let's go inside and look. I'm sure you'll find something you like." Since arriving in Beijing, Yao Jingji hadn't had a good look around. Seeing the grand department store, she thought the things inside looked very expensive. "Are we going to buy things here? But department stores mainly sell clothes and watches, right?" "Big sister, they also sell local specialties here. Let's go inside quickly," Yao Jingtong explained with a smile. Next to her, Xie Zhina saw her mother hesitating and looked at her with disdain. She already guessed that her mother was worried about spending too much money. She, as the eldest daughter of the Yao family, shouldn't be so petty. "Mom, let's go in quickly. If we delay, it'll be dark soon." Hearing this, Yao Jingji bit her lip but didn't say anything and simply went inside. Seeing Xie Zhiwei's and Xie Zhina's anxious expressions, he snorted coldly and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? If you're so anxious, go in by yourselves." At the end, he looked directly at Xie Zhili and said, "Ollie, let's go." When Yao Jingji and Xie Wenbing took the eldest son's family and Xie Zhili inside, Xie Zhina and Gao Yuan looked unhappy. Yao Jingtong, standing nearby, said, "Nah, Gao Yuan, let's go in too." "Okay, we'll follow Auntie," they replied. After Xie Zhina and Yao Jingtong went inside, Xie Zhili had already started looking around with Yao Jingji and the others. There really were many things here, and Yao Jingji and Li Shuyan could hardly keep up.
Wow.
"These are so beautiful." Li Shuyan admired the clothes here, finding them very fashionable. "It's truly Beijing, nothing like where they're from." She just asked the price and immediately lost interest. It was too expensive for her to afford. She didn't deserve it. Seeing her wife wanting it so much but hesitating because of the cost, Xie Zhiwei gritted his teeth and said, "Shuyan, if you like it, just buy it." "No need, let's go see that side," Li Shuyan said, truly unwilling to buy such expensive clothes. They looked nice, but they weren't essential. Just as Xie Zhiwei wanted to persuade her, Li Shuyan pulled him away directly. The salesperson saw their figures and snorted coldly, saying, "Can't afford it? Why are you looking then?" Li Shuyan naturally heard this but didn't reply. She knew she couldn't afford it. Yao Jingji saw her eldest son and daughter-in-law like this, feeling a bit upset. It was because of their family's lack of money that they dared not buy what they liked. But now, things were different. She had saved quite a bit of money. "Pack that coat from earlier in a bag," she instructed. Hearing this, the salesperson looked at Yao Jingji. She had seen these people come together, so she was quite impatient and said, "Can you afford it? And you want me to pack it? Don't tell me you won't buy it after I do." Seeing the salesperson's arrogant attitude, Yao Jingji was very angry. Xie Zhili silently stepped forward, placing the ticket and money on the counter. "Pack the coat." The salesperson saw Xie Zhili's cold expression and the money and ticket on the counter. She quickly nodded and said, "Okay, I'll pack it." This man was really a bit scary. Under his cold gaze, the salesperson didn't dare to make any moves or speak loudly. She hurriedly packed the coat and handed it over. Just then, Yao Jingtong arrived late. Older sister, what happened? Why are you all here? Actually, she saw everything that just happened, but she didn't want to step forward. She just wanted to watch how Yao Jingji would handle it. However, Xiezhili acts quickly and efficiently, dealing with things right away, which made her less interested in watching. Li Xuyen, who was already ahead, then realized that her mother-in-law bought the dress. She felt a bit touched and said, "Mom, there's no need to buy it. I can make a dress myself just by pulling some fabric." Her mother-in-law is very skilled with her hands. She trusted that her mother-in-law could make it, so she had already planned to buy fabric later. Yao Jingji, hearing this, smiled and said, "It's fine, just buy it. Why not try it on now?" Li Xuyen didn't want to try it at first, but then she thought that if it didn't fit, she could return it now. If she waited until she got home and found out it didn't fit, returning it might be troublesome. So she quickly put the dress on. When Xiezhui saw his wife in the new dress, he smiled happily and said, "Xuyen, you look very nice in this dress." Yao Jingji also nodded and said, "Yes, it looks good." The sales assistant initially wanted to make a sarcastic remark, since the dress was expensive and naturally looked good. But when she saw Xiezhili standing there coldly, she chose not to speak. However, when she looked closer, she recognized Yao Jingtong at the back, a regular customer they often saw shopping here. Her eyes widened in surprise. They were together, and the people in front of her seemed to be quite important. Thinking this, the sales assistant lowered her head even more, hoping no one would blame her for the earlier incident. Yao Jingji was a bit angry, but didn't say much. Instead, Li Xuyen looked at the sales assistant and said, "Next time, don't be so arrogant. Customers who just want to buy clothes might get scared away by you." The sales assistant wanted to answer back, but considering these people's likely high status, she held back. She realized she had misjudged and said such rude things. After this, Yao Jingji and the others didn't want to browse these stores anymore. They just wanted to buy the specialty products quickly. Yao Jingtong cheerfully led the way, saying, "I'll take you there directly. There are so many interesting things here." When they arrived, Yao Jingji and Li Xuyen couldn't take their eyes off the unique small items and the traditional delicacies of Beijing. Several people bought many items. In the end, Xie Wening, Xiezhui, and Xiezhili, the father and sons, all carried full bags. As for Xiezhina and Gao Yuan, they also carried quite a few things. Since they needed to go back home, they brought some gifts for their friends and family, which looked very impressive. Yao Jingtong saw that everyone had finished shopping and couldn't help but ask Yao Jingji, "Sister, do you want to buy anything else?" Yao Jingji shook her head and said, "No, I've bought everything. Let's go home now." Hearing this, Yao Jingtong smiled and nodded. When everyone stepped out of the department store, they saw a large crowd gathered ahead. The loud arguing sound told them someone was fighting up front, which is why so many people were watching. Yao Jingji wasn't very interested in the scene, but since Xiezhina had already gone forward, everyone had to follow a little closer. As they moved closer, they saw two middle-aged women arguing very fiercely. Someone had tried to stop the fight earlier but couldn't prevent it and got caught in the mess. So everyone just watched quietly. Xiezhili kept walking behind Xie Wenbing and Yao Jingji. Seeing the chaos around, he couldn't help but say, "Mom and Dad, there's nothing interesting here. Let's go back first." But as soon as he finished speaking, Xiezhui's family approached to see what was happening. Xiezhili felt his forehead tense with veins popping out. Suddenly, the fight between the two women grew more intense. One of them was pushed directly and even rushed toward them. Seeing this, Xiezhili pulled Xie Wenning and Yao Jingji back. Xiezhui also quickly moved his family aside to avoid the commotion. Meanwhile, Xiezhina and Gao Yuan were too close and almost got knocked over by the person who was falling. Fortunately, that person just fell past them without actually hitting Xiezhina or Gao Yuan. That was close. Xiezhina patted her chest, feeling a bit scared. She almost got hit, and the person who fell was hurt terribly. The force was strong, and if she had been hit directly, she would have been hurt. At this point, Xie finally saw that others had already backed away far, especially Xie, who was protecting her parents closely. Feeling angry, Xie said, "Second brother, why didn't you pull me away too?" Before Xie could reply, Li Shuyan spoke. "Couldn't you dodge yourself? And you're blaming Ali?" Although feeling unhappy, Xie didn't say much. Instead, the middle-aged woman who had fallen stood up and angrily glared at Xie, saying, "Why didn't you catch me?" Xie looked at her in confusion. "Do we know each other? Why should I catch you?" The woman seemed very angry and suddenly changed direction, moving towards Xie. Seeing her coming, Xie was startled and asked, "What are you doing? You not only didn't catch me but also mocked me." "I won't forgive you," the woman said threateningly. Just as she was about to catch up, Xie ran towards Xie and Yao Jingji. "Second brother, quickly stop her." Xie was the best at fighting, so Xie thought he could stop her easily. But she was wrong. Xie didn't pay her any attention. "Whimper. Second brother, why are you like this?" Xie cried, feeling abandoned. Seeing that Xie wouldn't help, she decided to handle the woman herself. When she looked back, she noticed a shining silver object in the woman's hand, a dagger.
Ah!
Seeing the dagger, Xie couldn't hold back her scream and quickly ran towards Xie and Yao Jingji. Everyone around was also frightened by the woman with the dagger. Some people started to panic and run away.
Run.
"That woman has a knife. Run. Everyone, don't look, just run." Amidst the screams, the scene became even more chaotic. People started running in different directions. The mess caused some to trip and fall, nearly getting trampled by others. Xie turned to Xiezu and said, "Big brother, you all go somewhere with fewer people. Take Xiaoyu with you, and don't get pushed down." Xiezu nodded quickly. "Okay, we'll go now." Yao Jingji saw that the woman was still chasing her daughter, so she looked anxiously at Xie and said, "Ollie, go help your sister. She's furious and still chasing her." Xie didn't want to get involved at first, but since the woman had pulled out a dagger, he decided he should do something. "Mom, Dad, you stay over there for a while. I'll kick the dagger out of her hand." During a few moments of conversation, Xie struggled to push through the crowd and ran ahead to them. "Mom, Dad, second brother, why aren't you taking care of me? Do you know that person has a dagger?" Xie glanced coldly at Xie, so she quickly shut up and stopped talking. Just then, the middle-aged woman with the dagger rushed straight at them. Seeing this, Xie stepped forward and kicked, knocking the dagger out of her hand. Yao Jingtong watched from afar, her lips curling slightly. She murmured, "Now it's time." Before she finished speaking, another figure silently approached. He fixated on Yao Jingji and, using all his strength, lunged towards her. At this moment, Xie Wenbing and Yao Jingji, with Xie, had already moved to a quieter place. When Xie realized what was happening, he shouted with tears in his eyes, "Mom and Dad, watch out." Yao Jingji and Xie Wenbing weren't quick enough. Instead, Xie was the first to look back. When she saw a middle-aged man with a dagger stabbing toward her, her mind flashed back to the scene of the woman chasing her moments before. She was convinced that this man was after her, and the dagger was shining coldly, clearly very sharp. In this dangerous moment, Xie instinctively grabbed Yao Jingji's hand and pulled her in front of herself to block the attack. Yao Jingji was stunned when she realized what her daughter had done. She looked at her daughter with disbelief. Her own daughter was shielding her in such a dangerous situation. She felt a deep sense of unfamiliarity and fear. Xie Wenbing also saw what his daughter was doing. His face turned pale with anger, and he grabbed Yao Jingji's other hand, pulling her forcefully toward him. Xie Wenbing's strength was much greater than Xie. Yao Jingji and Xie wobbled and staggered to the other side. During the struggle, Xie ended up standing where Yao Jingji had been.
Ah!
When Xie realized what was happening, she also understood that she had been using her mother as a shield. She felt a little guilty. However, she then felt a terrible pain in her chest. When she looked down, she saw the shining dagger had been stabbed into her chest.
No. Ah!
Yao Jingji heard Xie scream and looked over. She saw that her daughter had been stabbed. She turned pale with fright and screamed in terror. People nearby saw someone get hurt and became even more frightened and restless, causing the scene to become quite chaotic. Later, the villain appeared who, after seeing Xie Zhenna stabbed, showed a strange, unclear expression in his eyes. He was about to draw his dagger again when Xie Zhenli finally pushed through the rushing crowd and approached. He looked sharply at the middle-aged man, with no mercy, and directly kicked him away. Bang! Ah! The man had no chance to resist and was kicked far away by Xie Zhenli. He used all his strength, so the man felt as if his ribs were broken. He lay on the ground and couldn't get up. Yao Jingtong watched all this from afar, her face dark with anger. Stupid. The chaos is already so bad, and Xie Zhenli was slowed down by the crowd. In the end, Xie Zhenna was injured. Thinking of this, she felt a surge of anger. But she knew the situation was over. Big sister, are you okay? Yao Jingtong ran over worriedly. She first looked caring at Yao Jingji. When she saw she was fine, she relaxed a little. When she saw Xie Zhenna with a stab wound in her chest, she exclaimed, "Ah, Nana, how could this happen? Are you all right?" She then knelt down and hurriedly ran to Xie Zhenna's side. Xie Zhenna opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. It was Xie Zhenli who replied, "We need to take her to the hospital quickly." Yes, to the hospital. Yao Jingtong was terrified. Hearing her son's words, she mechanically repeated them multiple times. At this moment, Xie Zhenwei arrived. Although he was very disappointed in his sister, he felt uneasy seeing her lying in a pool of blood. Li Xueyan, standing nearby, covered her son's eyes to protect him from the frightening scene. Finally, Gao Yuan arrived. He had just fled alone, ignoring Xie Zhenna, but in just a moment, he saw her hurt badly and his face turned pale with fear. "Get out of the way, we need to take her to the hospital." The most composed person was Xie Zhenli. Once everyone, anxious and panicked, had taken Xie Zhenna to the hospital, she was immediately taken to the operating room. Yao Jingji cried loudly outside the operating room. Xie Wenbing gently patted his wife's shoulder to comfort her. Although he was worried, he did not feel very sad. If he hadn't pulled his wife over just now, he would be the one stabbed, not Yao Jingji. This daughter, worse than a pig or dog, actually pulled her mother to block the knife. Seeing his wife still crying, Xie Wenbing softly said, "It's okay, Jingji. Don't cry. Once the doctor comes out, let's hear what they say." In the end, he couldn't help but lean in and whisper to Yao Jingji, "Jingji, do you remember how Xie Zhenna held you back to protect you?" Hearing her husband's words, Yao Jingji stiffened. Of course, she also remembered how Xie Zhenna had pushed herself forward. If her husband hadn't pulled her back, she would be the one lying in the operating room now. Thinking of this, Yao Jingji felt much less sadness. She wiped her tears and nodded, saying, "Yes, let's wait until the doctor comes out and ask about her condition." Finally, she looked at Xie Zhenwei and said, "Zhenwei, take Xueyan and Xiaoyu back first. The kids are timid, and I don't know if Xiaoyu is scared by what happened today." Xie Zhenwei hesitated because Xie Zhenna was seriously injured this time. Xie Zhenli, standing nearby, also advised, "Brother, you should go back first." "I'm here." Hearing Xie Zhenli, Xie Zhenwei nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take Xueyan and Xiaoyu back now." Yao Jingtong, concerned, asked, "Zhenwei, do you know how to get back? Do you want me to take you?" Xie Zhenwei shook his head and said, "Thanks, Aunt Jingtong, but I know the way. No need to trouble you." Seeing this, Yao Jingtong didn't say anything more. After Xie Zhenwei's family left, the others continued to wait quietly. However, since Xie Zhenna was stabbed in the chest and surgery couldn't be completed quickly, everyone remained silent, waiting. Meanwhile, after Xie Zhenwei's family returned home, Grandma Yao asked hesitantly, "Zhenwei, why did only the three of you come back? What about the others?" "Grandma." Seeing Grandma Yao, Xie Zhenwei felt a sense of relief. He first asked Li Xueyan to take Xiaoyu back, then explained the situation from earlier, including that everyone else was still in the hospital. "What? You actually encountered an assassination attempt?" "Grandma, it was just some people arguing." But as the fight went on, the situation got out of control. Xie Na was unlucky and just happened to have a conflict with one of them, so that person blamed her later. Old Lady Yao found this hard to believe. She went shopping normally, but then unexpectedly got caught up in the argument. Is Mom okay? Mom is fine. When she heard that Yao Jingji was okay, Old Lady Yao sighed in relief. But since Xie Na is her granddaughter, she was still worried. She quickly stood up and said, I'll contact your grandpa now and tell him about this. What is there to tell? Just then, Old Man Yao came in and heard these words. He asked with a smile. Seeing her husband return, Old Lady Yao quickly recounted what had happened, ending with, maybe we should go to the hospital to check on Nana. I'm not sure how she is. After hearing the story, Old Man Yao felt it was serious. He looked at Xie Zhiwei and said, Zhiwei, tell me what you saw again. Be detailed. Xie Zhiwei explained carefully again, but since they were some distance away when it happened, he didn't know all the details. Old Man Yao listened and nodded. All right, I understand. Zhiwei, you should go rest now. I will handle the rest. Grandpa. Thank you. Xie Zhiwei knew he couldn't do much, but Old Man Yao might do something. Maybe he could find a good doctor to help Xie Na. After Xie Zhiwei left, Old Man Yao comforted Old Lady Yao, saying, I'll take some people to the hospital. Just stay at home and wait for news. I'll go with you. Old Man Yao shook his head. No need. The hospital is probably chaotic. Just stay at home and wait for my news. Hearing that, Old Lady Yao nodded and said, All right, I understand. When Xie Zhiwei returned to the main courtyard, Qin Mulan had just gotten up. She saw him and asked, Big brother, you're back. Where's Ailey? Xie Zhiwei paused, hesitating whether to tell Qin Mulan about what happened. Since his sister-in-law is pregnant, he's worried she'll get upset. Qin Mulan noticed his silence and frowned slightly, asking, Big brother, did something happen? When Qin Mulan was there guessing wildly, Xie Zhiwei quickly explained everything to her, so she wouldn't guess blindly and become more worried. After hearing the story, Qin Mulan's eyes turned cold. She believed this was definitely not an accident. After all, it was Yao Jingtong who had asked Xie Na to take them out. The moment they left, something like this happened. Such coincidence was hard to believe, but interestingly, Xie Na was the one who ended up getting hurt. Xie Zhiwei was originally worried that Qin Mulan would become emotional, but when he saw she was very calm, he felt relieved. Young sister-in-law, don't worry too much. Ali and our parents are in the hospital. The doctors are doing their best to save them. They will be fine, he said. This was Beijing, where the best doctors were available, so Xie Zhiwei always believed Xie Na would be okay in the end. Qin Mulan truly wasn't worried. Since Xie Na had tried to hurt her several times before, she couldn't feel sad for her now. But she knew she shouldn't say that aloud. She looked at Xie Zhiwei and said, Big brother, I also believe she will be okay. Just as old Yao went out, he led his people straight to the hospital. When he saw Yao Jili and the others waiting there, he asked quickly, How is it? Is the surgery over? Yao Jingtong saw old Yao come over. Her eyes flickered and she immediately stepped forward, saying, Dad, Nana is still in the operating room. We don't know the situation yet. Old Yao nodded and was about to speak when the operating room door opened. Seeing a doctor come out, Yao Shan, who had been with old Yao, went ahead and asked, Doctor, how is the patient? Was the surgery successful? The doctor shook his head regretfully and said, The surgery was quite successful. But
what?
Gao Yuan couldn't help but ask quickly. He knew he was in Beijing mainly because of Xie Na, and he really hoped Xie Na would be fine. It was just that the dagger was stabbed too deep, and the patient's physical condition isn't very good. Whether she wakes up depends on luck.
What?
She might not wake up? Gao Yuan couldn't believe his ears. If Xie Na stayed unconscious forever, he didn't know what he would do next. Yao Jinji heard that her daughter might not wake up, and her face was full of mixed feelings. This was selfish and self-centered behavior, people who, in dangerous moments, would pull their own mother to the front to protect her. But since this person was also her biological daughter, she truly didn't know what to say at this moment. Xie Wenbing looked complicated as well, but since things were already like this, it was better to ask the doctor. Doctor, Should she stay in the hospital now? The doctor nodded and said, yes. Keep her in the hospital. It's easier to monitor her. One family member should stay here to care for her, while everyone else can go back. The patient needs peace and quiet. Hearing this, Xia Wenbing nodded and finally looked at Gao Yuan. Then you stay to take care of her. We'll go back first and come tomorrow to check on her. Gao Yuan didn't want to stay and care for her, but after looking at Xia family members nearby, and then at Yao Jingtong, he didn't argue. He simply nodded and said, fine, I'll stay to take care of Nana. Mom and Dad, you should go back now. After Xia Zhenna was taken to the ward, Gao Yuan stayed to look after her while everyone else left. Qin Mulian saw Xia Zhili and the others return, so she hurried forward and asked, Mom, Dad, Ollie, are you both okay? We're fine, Mulian. Seeing her worried daughter-in-law, Yao Jingji gathered her strength and replied. Qin Mulian felt relieved and said, that's good. Old Madame Yao, who was nearby, also anxiously asked, what about my granddaughter? How is she? When they mentioned Xia Zhenna, the atmosphere quieted down. Finally, Yao Jingtong with a sad face said, Mom, Nana has already had surgery, but she's still not awake. The doctor said they don't know whether she'll wake up in the future. What? Old Madame Yao couldn't believe that Xia Zhenna was so badly hurt she might never wake up. She quickly looked at Old Master Yao and asked, help Nana find some good doctors and have others check her, too. Old Master Yao nodded and said, don't worry. I've already arranged for people to contact the best doctors. Tomorrow, another team will come to examine her. Hearing this, Old Madame Yao nodded, then looked at Yao Jingtong and asked, Jingtong, are you planning to leave tomorrow? Yao Jingtong turned to Qin Mulian and Xia Zhili and said, Ollie Mulian, maybe you should go back first. We'll visit your sister again tomorrow. Qin Mulian remembered what had happened and worried about leaving Yao Jingtong and Xia Wenbing alone. She couldn't help but glance at Xia Zhili, feeling it might be dangerous to keep them both here. Xia Zhili also thought of this, so he directly said, Mom and Dad, we will go see her together tomorrow. If Xia Zhenna has to stay like this, then even if you stay, it won't help. Grandmother Yao looked at him in surprise after hearing this. She always felt that her grandson was too cold to his sister. If Xia Zhenna couldn't wake up, should they really leave her here? Had everyone in their family already gone? Even Grandpa Yao looked over, surprised that Xia Zhili said such cold words. At this moment, Xia Wenbing spoke up. Ollie is right. We will go see Xia Zhenna together tomorrow. If she has to stay lying like this, staying here won't help. Gao Yuan should stay to take care of her. Xia Zhili couldn't say much about this, but when it came to Xia Wenbing's words, Grandmother Yao was less polite. Xia Wenbing, what do you mean? If your daughter can't wake up, are you planning to ignore her? You as a father are too cold. Is this how you treat your daughter? Hearing this, Xia Wenbing immediately recounted what had happened with Xia Zhenna, ending with, if I hadn't pulled Jingji back, Jingji would have stepped forward to take the hit for Xia Zhenna. Now, Jingji is in the hospital. Xia Zhenna could be so heartless even to her own mother. We've done everything we can for her. What? Grandmother Yao looked at him in disbelief. Xia Zhenna would do something like that. Even Grandpa Yao couldn't help but ask, is that true? Xia Zhili nodded and said, yes, I saw it myself. The Xia family was standing far away at the time, so they hadn't seen it directly. They only just learned about it. Originally, Xia Zhili was a bit sad for Xia Zhenna, but now, hearing this, he was so angry his face turned red. This is too much. Xia Zhenna has lived too well since she was young. Having everything she wanted made her selfish. Now, she only cares about herself. Xia Wenbing and Yao Jingji had complicated expressions. It was their fault for not raising their daughter properly. When Grandpa Yao learned what Xia Zhenna had done, he liked his granddaughter even less. Even though she was still in the hospital, he didn't care at all. Since that's the case, let's go see her tomorrow and then decide. Seeing Grandpa Yao's attitude, others didn't say anything more. However, Xia Wenbing looked at Xia Zhui and said, Zhui, you should go home tomorrow as planned. Your tickets are already bought. Since the older son's family is not traveling with them and is headed back to their hometown, it's simpler for them to go directly there. Xia Zhui agreed without hesitation and nodded, saying, all right, we'll go back tomorrow. Li Shuyan saw that the plan remained the same. When they returned to the main courtyard at night, she started packing her things. Qin Mulan asked Xiejili, "Is it okay for you to stay one more day?" "It's fine. After dinner just now, I contacted my leader. But we will definitely be leaving the day after tomorrow." Qin Mulan nodded and said, "Yes, we will leave the day after tomorrow." Meanwhile, Yao Jingtong went back to her room, her face twisted with anger. Today was a good opportunity, but all was ruined because of that foolish girl, Xiejina. If it weren't for her blocking the way, that man would have already hurt Yao Jingji. Why didn't Xiejina just die then? It made her so angry. This girl is indeed staying in Beijing. She had better never wake up, or if she does, she will be killed. Yao Yining already knew what had happened today. "Mom, about what happened today." Yao Yining's words were cut off by Yao Jingtong. "Yining, you're not leaving tomorrow, so go pack up now." Seeing her mother say that, Yao Yining frowned. "Mom, I heard Xiejili and the others aren't leaving tomorrow. Maybe I should stay a bit longer." Yao Jingtong glared at her son and said, "Whether they leave or not is their business. You've already spoken with the old master. You'll leave tomorrow." She waved her hand and told her son to go back first. At this moment, Jin Yuanshan came in and handed Yao Jingtong a note. "Jingtong, this is from Mom." Hearing this, Yao Jingtong immediately took it, looked at it, then got up and said to her husband and son, "I need to step out for a while. You all rest here." Yao Jingtong finished speaking and left immediately. Her face looked a bit unhappy because on the note, it said that the middle-aged man and woman had been caught. Actually, it wasn't a big deal that they were caught. The whole thing didn't involve her. She wasn't afraid of old Yao and others investigating the matter. What annoyed her was that this news would reach her mother. After leaving the Yao family, Yao Jingtong got into a small car parked by the roadside and was driven out to a courtyard in the suburbs. When she saw her mother, Yin Yuro, she quickly forced a smile and said, "Mom, you're looking for me." Yin Yuro shot her a cold look and then threw the cup in her hand.
Bang!
The cup shattered on the ground. Yao Jingtong's heart trembled a little, and she tried to smile, asking, "Mom, what's wrong? Why are you so mad?" Hearing this, Yin Yuro felt even angrier. But she quickly calmed down, pointed at Yao Jingtong's nose, and scolded, "You fool! You dared to act in Beijing in such a rush. Aren't you afraid old Yao Shihong will find out?" "Mom, Before Yao Jingtong could finish, Yin Yuro interrupted sharply, "Don't say that you handled it well. If you really did a good job, guess how I found out?" Yao Jingtong was speechless. Yin Yuro finally calmed down and asked coldly, "You weren't happy before when old Yao and his family decided to leave Beijing. Why did you attack her today?" Hearing this, Yao Jingtong's face was full of anger. "Mom, you don't know how unreasonable old Yao and the others are. Just because Yao Jingji is leaving Beijing, they decided to give away half of Yao's family's assets. Mom, those should have been mine. I married into the family and even had a son with the Yao surname. The Yao family should be ours to inherit. But they generously want to give away half of their assets." Yin Yuro was genuinely unaware of this. After hearing her daughter's words, she looked at her coldly and said, "Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? I was just in a rush. I thought I could handle it myself. Plus, with a person like Yao Jingji, I was sure I could deal with her. I didn't expect Xiejina to ruin the plans so perfectly. Humph. A failed plan is still a failure." Hearing this, Yao Jingtong lowered her head and said, "Yes, it's a failure." Yin Yuro saw her daughter like this and understood she was not feeling well. She decided not to scold her anymore and said, "You shouldn't have done anything in the capital. Even if Yao Jingji and the others return, they could find a chance to act. You were too impulsive. Yes, I was wrong." Yao Jingtong also realized she was too hasty. "All right, you've been out long enough. Hurry back now. But from now on, don't get involved in things, so Yao Shihong won't notice anything. I'll deal with it for you." Hearing this, Yao Jingtong quickly said, "Okay, Mom, I understand." After Yao Jingtong left, Yin Yuro couldn't help but sigh. After so many years, her daughter still wasn't making progress. Meanwhile, old Yao had already sent Uncle Yao to handle the matter. The two people could only be caught because he had been watching them closely. Now that they were caught, they had to be thoroughly investigated. However, when Uncle Yao returned, his news was not very satisfying. You say today's incident was an accident? Uncle Yao nodded and said, the investigation so far shows that the middle-aged man and woman are a couple. They have a very bad reputation and often argue with neighbors. Whenever something displeases them, they argue with others. Today, after the wife had a conflict with someone, she started fighting with another woman. Things escalated, and they even fought physically. The husband was elsewhere at first, but when he arrived, he thought his wife was arguing with Miss Xiejana, so he rushed over. That's how everything turned out. Old Yao frowned upon hearing this. Do people fight with knives? Uncle Yao also found this out. Yes, that couple sometimes carries knives. When they can't overpower each other, they threaten with knives. But they've never hurt anyone before. Today was the first time they caused injury, and they injured Miss Xiejana very badly. Old Yao still felt something was strange about this. Yao Shan, keep investigating. I have a feeling this isn't as simple as it seems. Uncle Yao nodded and said, rest assured, I will find out everything. Good. I'll leave this matter to you. Although the outcome was not very satisfying, Old Yao explained what he had found out to Yao Jingji, Xiejali, and others. When Yao Jingji learned that they were habitual offenders, she couldn't help but sigh and said, our luck is just too bad. Went out shopping and ended up in such trouble. Xiejali did not say anything. Although it seemed on the surface that things were like that, he felt there was a problem with the couple. However, they had not uncovered anything on old Master Yao's side yet. He decided to visit the hospital again tomorrow and then talk to Qin Jijia to ask him to investigate this matter. When Yao Jingji and Xiejali returned home, Yao Jingji hesitated before speaking. Ali, maybe. Tomorrow, Mulan can also check Xiejana. She's such a good doctor. Maybe she has a way. Hearing this, Xiejali looked at her with a serious gaze. Seeing her son's expression, Yao Jingji realized she had said the wrong thing. But this was the last thing she could do for Xiejana. From now on, she wouldn't care what happened to her. Ali, just let Mulan check her. This is the last thing I can do as her mother. I won't interfere with her anymore, and you don't need to either. Xiejali, hearing this, gave a cold smile. I didn't plan to care about her either. But I still need to ask Mulan. If she's willing, we'll go together tomorrow. If not, I won't say anything more. Okay. After Xiejali went to his room, he told Qin Mulan about the matter. Qin Mulan had already planned to go tomorrow. She also wanted to see if Xiejana could wake up. She nodded and said, all right, I'll go with you tomorrow. The next day, Xiejui's family left early for the train station. They left just behind Yao Yining and Rin Monli, who were also heading back to the army today. As for Qin Mulan and Xiejali, they went straight to the hospital. The doctor brought by old Master Yao had arrived earlier. After examining the two doctors' opinions, they all shook their heads. Whether she can wake up depends on luck. Right now, we can only keep her alive. Yao Jingji and Xia Wenbing were not surprised when they heard this, since the doctors had already said so yesterday. Still, Yao Jingji couldn't help but look at Qin Mulan. Qin Mulan stepped forward, checked Xiejana's pulse, then looked down at her with her gaze lowered. Although she seemed to be sleeping at the moment, Qin Mulan knew she would never wake up. When Qin Mulan withdrew her hand, Yao Jingji couldn't help but ask, Mulan, she's gone. She won't wake up. Yao Jingji and Xia Wenbing's faces were full of complex emotions. Although they knew that Xiejana might not wake up, hearing Qin Mulan's clear statement made them feel uncomfortable. But soon, they remembered what Xiejana had done, and their mood gradually settled down. The two doctors who just examined Xiejana had not left. Upon hearing Qin Mulan's words, their expressions changed with concern. One said, Comrade, if the patient is well taken care of, there might still be hope for her to wake up. But you dismissed it with just one sentence. Isn't that too hasty? The other doctor also looked unhappy. He frowned and said to Qin Mulan, yes, even if the patient is in a coma now, there's still a chance she could wake up. Don't just say she can't wake up without thorough consideration. You're just spreading worry. Hearing their words, the others all looked at Qin Mulan. Gao Yuan was even more angry. He said, if you don't understand, Don't speak nonsense. Both experts say Nana still has a chance to wake up, but you say she won't. That's too vicious, wishing harm on Nana like that. Qin Mulan sneered and said, actually, Xiejana did have a chance to wake up, but you personally ruined it. What do you mean? Gao Yuan asked angrily. Don't blame me when you can't handle it yourself. Gao Yuan didn't believe Qin Mulan and thought she was just shifting blame. Qin Mulan didn't look at Gao Yuan and instead turned to the two doctors. She said the patient's condition was already weak, and recently, her husband caused her to miscarry. She didn't rest properly afterward, which drained her vitality. This time, she suffered a fatal injury, so she doesn't have a chance to wake up. Gao Yuan didn't expect Qin Mulan to mention this. He couldn't argue because Xiejana really was caused to miscarry by him. But he quickly recovered and glared at Qin Mulan, saying, you're lying. Even if Nana had a miscarriage, she looks perfectly fine. How could that cause her to never wake up? Qin Mulan didn't want to argue more with Gao Yuan. She looked at Yao Jingji and said, I carefully checked her pulse. Xiejana really won't wake up. Yao Jingji knew that her daughter-in-law's visit to see her daughter was already very considerate, so she nodded and said, I understand. Thank you, Mulan. Qin Mulan shook her head. It's nothing. I just happened to come by to check. However, the two doctors still didn't believe. They were experts sent by old Master Yao and thought little of the young girl's medical skills. In their eyes, traditional Chinese medicine couldn't treat people effectively. Just as they were about to say something, Tao Buluan happened to arrive. Seeing Qin Mulan, he was very happy. Dr. Qin, what are you doing here? Qin Mulan saw Tao Buluan and greeted him with a smile. Director Tao, hello. The two doctors knew Tao Buluan and, seeing that he not only knew Qin Mulan but was also very friendly, couldn't help but ask, Director Tao, who is this? Oh, this is Dr. Dong and Dr. Liang. Let me introduce you. This is Dr. Qin, the one who developed the special anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medicines. Is she? That Dr. Qin, Dr. Dong, and Dr. Liang looked at Qin Mulan with suspicion, feeling it hard to believe. She looked too young and pregnant, and in their opinion, she didn't seem like a highly skilled doctor. Tao Buluan noticed their disbelief and chuckled softly. Are you afraid I'd lie to you? Besides, such things are easy to verify. If I'm lying, it'll be obvious instantly. Hearing Tao Buluan's words, both doctors thought he had a point and finally accepted that Qin Mulan was indeed the doctor they had heard of. But if that was true, then everything Qin Mulan had said earlier was real. Did that mean the patient really couldn't wake up again? Dr. Liang couldn't hold back anymore and asked Qin Mulan directly. Dr. Qin, you just took the patient's pulse. Is it true she can't wake up? Yes, based on my pulse diagnosis, she really can't wake up. Tao Buluan wasn't aware of what had happened earlier. After learning the details, he looked at Qin Mulan in surprise. The two medicines she used were Western drugs, yet she was also skilled in traditional Chinese medicine. This was unexpected, but also made him trust her more. He believed Qin Mulan wouldn't diagnose randomly. If Dr. Qin says so, it must be true. Seeing Tao Buluan say that Dr. Dong and Dr. Liang didn't say anything more. They believed her diagnosis now. However, Gao Yuan couldn't accept this fact. No way. Nana will wake up. She has to, he thought desperately. If Xiejana continued to be unconscious, what would he do? He had traveled all the way to Beijing, entered a noble family he had only dreamed of, and he couldn't lose her just like that. Dr. Tao Buluan saw that Gao Yuan looked completely unconvinced and said, actually, today our hospital received a highly respected senior Chinese doctor. Maybe he can take a look. Gao Yuan naturally nodded eagerly and said, yes, yes. Even Doctors Dong and Liang looked curious and asked Tao Buluan, who is the doctor coming? Old Dr. Chiao. Hearing this, Doctors Dong and Liang looked at each other with surprise and disbelief. Old Dr. Chiao? How did he come here? If he's here, it truly is great to have him take a look. Tao Buluan directly looked at Qin Mulan and asked, Dr. Qin, should I go call old Dr. Chiao? He was asking for Qin Mulan's opinion. Since she had already made her decision, they were still planning to call another doctor. Such a move might upset the other person. It would be better not to trouble old Dr. Chiao more than necessary, so he didn't have to run around. Qin Mulan was very interested in old Dr. Chiao and wanted to meet the famous senior Chinese doctor. She nodded and said, okay. Seeing Qin Mulan agree, Tao Buluan didn't say much more and went to fetch the doctor. Soon, Tao Buluan returned with an elderly man with white hair and beard. Although he looked quite old, he was full of energy. This person was old Dr. Chiao. Old Dr. Chiao didn't really want to come, but after hearing Tao Buluan's words and knowing that the doctor who developed the special medicine was also here, he decided to come and see them. Tao Buluan quickly introduced him. Old Dr. Chiao, this is Dr. Qin I mentioned. Old Dr. Chiao smiled warmly at Qin Mulan and nodded, saying, Dr. Qin is very good. It really shows that the newer generation can surpass the older. It makes us very happy to see such talented young doctors. Qin Mulan responded quickly. Old Dr. Chiao, you're flattering me. No, I'm being honest. Seeing young doctors as talented as you makes me truly happy. Finally, old Dr. Chiao looked at Xie Zhina, whose eyes were closed, and said, Is this the patient you wanted me to look at? Doctors Dong and Liang felt somewhat embarrassed and said, Sorry, old Dr. Chiao. It's because of our disagreement with Dr. Qin that things turned out this way. Old Dr. Chiao had already heard about this story from Tao Buluan on the way here, so he said nothing much and just smiled. I happen to have free time, so it's good to come and take a look. Then he went over to Xie Zhina, sat down, and began to check her pulse. This patient recently had an abortion, right? Seeing old Chiao just check the patient's pulse and instantly knew the situation, Dr. Dong and Dr. Liang looked at him with admiration. Old Chiao is truly impressive. This patient recently had an abortion and hasn't fully recovered. Old Chiao withdrew his hand with a calm expression. The patient's health was already weak, and the recent pregnancy loss worsened it. Dr. Qin's diagnosis is correct. This patient is unlikely to wake up. He shook his head regretfully. Such a young person, yet they don't take good care of their health. When things go wrong, it can be deadly. Seeing old Chiao speak like this, Dr. Dong and Dr. Liang exchanged surprised looks. They saw the shock in each other's eyes. Even old Chiao said the patient's condition was caused by the recent abortion, just as Dr. Qin Mulan had said. Old Chiao has practiced medicine for a lifetime and possesses extraordinary skills, but Qin Mulan was so young. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. They felt they no longer matched up to the young doctor's talent. Tao Buluan, who was nearby, overheard old Chiao's comments and couldn't help but say, Dr. Qin said the same thing just now. It looks like this patient really won't wake up easily. Hearing this, old Chiao looked at Qin Mulan and said, Dr. Qin, you are indeed impressive. Old Chiao, you're flattering me. Qin Mulan knew that old Chiao was an expert doctor, and from Tao Buluan and the others' expressions, she could see he was a respected and experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctor. She didn't dare to show off in front of such an elder. Old Chiao sincerely praised her. Dr. Qin, you are humble. Your medical skills are very good. If possible, but he didn't finish, shifting the conversation because Qin Mulan was pregnant. Even if he wanted to share medical knowledge with her, he'd have to wait until later. Dr. Qin, after you have your baby, we can exchange ideas. Hearing this, Qin Mulan naturally nodded and replied, Sure. Thank you, old Chiao. Seeing that old Chiao had already checked the patient's pulse, Tao Buluan quickly turned to him and said, Old Chiao, you can go back to your office now. Old Chiao nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Gao Yuan suddenly stood up and looked directly at old Chiao, asking, Is my wife really not going to wake up? I just said the chances are low, old Chiao replied. But if a miracle happens, who knows? It all depends on what your family decides. After speaking, old Chiao left with Tao Buluan. Gao Yuan stood there overwhelmed, unable to think clearly. Hearing the old doctor's words, he knew Xie Zhina probably wouldn't wake up. He wondered what he should do. His mind was very muddled, and he didn't know what to do now. Yao Jingji and Xie Wenning saw Gao Yuan like this, and their faces turned even colder. Gao Yuan, her not waking up is all your fault. You bastard. You kept hitting your wife at first, and even caused her to miscarry. Now she's like this because she didn't recover from the miscarriage. It's all your fault. How is it my fault? It's not my business. Xiejina not waking up is clearly because of that stab wound. Huh. The doctor just said that her miscarriage caused her body to weaken, so she can't wake up now. Don't try to blame others. Gao Yuan felt somewhat hopeless. Now, blaming anyone was useless. Xiejina would never wake up. He looked at her one last time, then turned to Xie Wenbing and said, "All right, let's go home." Okay. Xie Wenbing nodded in agreement. Xiejili, standing nearby, agreed too. Mulan had already come to see her, and they truly did their best. Seeing everyone ready to leave, Gao Yuan hurriedly stopped them. "Don't go. What will happen to me if you leave? Am I supposed to stay here alone?" Xiejili glared at Gao Yuan coldly and said, "Xiejina is your wife. Of course, you should stay here. Do you want to abandon her?" He looked Gao Yuan up and down, and his meaning was very clear.
You.
Gao Yuan was startled by Xiejili's words. He began to worry. Would he have to stay here forever to take care of Xiejina? No, he couldn't. He refused to care for a useless person. But soon, Gao Yuan calmed down. If he left now, while Xiejina was like this, it would seem like he had no feelings. He forced down his anger and forced a faint smile. "Yes, I should stay. I will take good care of Nana." Seeing Gao Yuan say this, Xiejili smiled slightly and looked at him. "All right, let's go back first. We'll visit Xiejina again when we have time." Xiejili finished speaking and immediately took Qin Mulan and Yao Jingji and left. Gao Yuan saw them leave without mercy, his face twisted in fury. But Yao Jingji and the others still felt uneasy. "Ailey, are we really just going to leave Xiejina lying there? Mom, even old Mr. Chiao said the same thing just now, and we really have no other options."
Sigh.
Yao Jingji sighed and didn't say anything else, directly returning to the Yao family residence. When old Master Yao found out that Xiejina probably wouldn't wake up again, he only asked softly, "Jingji, should we just leave Xiejina lying in the hospital like this?" On the way back, Jingji thought about this question, so she nodded and said, "Yes, for now, that's all we can do." Hearing his daughter, old Master Yao said directly, "All right, I'll handle this. You don't need to worry about Xiejina anymore." Fine. Jingji knew that with old Master Yao's support, everything about Xiejina would be fine. She still remembered how her daughter pushed her out, so she really didn't want to face Xiejina. Seeing Jingji agree, old Master Yao didn't say anything more. When Xiejili and his parents said they would definitely leave tomorrow, Xie Wenbing and Yao Jingji made up their minds and gritted their teeth, saying, "We will go with you." Seeing their parents agree to leave together tomorrow, Xiejili finally relaxed. He was really worried they wouldn't go, and then he would have to worry about their safety in the capital. Now everything was settled, and everyone was going back together. Qin Mulan laughed and said, "Mom, since we're leaving tomorrow, let's start packing." Jingji quickly waved her hand at Qin Mulan and said, "Mulan, don't move. I'll pack. If I can't, then Ailey can do it." Xiejili also agreed with this. "Mulan, just sit and rest for a while," Jingji said. Seeing everyone rush to pack, Qin Mulan smiled and didn't insist. But before she sat for long, Shen Ruhuan came over. When Shen Ruhuan saw Qin Mulan, she hurried forward. "Mulan, at last I see you." She initially wanted to hug her friend, but upon seeing her large belly, she quickly stopped and looked surprised. "Mulan, your belly is so big." Qin Mulan was happy to see Shen Ruhuan come over. "Ruhuan, why are you here?" Talking about this, Shen Ruhuan couldn't help but pucker her lips and said, "If my dad hadn't come to attend the Yao family's engagement party, I wouldn't have known you guys came to Beijing, nor that you are all part of the Yao family." Seeing Shen Ruhuan's pouty face, Qin Mulan hurried to say, "Ruhuan, please don't make that kind of face. It doesn't suit your looks at all." Shen Ruhuan's cool, charming appearance doesn't really suit such adorable actions, but Shen Ruhuan's personality is like that. She doesn't seem at all aloof. Hearing Qin Mulian's teasing, Shen Ruhuan couldn't help but say, "Okay, I'll try to stay looking like a cold beauty." Qin Mulian chuckled and said, "Actually, you don't have to. Ha ha. I'm just joking." I can't really maintain that look anyway because I'm a cute person. Shen Ruhuan also laughed and then handed over a gift box she had brought. Mulian, I bought lots of delicious food. I heard that pregnant women get hungry very easily, so I bought a lot for you. Hearing this, Qin Mulian smiled and said, Thanks, Ruhuan. We're actually leaving tomorrow, so we can eat on the way. Shen Ruhuan looked surprised and asked, Mulian, are you guys leaving tomorrow? Qin Mulian nodded and replied, Yes, Ali has no more holidays, so we have to go back. Shen Ruhuan felt a bit disappointed and said, I was planning to visit you every day, so now I can't. Finally, Shen Ruhuan seemed to remember something and blushed as she looked at Qin Mulian, asking, Mulian, could you help me deliver a letter to Fu Sudong? Qin Mulian immediately smiled and said, Of course, I can. Have you written the letter? Not yet, I didn't know you were leaving tomorrow. Then you should write it now. Shen Ruhuan nodded eagerly. Okay. After Qin Mulian took out paper and pen, Shen Ruhuan quickly started writing. As a young couple just starting to date, they had endless things to talk about. Shen Ruhuan wrote a thick letter and handed it over with a shy face, saying, Mulian, please help me give this to Fu Sudong. Of course, I'll deliver your letter myself. However, regarding this matter, Qin Mulian was a bit curious and asked, Ruhuan, do both your parents know about you too? I've already told my parents, but I don't know about Fu Sudong. I haven't seen him since we met last time, and we don't keep in touch often, so I haven't asked him about it. Alright, I'll help you ask when the time comes. Shen Ruhuan nodded quickly and said, Thanks, Mulian, that's really kind of you. Talking about Fu Sudong, Qin Mulian had heard that he had a younger brother. Fu Sudong seems to have a younger brother who is a year younger than him. Shen Ruhuan nodded and said, Yes, Fu Sudong does have a younger brother named Fu Shubei who now works in the legal department. Since everyone was from Beijing, Shen Ruhuan had heard some things about the Fu family. She leaned close to Qin Mulian's ear and whispered, I've heard that Fu Sudong's parents prefer his younger brother. I don't know if that's true, though. Qin Mulian shook her head and said, I'm not sure about that. Next time I'll ask Ollie to see if he knows. It probably is true. Many people have mentioned this, and I also heard that the Fu family originally wanted Fu Sudong to follow the same path as his brother, but for some reason, Fu Sudong left Beijing and joined the army. Since Qin Mulian didn't know these things, she couldn't discuss them with Shen Ruhuan. After saying a few more words, Shen Ruhuan stopped talking and prepared to leave, as it was almost mealtime. Seeing this, Qin Mulian said, Ruhuan, stay for a meal before you go. Shen Ruhuan felt a bit shy. She had never been to the Yao family before and wasn't familiar with them. But since Mulian and the others were leaving tomorrow, she nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll go back after I finish eating. While they were talking, Uncle Yao came over with Jiang Xiang. Qin Mulian saw Jiang Xiang and looked surprised. Father, why are you here? Jiang Xiang saw his goddaughter and smiled warmly. I came to see you. I just found out you're leaving tomorrow. Luckily I came, or I wouldn't have known you were going back. Father, I was actually planning to ask someone to send you a message this afternoon, but I didn't expect you'd come yourself. That just shows we're in sync, father and daughter. Jiang Xing chuckled and then asked, We're leaving tomorrow. Have you finished packing everything? Mom and Ollie were still packing, and they should be done soon. Hearing this, Jiang Xing nodded and then asked about what happened yesterday. Mulian, were you scared? Qin Mulian heard him and smiled, shaking her head. Don't worry, father. I didn't go out yesterday, so I wasn't scared at all. Jiang Xing knew she hadn't gone out, but he was still worried that because Qin Mulian was pregnant, she might overthink things. He came to see her himself. Shen Ruhuan still didn't know what had happened and quickly asked Mulian, is something wrong? Qin Mulan also told Shen Ruhuan everything about yesterday in a simple way. She finally said, Xiezhina almost caused my grandmother's death. In the end, she got her just punishment and was injured, falling into a coma. Luckily, my grandparents are watching over here, so my in-laws will come back with us tomorrow. It's mainly because they are worried about me. After hearing Qin Mulan's words, Shen Ruhuan felt a wave of fear. Mulan, luckily you didn't go out yesterday. With your big belly, if you bump into anything, it would be dangerous. Jiang Xing nodded in agreement and said, Yes, Mulan, so stay at home more and go out less. Qin Mulan understood their good intentions and naturally nodded. As they talked, Xia Wenbing and Yao Jingji, the couple, along with Xie Zhili, came out. Seeing guests arrive, they hurriedly greeted. Family, why are you here? Jiang Xing smiled and said, I came to see you. Luckily, I did, because I just found out you're leaving tomorrow. So today, let's end you off properly. Great, then we'll have a good meal at noon. Xia Wenbing smiled and approached, talking with Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing also chatted with Xia Wenbing happily, but he took the chance to speak privately with Xie Zhili. What exactly happened yesterday? Was it an accident or deliberate? Jiang Xing was worried that someone might target Mulan and her family. Hearing this, Xie Zhili recounted what Lao Yao had investigated. He concluded, although the current investigation suggests it was an accident, I think there's something suspicious about it. I've already contacted a former comrade for help to investigate further. Seeing Xie Zhili talk like this, Jiang Xing looked directly at him and asked, Have you found something? Yesterday's outing was arranged intentionally, so this couldn't have been an accident. As he finished, Xie Zhili's eyes flashed sharply, with a hint of darkness. The matter has already happened, and he wouldn't let it go easily. He must find evidence and catch the person behind it. Hearing this, Jiang Xing asked, Who arranged it? Xie Zhili didn't hide anything and told him about Yao Jingtong asking Xie Zhina to take them out. Jiang Xing immediately guessed the key point.
So,
Yesterday's incident was intended against your mother? Since Yao Jingtong organized it, she probably wanted to target Yao Jingji, the real eldest daughter of the Yao family. But by a twist of fate, it ended up involving outsider Xie Zhina. Xie Zhili thought the same, but he hasn't found any evidence yet. Jiang Xing found out and said directly, I'll have someone investigate this quietly. If I find anything, I'll contact you. All right. Thank you, father-in-law. Jiang Xing patted Xie Zhili's shoulder and said, There's no need to thank each other. Just take good care of Mulian. Talking about Qin Mulian, Xie Zhili's eyes showed fondness. Mulian is my wife. Naturally, I want to treat her well. Seeing Xie Zhili like that, Jiang Xing smiled. He knew the young couple's relationship was good, which was the best situation. At lunchtime, Old Yao and Xia Wenbing shared a drink. As for Jiang Xing under Qin Mulian's watch, he didn't drink alcohol but only accompanied with tea. Shen Ruhuan was a bit shy at first, but since Qin Mulian was nearby, she gradually relaxed and happily ate 2 bowls of rice. After the meal, Shen Ruhuan and Jiang Xing left together. Yao Jingtong knew that Yao Jingji's family would leave tomorrow. She said with a big smile, Sister, you'll leave Beijing tomorrow. Don't worry about Nana. We'll help take care of her. Her husband, Gao Yuan, will pay extra attention to him too. Although she was completely disappointed and gave up on her daughter, she disliked Gao Yuan even more. Hearing Jingtong's words, she coldly said, You don't need to look after Gao Yuan. He's an adult and can take care of himself. Besides, he's Xie Zhina's husband, and it's right for him to stay in the hospital to take care of his wife. Hearing this, Yao Jingtong raised an eyebrow. She didn't like her son-in-law Gao Yuan much, but she hadn't felt this way a few days ago. Something might have happened that she didn't know about. Just as Yao Jingtong was about to say more, Yao Jingji spoke again. Sister, we need to pack up again, so we'll go back to our room now. Yao Jingtong didn't say much and simply replied, Sister, go ahead and busy yourselves. After Yao Jingji and the others left, Yao Jingtong's face looked a bit grim. She could sense that Yao Jingji's attitude toward her had changed. It seemed colder than before. Could they have noticed something?
Impossible.
Even though she was a little anxious, she handled things quietly. They definitely wouldn't have found out anything. Thinking this, Yao Jingtong didn't dwell on it anymore and turned to leave. Yao Jingji simply didn't realize anything. She just remembered that she would go out yesterday. Her feelings were mainly due to Yao Jingtong, which was why she unexpectedly took some anger out on her. Moreover, Yao Jingtong's son had earlier wanted to target Ollie, so she was even less fond of Yao Jingtong's family. The next morning, Qin Mulan and Xie Zhili, along with Yao Jingji and Xia Wenbing's couple, prepared to leave. Grandma Yao held Jingji's hand, looking reluctantly sad. Jingji, come back and visit when you are free. Jingji nodded and said, Yes, we will come when we have time. Old Master Yao was also very reluctant but noticed the time, so he said, "All right, let Jingji and the others go now so they won't miss the train." Hearing this, Grandma Yao released Jingji and then asked Uncle Yao to see them off to the train station. Watching her daughter's family leave, Grandma Yao couldn't help but look at Old Master Yao and say, "Didn't we agree to leave things for Jingji? Why didn't you mention it? I've been counting everything these past 2 days." "Once I finish, I will tell Jingji," he replied. Grandma Yao nodded and said, "Then wait until the counting is done." This time, the train ticket was arranged by Old Master Yao, who used some connections to buy a soft sleeper. It made things easier for Qin Mulan, so she wouldn't be too tired. When they returned to the unit, they felt like they had been gone for a very long time. "Xie Tuan, you're finally back. I saw that Yao Tuan was already here, but you weren't, so I was worried," Ding Zhuang and others said happily when they saw Xie returning. Xie smiled and said, "I am back now. Have we been training well lately?" "Don't worry, Deputy Commander Fu has been supervising our training," someone replied. "That's good," Xie said, about to take Mulan and the others home. After sitting on the train all afternoon, he was worried they would be tired. But before they could go back, Yao Yining and Rin Monli came over. "Auntie, Brother Zhili, you're here." Hearing Yao Yining's address, Xie frowned and looked over. Everyone nearby also heard Yao Yining and was surprised, looking first at Xie then at Yao Yining, and finally they all looked curiously at Jingji. "When did Yao Tuan and Xie Tuan become brothers?"